His name is Zombie, age unknown, and it is also unknown how long he has been dead. He only remembers that on one summer day, a zombie outbreak caused the apocalypse. Because the outbreak happened too suddenly, he couldn't escape in time and got bitten. Since then, he has been wandering around with his kind, like the ones in a mob, until one day, humans appeared with guns and missiles and massacred the zombies. Some zombies were burned for fuel, and others were even enslaved by humans and turned into perpetual energy machines, becoming the source of electricity for the humans. Zombie did not understand why zombies had to eat humans, nor did he understand why humans were determined to exterminate zombies, but he knew that to survive, he had to become stronger. That day marked the beginning of his disciplined life. He lifted weights, ran, swam and jumped around every day. He even ate protein powder 3 meals a day. Even at night, he would even participate in aerobic exercises, until one day, Zombie was almost invincible. Despite this, he still wanted to be friends with humans. To achieve this dream, he once rescued human children from a massive fire. When facing a speeding train that is about to hit a family, he needed a single hand to stop it. To get along better with humans, he gathered all the zombies in an abandoned city and also demanded that they eat eggs every day to replace the protein they get from eating human flesh. However, today, while Zombie was buying eggs in the supermarket, he discovered that his subordinate, Ago, was once again on the wanted list. At the same time, 2 reporters were secretly filming nearby. They did not believe that Zombie, who they thought was a masked human, could lift an airplane with his bare hands. But the next second, they were stunned by what they saw. Zombie lifted a whole truck with one hand, then jumped on the spot, breaking through the atmosphere with the truck. After orbiting around the Earth, Zombie finally arrived at his territory. The sight excited the surrounding zombies, but 2 young zombies nearby asked, "Why didn't you just drive the truck over here? I don't have a driver's license." At that time, various boss-level zombies inside were already becoming somewhat impatient, but when Zombie opened the door, the subordinates still quickly lined up in 2 rows in attention. Zombie slapped the wanted poster onto Ago. "Ago, what's this about? Why are you wanted by humans again?" Ago broke out in a cold sweat. "I just can't control myself whenever I encounter humans. Although our numbers are steadily increasing, we've had to change our base several times already to avoid humans. Varmint even suggested starting a war with humans. It's been so long, my chainsaw is almost rusting." But just as Zombie was about to enlighten them about the terrifying aspects of humans, a thunderous roar suddenly came from the sky. It turned out that a military transport aircraft had unknowingly arrived above them. At that moment, the commander inside the jet was actually a dashing young woman. The president on the jet was looking at the screen data, deep in thought. At this time, 2 subordinates reported, "Everything is ready. We can act at any time." The girl slightly tilted her head. And the payload? It turns out that the military aircraft was equipped with an armed nuclear warhead set to detonate in 20 minutes. At that moment, Zombie below sensed the danger. Varmint's eyes flashed, ready to rush up and fight them to the death. But then Zombie stopped him. "No, you lose control near humans. Let's evacuate the zombies first. As for those humans, I'll go deal with them." Before long, several armored trucks slowly drove into the area. Their task to search for civilians on the ground and evacuate. Just then, the military aircraft's hatch suddenly opened, revealing a fully armed young man standing in the middle, facing the swarms of zombies below. He was not panicked at all. He even boasted about cutting down a boss zombie if it appears. Meanwhile, in another place, a man in a white robe was staring at the screen in front of him. That seems to be someone from the Beyonders Academy. The man's lips slightly curled up. "Let's have some fun with them." After saying that, he pressed a red button. The next second, a cage filled with humans dropped from the sky and slowly landed in the middle of the zombie crowd. At the same time, the rescue team also detected signs of human life. They then slowly advanced with firepower. "Why won't that zombie die?" Looking in the direction she was pointing, they saw 2 young zombies huddled together, shivering, and in front of them was none other than our protagonist, Zombie. Suddenly, the squad leader raised a rocket launcher and aimed it. The rocket flew towards Zombie at high speed. In an instant, he was engulfed by a fierce explosion and flames. "I think that's not a zombie. He is a Beyonder who famously wears a zombie mask that has been helping people recently." Seeing this, the squad leader was instantly confused. He had actually blown up the wrong person. As the white smoke slowly cleared, Zombie stood there unharmed, touching his head, looking bewildered. At that moment, the president on the military aircraft suddenly reported that a boss zombie has been detected and ordered the marshal to head to Zone B to intercept. As soon as her words ended, the marshal immediately leaped from the military aircraft 100 meters in the air. While the rescue team began evacuating civilians, the man in the white robe was gearing up to cause trouble again. "They've saved almost all the civilians. It seems we shouldn't underestimate them." Hearing this, the man smiled slightly and tilted his head. "Then let's give them something interesting." The man with green hair immediately understood, and soon, under his control, one of the zombies in the crowd underwent a terrifying mutation. Before long, this zombie had turned into a mindless abomination. This change was sensed by Zombie from afar. But just then, the squad leader from the rescue team suddenly sprinted towards Zombie. While Zombie was still looking bewildered, the squad leader scooped him up and ran back to the vehicle. vehicle. Saving a life is more important. After throwing Zombie inside, the squad leader urged the driver to go. On the way, inside the armored vehicle, a girl asked him why he always wore a zombie mask. Hearing this, Zombie looked nervous and didn't know how to answer. Meanwhile, the other side of the rescue team started to encounter trouble. A mutated zombie lifted a bus and then violently threw it at them. Fortunately, the marshal appeared in time. He cut the bus in half with a single strike. The crowd cheered upon seeing this. It's the marshal from the Academy's swordsmanship department. We're saved. The marshal instructed them to take the civilians and leave, leaving the rest to him to handle. At the evacuation center, the squad leader wanted a report of the situation at the site. To the side, Zombie seemed to have recognized the voice of the zombie as Little Nine. The girl turned around to reassure him, but he had already left. The zombie suddenly erupted with a tearing scream. The marshal seemed to see its pain. As the zombie lunged at him, the marshal drew his sword, and with a simple crosscut, numerous cracks appeared on the zombie's surface. With a loud bang, it shattered into countless pieces. However, just as he thought he could finish early, suddenly a series of footsteps interrupted his thoughts. The marshal turned towards the sound. It turned out Zombie had somehow already arrived next to that zombie. It's not their fault. Sorry, we can't control ourselves. Upon hearing this, the marshal immediately categorized Zombie as one of the zombies and raised his sword to strike him. But the next second, he was stripped and hung on a utility pole. The short-haired girl on the military aircraft also noticed something was off, as the marshal's vital signs were rapidly declining. Hearing this, the president was stunned. The marshal has been defeated. The civilians haven't all been evacuated yet. Because of this, they can't use the nuclear warhead to strike yet. The president was angry, and in a blur, she flashed down from the military aircraft. Another swiftly moving figure appeared in the sky. It was the commander of this operation. She quickly drew her sword and slashed it at Zombie, but the next second, the white blade shattered on impact. Seeing this, the president was in disbelief, while Zombie looked even more confused. The president's eyes slightly trembled in surprise. What exactly is this thing made of? She hastily jumped back, creating several meters of distance. Zombie, feeling a bit frantic by the sudden appearance of this president. I already apologized. Hearing the zombie speak, the president was greatly shocked, concluding that he must be a mutant or a variant. But a zombie is still a zombie, and she immediately drew a second sword. Since it's like that, it was an enchanted blade for a stronger opponent. Zombie was shocked by her actions. Wait, listen to me. As soon as he finished speaking, the president charged at him with her sword at high speed. However, her strike missed completely. Zombie appeared behind her to avoid the attack. Immediately, she did the same as Zombie, but now upside down in the air behind him. She then performed a 360-degree spin, using her technique, the red blade cleave. In just an instant, everything the red light touched was cut in two. Even the buildings on either side were not spared. Under such a deadly attack, Zombie simply bent over to dodge it. You're playing with me, and the president charged once more. Meanwhile, the civilians around were nearly done evacuating, and even the marshal, knocked out by Zombie, was loaded into a vehicle. The assistant on the military aircraft urgently called the president to quickly retreat. However, currently engaged in a heated battle with Zombie, had no time to heed these calls. In just a few moments, one human and one zombie had nearly crossed half the city. Zombie had been avoiding the president all this time. Why are you running? Zombie was confused at this, because she will just cut him down. Seeing that she couldn't catch up with Zombie, the president immediately activated her second technique, Yahello level 2. Suddenly, a large amount of white steam burst from her mechanical caps. Once charged, the next second she shot out at an incredible speed, instantly appearing behind Zombie, and then unleashed her strongest move. In just a moment, both landed on the ground. The president thought she had dealt with Zombie and was contacting the military aircraft to pick her up. Just then, the mysterious man in the white robe began to make their move once more. All the civilians have been saved. However, they still had a spy in the aircraft, and they intended to use him. Just as everyone was cheering for their successful rescue, the spy on the military aircraft suddenly opened the nuclear warhead launcher and, without hesitation, pressed it. The next second, the nuclear warhead dropped from the military aircraft. By then, the spy inside the cabin had been restrained by two others, and when they reported this news, everyone's faces filled with fear. Watching the nuclear warhead rapidly falling, the president began to panic. She quickly tried to use her mechanical leg boosters to jump back to the military aircraft, but the next second she froze in place. It turned out that the battle with Zombie had drained her batteries. While the president didn't know what to do, Zombie suddenly appeared in front of her. Before she could react, Zombie grabbed her and spun her around. He threw the president into the sky, and she landed precisely back on her military aircraft. It took her a while to recover, and then she realized that the nuclear warhead was coming straight for Zombie. At this time, the nuclear warhead was less than 1,000 meters from the ground. However, Zombie showed no intention of dodging. He lifted his foot and then pushed hard against the ground, and the next second, the ground cracked around him as he shot up into the air. For his people, he resolutely met the nuclear warhead head-on. Just as he was about to touch the warhead, Zombie stretched out his fingers as if to catch it in his hand. He then flattened the warhead. Seeing this, everyone showed expressions of disbelief. However, the next second, a thunderous thunderous boom filled the air, and a huge and bright mushroom cloud rose. Zombie was completely engulfed in the flames. After what seemed like a long time, when the flames slowly extinguished in the ruins, the president on the military aircraft suddenly showed a face full of disbelief because they saw a figure emerge from the smoke. Zombie scratched his head. That made my butt itch. Meanwhile, the commander on the jet started to feel depressed. What's wrong with the president? Think about it. The president has been fighting zombies all her life, and now to be saved by one. How could anyone be happy about that? President, you seem to be mistaken. Holding zombies information. This guy isn't a zombie. He's the masked hero who recently likes to wear a zombie mask. Hearing this, the president's face instantly darkened. The next day, a figure in tattered clothes arrived in the human city. Zombie quickly snuck into a phone booth. Once he learned that his subordinates had safely evacuated, he finally felt relieved. However, all his movements in the city were recorded by cameras. Just as he was returning to his rental house in his underwear, the president, through surveillance, discovered his whereabouts. At this moment, Zombie felt as if he was being watched. Watching the almost naked zombie, the girl also had a face full of dismay. That day, Zombie exercised with his usual routine. I wonder if my family has settled down yet. However, just then, his door was suddenly kicked open. The person who entered was the president he had saved. As soon as she entered, she ordered her subordinates to start moving things around. While Zombie was still bewildered, the president suddenly pulled out an admission notice and stuck it in front of him. We are from the Beyonders Academy. You are hereby notified that you have been admitted. From now on, you are a member of our academy. After saying this, she pointed at Zombie. Several men in suits immediately stepped forward upon receiving the order. What are you doing? Can zombies even go to school? However, the president insisted that he was just a human wearing a zombie mask. And just like that, the poor zombie was forcibly enrolled into the Beyonders Academy. At this time, the red-haired girl expressed, President, it's not right for us to recruit people privately like this. Besides, the dorms at the academy are specially planned. There would be no space for him. Then let him stay with me for now. Zombie looked utterly out of place at the president's dorm. Seeing the president didn't seem to want to speak, Zombie broke the silence. I'm living here from now on. Will I also be sleeping here? Isn't that obvious? Why do you ask? Do you want to sleep with me? The president glared at him with disgust. Hearing this, Zombie quickly waved his hands to indicate that wasn't what he meant, although he admittedly was curious. You'll stay in the guest room. You might be mistaken. I'm actually not a human. The president did not respond to this. Instead, she started fiddling with her lower leg. Just as Zombie looked puzzled, the president took off her own lower leg. I cut off these legs myself. It turns out, when the president was young, a zombie outbreak occurred in her village, and not only did her parents turn into zombies, but they also bit her lower legs. To survive, the president had no choice but to amputate her own legs, and she also personally killed her parents who had turned into zombies. From that moment on, the president swore that whenever she encountered a zombie, she would kill them on sight. Upon hearing this, Zombie quickly suppressed the truth that he was a zombie. What were you about to say? You must have heard wrong. I didn't say anything. To ease the awkwardness, Zombie quickly changed the subject. What exactly is this Beyonders Academy you mentioned? The president began to explain the history of the academy to Zombie. It turns out that it has been over 1,000 years since the zombie outbreak. To ensure humans could continue to survive, their ancestors established the Beyonders Academy, which is dedicated to training individuals to handle zombies. Hearing this, Zombie couldn't help but remember what he looked like when he became a zombie. He hadn't realized that it had been 1,000 years already. Be sure to report to the academy tomorrow. If you try to run away, we will be investigating your motive for trying to run away. Also, my name is Violet, and tomorrow someone named Dawn will show you around. Do I know this human? At this moment, Zombie looked so lost and thought that he got startled at the red-headed girl that greeted him. This shocked Dawn, and she immediately began scolding Zombie. Let's go in. It's time for the entrance exam. She stormed into the academy. Seeing this, Zombie quickly jogged to catch up. Do I have to take an entrance exam? It turns out that the students of this academy are all individuals with special abilities, and if one does not meet the assessment standards, the academy will not admit them. Soon, they arrived at the location for the entrance exam. By this time, the square had already gathered hundreds of people, each of the new students looking rather odd in their own way. Because there were so many new students on the square, Dawn had to ride on Zombie's head to look around. I once lifted an airplane in front of humans. Does that mean I don't have to participate in the entrance exam? Lifting airplanes is considered a very common ability here. Suddenly, an elderly man with a wooden leg slowly walked towards the podium. Hello everyone, I am your examiner for this time. You can also call me Chen, the sports department's president. The academy has a history of several hundred years since its founding, during which we have cultivated various talents. I hope you all can train hard like your predecessors and become excellent students. President Chen, what if a zombie sneaks into the students? Of course, we chop it into pieces and impose a public castration on it. Hearing this, Zombie felt a chill in his lower body. Then came the time for the entrance exam. The first test was a speed competition. At the sound of the examiner's gunshot, the students dashed out like arrows. In just 3 seconds, the student had lapped the whole track field, while Zombie, still on the track, looked utterly bewildered. Soon, it was time for the 30-second challenge. This assessment was about shooting. Dawn raised her gun stylishly, and several bullets were fired in an instant. The next second, all the dummy heads on the targets were shot off. Zombie was speechless. To avoid exposing his identity as a zombie, Zombie had to act cautiously and low-key. His grades in each assessment were just barely above the passing mark, where others needed to run 100 meters in under 10 seconds to pass. He ran it in 9.57 seconds, where others had to throw a shot put over 80 meters. He would throw it exactly 80.1 meters. Despite this, all of Zombie's actions still attracted the attention of the examiner. Looking at the data in his hand, fell into deep thought. Zombie's scores just above the pass mark in all subjects, but the president of the swordsmanship department says he is very strong. Could he be pretending to be weak? Soon, the next assessment arrived. This time the test was javelin throwing. A red-haired youth exerted his strength, and the next second, the javelin shot out at such fast speeds. In an instant, the javelin hit the lower body of a target dummy. Seeing this, Zombie felt a chill in his lower body. Looking at the javelin, it had already skewered 3 zombie targets. Despite this, the javelin's speed did not decrease, and it ended up embedded in a road sign 32 kilometers away. After the red-haired man completed his assessment, it was Zombie's turn. As he passed by, the red-haired man looked at Zombie with disdain. However, Zombie did not react much and stepped forward to pick up the javelin, preparing to provide a just passing score. But at that moment, Chen suddenly stopped him. This action instantly drew the attention of many onlookers. "You're the zombie introduced by the president of the swordsmanship department. She said you are very strong, but your scores are always just above the pass mark. Are you hiding something? Everyone here is giving their all, and yet you deliberately hold back. Could it be that you are not a person?" Hearing this, Zombie quickly shook his head to indicate he was human. "If your javelin throw reaches 3 kilometers, I'll acknowledge you've passed. But if you can't meet that, then I'll send you to be castrated under the charge of being a spy." At this moment, Zombie was completely stunned. Since becoming a zombie, he had lived a life of hiding. To survive, he exercised daily because he didn't want to be captured by humans and turned into a perpetual energy machine. Thinking to himself, Zombie decided to throw the javelin as far as he could. With that, he lifted the javelin in his hand. As the red light in his eyes lit up, a powerful energy swept across the entire examination field. In an instant, the javelin flew into space. It pierced a satellite completely through. Even so, the javelin continued unabated toward the moon. At that moment, the students at the examination site were lifted off the ground by the force of Zombie's throw. Looking at the ground crushed under Zombie's foot, Chen had burst out in disbelief. However, what he didn't know was that at that moment, a hole had appeared on the moon that went right through it. Zombie is the strongest zombie on the surface of the earth, not only capable of catching nuclear warheads with his bare hands, but also able to shoot through the moon with a single javelin. At this moment, Dawn ran up to Zombie excitedly, praising him for being really impressive. Zombie, feeling a bit embarrassed, said that he had just tried his best as instructed. But what they didn't know was that at this moment, the hole that the javelin made in the moon had also created an asteroid. After being qualified, Zombie then asked if he could go home now. Hearing this, Dawn was startled, suggesting that with his strength, he could be a president of a department. "You should know, as the president of a department, you have considerable power. Not only can you command an army, but you can also use nuclear weapons, and the government will even give you a city to manage. As for the mayor and such, they are just the department president's subordinates." However, Zombie was indifferent to this suggestion, as he already had countless zombie residents under his command. Dawn took him to the biotech department. This place is also the logistics department, responsible for developing new equipment and weapons. At that moment, Zombie noticed a photograph of a family of 4. Seeing this, Dawn immediately introduced, "This bespectacled man is called Professor Jamie. He used to be the president of the biotech department, but since his wife died, he became obsessed with crazy experiments involving zombies and humans, eventually being expelled from the academy, and even a kill order was issued against him." The 2 males in the picture look uncannily similar to the mysterious figures that were causing trouble in the previous incident. At this moment, a girl approached and asked, "Are you new students?" Curious, Zombie looked towards her. This girl was an orphan adopted by Professor Jamie, and she is now the acting president. The biotech president then asked what kind of equipment the 2 needed. It turns out Dawn wanted equipment that could allow her to easily carry weapons, like trousers that can hide her Gatling gun. The girl showed no emotion upon hearing this. Instead, she looked towards Zombie. Zombie thought for a moment. He didn't lack weapons, but he was always left naked after each battle, so he thought it would be great to have an indestructible piece of clothing. Hearing these 2 requests, biotech president was speechless. Meanwhile, at the sword department, the marshal, who had been fighting earlier, was kneeling down receiving a scolding. In front of him was a long-legged blue-haired girl in black stockings. "The person who defeated me was very strong. I had just charged towards him, and next thing I knew, everything went dark, and I was hanging from a utility pole." Hearing this, the girl became interested, put down the book in her hand, and slowly moved closer. "Tell me, what is that person's name?" That day, the teacher was explaining how to identify traps and catch zombies, while Zombie was busily taking notes below. Seeing this, Dawn leaned in. "What are you doing?" Zombie didn't look up and said he needed to take these key points back to tell his family. Hearing this, Dawn was completely baffled. Just then, the broadcast suddenly sounded, calling all new students to gather at the gymnasium. Although Zombie and Dawn were puzzled, they quickly arrived at the meeting point. While they were eating ice cream and wondering, Violet suddenly appeared, urging them to behave. This is a very important meeting. A tall blue-haired beauty was watching Zombie from a distance. Her name was Zhang, and she was the president of the sword department. She and Violet of the swordsmanship department had always been rivals, so she came this time to see how strong the zombie that Violet introduced was. Seeing Zombie's carefree demeanor, Zhang ordered her subordinate to test him later. Meanwhile, several mysterious figures suddenly appeared at the gymnasium's door. The so-called chief, the president of the mechanical life form department. Seeing the chief walk in, everyone bowed in respect. Dawn, seeing Zombie's clueless face, quickly pushed his head down to bow to the chief. At that moment, the chief glanced at Zhang next to him and warned her not to cause trouble. Hearing this, Zhang had no choice but to wave her hand, signaling that she would leave immediately. Are we just going to let that zombie go like this? Zhang eyes twinkled, and she smiled. Compared to Zombie, the chief's matters are more important because I only respect the strong. The chief walked up to Violet, patted her on the shoulder to show appreciation for her hard work. Who is this chief? Dawn thought Zombie was jealous and began to explain the chief's background. It turns out, he was Professor Jamie's masterpiece, an evolved version of humans. Among tens of thousands of test subjects, only he survived. After Professor Jamie was expelled, he started the mechanical life form department. In the city under his rule, there hadn't been a zombie outbreak for 10 years. Any zombie that encountered him turned into a pile of ashes. Hearing this, Zombie felt a chill down his spine. Just then, the chief began the meeting. It turns out that the spy they had caught still hadn't spoken up. Upon hearing that he had secretly pressed the nuclear warhead launch button, Zombie was furious. So it was this guy who bombed me with the nuke. The explanation of the traitor's connection to Professor Jamie made Zombie wonder. So the threat of the zombies has long passed, and all of the conflicts are because of infighting? Given the question, Dawn promptly confirmed it. If anyone can make this spy reveal Professor Jamie's hiding place, I will make you a vice president. Hearing this, the new students in the gym exploded with excitement, all raising their hands eager to try. But 2 hours passed, and the spy still had no reaction. Whether it was torture or castration, or any other form of torment, he just wouldn't speak. So much so that the scene eventually turned bizarre. Some were beating drums and gongs, and some even tried reciting Buddhist scriptures. Seeing this, Violet had a headache. Do you have a way to make him talk? I can even make him sing. Immediately after, Dawn raised her hand to volunteer Zombie. Unexpectedly, however, Zombie stepped forward and stepped up to make the spy talk. This move stunned Dawn beside him. Hadn't he always kept a low profile? Why was he suddenly taking initiative today? It turned out that Zombie wanted to find out why his subordinates were losing control from the spy himself. Soon, Zombie arrived at the room where the spy was held. The spy glanced at Zombie without any fear and then turned his head away, saying, "Come on, whatever torture you have, just bring it on." But after waiting a while, Zombie just stood there silently. Is there no one else in your school to send such a person to deal with me? But before he could finish, Zombie swiftly made a small cut on the spy's arm. Looking at the small wound on his wrist, the spy scoffed disdainfully. Is that all you've got? I'm not even afraid of castration. Are you just tickling me? Zombie didn't get angry, but instead calmly said, "Stand up." As soon as he spoke, the spy actually stood up obediently. The onlookers were shocked. How did he do that? As it turned out, Zombie had implanted a zombie virus into the spy's wound. As the virus quickly spread in no time, it had taken over his entire brain. The spy had become obedient, not only exposing his own name, but also complying with every question Zombie asked. At that moment, Dawn and Violet was completely dumbfounded. He hadn't expected Zombie to have the ability to control other people's minds. Why did those zombies, who were originally very docile, suddenly lose control? The spy explained that Professor Jamie had sprinkled a drug over the city, and any zombie that came into contact with it would go mad. Professor Jamie would then order them to fight against the Beyonders Academy to gather data. Why would you do such a thing? The spy replied that he didn't know the reason. He only knew that Professor Jamie was collecting data to achieve something greater. Then, he revealed Professor Jamie's hiding place, located 500 meters underground in H City. Zombie suddenly turned away and said in zombie language, "I've implanted a virus in your brain. You can trigger it to eliminate yourself." As soon as Zombie finished speaking, the spy numbly acknowledged and then died. As he walked out of the interrogation room, everyone looked at him in horror, and even Violet couldn't help but break out in a cold sweat. However, Zhang Wanqi, the president of the sword department, looked at him with interest. At that time, the chief on the stage applauded and said, "Well done, the youth will indeed overtake us." After that, the chief asked Zombie to come with him to register as a vice president. Hearing this, Zhang Wanqi was curious. Since when did the vice president need to be registered? Watching Zombie slowly walking towards the back door of the gymnasium, Zhang Wanqi couldn't help but follow them with her subordinate. Meanwhile, at another location, 500 meters underground in a ruined city, reliable information, our spy has confessed. Hearing this, Professor Professor Jamie was not panicked at all. Then let them come. The green-haired subordinate was suddenly shocked. Those people are not easy to deal with. Professor Jamie, however, calmly walked over to the experimental equipment. It's good they're coming. The experiment is nearly complete anyway. Let them witness this historical moment, the birth of a new life form. The scene shifts back to the academy, where the chief took Zombie to an abandoned industrial area. At this point, Zombie was puzzled. Weren't you supposed to take me to register? Why is it getting more desolate? When did you learn to speak human language? Zombie was clearly stunned, but before he could answer, the chief suddenly turned and aimed his arm cannon at him. With a bang, Zombie's head was engulfed by an energy beam, almost catching Zhang Lanqi, who was following them. The chief's tachyon cannon is really terrifying. At this moment, the chief, looking at Zombie whose head had vaporized, I don't know how you infiltrated the academy, but Zombie's weakness is their head, and unfortunately for you, you met me. While he was still feeling smug, the previously motionless Zombie suddenly flashed towards him, grabbing the chief's neck in the next second. With a crash, the chief was smashed into the wall. At that moment, several robots suddenly descended from the sky, unleashing a fierce attack on Zombie. Zombie, however, was quick to retaliate and attack the robots. The chief also took this opportunity to put distance between him and his opponent, but the scene that unfolded before him shocked him. Zombie, now headless, was crushing all the robots in the arena with his bare hands. After Zombie had dealt with all the robots, the chief standing by was completely astonished. What the hell is this thing? A headless zombie that's still this strong? Zhang Lanqi and her subordinate hiding nearby were also totally dumbfounded. Just then, Zombie lunged with great force, and in the next second, he was already beside the chief. Unexpectedly, the chief was also quick, dodging Zombie's attacks while still managing to counterattack. However, his particle cannon shot missed Zombie, who quickly ducked down to dodge. At this moment, the chief was overwhelmed. How is this guy still so agile without a head? But there was no time to ponder, as Zombie's fist was already flying towards him. In a critical moment, the chief quickly retreated, flashing back dozens of meters to create distance. Zhang Lanqi's subordinate expressed concern for the chief, but Zhang Lanqi knew the chief was just starting to get serious. Meanwhile, Zombie suddenly underwent a transformation. His head, which had been previously obliterated, inexplicably grew back. Seeing this, Zhang Lanqi and her subordinate were utterly baffled. What kind of creature is this? Let's talk. I really don't want to hurt you. The chief, feeling the small wound on his neck that Zombie had inflicted, slowly began to take off his clothes. So you want to control my mind too? Too bad for you. A robot suddenly flew through the air. As it was about to reach the chief, it broke apart and attached to the chief. As the white fog slowly dissipated, the chief was covered in mechanical armor. I'm a mechanical life form, and I never talk to zombies. You are the first to witness this form. You should feel honored. After saying this, the chief charged towards Zombie with great speed. In an instant, Zombie was kicked in the chin. Not only that, before Zombie could hit the ground, the chief dashed below him and delivered a powerful punch to his chest. The tremendous force sent Zombie flying 100 meters into the air. The two spectators were completely dumbfounded. Is this the chief's true power? The chief then rapidly flew above Zombie, and immediately a barrage of blows that ping-ponged him in the sky followed. Zombie was pummeled with countless punches by the chief in the air. Feeling it was enough, the chief teleported in front of Zombie and then violently stomped him into the ground. Just as Zombie hit the ground, the chief landed and his chest suddenly lit up with a red energy. The next second, a powerful energy being was unleashed towards Zombie. It was strong enough to destroy the surrounding buildings. The chief finally stopped and, taking a breath, he must be thoroughly dead now. But as the smoke slowly cleared, Zombie walked out completely unscathed. Seeing this, the chief was in disbelief. At that moment, Zombie suddenly roared towards the sky, and the terrifying power almost made Zhang Lanqi and her subordinate, standing hundreds of meters away, lose their footing. The chief's mech suit cracked on the spot from the sheer pressure. As Zombie ceased his roar and slowly turned around, the duo watching the fight were terrified on the spot. At this moment, Zombie had transformed into his second form. This transformation caused a plethora of natural phenomena. Centered on Zombie, a typhoon began to whirl furiously, even affecting the skies above the entire city. Dawn, witnessing this from a distance, was in utter disbelief, while Zhang Lanqi, who was on the battlefield, was so frightened she could only stutter. As everyone was baffled, Zombie, still in the abandoned industrial area, I've given you enough chances to settle this peacefully with a talk. Hearing this, the chief was momentarily stunned, but as he was about to retort, Zombie suddenly tilted his head and laughed. Tell me, how would you like to die? This eerie scene shocked Zhang Lanqi and her subordinate. Not only has his form changed, but his personality has shifted too. The two then tried to flee at high speed, prioritizing their own safety. However, the chief still on the field had not considered his situation at all, even arrogantly claiming, no zombie has ever scared me. With that, he belligerently challenged the zombie to fight him. Meanwhile, Zhang Lanqi and her subordinate, who had already fled quite a distance, thought they were finally safe when suddenly suddenly a figure whizzed past them. They were shocked to see that the chief had been pulverized by Zombie's punch. Before they could react, Zombie had already teleported in front of them. The chief, seeing this, frantically called for his robots, but before the robots could reach them, Zombie blasted them, incurring another explosion. Zhang Wanqi and her subordinate, still in midair, were also knocked down by the blast's shockwave. The chief desperately shouted to them, "Kill that dangerous zombie," but Zhang Wanqi had no intention of getting involved. "Why the hell did you provoke it in the first place?" The three then scattered in different directions. However, Zombie, witnessing this scene, did not move but instead raised his right hand and violently plunged it into the ground. The next second, the previously tranquil city began to shake. At this moment, Zhang Wanqi, who was still fleeing outward, was suddenly stunned as a concrete road unexpectedly blocked her path, and the chief nearby was also struck by the suddenly emerging road. It turned out that Zombie had actually lifted the entire developing new city. Everyone who saw this was dumbfounded. What in the world is going on? Was there an earthquake? On the other side, Dawn could hardly believe what she was seeing. This is a deserted city, and it's been lifted up. At that moment, Zombie in the battlefield suddenly exerted his strength, and with a loud bang, he moved extremely quickly towards the chief. In just an instant, Zombie placed a hand on the chief's forehead. With a mischievously wicked smile, "How about it? Are you feeling scared now? Although I can't control robots, it seems your brain isn't made of machinery." While gripping the chief's head, countless zombie viruses instantly took over the chief's entire brain. Zombie retrieved some memories from the chief's mind. Unexpectedly, the seemingly invincible chief was also a pitiful person. At the age of 5, his parents died in an accident. Subsequently, he was captured by Professor Jamie for human enhancement experiments, meaning almost everything below his head was no longer normal. Seeing this, Zombie couldn't help but feel pity. Living like this, aren't you more of a walking corpse than a zombie's? He loosened his grip, unexpectedly letting him go. Seeing this from below, Zhang Wanqi quickly rushed over to catch the chief, who was barely alive. At this moment, she was also terrified, not expecting Zombie to also have the ability to read memories. Later that night, Zombie hurried back to his dorm, packing his bags while thinking about how he again failed to control his emotions. Now that he had exposed himself, it was best to flee. But just as he was about to leave with his bags, Violet suddenly appeared and stopped him. Zombie felt helpless at this moment. He was genuinely a kind-hearted zombie who really disliked killing. But for his freedom, he turned around and charged at Violet. However, at that moment, Violet suddenly unfolded a letter of appointment. "From today onwards, you are officially a vice president of the Beyonders Academy." Hearing this, Zombie was utterly baffled, but the appointment letter in front of him did not seem to be fake. Was this seal personally stamped by the chief? Didn't he tell you anything else? Violet tilted her head slightly. "He only said you are a very good human." Meanwhile, on the other side, when Zhang Wanqi learned that the chief intended to keep Zombie, a look of shock appeared on her face. However, the chief said, "Whether he is a zombie or a human is no longer important. The main thing is that he can help us capture Professor Jamie." The chief asked Zhang Wanqi about the arrangements for this operation. Hearing this, Zhang Wanqi said everything was ready and they could depart at any time. "I hope we can successfully capture Professor Jamie this time." The scene switches to an abandoned town, where Varmint furiously roared, "Our king has been captured by humans. What should we do if they take him from us? Kill the humans. Rescue our king." At this moment, the zombie underlings were fiercely motivated. Our king couldn't possibly be captured by humans. After a few calm days, a sudden appearance of an aircraft carrier at sea was noted. The chief stood in the command center, shouting into the microphone, "Everyone listen. There's only one chance. We must capture Professor Jamie at all costs." Before long, they arrived at the ruined city where Professor Jamie was hiding. Zombie, along with Dawn, strolled through it as if they were window shopping. Just then, a group of human armed forces suddenly appeared. As soon as they saw Zombie, they uniformly saluted him. This action left Zombie completely baffled. At this moment, a captain stepped forward and reported, "From today onward, the 56th Regiment, composed of 120,000 people, will follow the orders of Vice President Zombie." In an effort to capture Professor Jamie, the chief had actually given a batch of human troops to Zombie. Looking at the 120,000 soldiers now at his command, "Would you even blow yourself up if I told you right now?" As soon as he finished speaking, a soldier immediately pulled out a hand grenade, shouting, "It's been an honor, sir." This baffled Zombie as he started shouting that it was just a joke. However, at that moment, a voice suddenly interrupted his thoughts. "I really don't understand. Such an important strategic position, and they put a little newbie in charge. You better hide behind us later to avoid being accidentally hurt. Aren't you the two heads of the Steel Blade Department from Stainless Steel Academy?" Meanwhile, on the aircraft carrier, a young man in armor scoffed. This was Chief Gang of the Stainless Steel Academy. "Does your academy have no one left to send a rookie to guard such an important strategic position? You were asked here to come help, not to pry into our affairs. He can beat you until you piss your pants." This comment left the chief of the Stainless Steel Academy completely disdainful, and he stated that he had already sent reinforcements anyway. Meanwhile, in the underground control room of Professor Jamie, they have all entered the city. "What should we do now?" Professor Jamie replied with a wicked smile, release the zombies. After saying this, a button was pressed on the control panel. The next second, countless zombies surged toward Zombie and his group. At that moment, the green-haired subordinate also suddenly noticed something strange mixed in with the zombie horde. It turned out that Varmint had stirred up the zombies to attack the humans. But the next day, only one person followed, and after handing a can of gasoline to Varmint, he scurried off. Before leaving, he mentioned that he dared not defy the king's orders. Hearing this, Varmint said helplessly, "We just won't let the king know about it. These cowardly fools. I can kill all the humans by myself." But just then, the green capsule floating in the air made him curiously take a sniff. Seeing this, the green-haired subordinate was immediately overjoyed. He hadn't expected this zombie to have such incredibly high attributes. The green-haired subordinate couldn't help but burst into laughter. "Come on, let me see how strong you really are." Meanwhile, on the ground, the weaker zombies were quickly exterminated. Looking at the zombie corpses in front of him, Zombie was full of questions. "These don't seem to be my tribe." Hearing this, Dawn quickly turned her head, her face expressing an "I don't know anything" look. At that moment, the president of the Steel Blade Department walked up and scoffed, "You weaklings should just go home to your mothers. Don't hang around here getting in the way." But before he could finish speaking, a series of roars suddenly came from a distance. Everyone turned to look. "Little Varmint, what are you doing here?" But Varmint did not answer his question and instead downed the gasoline in his hand. Seeing this, Dawn was completely shocked. Suddenly, Varmint pulled the starter of his chainsaw, and the roaring sound of the engine instantly filled the area. Varmint roared towards the sky and charged furiously towards the group. The buildings around them started to crack, and Dawn, who was directly in front of him, was blown away. Meanwhile, Zombie stood steadfast and unfazed. Dawn asked in terror, "What the hell is this guy?" At this moment, the completely out-of-control Varmint shouted, "I'm going to wipe out all humans." Hearing this, the president of the Steel Blade Department suddenly became interested. Not bad. Finally a decent zombie. However, at that time, Zombie was dragging Dawn in a mad dash. Dawn was confused. "Why are we running? Isn't the president of the Steel Blade Department here? They can't kill him." Hearing this, Dawn was very surprised. Varmint truly has an undying body. However, their escape seemed like fear to the president of the Steel Blade Department. Just as he was about to scoff, the vice president beside him was sent flying by a punch from Varmint, crashing into a tank behind them. At that moment, the president of the Steel Blade Department reacted and quickly turned back confused. But the vice president was already unable to speak. When the president of the Steel Blade Department turned back again, Varmint had somehow already gotten in front of him. The sound of pounding punches erupted as the president was being ricocheted between the buildings. Inside the control room, the green-haired subordinate exclaimed, "Incredible, this guy's combat power is off the charts." The president of the Steel Blade Department was in trouble. Just as he thought to counterattack, the next second, Varmint's slap sent him spinning, and then with one kick, he was sent flying hundreds of meters away, crashing into the vice president. The president and vice president of the Steel Blade Department were both incapacitated. Varmint teleported in front of them, raised his chainsaw, and fiercely swung it at them. But somehow, the president still had the strength to block it with his steel armor. On a rooftop elsewhere, Zombie and two others were leisurely watching the scene. "Oh no, it looks like the president of the Steel Blade Department can't hold on much longer." Unexpectedly, the previously arrogant president of the Steel Blade Department was now being beaten by Varmint, crying and calling for his mother. Seeing this, Dawn and the others looked very dismayed. "Vice President Zombie, what should we do now?" While observing Varmint's movements, Zombie thought that intervening might expose him. He turned to Dawn. "You go down and beat him. Even the president of the Steel Blade Department is no match for that guy. Wouldn't going down there be like delivering dessert to him?" However, Zombie ignored her complaint and instead bit her arm. After the deed, Dawn was bewildered. "It's over. Am I going to turn into a zombie now?" Then she covered her chest with both hands, angrily saying, "You wouldn't be harboring any inappropriate thoughts towards me, would you?" Hearing this, Zombie denied it. "Remember to go easy when you strike later." Zombie had used his super zombie virus to reconfigure and upgrade Dawn's genes. In just an instant, Dawn had powered up. Just as Varmint was about to finish off the president of the Steel Blade Department, Dawn approached dragging her Gatling gun behind her. "Why not come play with me?" Varmint turned around. "Who do you think you are?" Calmly stepping forward. "What a bragger. What makes you think you are special?" After saying this, Dawn immediately pulled out a specialized Gatling gun. In an instant, countless bullets sped towards Varmint, but to her surprise, Varmint was casually dodging everything. However, the president of the Steel Blade Department behind him wasn't in a good condition. Fortunately, all of the bullets managed to just barely miss him. The vice president managed to pick him up and get the both of them out of the battlefield. Just then, Dawn appeared just above a Varmint, followed by a 360-degree leap into the air. As she flew over Varmint's head, Dawn quickly pulled the pins from two high-explosive grenades. Dawn forcefully stuffed the two grenades into Varmint's mouth. With a thunderous explosion, Varmint was instantly engulfed in flames. But as the thick smoke cleared, Varmint walked out as if nothing had happened. "Are you trying to tickle me? It doesn't hurt at all." But before he could finish his sentence, he was shot in the face with buckshot. Dawn had a wicked smile. Meanwhile, back on top of the building, Vice President Zombie, "What exactly did you do to her?" "Nothing much. I just slightly modified her genes. This is just the beginning stage. I can make her even stronger. The scene shifts back to Varmint. Although he is immortal, facing such intense attacks still made him acknowledge the pain. At that moment, Dawn suddenly laughed uproariously, as if her body had evolved. Seeing this, the president of the Steel Blade Department was completely terrified, now only wanting to hurry home to his mother. Suddenly, Varmint took the initiative and charged at Dawn, but he missed, and instead, Dawn stomped him into the ground. With a bang, Dawn delivered a sweeping kick to Varmint's face, the powerful blow sending him flying and tumbling backwards. Dawn picked up a rocket launcher and roared, "Aren't you immortal? Try this on for size." At that moment, Varmint, who was beaten black and blue, had just gotten up when he saw some gasoline nearby. He quickly grabbed the barrel and started chugging it down. At the same time, Dawn's rocket was fired towards him, but in a flash, the rocket was split in two. It turned out that Varmint, having fueled up on gasoline, had somehow increased his strength. Dawn was also bisected by this quick move of Varmint. Seeing this, the president and vice president of the Steel Blade Department exclaimed in despair, "It's over. We're definitely done for this time. I told you earlier, I am immortal. Stop wasting your energy." However, Zombie on the rooftop suddenly clenched his fist. The next second, Dawn's bisected body miraculously began to heal. This change shocked Varmint. He hadn't expected Dawn to also possess regeneration. Seeing this, the president and the vice president from the Steel Blade Department just wanted to hurry home to their mothers. Meanwhile, the two in the arena were more energized as they fought. Dawn, with a wicked smile, roared, "Not bad. Let's continue to play." Hearing this, Varmint was also confused. Who is the real Zombie here? At this moment, Zombie, standing on the rooftop, also hadn't expected Dawn's potential to be so strong after her genetic mutation. However, at this point, her body was completely shattered, and the pain from being bisected was real, so the fight needed to end quickly. "Varmint, since you can't stay well at home, then don't blame me for disciplining you." With Zombie's deliberate control, Dawn's potential was again stimulated. In just an instant, she was already in front of Varmint, as Dawn punched Varmint in the face, sending him flying high with the force of the blow. Just then, Dawn ran up a building, getting behind Varmint and fiercely smashed the back of her Gatling gun on his head. With a loud crash, as the dust slowly settled, Varmint was just climbing out of the pit when he saw Dawn standing in front of him again. What followed was a series of slams and beatings, during which Varmint had no ability to resist. Just as Dawn was about to deliver another combo attack, Varmint quickly raised his hand to surrender, also stating that he would go home immediately and never come out again. Hearing this, Zombie could only look on in silence, while the green-haired subordinate, watching in the control room, was also stunned. Suddenly, Dawn put down her machine gun, and her previously tense state instantly dissipated, ending her transformation. At that moment, Varmint, hiding in the pit, noticed her change and immediately jumped out, landing a sneaky punch on Dawn's face. Seeing this, Zombie cursed, "Dawn, what are you doing? You believe his nonsense? And the moment you let your guard down, you revert back to normal." Dawn looked regretful. She hadn't expected her state to disappear so easily, so it was just stimulants. Now that the drugs worn off, let's see how you die. Zombie was speechless, realizing he might have to intervene himself. Meanwhile, the green-haired subordinate, watching from the shadows, was thrilled. This Zombie is too strong, even playing dirty tricks. He excitedly manipulated the keyboard, hoping to see Varmint finish them all off. As Varmint was closing in, just about to finish off Dawn and the others, suddenly, the green-haired subordinate noticed another person appearing on the street. Watching Zombie approaching slowly, Varmint immediately stopped his actions. Just when the green-haired subordinate thought another great show was about to unfold, Varmint suddenly found himself unable to speak. At that moment, Zombie held a stern face. "Varmint, didn't I tell you to stay home? What are you doing here?" This statement made everyone nearby pause, and at that moment, in the control room, the green-haired subordinate was also shocked, because no matter how he tried to take control, Varmint showed no reaction. It turned out that with Zombie's appearance, Varmint's consciousness was instantly pulled back to hundreds of years ago. That was their first meeting when he thought Zombie was just a little zombie. The scene returns to the present, and Dawn and the others are in disbelief because the once arrogant Varmint is now so frightened that he has wet his pants. Seeing this, the green-haired subordinate is incredulous and frantically presses buttons on the control panel, trying to continue controlling Varmint. But watching Zombie approach step by step, Varmint is so scared that he dares not even breathe. In a trance, Varmint recalls that some are hundreds of years ago. Back then, he was known as Lord Chainsaw, dominating his territory, until that guy who called himself Zombie appeared. Initially, Varmint thought he was just an ordinary little zombie, but the next second, Zombie, in his second form, grabbed his mouth. "From now on, you're my underling. Any objections?" Hearing this, Varmint quickly nodded in agreement. The scene returns to the present, and Varmint doesn't dare to move. The green-haired subordinate is furious and yells, "You're immortal. What are you afraid of?" But unbeknownst to him, it was because Varmint was disobedient in the past. As a result, Zombie tore him into pieces and hung him on a tree as dried meat for hundreds of years. So now, no matter how the green-haired subordinate tries to control Varmint, Varmint's body instinctively wants to resist. At that moment, the zombie control computer exploded under the green-haired subordinate's frantic pressing, and Varmint, out of fear, air, immediately took off running. The green-haired subordinate is stunned on the spot, and the trio watching the show is also dumbfounded. As for Zombie himself, he is completely baffled. Watching his plan being thwarted by Zombie, the green-haired subordinate is furious. Just as he's about to continue, suddenly the hand of Professor Jamie lands on his shoulder. Forget it, they are about to come down. As he speaks, several armed helicopters appear high in the sky. It turns out that the two department presidents of the Beyonders Academy and others have arrived. Tell us, is your Professor Jamie down there? Yes, they are 6 floors underground, and the total area is about 10,000 square meters. It's so vast underground, how are we supposed to find them? However, before she could finish speaking, the chief of the Stainless Steel Academy drew his sword. Problems can be solved using insurmountable strength. With that, he jumped out of the helicopter. You really are a brute. The Stainless Steel Academy's chief didn't back down but advanced instead, causing a sonic boom. He swung his long sword casually from side to side, and the next second, he spiraled violently towards the ground like a steel tornado. Soon after, a loud explosion came from the ground. The Stainless Steel Academy's chief had smashed a 100-meter deep crater into the ground. Zhang Lanqi was speechless at this point, thinking he was too reckless. Making such a big scene, what if there's a trap below? However, back at the helicopter, the chief of the Beyonders Academy appeared unconcerned upon hearing this, and even claimed that all traps are useless in the face of absolute power. Down from the helicopter, as all the armed forces entered the underground city, they searched for a long time but didn't find anyone. This puzzled the two academy chiefs present, wondering if Professor Jamie had escaped. Meanwhile, above ground, Zhang Lanqi couldn't help but complain, why do we have to guard up here while they rush underground to capture people? Zhang Lanqi's subordinate could only hurriedly give a justification that they are their superiors. At this moment, the scene shifts to the top of a high-rise building. All of Professor Jamie's men have already relocated there. It's time to show them my great experiment. Execute Plan A. Meanwhile, in the underground city, the Stainless Steel Academy's chief approached a cylindrical incubator. Driven by curiosity, he tore off the label on the incubator which read, "Contains the Zombie King. Open it if you are a man." Seeing such words, the Stainless Steel Academy's chief immediately ordered his subordinates to blow up the incubator. Our main objective here is to capture people. Let's not create unnecessary complications. Seeing that they were not fooled, the green-haired subordinate hurriedly reported to Professor Jamie that they had chickened out. Hearing this, Professor Jamie calmly pulled a detonator from his pocket. As he pressed the button, a remote-controlled bomb behind the incubator triggered. Hearing this sound, the chief felt something was wrong, but it was already too late to escape. A violent explosion suddenly erupted, engulfing all the soldiers present in flames. However, such a level of explosion seemed merely a tickle to the Stainless Steel Academy's chief. But when Professor Jamie learned that the creature from the incubator had emerged, he burst into maniacal laughter, exclaiming, "The destruction of humanity begins today. My greatest experiment. Go slaughter all humans, even including me." The scene shifts back to the underground city. As the smoke slowly cleared, the two academy chiefs looked utterly baffled, because the so-called Zombie King mentioned on the label turned out to be just a baby zombie with a pacifier still in its mouth. Seeing this, the two academy chiefs stared blankly. Just as the Stainless Steel Academy's chief moved forward to check, the Beyonders Academy chief suddenly held his shoulder, cautioning, "Be careful. The more harmless they look, the more dangerous they are." However, the oblivious Stainless Steel Academy's chief didn't care much and charged forward, swinging his sword. But the seemingly infantile zombie dodged with an eerily agile maneuver, appearing on top of the attacker's head. Upon witnessing this, the chief couldn't help but exclaim, "I knew it. Retreat now, or we're all dead." As his words fell, all the soldiers quickly ran outside. However, the unyielding Stainless Steel Academy chief, with a look of disdain, didn't believe that a little zombie could cause much trouble. He then slashed at the zombie again with his sword. Seeing the zombie split in half by his blade, the Stainless Steel Academy chief thought it was over. But the next second, the small zombie split into two separate entities. Seeing this, the Stainless Steel Academy chief was dumbfounded. What the hell is this monster? At that moment, the two separate zombie entities began speaking in a strange language, and then eerily fused back together. Meanwhile, the real Professor Jamie had already escaped to the rooftop of a different building. "Release the zombies, and then we will escape during the chaos." Immediately, he released all the zombies in the city. In just an instant, hordes of zombies rushed towards Zhang Lanqi and her team. However, Zhang Lanqi was not perturbed at all by this scene. Just as her subordinate was about to call for backup, Zhang Lanqi stepped forward. "No need." She then walked forward, took the hair tie from her hair, and with a swish, it transformed into a sharp sword. In a moment, with her sword in hand, Zhang Lanqi moved with the grace of a female warrior. In a flash, she kicked a zombie right in the face. There were numerous thudding sounds as all the zombies on the street were kicked into the air by her. Using a large tree as a catapult, Zhang Lanqi soared into the air. Seeing this, her subordinate was astonished. In the air, Zhang Lanqi executed her swordplay at high speed. In just a few breaths, she landed, and all the zombies in the air were cut into pieces. At that moment, while eating lunch, the subordinate was stunned because his plate had somehow ended up with a top-tier zombie sushi on it. Zhang Lanqi crossed her arms. Just this number of zombies isn't enough for a warm-up. Meanwhile, the green-haired subordinate on the rooftop was furious. He hadn't expected that the zombies he had just released would be cleaned up by her so quickly. If only that chainsaw zombie was still around, it would surely give this meddlesome woman some trouble. He directed other zombies to rush towards Zhang Lanqi. But just then, two strange figures appeared in the alley. It turned out to be Go and Blackie, who had also arrived at the scene. Blackie stepped forward, pulling a zombie along. Have you seen this zombie in the picture? The one with a chainsaw? But before he could finish, the zombie he was holding rudely slapped away the paper. Seeing this, Blackie was speechless. Foreign zombies are so rude. Go stepped forward. If we can't find Varmint, will the king beat us up too? Hearing this, Blackie also broke out in a cold sweat. We'll find him. Meanwhile, inside the underground city, the pacifier-sucking zombie stretched out its hand. Come play with me. Hearing this, the two academy chiefs were left speechless. The stainless steel academy chief was even quicker, drawing his sword and slashing at the zombie. But the zombie dodged everything. At that moment, the stainless steel academy chief gathered his strength and with a powerful slash, cut the zombie into two pieces. However, the bisected zombie acted as if nothing happened, bounced a few times, and then recombined. This made the stainless steel academy chief furious. If you have guts, don't run. Dare to fight me fair and square. After hearing this, the zombie suddenly pulled out its pacifier. Something bizarre happened. The once less than 1 meter tall little zombie transformed into a tall and statuesque female zombie. Seeing this, the two academy chiefs were dumbfounded. What the heck is this? Alright, what's wrong? Come play with me. He then fiercely slashed at the female zombie with his katana. But the next second, he was dumbfounded because his powerful strike was effortlessly caught by her with 2 fingers. Moreover, no matter how much force he exerted, the steel blade could not advance even a fraction of an inch further. Seeing this, the stainless steel academy chief realized he was probably no match for her and immediately turned around. What are you standing there for? Come over and help. Hearing this, the chief joined the fight with his Model 1 armor. But before he could make a move, he met a knee to his face that blasted him up and away by the female zombie. The terrifying force not only blasted through a large building, but also, by a twist of fate, landed right in front of Blackie and Go. Seeing the suddenly appearing human, he looks like he's about to die. Should we save him? Are you crazy? We're zombies. Just then, another earth-shattering crash echoed from the direction of the underground facility. Soon after, the stainless steel academy chief was sent flying back like a cannonball into multiple buildings. Seeing this, Violet and Zhang Lanqi hurried forward to ask what happened in the underground facility. Grimacing in pain, the stainless steel academy chief raised his hand and pointed behind them. See for yourself. Hearing this, the two quickly turned around, but when they clearly saw who it was, their faces showed sheer astonishment. It was all because the beautiful zombie was leisurely leaning on the railing, yawning. Seeing this bizarre scene, Violet immediately felt that this zombie was definitely not ordinary. Beside her, Zhang Lanqi quickly drew her sword. Let's work together next. We can't let her get away. But faced with the intimidating presence of the two presidents, the beautiful zombie wasn't the least bit panicked. She even intriguingly beckoned them with her hand. Meanwhile, Zombie and his group were leisurely grilling skewers. The Steel Blade Department president held up a cup of tea. President Zombie, please have some tea. Zombie commented that the tea was dry, and the Steel Blade Department president was outraged at whoever made the tea. Just then, a rumbling noise suddenly came from down the street. What's happening over there? Hearing this, Zombie immediately stood up. Let's go over and see what exactly happened. Zhang Lanqi made the first move, fiercely throwing her sword at the female zombie. With a whoosh, it only made a small cut on the female zombie's face. Violet quickly drew her sword and charged forward, but in the next second, she was kicked in the chin by the female zombie, the intense pain nearly knocking Violet out. Your speed is decent. Hearing this, Violet couldn't stand it anymore. She performed a 360-degree spin in midair, then forcefully kicked the female zombie in the head. Despite such a fierce attack, the female zombie remained unaffected. But sadly, your strength is far too lacking. Seeing this, Violet felt uneasy and quickly dashed backwards. As she retreated, Zhang Lanqi, wielding her sword, charged forward. Countless sword slashes swirled around the female zombie, cutting buildings into numerous pieces. Meanwhile, on the other side, the Stainless Steel Academy chief, enduring the pain, found a secluded spot. He swiftly took off his pants, then pressed on his neck. The next second, a series of mechanical sounds clicked into action. In no time, the Stainless Steel Academy chief had transformed into a steel-armored knight. This was the secret weapon of the Stainless Steel Academy, the Heart of Steel Mark I. Back to Zhang Lanqi and her group, the battle was fiercely back and forth. Just as Violet and Zhang Lanqi were preparing to launch a final assault on the female zombie, she suddenly extended an unusually long tongue and underwent a series of grotesque mutations. Seeing this, Zhang Lanqi and Violet were utterly shocked. What the hell is this? The female zombie slammed her palm onto the ground, sending a powerful shockwave that blasted them away. The once curvaceous female zombie had now transformed into an overly muscular mutant with 8-pack abs. Fortunately, the transformed Stainless Steel Academy chief finally arrived. Retreat, you're no match for her. However, the overconfident Stainless Steel Academy chief didn't heed their warnings. Instead, he brazenly approached the mutated strongman. We'll decide this in one hit. Human. With that, the Stainless Steel Academy chief and the strongman zombie both threw their punches. As their fists met, a powerful shockwave blasted Zhang and Violet away. The massive explosion also caught the attention of zombie nearby. Soon, as the smoke cleared, by then, the Stainless Steel Academy chief was left with only half his frame intact. In contrast, the strongman zombie was completely unharmed. You've already lost. Give up your futile resistance. What he didn't know was that zombie was already close by. The new zombie king had initiated its third transformation due to the opponent's resilience. Unexpectedly, what was once a suckling little zombie had now become the true zombie king. Facing such a formidable foe, Zhang Lanqi and her companions never gave up, but against such overwhelming power, their efforts were in vain. The zombie king merely lifted a hand casually, and the Stainless Steel Academy chief's mech instantly fell apart. Zhang Lanqi and Violet were also blasted hundreds of meters into the air. Unexpectedly, the two landed right in front of zombie, close enough for him to catch the both of them. The arriving party expressed their concern to the three who were fighting. Violet then warned zombie that they should leave, for they were facing the zombie king. However, before they could even react, the zombie king issued an order: go on, eat them. As its words fell, countless zombies rushed towards Zhang Lanqi and her companions. Seeing this, zombie became furious, and after throwing the two on the ground, scram, all the zombies stopped in their tracks. All of them were now wary of zombie. At this moment, the zombie king asked in confusion, "Who are you?" Zombie slowly walked into the crowd of zombies. "You call yourself the zombie king, so what should I be called?" As soon as zombie finished speaking, all the zombies knelt down before him. Before long, all the zombies were under zombie's feet. "Why aren't you talking anymore? Cat got your tongue?" Hearing this, the zombie king smirked. "So you're one of our kind. I suggest the survivor be called king." With that, it threw a powerful punch at zombie's face, but such a terrifying punch was mocked by zombie. "Have you not eaten?" Enraged by these words, the zombie king was about to react when zombie's fist brutally landed on his solar plexus. In an instant, the formidable force blasted the zombie king flying tens of kilometers away, eventually crashing onto an aircraft carrier at the sea with a thunderous boom. At this moment, Professor Jamie, who was watching from the rooftop, was stunned. How did such a terrifying creature suddenly appear? On the other side, the zombie king laughed. "Interesting, I've finally found someone worth fighting." After speaking, it plunged into the sea, and then lifted a submarine weighing tens of thousands of tons into the sky. The zombie king used the submarine as a weapon and slammed it down the zombie with a big crash. Meanwhile, on a rooftop, Blackie was administering emergency treatment to the chief. However, at that moment, a ghost suddenly patted his shoulder. "Look over there, I think I sense the king's presence." A figure suddenly shot up from within the submarine. Zombie flew into the sky, and then flung a rope around the zombie king's neck, yanking it fiercely towards him. The next second, zombie brutally kicked it in the face. The terrifying force caved the zombie king's face in. The zombie king was thoroughly enraged. It rushed to the ground, lifted the submarine again, and swung it violently at zombie. With a thunderous boom, zombie was blasted thousands of kilometers away onto an aircraft carrier. "You like to throw things around, don't you?" Meanwhile, seeing the zombie king's formidable power, the chief urgently suggested, "We should evacuate now. The thing Professor Jamie has developed is not something your king can handle." But before he could finish, Blackie smirked dismissively. "Human, watch carefully. There is no one in this world who can defeat our king, not even gods." Back on the aircraft carrier, zombie suddenly flashed, and the next second, he was already in front of the zombie king. He's got even faster. Zombie's fist fiercely smashed into his face. The terrifying force directly sent the zombie king flying off the earth. However, before the zombie king could catch his breath, an aircraft carrier was launched into him. With a loud boom, the zombie king was fiercely smashed into the moon. Dawn and the others were completely stunned. However, at that moment, the zombie king on the moon kicked the aircraft carrier with great force, then simultaneously propelled himself back to Earth. The aircraft carrier and the zombie king, filled with rage, were heading right towards zombie. Seeing this, zombie directly jumped on the spot, rushing towards the zombie king mid-flight. But at this moment, the zombie king suddenly entered the aircraft carrier's main inner deck and began to damage the nuclear reactor. Just as zombie had just arrived at the aircraft carrier, a huge explosion instantly spread across the continent's sky. Seeing this, Dawn and the others screamed for help. However, as the mushroom clouds slowly dissipated in the sky, zombie landed perfectly unscathed on a battleship, while the zombie king roughly landed on a different ship across the water. "This damage isn't even enough to tickle me." Hearing this, the zombie king was completely speechless and then began to gather all his strength. Next, his arms quickly lengthened and struck towards zombie. In just an instant, zombie was smashed onto a high-rise building back in the city. "Since neither of us can do anything about the other, why don't we just cooperate and destroy the world together?" Meanwhile, the chief was fearfully spectating with Blackie and Go. "We better run. I know your king is very strong after transforming, but continuing to fight like this is no solution." However, However, before he could finish speaking, Blackie beside him interrupted. Who said our king can only transform once? Hearing this, the chief was shocked. He hadn't expected Zombie to have a third form. The scene shifts back to Zombie, who's standing up from the rubble. Destroying the world or anything of the sort, I'm not interested. Only weaklings think about destroying the world every day. The Zombie King was speechless upon hearing this. But then, Zombie transformed again. His originally dull skin began to peel off slowly, and with a roar, Zombie had turned into a fair-skinned young man. What the heck did he just do? Meanwhile, Ago also slapped the chief's face hard. Look at that. This is our king's true power. When the chief saw the fair-skinned young man on the high-rise, he was utterly incredulous. Many were commenting about his new transformation, that he now looks completely different from his opponent, that he looks human, and that he is even stronger than before. Just then, it began to rain around them. Seeing Zombie's transformation, the Zombie King was bewildered. Are you a human or a zombie? It charged forward, but just as its fist was about to hit Zombie's face, the space around them suddenly changed. The raindrops that had been falling now seemed to stop midair. At that moment, Zombie casually raised his hand. The next second, the Zombie King's body was instantly split into pieces, and the raindrops were also reversed back. Not only that, even Violet and the others began floating in the air, and even various fish in the sea were affected, as if gravity was reversed. At this point, only half of the Zombie King's body remained, showing a face of fear. He had not expected such a huge gap between himself and Zombie. I am your daddy. Just then, a giant cyclone appeared in the sky. Dawn looked on in disbelief at this scene. Meanwhile, Violet and John Wanchi also fell from the sky. Zombie's spell had ended. The gravity around them returned to normal. Violet was dumbfounded. Could this still be the power of a mere zombie? Suddenly, a 100-ton whale heavily fell onto a high-rise building. Seeing this, Professor Jamie was also shocked. It was his first time seeing such a zombie. However, the divided Zombie King still refused to admit defeat. He leaped up from the ground and loudly shouted, "Regeneration!" His separated body began to reassemble. As the Zombie King, I am an unkillable life form. You can't do anything about me. Zombie raised his hand again, and with a swipe, he pulled the Zombie King to him with an imperceptible force. He then grabbed the Zombie King by the neck. Looking at the Zombie King with disdain, you have a misunderstanding about death. Do you think you need to physically destroy someone for them to die? Hearing this, the Zombie King was visibly stunned. Then before he could argue, the next second, he saw Zombie's terrifying eyes. Instantly, the King's consciousness was transported to a strange environment. At this moment, numerous giant spaceships appeared above Earth, and on one of the main ships, a humanoid in mech armor commanded, and countless mech warriors began to advance towards Earth. The Zombie King recognized these figures as the Ancient Ones. The person standing in the way of these Ancient Ones was Zombie, but in a form that is yet to be seen. Of the 6 times human civilization has ended, this will be the last. The Ancient Ones were waging war against Zombie so that he would no longer end humanity one more time. The next second, all their spaceships were instantly engulfed in flames. Zombie had wreaked havoc on the fleet in space. The scene returns to the present, where the Zombie King is in agony. After a while, there was no more movement from the Zombie King in Zombie's hand. Meanwhile, Violet and the others watching from afar still did not know what had happened. They only saw that after Zombie grabbed the Zombie King by the neck, he instantly stopped moving. At that moment, Zombie suddenly loosened his grip, and the Zombie King fell straight from the rooftop. After a loud bang, the Zombie King was left unconscious. Seeing this, the chief was in utter disbelief. He must have been scared into losing consciousness by His Majesty's third form. Meanwhile, Professor Jamie hadn't expected the Zombie King he had so diligently researched to be scared to death just like that. Brother Faye, we better run now, or it'll be too late. But before he could finish speaking, Zombie had already arrived by their side. We've never shown ourselves before. How did it know we were here? Seeing Zombie's displeased face, the green-haired subordinate was immediately scared into paralysis on the ground. Are you going to surrender, or do you want to go down and see the Zombie King? The group immediately raised their hands to surrender. Although Professor Jamie was reluctant, at this moment, he could only grit his teeth and give up resistance. And so, the harmful Professor Jamie was finally captured by the Beyonders Academy. After everything was settled, Dawn and Violet saw Zombie squatting there, lost in thought. It turned out that Zombie had reverted to his original form. Violet asked Dawn to go over and talk to him, even promising her the position of vice president if she succeeded. Violet ushered her forward, then Dawn reluctantly approached. With no choice left, Dawn steeled herself and greeted Zombie. Just then, Zombie suddenly stood up, which startled Dawn. However, Zombie simply stated that he still wanted an indestructible piece of clothing. Relieved, Dawn finally relaxed, as Zombie seemed completely harmless now. Do you remember what just happened? My memory of it is a bit fuzzy, but I know I've probably beaten up many weirdos like that before. The scene shifts to a prisoner transport convoy that contained Professor Jamie and his subordinate. Zombie, I must acquire your genes to create a being even more powerful than you. Zombie's wish had finally come true, providing not only a peaceful and happy life for his people, but also a human military escort. It turned out that ever since Professor Jamie had been captured by Zombie, the humans had appointed him as a president of a society and granted him the authority to manage a city. However, Zombie requested requested to take over the city of H, where they had captured Professor Jamie. That godforsaken barren land? What good is there? Zombie insisted on his choice and promised to manage H City well. Thus, Zombie not only became a president but was also appointed to manage H City. The city inspectors were furious upon hearing this news, that there were many good cities to manage, but Zombie instead chose a deserted one. Violet also had a headache, unable to understand what Zombie was thinking. Apparently, Zombie wanted H City because it still housed thousands of citizens. To expedite their relocation, Zombie had the society's military provide protection along the streets. At that moment, from a high-rise, Zombie watched his citizens with satisfaction. Lackey approached and reported, "My king, according to your orders, all the citizens have been relocated. Now they finally have a home." Suddenly, the human legions began to drill in the city. "Mommy, they aren't going to shoot us with those fiery weapons, are they? You are citizens under President Zombie. From now on, you are the ones we are sworn to protect. Are these people crazy or something?" Meanwhile, on the rooftop, Zombie's underlings were also thrilled, never expecting that they would have their own city. Sometimes, the continuity of a race doesn't necessarily have to rely on war. After saying this, he left the rooftop without looking back. Varmint has been hanging for a few months now. Zombie waved his hand, "Just let him keep hanging." Poor Varmint, hanging on the city hall building, said with a pitiful face, "My king, I was wrong. I won't dare again. I'm almost dried up into a mummy. Please, let me down. I promise I won't do it again." Dawn and Violet were having a sparring match to test out Dawn's new capabilities. Violet did not expect that the mutated Dawn would have such an incredibly high combat power, with just a simple collision causing her serious internal injuries. "Senior Violet, I haven't even used my full strength yet." Hearing this, Violet could no longer bear it and instantly teleported behind Dawn. But just then, Dawn's head suddenly made a 180-degree spin, startling Violet, who was about to make a sneak attack. Immediately, Violet hastily did a back handstand, supporting herself with her hands on the ground. "Are you still human?" However, she hadn't finished speaking. Dawn had already turned around, raising her Gatling gun. Seeing this, Violet quickly retreated. The rattling sound of the Gatling gun followed. Dawn was laughing maniacally. "Senior Violet, don't you think I can also take the position of president now?" Hearing this, Violet was instantly enraged. She pushed off with her feet, rushing towards Dawn like a bullet. With a forceful slash of her blade, Dawn's Gatling gun instantly became scrap metal. "Is that all you've got, Senior?" But before she could finish, Violet had already cleaved her in two. But Violet was shocked. Why didn't she dodge? However, the Dawn that had been split in half was not scared but instead laughed out loud. Then, a bizarre scene occurred as the body that had been cleaved in two began to slowly regenerate. Before long, Dawn stood up as if nothing had happened. What on earth has Zombie done to Dawn? How about it? With my current strength, being president shouldn't be a problem. After saying that, she suddenly threw a punch at Violet. With a boom, Violet was instantly slammed against the wall, losing her ability to fight. Seeing Violet defeated, Dawn reverted back to her human form. "Senior Violet, are you okay? Did I go too hard just now? Tell me, did you turn into a zombie after Zombie bit you? Didn't we check in the lab yesterday? All my cells are perfectly normal. Then what's with the 360-degree head turn and your body's regenerative abilities? I can fully control my transformations, and when I'm feeling down, I can inject a stimulant to enhance it without any side effects." Violet paused, deep in thought. Then she rushed out of the arena. After witnessing Dawn's transformation abilities, Violet immediately flew to H City non-stop. At that moment, inside the city hall, Zombie was assigning tasks to his underlings. First was the financial authority of H City, and Zombie thought of Blackie first. "From today, you are the director of the treasury." As soon as he finished speaking, the door of the meeting room was suddenly banged open. Seeing the breathless Violet, Zombie was happy to see her. "Oh, it's Violet. What brings you here?" However, before he could finish, Violet rushed over. Just as Zombie looked bewildered, Violet suddenly opened his mouth and forcefully made Zombie bite her. Violet then abruptly left the meeting hall without looking back. She had just left the city hall when her assistant hurriedly came up to remind her, "President Violet, you are too reckless. Have you forgotten that Zombie can control people's minds? What if he makes you do something unspeakable?" However, Violet not only did not regret her actions to possess such power. "Even if he makes me sing and dance to rap, I'm fine with it." Meanwhile, Zombie was still bewildered. Nevertheless, under his meticulous planning, H City was finally on the right track. While the citizens were living and working in peace and contentment, they also developed various shops, such as a hair salon run by zombies, a zombie real estate company, and even a zombie driving school. However, getting a driver's license was still a bit difficult for zombies. At this moment, Zombie looked at his city with a sense of relief. His dream of many years had finally come true. But what he didn't know was that a bigger crisis was quietly approaching. A one-eyed woman was studying Zombie's information. "I really don't understand why the Beyonders Academy would choose someone like him as president. Inspector Chen, I heard that this zombie is actually a zombie. We've seen them slander each other in their academies before. Although I don't believe they would let a zombie be president, I really don't like this zombie. We'll know what this zombie is all about once we go to H City." Over an iceberg in the North Pole, a helicopter rattled through. Moreover, humans also sent a giant industrial ship. Soon, the expedition team arrived at their destination. I heard that an ancient body was suspected to have been found here. The body was buried under 500 meters of ice. If we can extract her completely, it would truly be a great discovery. With the help of the crane, the body was soon lifted up. As an archaeologist, it was also his first time discovering such an existence. As the crane slowly pulled the ice block from the ground, a faintly visible body finally emerged in front of everyone. From the appearance, it seemed to be a young girl. Just as Professor Strange was shocked by this discovery, his assistant next to him was suddenly muffled by someone, who then bit his neck. Seeing this, the professor was startled, but before he could react, he was knocked down by another person. It turned out that the attackers were a mysterious organization, and their target was the body encased in ice. The leader of the group used an ice pick to break the ice block. The previously desiccated body now seemed to regain its vitality. Seeing this, a vampire nearby quickly draped a coat over her. They knelt before the woman. "All hail the Blood Queen. May our forever queen remain eternally youthful." Is that fool named Zombie still alive? My queen. Not only is Zombie still alive, but he is also thriving. I remember after he destroyed the last human civilization, he is now mixing with humans again. If you weren't around, I might be a bit lonely. This time I definitely won't lose to you again. Zombie. Zombie had been leisurely drinking tea in H City when he was suddenly summoned urgently to the Academy's headquarters by Violet. This was because a strange incident had occurred at the headquarters. A member of the exploration team in the North Pole had suddenly mutated and killed all the team members. Seeing this scene, Violet and John Lanchi were also baffled. This guy didn't seem like a zombie. With no other options, they had to find Zombie, their so-called professional. Soon, Zombie arrived at the headquarters, but just as he entered, he was startled by the sight before him, because not a single person here was normal. "I am President Ing of the Iron Club Academy. I heard you are the one who captured Professor Jamie." Upon hearing this, Zombie immediately stepped forward to shake his hand, affirming that was correct. But just as they had parted, President Ing sneered, "He's just a small fry, not worth my effort." But just when the other presidents thought Zombie was weak, the stainless steel academy chief alone hid in a corner. If I had known he was here, I would have stayed rotten at home. The scene shifts back to Zombie, who by now had arrived at the laboratory. However, when it comes to identifying species, Zombie was clearly unsure. But when he saw the two holes on the person's neck, long-sealed memories suddenly surged forth. "How is it? Did you notice anything?" Just then, the research scientist suddenly let out a scream. But when he saw Zombie's face, he immediately became docile. It turned out that Zombie had already switched to his second form. Interesting. I didn't expect it to be the Blood Tribe. A terrifying aura began to burst from around him. In an instant, Jean Lanchi and the others were all blown away. I thought this species was supposed to be extinct, his terrifying aura blasting many presidents away, particularly the Iron Club president, who was quite shaken. While everyone was still baffled, Zombie suddenly laughed. "Interesting. I thought I had exterminated the vampires 1,000 years ago." He grabbed the researcher and demanded, "Come on, tell me where that little red who likes to poison me is now." But having just turned into a vampire, he had no idea of the whereabouts of the Blood Queen. Unable to get the information he wanted, Zombie then reverted to his original form. At this moment, inside the hall, the Iron Club president still didn't believe that the recent chaos was caused by Zombie. Only the stainless steel chief, hiding on the side. "I really should have just stayed home." Just then, Zombie finally walked out of the room. Seeing this, Violet and the others quickly approached. "Did you find anything special? It's best if you all be more careful these next few days." Having said that, he began to furrow his brow and stood motionless. Seeing this, Violet and Dawn felt something was amiss. But the next second, Zombie scratched his head. "I've already forgotten what happened just now." Meanwhile, next to a large villa on the other side, in a small alley covered with cobwebs, the current Blood Queen looked utterly speechless. Just then, a coin suddenly clinked to the ground beside them. It turned out that a local had thought they were beggars and generously gave them $1. Seeing this, the male vampire, Lan Ling, immediately lit up and picked up the money. "I say, you've all turned out like this. Why did you wake me up?" Before she could finish speaking, the girl beside her burst into tears. "Your Majesty, you know how we have spent these 1,000 years? After your great battle with Zombie and your loss, we vampires no longer had a place to stand. We had to play dead to escape his clutches. From that moment, we started to hide from both humans and zombies. We haven't left this alley all this time." Upon hearing this, the Blood Queen instantly became furious that the vampires had ended up in such a dire state. "Even if you summon me, it's useless, because I simply cannot defeat Zombie in this state. Your Majesty, the reason we woke you is because we have obtained an important piece of information. We have discovered a special human who might be able to help you defeat Zombie. That's right, that person might bring us hope." Hearing this, the Blood Queen's interest was piqued. "Who is it?" Lan Ling then pulled out a wanted poster from his chest. This person was Professor Jamie, the creator of the recent Zombie King. However, at this moment, Professor Jamie was still locked in a prison. "Why don't you just deal with him directly? We can't kill him yet. Not only has he planted many undercover agents among us, but there's also a lot of research data we haven't found yet. What if that guy escapes?" However, before he could finish, the Iron Club president burst into laughter. "Impossible, since it was you, President President Zombie, who captured him. I'll take you to see. In no time, they arrived at a deserted valley via helicopter. Professor Jamie is detained in this prison, 3,000 meters underground. Even if we take the elevator down, it will take at least 30 minutes. As for security, it goes without saying, not only are there high-tech weapons, but each level is also guarded by a highly skilled president. With such security, even if Professor Jamie had extraordinary abilities, he couldn't escape. Moreover, we've attached a huge detonating cord to him. If anyone approaches him, the detonator will explode immediately. Even if a god descends, all he can bring back is a corpse. Hearing this, Zombie broke into a cold sweat, feeling that human methods were too cruel. He then turned around, saying he had other matters to attend to and left. Meanwhile, in a small alley, when the Blood Queen saw their conversation through a live CCTV footage on a tablet, she suddenly felt a chill run down her spine. The scene returns to the prison. Your little boyfriend is probably going to be in trouble soon. As far as I know, the stainless steel chief has informed Inspector Chen, saying that President Zombie has even established a city for zombies. Hearing this, Violet was stunned, and then asked him why he was telling her all this. The Iron Club president said he had no interest if he was a zombie or not because, in his eyes, only the strong catch his attention. Meanwhile, Zombie was happily strolling around the streets of a human city. In the underground prison, Professor Jamie was pondering something. Just then, a meal delivery staff pushed in the cart. We're done for. We're going to die. However, Professor Jamie laughed. Zombie, I must obtain your genes. Brother Faye, what are you talking about? Aren't we about to be executed? Don't worry, they won't execute me until they get my research. They won't lay a hand on us. Plus, I had already hidden the documents in a place no one knows about before I was captured. Zombie is too powerful. Even if we get his genes, we can't create something that will defeat him. We need a strong body to serve as a vessel. Then I can create an even more powerful being. Brother Faye, we're trapped here. We are just ordinary people. How could we escape? Hearing this, Professor Jamie suddenly fell silent. Soon after, the staff brought in the meal delivery robot. Surprisingly, Professor Jamie didn't resist but cooperated and ate the food delivered by the robot. Why is Brother Faye suddenly so obedient? It turned out, the meal delivery worker was actually his inside man, and the goal this time was to plant a wiretap in his mouth. Where's the Zombie King's body being held? It's kept in a lab on the 200th floor, and there are 2 chiefs guarding that lab. From now on, we can proceed according to my previous plan. Back at the human city where Zombie was having a nice stroll, his phone suddenly started ringing. It was Violet who had called him right after she got the news. She informed Zombie that because of the stainless steel chief's snitching, Inspector Chen was already on her way to H City. If she finds out that what the stainless steel chief said is true, then his days as president are numbered. Hearing this, Zombie instantly broke out in a cold sweat. Would she believe me if I said I was a human? Don't think I don't know what those things in your city are. With that, she hung up the phone. Zombie was truly panicked. But just then, a nearby cosmetics store suddenly caught his eye. Outside the H City government building, countless trucks fell from the sky, all makeup supplies Zombie bought from the neighboring city. When Zombie told Blackie about the seriousness of the situation, Blackie immediately had to go notify the leaders of each district to come and pick up the makeup supplies. Soon, the underlings from each district took the trucks back. Will makeup really work? Blackie said he wasn't sure either, but since it was arranged by the king, there must be a reason. In this way, zombies from all regions began to take action. At that time, a zombie mom came with her son to pick up makeup supplies. Her son, watching his mother's strange actions, also curiously said he wanted to try. However, when his mother turned around, he was almost scared silly. This wasn't just makeup, it was like changing faces. Soon, all the residents had completed their makeup tasks. Afterwards, when Fur and Lang returned to the office to report back, they were stunned by the sight of the well-made-up faces. You guys did that too fast. Are you sure looking like that will be effective? What about us? With no other options, Blackie had them temporarily disguised as pets. Oddly, they waited at the airport for a long time but didn't spot Inspector Chen. As it turned out, Inspector Chen had anticipated that her movements might be leaked, so she took a train to H City with her subordinates. Why does Inspector Chen dislike Zombie? A colleague replied that Inspector Chen despised cowardly and timid people and, except for the department head, she disliked everyone. There's no need to whisper behind my back. What if I am biased? Since the department head delegated authority, any Tom or Harry can become a president now. In my heart, only someone like the department head can lead humanity to a more prosperous future. Meanwhile, Blackie, completely unaware, was still waiting in vain at the airport. Strange, wasn't Inspector Chen supposed to inspect today? Why hasn't she arrived yet? Meanwhile, two of Inspector Chen's subordinates had started surveying the city's residents. One first visited a convenience store, only to find that it sold exclusively egg-based products. When he asked the owner why that was the case, the owner appeared nervous and shook his head vigorously, claiming he could not see nor hear him. The other one then approached a passerby for an interview. However, just then, the person's arm suddenly fell off onto the ground. Seeing this, the investigator was dumbfounded and expressed concern in a panic. The person picked up the arm from the ground and fled. Before fleeing, he explained that the arm was just his prosthetic. This left everyone dumbfounded. Is there not a single normal person person in each city? Has Zombie actually built a city of lunatics? Record everything. All of this will be used as evidence to remove President Zombie. The scene shifts back to the city hall, where Zombie is seen squatting and mumbling unintelligibly. What's going on? Why has the king turned into this? President Zombie seems to have been talking nonsense and trembling ever since he had breakfast. Hearing this, Ago was startled and immediately grabbed the soldier. Tell me, what did you feed the king? The soldier, frightened by Ago's action, quickly explained that he had only made a dish of chili stir-fried eggs for President Zombie. Upon hearing this, Ago immediately broke out in a cold sweat. It turns out, Zombie can't eat chili peppers because they make him abnormally excited, keeping him in his second form, and this state can last for a month. Meanwhile, Blackie, who was still waiting anxiously at the airport, suddenly received a call from Ago. When he learned that the king had accidentally eaten chili peppers, he was horrified. The king isn't going to slaughter the inspection team, is he? Blackie frowned. If something like that happens, we might not be able to stay in this city anymore. The scene switches back to Inspector Chen and her team, who are still searching for evidence. Just then, a heavy truck suddenly fell from the sky. With a boom, the truck smashed right in front of them. Before they could react, Zombie suddenly descended from the sky and with another crash, stomped the truck into scrap metal. Seeing this, Inspector Chen and her team were dumbfounded. What just happened? At that moment, Zombie suddenly smiled mischievously. Inspector Chen, right? Allow me to give you a tour. At this point, the two assistants were stunned, wondering what had just happened. As the three regained their senses, they looked at Zombie, completely confused. Who are you? Zombie responded with a wicked smile. Forgotten me so soon? I am the very Zombie you are looking for. Hearing this, the group was stunned on the spot. The Zombie on record wasn't supposed to be like this. At that moment, Zombie jumped down and explained that he had merely taken off his mask. He snapped his fingers. Inspector Chen, you've come a long way, so I've prepared some gifts for you. Please accept them. As soon as he finished speaking, the residents started presenting their specialty stir-fried eggs. Rest assured, we are law-abiding good citizens. We never eat people. After saying this, Zombie picked up Inspector Chen. Now that the gifts are received, let me give you a proper tour. With a boom, Zombie jumped up and flew into the sky. In just a moment, they had gotten higher than the clouds. Seeing this, the two assistants were bewildered. Once they regained their senses, they hurriedly stopped a taxi to follow. Zombie slowly fell and landed down onto the tallest building in the city center. Take a look. This is the H-City that I meticulously built. This city is over 2 million square meters in area and still developing. We have not only listed companies, but have also solved many people's employment issues. Just in taxes, we can contribute billions each year. Next, let me show you the law and order. As he spoke, Zombie dragged Inspector Chen to the middle of the road. At that moment, a bus driving by couldn't stop in time. Just as it was about to hit Zombie, he kicked the bus's bumper. The bus went flying and became embedded straight into the high-rise. Meanwhile, Blackie, who was waiting at the airport, noticed the commotion and quickly dashed to rescue the driver. However, the two assistants who had just arrived were dumbfounded. As for Inspector Chen herself, she was so shocked by Zombie's series of actions that her jaw dropped. Don't worry, that driver won't die. Every one of my subordinates is extremely skilled and won't let any citizen die. After finishing his speech, he tossed Inspector Chen forward. The two assistants rushed to support her. I know why you, Inspector Chen, are here. I will let you return safely this time. No matter what happens next, there's one thing I want to tell you. This city is mine, and no one can stop me. For a moment, the entire street was eerily quiet. Maybe we should just go back. Yeah, let's get out of here. This guy looks like trouble. For a moment, I almost thought he was the department head. Who the hell said Zombie was timid and weak? I'm going to have their head when I get back. Hurry back. While I haven't changed my mind, I recognize your ability to manage the city, but that doesn't mean you qualify to be the president. A president needs not only managerial skills, but also sufficient combat capability. I have seen your city management skills, but I haven't seen your ability to protect the city. At this, Blackie and the others' faces turned pale. Just as Inspector Chen was about to continue, they rushed up to cover her mouth, but their attempt was in vain. Zombie turned around. So, you want to see my real strength, huh? Hearing this, Blackie and the others were terrified on the spot. It's over. It's over. Soon after, they arrived at a nearby beach. Why do I have a bad feeling about this? Right now, Zombie was silently staring at the sea. Why have you brought us here? Before she could finish her sentence, she saw the terrifying reflection of Zombie in the sea. Ago leaned in. If something happens later, you're on your own. Hearing this, Inspector Chen looked completely baffled. Just then, an assistant suddenly noticed that the stones around them were starting to float. Shortly after, more and more sand and rocks began to rise around Zombie. The next second, Zombie's third form was fully revealed to everyone. Seeing this, the trio of inspectors were totally shocked. At that moment, Zombie jumped on the spot, and his tremendous force sent Inspector Chen tumbling face first into the dirt. By the time they recovered, Zombie had already disappeared. Ago pulled out a telescope and placed it in front of them. Curious, Inspector Chen looked through it, and her face turned white with fright. From a distance of 1.3 billion kilometers away on Saturn, she shockingly saw Zombie looking up at her. This is too absurd. Is your president even human? While they were still in shock, Zombie on Saturn began to gather strength again. He clenched his right fist and stared stared determinedly towards Earth. The next second, Zombie violently swung his fist through the air. Seeing this, Ago and the others' faces drastically changed because Zombie's punch had just punched a hole through the ocean. Instantly, a tsunami thousands of meters high headed towards the city. Ago quickly positioned himself in front of everyone. Meanwhile, far away at the headquarters, Dawn and others also felt the tremor. When they saw the tsunami outside the city, they were shocked and immediately activated the level 1 defense protocol. Despite their efforts, they couldn't hold back the raging tsunami. Suddenly, another loud noise came from the seaside. It was Zombie jumping back from Saturn. How about that? Now you see my strength. Am I qualified enough to protect my citizens? Inspector Chin was completely shocked, and then inexplicably, Blackie and the others put her in a taxi. It took them a while to regain their senses. This zombie is simply not human. Watching the slowly departing taxi, they won't take back the city, will they? Blackie thought for a moment. I don't think so anymore. Inspector Chin remained in a state of mental disarray. As for H City, managed by Zombie, it was naturally preserved. Meanwhile, inside the prison of Professor Jamie, several people were discussing over a corpse in the laboratory. Their subject of discussion was the Zombie King, who was scared to death by Zombie. But what they didn't notice was that a researcher nearby was secretly mixing something. This researcher was actually an insider placed in the prison by Professor Jamie. At this moment, he was following Professor Jamie's instructions to prepare an antidote. Professor Jamie knew that the body of the Zombie King was still there, so now by injecting this concoction into its body, it would surely awaken it. Just as the guard was about to go out on patrol, the insider suddenly plunged the syringe in his hand into the Zombie King. Seeing this, the guard immediately became enraged and slammed the insider against the wall with a bang. What did you just do to that corpse? Before he could finish speaking, the Zombie King's eyes suddenly snapped open, followed by a loud, explosive noise. This sound immediately caught the attention of the Iron Club president. What's going on? What just happened? The alarms throughout the prison also began to sound. The Zombie King, previously frightened to death, was now resurrected. Kill all the guards here and get me out. I will make you stronger than Zombie. On a civilian plane in the sky, someone suddenly kicked open the cabin door. Then someone inside the plane, holding a gun. Nobody move. As long as you do as you're told, I won't hurt anyone. Following the hijacker's orders, the plane flew towards the prison. Just then, the Blood Queen appeared at the cabin door. Your Majesty, they've rigged Professor Jamie with a self-destruct mechanism. Should we make a detailed plan? No need. The petty tricks of humans are no challenge for me. She led her followers to leap from 10,000 meters high. But just as they were nearing the prison entrance, fortunately, the Iron Club president reacted promptly and quickly organized everyone for defense. But these ordinary weapons were utterly ineffective against the vampires. Don't panic, everyone. We still have 30 presidents here. They can't break through. Indeed, as the commotion on the top floor grew, the stainless steel chief and the chief, located on the 500th underground floor, instantly reacted. However, these underlings are still somewhat lacking in dealing with the Blood Queen. Meanwhile, on the 3000th underground floor, a guard was blown into the wall as the newly awakened Zombie King was preparing to leave the place. But at that moment, Professor Jamie used a communicator to tell him, "Help me escape, and I can help you defeat Zombie. I want to kill both you and Zombie." Professor Jamie chuckled. "You were created by me. I can let you live if I want you to live, but if I want you to die, you definitely won't survive." The Zombie King was utterly panicked, especially since it was indeed Professor Jamie who had revived him just moments ago. "Don't worry, I won't let you die. As long as you help me fulfill my dream, I will end my life in front of you. You humans are scarier than us zombies when you go mad. What do you need me to do? It's simple. Help me get out, and I promise to make you as strong as Zombie." Meanwhile, the three major presidents of the prison hurriedly rushed up. When they saw that the intruder was a woman, they were momentarily stunned. "Who are you people? Why have you come here?" The Blood Queen stepped forward. "I give you two choices. Either hand over Professor Jamie, and I will leave you unharmed, or else." However, before she could finish her sentence, the Iron Club president could not hold back and charged at her. Soon after, the chief and the stainless steel chief also took the opportunity to attack from the side. But with a loud boom, the chief was left with only one arm, lying on the ground with the others. What just happened? Just then, the guards finally arrived. Facing human weaponry, the Blood Queen showed no intention of dodging. The sound of machine gun fire erupted, but the bullets could not harm the Blood Queen, not even when they hit her. The bullets hitting her eyeballs had no effect at all. At that moment, one of her subordinates suddenly raised a hand towards the guards, and with a loud boom, all the guards were instantly engulfed in flames. Meanwhile, at the 3000th underground level, Professor Jamie had already been rescued. Wasn't it supposed to explode upon touch? Why are we fine? There's a 2-second window after the power is cut. It's ridiculous to think such a defective product could hold me. Escorted by the Zombie King, they walked out of the prison. He's already so strong. Brother Faye, do we continue to make him stronger? I'm worried something might go wrong. There's no choice. There's no better vessel than him in this world. Just as they were preparing to evacuate, the Zombie King suddenly froze because the guards outside had somehow been wiped out. Who did this? Just then, the Blood Queen suddenly descended from the sky. "Greetings, Professor Jamie." This creature, which cannot even defeat Zombie's second form, is not worthy of being your vessel. Hearing this, the zombie king was taken aback and was about to step forward to teach her a lesson. Instead of wasting it on that useless creature, why not study my body? So, you're saying you're stronger than me? You think you can compare to me? You don't even qualify. If you don't believe me, come and try. As soon as the Blood Queen finished speaking, the zombie king charged at her with incredible speed. But the next second, before he could strike, the Blood Queen punched him right in the face. Those watching were stunned. They knew the strength of the zombie king, but they had not expected that he would have no chance to fight back against this woman. Then a loud boom was heard, and the zombie king was sent flying, breaking through a wall and crashing into a wall. As he came to his senses, damn it, she hits as hard as zombie did. Just then, he noticed the explosive device that was strapped to Professor Jamie and instantly dashed toward it. Since you all are so arrogant, then die, he exclaimed, and with a fierce punch, he hit the nuclear device. But just as the nuclear device was about to explode, the Blood Queen suddenly waved her hand towards it. The device, which was about to destroy everything, miraculously returned to its original state. Those watching were completely dumbfounded. The Blood Queen suddenly let go gently, and the nuclear device immediately crumpled towards the ground. Along with it, the zombie king was instantly flattened into a pancake. Those watching the fight were beyond shocked. This woman is too strong. You dare to challenge zombie with such little strength? After saying this, the Blood Queen casually lifted her hand, and the next second, she was holding the zombie king in her grip. How did zombie deal with you before? Hearing this, the zombie king was startled, then showed a look of fear, because he once again felt the same terrifying aura as zombie had. He then cried out in terror, "You and zombie are both monsters of the previous civilization." After saying this, his eyes darkened, and he was scared to death again. At that moment, the Blood Queen's gaze returned to normal, and she nonchalantly threw the zombie king's body, now like a dead pig, onto the ground. Poor zombie king was, once again, scared to death. Seeing this, the chief and the Iron Club president were dumbfounded. On the other side, Professor Jamie and the green-haired subordinate were also speechless. Respected Professor Jamie, do I now qualify to be your vessel? Hearing this, Professor Jamie first paused, then held a sinister face. Of course. Meanwhile, in H City, Violet hurriedly rushed into the city hall. Seeing this, Ago quickly stepped in front of her. "You can't go in now. Our king is in a special condition." "What special condition? Is there anything more important than my issue?" After saying this, Violet pushed the door open while shouting loudly, "Zombie, there's bad news." However, she was startled by the sight of zombie before her. "When did you change like this?" "Really? Sometimes changing the way you live can be quite interesting. Also, what were you about to say?" Upon hearing this, Violet hurriedly relayed the news of Professor Jamie's escape, but then, zombie interrupted her, saying he already knew. "How could you fools possibly stop Little Red?" Hearing this, Violet was startled. "How did you know? This just happened less than 10 minutes ago." "Because Little Red used the power of her bloodline. I knew as soon as she made a move." This left Violet completely baffled. What the heck is the power of bloodline? After that, she prepared to report this incident to the headquarters, but zombie suddenly embraced her and said, "Since you're here, don't rush off. How about we have dinner first, and tonight I can show you the night view of H City. How about that?" This made Violet's hair stand on end. "What night view? Don't think I don't know what you did to Inspector Chen that day. I don't have time to play with you right now." Violet then turned around, ready to leave H City quickly, but just as she reached the door, zombie spoke again. "Aren't you curious about how to use the bloodline power?" These words made Violet stop in her tracks. Then she turned back and asked, "You can use that bloodline power too?" Hearing this, Violet was reluctant, but in order to obtain useful information, she reluctantly agreed to the date. The scene shifts to the chief, who is being rushed to the emergency room. "Quickly call the department head, or the world will change." In order to discover the secrets of the bloodline power, Violet ultimately accepted zombie's invitation for a candlelit dinner. But just after Violet learned the method of using the bloodline power, zombie suddenly sat still and didn't move. "What should I do if I can't change back after using it? Say something." However, before she could finish speaking, zombie had already transformed into his first form. Violet instantly became angry and grabbed zombie. "Can't you finish a sentence before turning back? I gave up something so important to go on a date with you, and you only finish half your sentences. Change back now. I never said you had to accompany me. You came on this date voluntarily." This statement from zombie completely infuriated Violet, who then turned to the chef nearby and demanded, "Where are your chilies? Bring me a kilogram right now. All the chilies in the city have been confiscated." The scene shifts back to the Blood Queen, who has finally put on a set of modern clothes. At this time, Professor Jamie took them to a laboratory. "This is the first time I've seen such an abnormal body. It simply defies science. You guys aren't just messing around. Can zombies' genes really be used? Don't mess up our queen's body. Rest assured, you have to trust Professor Jamie's research. He is the smartest man in the world. We've done similar experiments before. Although your queen is not human, there shouldn't be any problem in my lab. The only thing missing now is zombies' genes." Hearing this, everyone was momentarily stunned. "You're not thinking of us going in front of zombie to pluck his hair, are you? Don't worry, I'm not stupid enough to send you to your deaths. So what should we do? Zombie won't just show up on his own." As soon as this was said, the Blood Queen sitting nearby curiously looked towards Professor Jamie. However, Professor Jamie did not speak. Instead, his assistant, the green-haired subordinate, pulled out a jar of green liquid from his clothes. "This little matter we can handle. The bottle contains zombies' genes." The group was shocked at this revelation and quickly asked the green-haired subordinate how he had obtained it. It turns out that not long ago, a girl had acquired zombies' genes, and a spy had secretly drawn a tube of blood from her. Spies can be quite useful. "Then we can start the experiment now." And so, after a few months of calm, Jean Lanchi was visiting the chief in the hospital for the second time. "Before I passed out, I asked you to send out the message. Did you do it?" "Don't worry. As soon as I got the news, I immediately sent a satellite communication, and it was marked as a red-level emergency. But you're all really useless. There were so many of you, and voice-activated nuclear bomb. How did it end up that a woman rescued him? That woman cannot be explained by science. The bomb was about to explode, yet she forcefully suppressed it." At this, Jean Lanchi's expression turned serious. "All right, it seems this matter is beyond our control. I think the department head should have received the message by now." Meanwhile, in some underground ruins, some anachronistic objects appeared. The exploration team couldn't help but exclaim in amazement. But just then, one of the team members received an urgent message and immediately stepped forward to report. "Department head, there's an urgent situation that requires your personal attention." The humans had discovered an advanced underground ancient city. Just as the department head was preparing to continue the exploration, a corpse sitting at the main gate suddenly caught their attention. Seeing this, the people showed expressions of disbelief. Could this really be an ancient human body? It looks just like us now. This person has 134 fractures throughout the body, as if crushed by some monster. The most terrifying thing is, all human tissues have been completely incinerated, which is why it has been preserved for 1,000 years. It's essentially just a shell, with no real research value. It seems like a great battle took place here. It's unexpected that even with such advanced technology, it couldn't prevent destruction. Recently, the Beyond Earth's Academy recruited a skilled president who captured Professor Jamie, but for some reason, the newly captured Professor Jamie has been rescued again, and the chief has been severely injured. Upon hearing this, the department head immediately turned around and declared he was heading back. But just then, a scientist discovered something strange and curiously touched it. The next second, the previously quiet machine suddenly began to vibrate loudly, and countless blue lasers started converging towards the door, eventually forming a human figure. Machines damaged for 1,000 years can still function. I never expected to meet a human with such strong physical form. Department head, be careful. It's just a projection. What's there to fear? I can make you even stronger, as long as you promise to defend human civilization with your life. But before it could finish, the department head interrupted. Protecting humanity has always been my duty. I just want to know why your civilization came to an end. However, the projection did not respond with words, but instead projected a strange human face above its head. It turns out that more than 1,000 years ago, the Earth was not like it is now with only 2 continents. Back then, Earth had 7 continents and 8 oceans, and there were over 100 countries. People sought to become stronger, so they integrated all resources, leading technology to reach the pinnacle of its era. The advancement in armed mechs and starships. The technological level achieved an unprecedented height. Aliens were no match at all, and as for those underground monsters, even less worth mentioning. Any one of our mech warriors could easily annihilate them. Yet such an advanced civilization was ultimately destroyed, and by a zombie, no less. Hearing this, the group was visibly shocked. They had not expected that the entity that destroyed the civilization of the last century was the seemingly dorky zombie in front of them. Seeing this, a subordinate couldn't help but step forward. Department head, isn't this guy just fooling us? The ancients would not joke about this kind of thing. And haven't you noticed that zombies have existed in this world ever since we were born? Didn't we establish all these academies to fight against the zombies? Although we've always been suppressing them, we could never completely resolve the issue. Could it be because of this zombie here? Since this zombie is so terrifying, how should we deal with him? My time is running short. The civilization of our time was too focused on the development of technology, whereas your generation has taken a completely different path. It turns out that cultivating the physical body can also reach such heights. As soon as he finished speaking, the door behind him suddenly started spinning, and a golden arm appeared before everyone. The projection declared that this arm was the pinnacle of technological achievement at that time. After saying this, the figure began to flicker and crackle, clearly running out of time. Just at the last moment before disappearing, no matter what kind of races appear in the world, only zombies are our greatest enemy to humanity. Seeing the mysterious golden arm before him, the department head quickly instructed his subordinates to store it away. He saluted the now gone projection. Rest assured, predecessor, we will protect this world from now on. Let's go. The equipment here is no longer of any use. Are we going to look for the guy in the video now? The department head retreating to the outside. Let's deal with Professor Jamie first. After all, the world is so big and there are so many zombies. It would be like finding a needle in a haystack to look for that one. Meanwhile, in H City, Violet also received news that the department head was returning. The department head is coming back. He called everyone for a meeting, and you should go too. Hearing this, Zombie was momentarily stunned. Who is the department head? Why do I have to go to a meeting? meeting. At that moment, in a certain laboratory, Professor Jamie muttered to a petri dish, "It's done, finally succeeded. The greatest research in history is about to be born." However, while Professor Jamie was still immersed in his joy, Lan Ling, hiding on the side and holding a coin, couldn't help but complain, living a life of hiding here and there, and now we're almost too poor to afford food. Thinking of this, Lan Ling could not help shed 2 lines of sad tears. Just then, a subordinate leaned in. "Don't be down, brother Lan Ling. We are noble vampires after all. Why not start some side business to make some extra money?" "What kind of side occupation can we do?" "Robbing a bank. I noticed a bank on my way here with slow-working staff and sluggish movements. With our skills, we could resolve the fight within 10 seconds. As long as we move fast, they won't be able to catch us. Once we have money, we won't have to live such miserable lives anymore." The more Lan Ling thought about it, the more excited he got. "All right." Soon, a subordinate walked into the office and reported, "Department head, all the presidents have arrived, and we can start the meeting now." Hearing this, the department head quickly put on his helmet and then followed the convoy to head for headquarters. However, just as Zombie was arriving in Guangzhou City for the meeting, his hometown H-City was targeted by a few mysterious individuals. Lan Ling crouched on the street. Why hasn't it started yet? No sooner had he finished speaking than a van pulled up in front of him. Seeing this, Lan Ling hurriedly called his subordinates to get in the van and then grab the equipment. "Is everything ready? We must ensure it goes flawlessly." At that moment, a subordinate leaned in. "Don't worry, I've already scoped out the place, and this is the time when there are the fewest people around. Remember, we are professionals at robbing banks." After saying this, the group grabbed their equipment and rushed towards Zombie People's Bank. Meanwhile, in the finance department, Blackie, holding a cup of coffee, asked, "Have the financial statements for the past 2 months come out yet?" The total income for H-City over the last 2 months amounted to $435.6 billion. "Go through the accounts again. As the king's most trusted subordinate, I must ensure there are no discrepancies in H-City's finances." But just as he finished speaking, thick smoke began to rise from Zombie People's Bank not far away. It turned out that Lan Ling had finished the robbery and was now feeling in a van. When Blackie heard this news, he was momentarily stunned. Who dares to rob in H-City? At that moment, in front of a 5-star hotel, Lan Ling was laughing loudly in the car. "We finally have money." But just then, an angry voice suddenly rang out from behind him. Lan Ling quickly looked back through the car window, and upon seeing Blackie, he shivered in fear. "Oh no, it can't be him." Then he returned to the car and asked, "You damn fool, which bank did you rob?" "I don't know, I can't read. It seems we robbed Zombie People's Bank." Hearing these words, Lan Ling immediately felt like dying. Then he cautiously peered out the car window again. This glance was so frightening that Lan Ling's face twisted in horror. When Lan Ling saw that it was Blackie chasing them, he was startled and immediately urged his accomplice, "Drive faster. That guy is Zombie's most mysterious subordinate, recruited in the year 800. But before he could finish speaking, Blackie had already leaped into the air and with a bang, his punch hit a skyscraper. In the next second, cars within hundreds of kilometers began to float. Seeing this, Lan Ling and his gang were stunned. This is too exaggerated. But before they could think further, Blackie's gaze had already locked on them. Knowing they couldn't escape, Lan Ling flipped onto the roof of the car. "You guys go back and report to the queen. I'll hold him off." Lan Ling then tried to provoke Blackie. "We're both stewards. I want to see how stronger you can be." But before he could finish, Blackie had already punched him fiercely. "You think you can compare to me? You're not even in my league." Blackie then punched him so hard he flew away. The other 2 accomplices were stunned. How can even Zombie subordinates be so strong? Meanwhile, in the headquarters hall, city chiefs and presidents from various places had all gathered. Just then, the department head finally arrived. "Hello everyone, I've fully understood the matter about Professor Jamie's escape. But before that, I have something to show you all." He then instructed his subordinate to bring out the golden arm from the ancient city. Seeing this, everyone looked puzzled. "This arm was something I stumbled upon in the ancient city. It represents the pinnacle of ancient technology." As soon as he said this, everyone present was shocked. "With ancient technology, couldn't we easily handle Professor Jamie and that strange woman? We don't need ancient technology to deal with them. I have someone else in mind to confront. According to the ancients, there is a terrifying monster on our planet, and it was this monster that wiped out the ancient civilization." Hearing this, the Iron Club president was momentarily stunned. "Department head, are you serious? What kind of monster could exterminate an advanced ancient civilization?" Just as the department head was about to earnestly explain how dangerous this monster was, Zombie approached him, looking thoughtfully at the arm. "Why does this thing look so familiar to me? So where might this monster be?" The department head admitted he wasn't sure. The ancients had only shared an image of the monster before they completely vanished. Just then, Zombie looked up. "So, how are we supposed to use this golden gauntlet?" "This device is simple to use. Just wear it on your hand and press the button in the middle. So, we need to find this monster quickly and eliminate it once and for all." Upon hearing this, Zombie immediately agreed. "I'll definitely help." But at that moment, the department head felt as if he had forgotten something and quickly scrutinized Zombie again. This blatant scrutiny made Zombie somewhat embarrassed. Damn it. He then hurriedly reached for the golden gauntlet in the center of the room. This action left everyone present with puzzled expressions. But before they could think further, a figure suddenly flew towards the building they were in from a distance. With a loud bang, the figure blasted a hole through a building and continued hurtling towards the conference hall. As the dust settled, it turned out to be Lam Ling, who had been punched away by Blackie. Seeing this, Violet and Zhang Lanqi were completely bewildered. However, at that moment, another figure shot from the sky, landing with a thud. It turned out to be Blackie in pursuit. Seeing Lam Ling, who he had knocked into the building, Blackie still felt unsatisfied. "Your Majesty, save me." At this, Violet noticed Blackie outside. "Isn't that Zombie's underling? What's he doing here all of a sudden?" Hearing this, Zombie was taken aback. Why has Blackie suddenly become so reckless? Just then, one of the department head's aides reported, "Attention, the individual outside is not human, but a zombie." Seeing a zombie and still daring to strut in here, the presidents, who are the pinnacle of human combat power, couldn't hold back any longer and at all jumped onto Blackie to attack. "Damn zombie, you know where you are? You're too arrogant." Before the Iron Club president could finish speaking, Blackie kicked him in the mouth and then punched the chief, who was still recovering from injuries, next to him. In an instant, both were sent flying by Blackie. Seeing this, Dawn and Violet were stunned. Why do we always encounter characters of this level? It makes us humans look so useless. Just then, Blackie in the air suddenly released a large amount of black particles. "You dare to obstruct my work. What the hell is this?" Violet, standing behind, also shouted in horror, "Don't touch these black substances." However, just as everyone was unsure what to do, Zombie flashed in front of Blackie. With a bang, Blackie took a solid punch from Zombie. With his punch, Blackie immediately lost the ability to fight. Not only that, the powerful force of the punch even sent Violet and the others flying back. Seeing this, the subordinates were astonished. "Department head, this new president is too powerful." However, hearing this, the department head nervously put on the golden glove. "I didn't expect this guy to be so terrifying. It seems the ancients really didn't lie." Just then, Zombie dragged Blackie to the rooftop nearby. Realizing what was happening, Blackie was confused. "Your Majesty, why are you here too? You can't kill these humans yet. After all, they gave us this city." But before he could finish, a black dot suddenly appeared in the sky. The next second, this dot turned into an unnatural total solar eclipse. Seeing this, everyone showed expressions of disbelief. The entire world turned pitch black. This unusual phenomenon caused panic among the people. Soon after, another figure appeared in the sky. It was the fully evolved Blood Queen. At that moment, the department head, who had activated the golden glove, also noticed the anomaly in the sky. "It's that woman. She kidnapped Professor Jamie." The Blood Queen in the sky chuckled. "Zombie, come out. I am invincible now." Several figures suddenly appeared nearby. Seeing the newcomers, Lam Ling cried out in distress, "Someone please help me." But the Blood Queen's subordinates had just charged into the conference hall when they were suddenly blown away by the department head with a bang. The two subordinates received their final dues, crashing into separate buildings far away. "I advise you not to meddle. There's going to be a big fight here. Get the civilians out quickly." The department head immediately swung a punch at the Blood Queen, but the punch was avoided. "The mere ant dares to strike at me." At this moment, the Blood Queen was completely furious. She kicked the department head on the chin with her long legs. Seeing this, Violet and the others were completely shocked. This woman is so powerful. It seems even the department head is no match for her. On the other side, Blackie also watched the battle in the sky. "Your Majesty, it looks like they have started fighting." But Zombie simply extended his hand. "Let them fight their fight. It's none of our business." In the instant they clashed, the Blood Queen kicked him away, followed by a loud boom that echoed around. But when the smoke cleared, the department head was unharmed. At that time, the eclipse in the sky also gradually dissipated. "I'll deal with you first, before I get rid of Zombie." Big talk for a mere human. Thinking you can take on Zombie? Hearing this, Violet and the others were taken aback. Why does back to Zombie again? Just then, the department head suddenly activated the golden glove. Energy began to gather towards the center of the glove. Seeing this, the Blood Queen was not at all flustered. Instead, she dashed towards him with great speed. Soon, two figures flew towards each other like arrows. Just as they were about to clash, the Blood Queen clenched her fist in haste, while the department head focused all his power into his golden arm. Then came a loud boom. At the center of the explosion, with a crack, the ancient golden glove was crumpled like a tin can. The department head was then blasted into a tall building with great force. However, the department head was still hanging on. Seeing this, the Blood Queen couldn't help but frown. At this time, the department head, holding his broken arm with the crumpled golden glove, couldn't help but complain. "What a piece of junk ancient technology. I might as well do it myself. In nearly 1,000 years, you are the strongest human I have encountered. Had you been born 1,000 years ago, it's uncertain who would have died. Unfortunately, you are no match for me now." The Blood Queen instantly appeared in front of the department head, but just as she was about to deliver a deadly blow, at that moment, Violet suddenly appeared behind her. With her blade ready to strike, a terrifying red aura surrounded her. The Blood Queen hastily dodged the attack. This terrifying strike left the Blood Queen in disbelief. Violet rested the sword on her shoulder. "Your opponent is me." Seeing this, Zhang Lanqi was shocked. "Oh my god, how did Violet suddenly become like this?" On the other side, Dawn also instantly transformed, swiftly capturing the Blood Queen's subordinate. it. This scene left the department head in disbelief, as he had not expected Violet's strength to suddenly increase so much. On the other side, Zhang Lanqi and others were completely stunned. Don't underestimate us. She broke free from Dawn's grasp and created distance by flipping backwards. This move left Dawn momentarily stunned, not expecting her to escape from her hands. You think you can trap me? Don't treat me like a weakling. Really? Then I'd like to see what you're made of. The vampire sister then rushed towards her, but before she could strike, she was kicked in the chin by Dawn. Then she bent down to gather strength and rushed towards the vampire sister in the air. Dawn caught the vampire sister with another punch to the face. Seeing this, Zhang Lanqi and the others were shocked. When did Dawn become so strong? After landing, the vampire sister quickly flipped over, and with the blood in her hand, she created countless clones in the air. But before she could act, she was kicked again by Dawn. At this point, the vampire sister was speechless. Is this person even human? Meanwhile, on the other side, the Blood Queen quickly swiped forward. Seeing this, Violet hurriedly drew her own sword. The next second, the city of technology behind her was split in two. Was Violet always this strong? At that moment, the Blood Queen sneered, so you've been enhanced too, but I don't have the time to waste on you. Go bring Zombie out to me. With that, she activated her bloodline power. Instantly, a terrifying aura burst forth from her body. However, Violet showed no intention of backing down. I know I'm no match for you, but if you think that's all it takes to challenge Zombie, then I'd advise you to forget it. Hearing this, the Blood Queen was momentarily stunned, but before she could ponder further, Violet suddenly covered her face and burst into laughter. Let me show you something fun. The second form. After saying this, the skin on Violet's face began to crack and crumble away. Seeing this, Zhang Lanqi and the chief were dumbfounded. What is she preparing to do? Violet suddenly roared towards the sky. The next second, countless waves of purple energy radiated outward from her. This terrifying energy nearly blew away the chief and others, and even the Blood Queen was in disbelief. All because, at that moment, Violet had transformed into another form, not only growing a pair of sharp horns on her forehead, even her facial features had turned into those of a demon's skull. Is she still human? How did she turn into this terrifying form? The Blood Queen, also in disbelief. You've mastered the bloodline power too. Downstairs, Zombie, who was watching, was speechless. On the other side, Dawn was also stunned. The Blood Queen was infuriated. She started mumbling in anger. Are you contemplating your life? I feel like there's no need for useless words between us. As soon as Violet's words fell, the Blood Queen jumped above her. However, facing her sudden attack, Violet was unfazed. As the Blood Queen was about to strike down with her weapon, Violet quickly drew her sword. The moment the blade was unsheathed, Violet used her own blood to enhance it. With the upgraded red blade swung out, the Blood Queen was instantly sliced in half. Following that, Violet accelerated in an instant. The next second, countless slashes appeared on the Blood Queen's body, and the slashes were so fine it even cut her cells into pieces. The Blood Queen was cut into nothingness. Everyone was stunned by Violet's display of power. When the aide reported that Violet had destroyed every cell in the Blood Queen's body, the chief suddenly shouted in horror, "Impossible. This is totally against reason." Hearing this, Zhang Lanqi furrowed her brow, deep in thought. As for the department head, the pinnacle of human combat power, he had no words. Despite this, Violet showed no sign of relaxation. She looked back into the sky. I know you're not this frail. Could it be you are planning a sneak attack? Clumps of blood in the sky started to converge and condense. Flesh and blood started to reassemble. It wasn't long before the Blood Queen reappeared unharmed in front of everyone. Seeing this, both the chief and Iron Club president were dumbfounded. Are they even human? Red is getting serious now. Saying that, he and Blackie decided to change their location. At this point, Violet still spoke nonchalantly. Dimwit told me you are a millennium-old monster, and truly, you cannot be judged with normal logic. Hearing this, the department head was momentarily stunned, but just as he was about to react, the golden glove in his hand, which had already deformed, suddenly started to react. On the other side, Zombie with Blackie had already reached the best spot to watch the battle. At that moment, the Blood Queen raised her hand, and the next second, the previously clear sky instantly turned cloudy. Violet was not at all panicked. She even posed in an attacking stance. We're not done yet. Violet whooshed up to the sky. Seeing this, the Blood Queen quickly drew her blood sword, and the next second, a high-rise building was sliced into a dozen pieces. Those sliced buildings were headed straight towards Violet, but facing the rapidly approaching debris, Violet simply raised her hand, and the giant obstacle was sliced in half. Just then, the Blood Queen suddenly appeared in front of her, taking Violet by surprise and punching her in the face. Violet no longer held back her strength, gathering all her power and swinging at the Blood Queen. The next second, the immense blade energy actually split the city in two. Seeing this, Zhang Lanqi and another were so frightened that their style of drawing changed, and even Zombie couldn't help but be amazed. Despite this, the Blood Queen was not injured at all. She's still not dead? Meanwhile, the department head was currently facing a big problem. The golden glove he was wearing could not be taken off. Just then, Violet landed on the side of a building, but before she could steady herself, the Blood Queen charged at her and kicked her in the chin. Don't think that activating your second form is something special. In front of me, you are nothing. At that moment, moment, the Blood Queen raised her hand to gather a burst of energy. In the next second, Violet crashed into a skyscraper. Then her long sword was hurled into her, pinning her to the building. Zhang Wanqi and others were beyond shocked. However, as the two of them fought back and forth, something strange happened to the department head on the other side. What the hell is wrong with this glove? While the department head was confused, some golden energy suddenly appeared in his blood, followed by a voice in his mind. Your body, I'll be borrowing it. This voice was that of the ancient person from the ancient ruins. Meanwhile, Violet, who had been knocked out, finally came to. She pulled the long sword out of her chest. I may not be able to stop you, but what can you really do to me? Seeing Violet's monstrous power level, Zhang Wanqi grabbed Zombie's clothes and shook him around. I want to become like them too, but Zombie declined her, claiming it was too violent. However, just then, a loud boom suddenly came from afar, causing everyone present to be momentarily stunned. What was that sound? The chief looked up at the sky with a face full of terror. It turned out that at this moment, enormous mechanical limbs had appeared in the sky, accompanied by a terrifying laughter. I have finally revived. With a booming sound, a giant mechanical foot stomped down and flattened a city, leaving the people inside dumbfounded. Just as everyone was still trying to comprehend, another loud boom occurred, and the building Zombie was on was reduced to rubble. Seeing this, Zombie hurriedly bounced around the ruins, saving the presidents who couldn't evacuate in time. But just after he threw everyone out, the mecha in the sky suddenly reached out to grab him. Once it had Zombie in its grip, the mecha quickly clenched its fist. However, at that moment, the Blood Queen suddenly flashed in, and Violet hurriedly followed her. Unexpectedly, the two of them whooshed onto the top of the mecha's head. The department head started to regain consciousness. What exactly are you trying to do? Sorry, Junior, for the sake of a better future for humanity, I have no choice but to sacrifice you. As his words fell, a brand new mecha battle suit covered his body. Seeing this, the chief couldn't help but break out in cold sweat, and the stainless steel chief was so frightened he couldn't even speak. Just then, Violet on top suddenly noticed something in the mecha's hand. It turned out that Zombie was currently being held in its grip. Seeing this, the Blood Queen and Violet hurriedly charged at the ancient being, but their combined attack was easily neutralized by the ancient being. With a whoosh, they were both bound by the ancient being. Just the study of Zombie's genes has taken us several centuries, and you two women use it as a stimulant. How superficial. At that moment, under the pressure of the mecha, Zombie activated his second form. With Zombie performing a 360-degree spin on the spot, the mecha's fingers also started to rotate, and it even affected its entire mechanical arm. Seizing this opportunity, Zombie jumped up, aiming to smash its head. But with a boom, the mecha's other arm smacked him down. From a distance, the ancient person spread his arms. 1,000 years. Finally, the day has come. Watching Zombie struggling, the ancient person was thrilled. What are you waiting for? Show your ultimate form. As soon as his words fell, Zombie slowly opened those seemingly harmless eyes. Zombie had activated his third form. With a boom, the mechanical arm was instantly flung away by Zombie. Seeing this, the Blood Queen's eyes widened, but the ancient mecha showed no sign of fear. Are you looking down on me, you damnable monster? Zombie did not have any words to say to the ancient being. At this moment, Zhang Wanqi, watching from the ground, was dumbfounded. What the hell is all this? Then Zombie suddenly accelerated, whooshing towards the top of the mecha's head. Seeing this, the ancient person coldly snorted. The hatch of the mecha slowly opened, and rows of robots began to emerge. Is this ancient technology? At this moment, the chief and Iron Club president were so frightened they dared not breathe. However, these seemingly strong robots were like paper in front of Zombie. With a tearing sound, the robot was instantly ripped in half by Zombie. As more and more robots appeared, Zombie clenched his fist to gather strength, and then with a loud bang, those robots were instantly turned into scrap metal by Zombie. At that moment, the ancient being tapped his fist. Why are you not using your full strength? Are you still looking down on me? Right after his words fell, several giant mechas emerged from rifts in space. Isn't that too exaggerated? I saw it on the last night before the end. This is not your true form. These words made Zombie pause, but before he could think deeply, the giant mecha charged its fist at him with a boom. The wind pressure from the giant punch destroyed half of the city, while Zombie was blasted all the way to the moon. Although the blow dazed him, it did not cause him any harm. At that moment, the department head inside the ancient being suddenly became defiant. Look at the mess you've made. Is this the outcome you wanted? Shut up. I must eliminate Zombie this time. Then he teleported the giant mecha to the moon. At this moment, people like Zhang Wanqi on the ground were beyond shocked. Zombie suddenly dodged to the side, avoiding an attack by the giant mecha, then jumped on the spot and appeared in front of the mecha. Seeing this from Earth, the chief exclaimed in awe. At that moment, Zombie suddenly bent in the air to gather strength, and the next second, he fiercely punched the mecha in the eye. With a series of bangs, the ancient mecha immediately collapsed on the moon. At this moment on the Earth's atmosphere, the ancient being was also in shock. I've reviewed Zombie's records. Not only has he managed H City exceptionally well, but he has also generated hundreds of billions in tax revenue for us, and on several occasions, he has helped humanity more than once. I want to know, why can't we coexist with him? Shut up. He looked up at the moon. Don't we also wish for peaceful coexistence? But look at his current state. Does he look like he can coexist peacefully? Originally, Suddenly, zombies were supposed to be just a weak group, but somehow, this guy popped up, and now the fate of our human race depends entirely on his mood. Do you think we can allow such a creature to exist in the world? Therefore, if he's not one of us, he must be annihilated. As soon as his words fell, the mechas in space began to reassemble again. The ancient mecha not only successfully restored its original state, but also acquired a glowing long sword in its hand. Divine punishment. The next second, all the mechas in space began to move. The moon was simultaneously pierced from multiple locations. Then a great surge of energy was blasted towards Zombie. Despite this, Zombie was unharmed and even scoffed disdainfully. Sometimes, bigger isn't necessarily stronger. Hearing this, the ancient being immediately felt a great sense of crisis. But before he could react, Zombie suddenly raised his hand and snapped his fingers loudly. In the next second, all the ancient mechas shattered in response, and even the entire moon trembled. Such a terrifying sense of oppression made Zhang Lanqi very uneasy. This place is no longer safe. Quickly evacuate the nearby citizens from here. Back to the action. Zombie was in front of the ancient being, and then came a powerful punch that smashed into the ancient being's face. The powerful force immediately knocked him into the deep sea. But it didn't end there. Zombie then plunged his hands into the ground. Meanwhile, the presidents in the city were evacuating the citizens. Just as Zhang Lanqi, holding a baby, was preparing to evacuate, the ground beneath her suddenly trembled. It turned out that Zombie was ripping apart the earth with his hands. Seeing this, everyone showed expressions of fear. With a crack, the area in front of Zombie instantly split open, and immediately everyone felt like an earthquake. Zombie exerted great force. In the next second, the ground around him was forcefully torn apart. Instantly, a great fissure going to the horizon appeared in the center of the city, and seeing this, the chief was stunned, and Zhang Lanqi accidentally fell into the fissure. Despite this, the fissure continued to extend, and even the sea was split in two. On the other side, Iron Club president hurriedly saved Zhang Lanqi. However, at this moment, Zhang Lanqi witnessed an unbelievable scene. The ancient being who had been smashed into the sea suddenly was revealed. In the next second, Zombie punched him, smashing him into a mountain. Junior, this is the destructive power of Zombie. However, before he could finish speaking, a tsunami suddenly arose from the sea, revealing the fourth form of Zombie. Seeing this, the department head was shocked. What kind of creature is this guy? Violet was also confused. How can Zombie transform again? The Blood Queen beside them could not believe it. How have I never seen this before? Yes, the face I saw before everything was destroyed. He then accelerated and flew into the sky. Watching Zombie, now fully unleashed, Blackie suddenly cried out in horror. It's over, it's over. That ancient being is doomed, and rushed away to find safety. The ancient being in the sky laughed loudly. I have waited 1,000 years for this battle. But before he could finish, Zombie suddenly raised his hand, and the next second, the ancient being's armor instantly shattered. Zombie clenched his fist, and the ancient being was crushed into a ball. Just then, a beam of energy shot straight into the sky, instantly turning the ancient being into scrap metal. With the ancient being's control gone, the department head was finally freed from his shackles, though by then his life was nearly spent. The department head is going to die. But just then, Zombie snapped his fingers at the department head, and the next second, his cells began to regenerate. Seeing this, the chiefs were dumbfounded, and the Blood Queen beside them was in disbelief. Violet also widened her eyes. It can even be like this. At that moment, the department head suddenly came to from his unconscious state. When he looked at Zombie, who had acted to save him, he finally understood why the ancient being was desperate to kill him. It was because Zombie was too powerful, a kind of power that was deeply terrifying. The onlookers on the ground were beyond shocked. Just then, Violet suddenly appeared in front of Zombie. It's Violet. How's it going? Is the bloodline power useful? Zombie now back to his original form. Useful my ass. Look at what you've done. We don't even have a home anymore. It turns out, Zombie tore the earth with his bare hands, instantly splitting the ground, and due to this event, even caused the southern continent to shift over by 130 kilometers. Just like that, 2 months quickly passed. Since humans had evacuated before the battle, they weren't greatly harmed. However, the reconstruction of their homes was entirely left to Zombie's citizens. In the office at this moment, the department head was looking at the data in front of him and fell into deep thought. The documents displayed the complete data of Zombie from his first to his fourth form. Inspector Chen walked in with a cup of coffee. Department head, did you need me for something? You mentioned your last visit to H City. How about this? Go buy some eggs later, and then we'll pay a visit to the new president of H City. Meanwhile, on the other side, the Blood Tribe's new city was also gradually starting construction, and Lan Ling was in charge of this project. Brother Lan Ling, where did you get the money for this? Hearing this, Lan Ling broke out in a cold sweat. It turned out all his money was loaned to him by Blackie. The king had said it's better to lend them money directly rather than letting them rob banks and cause trouble. According to the 20% interest rate, they would need to work for us for at least 300 years to pay it off. Truly, a dreadful capitalist. As for the Blood Queen, at this moment, she was essentially scared into seclusion by Zombie. She hadn't expected Zombie to have a fourth form, and doubted she could ever defeat him in this lifetime. She would unwillingly shed tears as she mourns her chances at defeating him. And so, Zombie's wish for zombies and humans to coexist was finally realized. But what he didn't know was, deep within an underground city left by an ancient civilization, a man suddenly approached the corpse of the ancient being. Unexpectedly, this person was the long-missing Professor Jamie. Zombie, just you wait. As long as I'm not dead, I will never give up. On the other side, the doorbell rang. Zombie quickly opened the door. Who is it? Unexpectedly, it was Violet, who had come early in the morning to hurry him to work. Soon after, Zombie arrived at the Beyonders Academy. At that moment in the gymnasium, seeing that it was about time, Zhang Lanqi waved her hand. Next, please welcome our new chief, Zombie, to say a few words. As her voice fell, the students in the hall greeted Zombie. Hello, chief. Looking at the neatly arranged freshman before him, Zombie was also a bit dazed, and then touched his bald head awkwardly. Good morning everyone. You should be hungry. I brought some eggs. President, so you've been replaced. No choice. Who says I can beat him? Meanwhile, in the department head's office, Inspector Chen suddenly rushed in. This is getting serious. Saying this, she handed a cell phone to the department head. The president is calling. Hearing this, the department head was immediately startled. The department head was about to bring a gift to Zombie when he received a call from the president. Unexpectedly, the revival of the ancient being was already known worldwide. Inspector Chen was surprised. We haven't told anyone though. How could such a big event be kept secret? The exchange meeting is about to start. There are too many things happening at once. By the way, how are the eggs I asked you to buy? Hearing this, Inspector Chen hurriedly lifted 2 bags. Here they are. With that, the department head personally brought the gifts to Zombie's doorstep. Since he had made him the chief, assigning him to a duty should not be a problem. The department head rang Zombie's doorbell, but the door was opened by Violet. What surprised him most was that Violet was dressed in a beautiful maid outfit. Seeing this, the department head was momentarily stunned. Violet, what's going on here? It's not what you think. Isn't that the department head? At this moment, the department head was completely speechless. The both of you are playing like this. Even though Zombie got promoted, this is too brazen. At that moment, Zhang Lanqi only just realized her current situation. Department head, you've got it wrong. However, the department head didn't want to hear their explanations and turned around, ready to leave. Zhang Lanqi and Violet quickly stepped in front of him. We're just here to celebrate Zombie's promotion. You celebrate by dressing up like this? I've never seen you wear such outfits. But before he could finish, he noticed that Dawn was also in the room, with the former chief playing a card game with Zombie. The Iron Club president then made a party popper explode with a bang. At this moment, the department head was speechless. These people were just too outrageous. Just then, various fruits and vegetables were thrown into the air, and with expert slashing technique, it turned out to be Iron Club president demonstrating his knife skills. He was holding 2 plates of sushi prepared for Zombie, but suddenly he noticed a familiar figure standing at the door and immediately expressed in horror, I did all this because Zombie forced me. Fortunately, by this time, the department head was completely numb. He cleared his throat and announced, since everyone is here, I'll save the trouble of calling a meeting. There's something very important that we need to discuss. At this point, everyone was now sitting around a table. Aren't you the boss of the humans? Hearing this, the department head hastily explained that he was not. Actually, I'm just in charge of this province. As he prepared to remove his face shield, Zombie and the others looked on in anticipation, but the department head only revealed half of his face. Our planet only has 2 continents and only 2 countries. One is country A and the other is country B. The department head then continued to explain the history of the countries and the relationship between them, mentioning an exchange meeting that occurs for peace, but mainly for displaying military might. Hearing this, Zombie was immediately taken aback. So what is this exchange meeting? It's like a school sports day, or you could think of it as a military exercise. But every time, country B wins the competition. That sounds pointless. In the last round, there was a zombie elimination event, and one of their provinces eradicated more than 8 million zombies. Their strength is many times greater than ours. This statement sent a chill down Zombie's back. As our chief, this competition is going to rely on you. At this moment, Zombie was completely speechless. This girl still believes I'm a human. Fortunately, at this time, the department head interjected to relieve the tension. Don't worry, this time we are the ones that are managing the events. There won't be a zombie fighting event again. Meanwhile, on the other side of the earth, 2 tall and beautiful women walked into an office. At that time, the leader of Country B threw a document on the table and said, take a look for yourselves. This is a photo sent from Country A. Hearing this, the 2 women quickly picked up the photo from the table and examined it closely. When they saw that the moon had been pierced by a mecha, they were shocked. According to intelligence, it is very likely that Country A has acquired the technology of the ancient people. Next month, the president of Country A will visit our country. You 2 are my most capable subordinates, so I called you here to personally investigate this matter. As for your sister joining the rebellion, there is significant concern from the king. If you complete this task well, I will naturally plead on your behalf. Understood, Lord Prime Minister. In a mysterious laboratory, Professor Jamie was watching an experiment with a serious expression. Component number 1 is fully powered. As his voice fell, other staff also indicated they were ready. They were planning to revive the ancient person. Brother Fei, we can start now. But this ancient person has been dead for 1,000 years. Can we really revive him? Don't worry, there's nothing in biology I can't can achieve. Let's start. Upon his order, a subordinate immediately switched the experiment circuit breaker. With a loud bang, the entire laboratory was engulfed in a bright light. If we really can revive that ancient person, then it will be a real miracle. As the intense electricity continuously crackled over the body of the ancient being, in just a short while, suddenly, thick white smoke billowed out in the laboratory, and everyone was extremely nervous. After all, reviving a person was something they had never done before. Just then, the ancient being in the laboratory suddenly coughed. Seeing this, the green-haired subordinate was overjoyed. Fantastic, we did it. But as the white smoke slowly dissipated, what appeared was a bald, greasy middle-aged man. At this, the green-haired subordinate exploded. No way, did we get the program wrong? Where's the ancient being? The super cool mecha warrior? How did it turn into this? Saying this, the green-haired subordinate dashed into the laboratory. Tell me, where did the ancient being go? And who are you exactly? Why is the ancient being gone? Hearing this, the middle-aged man said with a wronged expression, I am the ancient being. You're lying. The ancient being we saw before was so handsome. Look at yourself. How can you compare? I'm an engineer. I don't know how to fight, so I designed a suit of armor for myself. What's wrong? Is there a problem with making myself look a bit cooler? Hearing this, Professor Jamie was speechless, realizing that after all this effort, they had only revived an engineer. But just as he was about to turn away and leave, the engineer inside suddenly spoke up. You and I are the same kind of people. How about it? Don't you want to talk to me? Go ahead. What do you want to talk about? Don't waste my time. I know we started from different points, but our goals are the same, so we can cooperate. Cooperate on what? You've already been defeated by zombie. I thought you might be a vessel stronger than a vampire, but it turned out to be a waste of my time. You should give up on your idea. We have studied zombies' genes for thousands of years, and your method simply won't work. What's scary about zombie is not his strength, but his capability of powering up endlessly. As of today, we are the two smartest people in this world. You have your expertise in biology and control over zombies' genes, and I possess unparalleled engineering. We can create a new zombie. At this, Professor Jamie and the others were startled. What do you think? Hearing this, Professor Jamie pushed up his glasses and stepped forward. Very well. I hope we can work well together. Meanwhile, Violet screamed in horror on the other side. You actually let this guy be the president's bodyguard. Violet accused that zombie could kill the president, and all he could do was point at himself in confusion. I have no choice. It's not peaceful in Country B, and they know about the ancient being, so I'm afraid it might be very dangerous for the president. With that statement, Violet and Jean Lanchi found themselves unable to refute. After all, zombie was probably the only one capable of ensuring the president's safety. The department head stood up. Since there are no objections, then it's decided. Zombie, haven't you always wanted to enter the upper echelons of humanity? One word from the president, and no one will dare to question your identity anymore. However, your identity must remain hidden for now, as having a zombie in a government position would be quite explosive historically. Lastly, I want to say that from today, all the academy presidents in Guangzhou province will be under your command. To be safe, you can also bring 2 trusted aides with you. Don't disgrace Guangzhou province on this trip to Country B. With that, Zombie left the meeting and returned to H City. At this moment, in the city government office, Blackie and other subordinates had gathered. The department head has ordered me to serve as the president's bodyguard. Who among you wants to come with me? There's too much work in finance. I can't leave. Ago also hesitantly stated that he needed to maintain public order in H City and had no time. Only Ah Lang and Fur eagerly agreed, as they had long been bored of staying in H City. Unexpectedly, once they were outside, the boss tied them up again like pets. At this moment, Fur and Ah Lang were speechless. Just then, Violet and Jean Lanchi walked over. Seeing Fur and Ah Lang lying on the ground, Jean Lanchi immediately exclaimed with shining eyes, "What cute little dogs." Saying this, she squatted in front of Fur intending to pet him. But at that moment, Fur suddenly roared, "If your hand touches me, I'll bite you to death." This sudden change scared Jean Lanchi. They are zombie subordinates, not some little dogs. She then turned to Zombie. "Come with me. The president wants to see you." In no time, Zombie left under Violet's guidance. Upon arriving in a conference hall, it was already filled with professionals sent from various provinces. When they saw Zombie and others enter, one masked man immediately came forward and scoffed. "Has Guangzhou province run out of people? Sending a nobody like this? Where's the previous chief? I could take on 10 of you by myself." However, before he could finish, Zombie's fist had already landed on his face. With a bang, the man was smashed into a nearby wall. "What were you saying?" At this moment, the people in the hall showed expressions of disbelief. This newcomer from Guangzhou province was incredibly strong. Soon after, Zombie was called into the president's office. Zombie was very nervous, as this was his first time being a bodyguard. The department head from Guangzhou said, "You are very strong, fully capable of being a bodyguard, but I still want to ask, in case of danger, how would you protect me?" Hearing this, Zombie scratched his head. "Danger doesn't really exist for me." The president laughed. "Very good, worthy of being the man chosen by the department head of Guangzhou. I trust you." Just now, in a ruined city in Country B, a tall, beautiful woman was seen waiting for something. Suddenly, a big zombie over 2 meters tall wearing a mask approached her. "Boss, this is the equipment you wanted. The zombie army is also ready." "Very good, Ashi. Thank you for your hard work." She then emerged from the ruins. Seeing this, several subordinate zombies hurriedly followed. Soon, the woman reached the front of the zombie legion and shouted, "Brothers, do you know why humans always fight endlessly? I think humans are selfish creatures. You must have heard that the president of country A is coming here for a visit soon, and our mission is to assassinate him. A lot of people ask me why we do this, but this is just humans reaping what they sow." Although zombies did cause trouble at the outbreak, they are negligible in front of human technology. They continue to develop weapons and have military exercises where they eradicate zombies, but this is actually just an excuse for infighting between countries A and B, and they keep hiding the fact that zombies are also conscious. Because of the war, many kind humans were scattered by their artillery, and countless of our conscious zombies have been killed in cold blood. In reality, humans and zombies could have coexisted all this time. Usurp country A and B, unify the world. Hearing this, the members of the rebellion excitedly raised their hands, shouting to coexistence. Meanwhile, Zombie is leisurely drinking afternoon tea while they are on a private jet on the way to country B. The scene shifts back to country B, where at the airport, reporters have already started a global broadcast, all because this exchange meeting has become the focus of the entire world. Soon, a special plane flew over the city. "Don't let anything happen to the president of country A after he lands." "Are you saying sister might take action now?" "I'm just guessing, but knowing her personality, I think she would even blow up the plane if she could." Meanwhile, on the bustling street, a suspicious human was with a big figure. "Everything is arranged. We will send the president of country A to the afterlife." However, before he could finish his sentence, a masked zombie next to him suddenly started convulsing, then uncontrollably collapsed to his knees. "What's wrong with you? This is no time for jokes." Ashi heard this, but did not respond. Instead, he suddenly looked up at the plane above, as he seemed to sense something both familiar and terrifying on board. Just then, the private jet of the president of country A finally arrived at the airport, and officials and reporters from country B quickly gathered around. Suddenly, the plane's doors slowly opened, but the person who stepped out was not the president of country A, but Zombie, wearing a suit and tie for the first time. Seeing this, Ashi quickly grabbed the walkie-talkie. "Danger, stop." Hearing this, a blonde zombie was momentarily stunned. "What's happening? Why do I suddenly feel a sense of fear?" Even the boss on the high-rise couldn't help but break out in a cold sweat and immediately ordered the rebellion. "This guy is not the president. Everyone stand down." At this moment, the scene of Zombie's appearance was broadcasted around the world. When people saw Zombie's odd appearance, their reaction was utter confusion and surprise. On the other side, the twin sisters were also taken aback by what they saw on the screen. "Who is this guy? He seems to be a bodyguard listed with the president's entourage." The department head on the plane spoke to Zombie. "Well done. Remember your task, which is to take a bullet for the president." Hearing this, Zombie was speechless. "I can catch your missiles. Is there a need to do so much for a single bullet?" Then he began to look around. After ensuring there was no danger nearby, the president of country A finally came out of the aircraft. The embassy head hurried forward and greeted, "This is the governor of Hadi State, and he came to welcome you." Violet reminded Zombie to stay alert. Meanwhile, the boss of the rebellion was overwhelmed by Zombie's presence. "Am I imagining things?" At this moment, in the control room, the sisters were also taken aback. "Strange. Why didn't Big Sis make a move? Since Sister has given up on the assassination, it's our turn to act now. I have installed a listening device in the shuttle car, and soon we will have accurate information about the ancient people by listening into their conversation." What they didn't expect was that the president of country A declined their shuttle fleet and then got into a prepared private car with Zombie nearby. Meanwhile, the department head on the plane also ordered to cut off the communication. However, the sisters who were unaware of this were still discussing who should protect the president of country A. Lanchi and Violet's abilities are too weak. In the last exchange meet, they were both brutally beaten and injured. Just then, a staff member suddenly shouted at them, "The president didn't take our prepared fleet. Instead, he got into another private car." "Which one did they get into? Where is their location?" However, the staff member indicated that the signal was being jammed, and they could not track their location nor communicate with the others. This made the younger sister slam her hand on the table angrily. "It's over. The president of country A is in danger." What they didn't know was that accompanying the president was Zombie, who represents the pinnacle of combat prowess. This time, they split into two groups. One group, including Violet and Lanchi, followed the original route to draw attention, while Zombie secretly escorted the president to the hotel on another route. Meanwhile, on a certain rooftop, Xiao holding a walkie-talkie was waiting for orders. "Boss, should we continue the assassination? The target is with a strange fellow. We should temporarily." But before she could finish, the signal cut off. This left Xiao stunned. To kill or not to kill? After some thought, Xiao tossed aside his sniper rifle. "Just charge in and finish it." "Don't worry, boss. I'll kill them all and then bring back the president's head to claim my reward." Meanwhile, in the private car, the president in the back seat suddenly broke the silence. "Chief Zombie, you are a zombie." This caught Zombie off guard. "You will protect me." To this, Zombie finally answered with a yes. The president was happy with his response. "With such great strength, do you ever think of taking over the world someday?" "Don't worry, I'm not interested in that," Zombie blurted out. However, these words caused the driver next to them to break out in a cold sweat at such an intense conversation. On the other side, the boss also received a report from her subordinates that they seemed to have lost contact with Ah Xiao. The two partners were discussing amongst themselves. They must have installed a jamming device on their convoy. Ah Xiao is probably attempting to hijack it right now. As the escort convoy was about to reach the hotel, Violet and Lanchi suddenly sensed something. Indeed, it was Ah Xiao who rushed forward. He crashed down with a big explosion, disrupting the whole convoy. At this moment, Lanchi and Violet were bewildered, wondering what was happening and why someone was attacking them. As they pondered, a figure slowly emerged from the smoke. When they clearly saw the person's face, Lanchi was in disbelief, and at that moment, two figures flew in from a distant building. It was the two sisters trying to warn them. Violet, Lanchi, run. This guy is dangerous. As soon as they finished speaking, Ah Xiao landed stylishly, then pulled out his combat knife. People from the other side of the world, watch closely. This is the power of our B country's zombie legion. Seeing this scene, the younger sister thought to herself that this was not good. This guy is a zombie boss under their sister. But before she could warn Lanchi, Ah Xiao already had a black substance emanating from his hand. It turns out this was corpse oil, which only a zombie's true body could produce. As Ah Xiao pulled out a lighter, the next second, countless flames surged towards Lanchi and her group. In just a moment, the surroundings had turned into a sea of fire. Get out of the way. These flames won't go out. Hearing this, Violet was shocked. Snow, rain, how are you here? However, Lanchi was skeptical. It's just a zombie. What's all the fuss about? Meanwhile, on the other side, the boss quickly ordered her subordinates to bring back Ah Xiao. Don't worry, boss. I'll definitely bring that guy back. You don't need to support me anymore. I'm feeling much better now. But just then, a car slowly drove past them. It was the private car zombie was using to escort the president. The masked zombie seemed to sense something and looked inside the car, unexpectedly making eye contact with zombie sitting in the passenger seat. As they locked eyes, the recently recovered zombie began to tremble uncontrollably again. Back to the scene with Ah Xiao. Lanchi, wielding a sword, charged at him, but at that moment, Ah Xiao suddenly threw a smoke grenade at her. With a bang, the area was quickly engulfed in thick white smoke. Before Lanchi could react, a flash of a sword sliced through her head. Everyone around showed a look of disbelief. After knocking Lanchi away with a punch, Ah Xiao became arrogant. Who's next? Seeing Lanchi lying there, life uncertain, Violet was at a loss. Fortunately, the sisters arrived just in time, blocking Ah Xiao with their weapons. Take her to get medical help quickly. She might still survive. As for this blonde zombie, he's too much for you two to handle. Saying this, they drew their swords. Leave now, or we won't be polite. Ah Xiao became angry at this. If it weren't for the boss, I would have chopped you two into pieces long ago. If you don't get out of the way, I'll teach you both a lesson on her behalf today. He sliced his wrist with his long knife, and the next second, a large amount of corpse oil flowed from his wrist. To everyone's astonishment, fierce flames ignited around him. Soon, his entire body was enveloped in flames. Ah Xiao unleashed his transformation, Fire Flower. Seeing this, the sisters were shocked on the spot, astonished by his strength. How about that? Haven't seen a transformation before. I let you go before out of respect for the boss, and you really thought you were invincible. We can't handle him anymore. You guys need to run. But hearing this, Violet was not scared, but instead stretched out her hand, ready to transform. However, just as she was about to go and beat up Ah Xiao, Lanchi's voice suddenly came from beside her. Last time you took the spotlight, this time it's definitely my turn. As her words fell, the previously dying Lanchi miraculously stood up. Everyone was shocked to see this. Lanchi had also transformed. At this moment, the sisters were dumbfounded. What's going on? I've been waiting so long. Finally got the chance to experience our great Chief genes. Make this quick. Don't waste time. Are you still human? What's going on? Why do I feel a sense of kinship? However, before he could think it through, Lanchi taunted. Weren't you acting all tough just now? Why are you scared now? Hearing this, Ah Xiao couldn't hold back any longer and swiftly spread his arms in front of him. Accompanied by a loud bang, a terrifying flame erupted, rushing towards Lanchi at high speed. But facing such fearsome flames, Lanchi merely opened her mouth and inhaled, swallowing all the flames. This is too exaggerated. Interesting, but before he could finish speaking, Lanchi had forcefully delivered a back kick. Ah Xiao, sent flying, wore a look of disbelief. How is this possible? Can a human really kick with that much force? Just as he was preparing to counterattack, the boss's roaring voice suddenly came through the earpiece. Ah Xiao, you hear me? Get back here now. You fool. Respond immediately. I am very, very busy right now. Meanwhile, at a hotel, Zombie had just gotten out of the car when he received a call from the department head. The department head said that Violet was encountering some trouble and needed him to check it out. The department head reassured Zombie, it's safe now that you're at the hotel. It's all our own people here. As ordered by the department head, Zombie now makes his way to the battlefield. The scene shifts back to Lanchi. This was her first time using Zombie's genes. She was still somewhat unaccustomed. Just a few days ago, Dawn had just come out of the lab when she saw Lanchi holding Zombie's blood, ready to inject it into herself. Lanchi felt that since they were both presidents, why should Violet's strength be greater than hers? They had always been rivals, but ever since Violet received Zombie's genes, her power had undergone a drastic transformation. We haven't fully researched this stuff enough yet. What if there are adverse effects after using it? But Lan Chi wouldn't listen. In order to not be outdone by Violet, she didn't hesitate to inject zombies' blood into herself. The scene returns to the present. Having completed her transformation, she felt incredibly exhilarated. Lan Chi, make sure to control your emotions. But before she could finish, Ah Xiao across from them roared with excitement. That kick just now was not bad. Come on, let's play a couple more rounds. Hearing this, the twin sisters were dumbfounded, seeing Ah Xiao this excited for the first time. Even more surprising was Lan Chi, who suddenly opened her mouth. In the next second, countless flames sprayed out from it. This scene left everyone present in disbelief. Ah Xiao was sizzling from the flames. Then Lan Chi appeared above his head, followed by a strong punch. With a bang, Lan Chi smashed Ah Xiao into the ground. After it was done, Lan Chi couldn't help but laugh loudly. This feeling is just too great. What the heck is this thing? Why did you suddenly become so strong? Stop fighting. You'll lose your mind if you keep this up. However, by then Lan Chi was no longer listening, as she was now obsessed with the idea of devouring Ah Xiao. Seeing this, the sisters were stunned. Just then, Lan Chi, drooling, said she wanted to eat Ah Xiao. Hearing this, Ah Xiao was startled. What the heck? Just who is the zombie here? But before he could finish, the boss's roaring voice came through the earpiece again. Ah Xiao, you fool, get back here. Something terrible is flying your way. Just as her words ended, a powerful presence suddenly came from the sky. Suddenly, a figure appeared in the sky. It was none other than Zombie. Following a loud explosion, Zombie created a huge crater. At that moment, Ah Xiao was still defiant. I'm not leaving. We haven't settled who's stronger yet. But just then, another zombie suddenly appeared behind him. Regardless of his willingness, whisked him away with. Seeing this, Lan Chi immediately exclaimed angrily, none of you are getting out of here alive today. Ah Xiao, in the air, also expressed his frustration. I'm not done playing yet. If you keep playing, you're going to end up dead here. While they were talking, Lan Chi suddenly emitted a blue energy beam from her mouth. The blue beam covered the entire sky. But the new zombie calmly raised his hand, and with a wave, he redirected the energy beams onto a nearby building. The sisters watching the battle were utterly baffled. Is this some kind of new technology? While they were puzzled, the aftermath of the battle suddenly knocked them to the ground. Worse still, the building struck by the energy beams started to collapse toward them. Just as the sisters were about to be crushed, a powerful punch had made a massive hole in the building. The older sister quickly looked forward, only to see Zombie standing there, blocking the collapsing building. Seeing this, the sisters were in disbelief, awed by the man's incredible strength. As Zombie slowly turned his head, he revealed a handsome and rugged face, his third form. The twin sisters were shocked by this display, but before they could reflect further, Lan Chi lost control again. Just as the situation seemed to spiral out of control, Zombie suddenly raised his hand and grasped at the void. The next second, the mask on Lan Chi's face shattered, and she reverted from her transformed state. This left the twin sisters dumbfounded, wondering about the man who had effortlessly resolved the crisis. At this moment, Violet quickly reverted from her transformation. The now lucid Lan Chi was stunned. What just happened? Why am I so tired? Violet hurriedly approached her and supported her. Didn't I tell you to control your emotions? While everyone was observing Lan Chi and her group, Zombie had already reverted to his original dorky state. This change startled the twin sisters. That's strange. They had just seen a handsome guy. The younger sister also affirmed that she indeed saw him. But why did that handsome guy suddenly disappear? Were we seeing things? Following their gaze, it turned out that Zombie was explaining something to Violet and her group. In a little while, Zombie took Lan Chi and the others and drove away from the scene. They must have mastered the power of ancient technology. Damn, they weren't a match for us before, but now they have become so powerful. While Rain was ranting, her sister suddenly received a call from a subordinate. They say the president of country A has already arrived at the hotel. You were tricked. Hearing this news, Snow was not annoyed. Instead, she asked her subordinate to look up Zombie's information. Meanwhile, with a bang, Ah Xiao and his ally arrived at a rooftop. What are you doing? I haven't finished fighting yet. Shut up. If it weren't for me, you'd be dead already. Also, on the way here, I suddenly felt two unfamiliar presences, probably two powerful zombie bosses invading our territory. Hearing this, Ah Xiao was startled at this news. It turns out that just then, as a plane landed inside a crate marked pet transport, Fur and Ah Lang were speechless. Fur and Ah Lang could no longer contain themselves. Lan Chi suddenly came forward. Keep it down. If you blow our cover, I'll tell your boss. Hearing this, Fur immediately thought of Varmint, who was still hanging from the city hall building. He worried that if he accidentally angered the boss, he might end up like Varmint. With this thought, Fur hastily started barking at the air. Wow, your pets look quite unique. They are indeed unique, but you really shouldn't provoke them. We can't control them if they go mad. Hearing this, the twin sisters were momentarily stunned, but thinking about their recent unusual transformation, they didn't know what to say. Fortunately, at that moment, Violet stepped forward and shook their hands. The visit starts in 2 days. I hope we can work well together. With that, after some brief explanations, Lan Chi and her group, including Fur and Ah Lang, left the airport. They definitely won't reveal the source of that power. How is it? Has the expert I asked you to find arrived yet? Don't worry, he'll be here in a couple of days. With him around, we'll eventually uncover the secrets of Lan Chi and her group. In the following days, it was time for the mutual visit visits of the presidents of the two countries. The president of country A not only discussed the business models of country B but also visited some cutting-edge scientific research projects. Towards the end of his visit, he even met with the queen of country B. At this time, in a certain control room, the twin sisters were staring at the screen, lost in thought at the image of Zombie. We saw a handsome guy before. How did he suddenly turn into this? Just then, a man walked through the door. You're finally here. Indeed, the person who arrived was the external help they had invited, the hypnotist with the ability to extract memories. Chui, the Prime Minister sent me to assist you. Tell me, whose memory do you need me to extract? This guy is all mysterious, yet he's the personal bodyguard of the president of country A. Moreover, we've never had any intel on him before. Now that the visit is almost over, we must quickly uncover the secrets of the ancients from him. Don't worry, there's nothing I can't handle, Chui said confidently, then pulled out a strange bottle from his pocket. Immediately after, a puff of white smoke emerged around him. Chui had transformed into the appearance of the president of country A. Seeing this, the twin sisters were overjoyed. Excellent, now we look forward to your performance. Meanwhile, Zombie, having finished his day's duties as a bodyguard, was resting in the hallway. At that moment, Violet bought a drink and handed it to Zombie. I'm really curious. The ancients know about your existence, so how old are you exactly? Zombie was speechless. I've actually forgotten myself. Seeing that she couldn't get any information, Violet turned around and left. Never mind, it's pointless asking anyway. I'm going to sleep. Not long after Violet left, two sneaky figures appeared in the hallway. Are you sure we have to come here? Actually, I just wanted to confirm who it was that I saw that day. Why it gave me such an inexplicable sense of oppression. Having said that, the masked zombie quietly moved to the edge of the wall to start peeking, but he had only glanced at Zombie's back when he suddenly felt as if he could hardly breathe. It was a sense of absolute suppression from the bloodline, a formidable aura that could not be shaken. The masked zombie quickly grabbed his partner and ran away. Danger! I give up! After they had left, Zombie's phone suddenly started beeping. Violet's voice came through, saying that the president needed him and asked him to come to room 14. However, the call to Zombie wasn't actually from the real Violet, but rather Snow using her powers to impersonate her. Soon, Zombie arrived at room 14 as Snow had mentioned, and sitting inside was the president, impersonated by Chui. Meanwhile, Lanchi suddenly came to Violet's room and said, the president is looking for us. On their way to the president's room, they kept trying to contact Zombie, but strangely, they couldn't get through. It turned out that the communication signals in the building had already been cut off by Snow and her group. So, having no choice, Lanchi and Violet had to first go to the president's room. At that moment, Violet stepped forward. President, you called us here for something? Actually, I wanted to go to the bathroom. Hearing this, Lanchi and Violet were speechless, but with no other options, they still escorted the president to the bathroom. Looking at the men's bathroom to the left, they again started to worry. We are on our own turf, so there shouldn't be any problems. However, what they didn't know was that the masked zombie and his partner were also inside. Ashi, you were the one that brought me here. Why are you running away? Hearing this, Ashi was also embarrassed. Actually, I just wanted to confirm something and see if there were any opportunities to capture the president. As they were talking, the president came over and started to pee. Suddenly, the entire bathroom became eerily quiet. Unaware of anything, the president even joked, looking good. But the next second, a loud crash exploded from the side of the building. It was Ashi and his partner running away with the president over his shoulder. We really hit the jackpot. Violet and Lanchi looked inside of the male's bathroom to investigate the noise. But to their surprise, all they saw was an empty bathroom and a massive hole in the wall. At this, Violet and Lanchi were completely panicked. They hurriedly informed the security team, notify the people of country B that the president has encountered a problem on their turf, ask them to come help quickly. However, at such a critical moment, they couldn't get in touch with Zombie. I might as well transform and go find him myself, but Violet stopped her. Don't rush, calm down first. Don't forget, a few days ago you almost didn't make it back. Without Zombie here, you could end up killing everyone here, even the president. I don't dare to try that power lightly. While they were unsure of what to do, Violet suddenly noticed the cage nearby. Indeed, it was Fur and Ah Lang who were being kept as pets in the cage, holding the president's personal belongings for Fur to sniff and track. Can you help us find the president? Looking at the two silly figures, Lanchi couldn't help but criticize. Can these guys really be of any help? But before she could finish speaking, Ah Lang grabbed Fur by the collar, and then with a swoosh, he threw him out under the astonished gazes of Violet and Lanchi. Accompanied by a loud boom, a hole was smashed in the building. The powerful blast made it hard for Violet and Lanchi to keep their eyes open. Finally, freedom! Saying this, he crouched down to gather strength, and then shot out like a cannonball. At this moment, the guards in the hallway were stunned. Is there an earthquake? Lanchi and Violet in the room were even more baffled. How is this different from our transformations? Meanwhile, as a whooshing sound of something tearing through the air arose, the masked zombie in the front instantly felt a strong force approaching. If you don't want to die, leave the people behind. Upon hearing this, the masked zombie was stunned. Damn, the folks from country A are actually raising zombie bosses. Saying this, he hurriedly ran towards headquarters. However, Fur and Ah Lang were relentlessly pursuing them from behind. Ah Lang screamed a death threat to the pursuers. pursued. The scene switches back to Lanchi and Violet, who are looking at each other at this moment. What should we do? Chase after them. And so, Lanchi and Violet also quickly followed them. Thus, 6 figures chased each other throughout the night. Soon, the masked zombie brought the president back to his own headquarters. Seeing this, Xiao was startled. Ashi, what are you guys up to in the middle of the night? Wait, is that the president? Don't just stand here. 2 troublemakers are chasing after us from behind. As soon as his words fell, Fur and Lang arrived to the scene. Feeling the strong aura emanating from the others, the zombies from Country B were all frozen in place. I advise you to hand over the person. We don't want a war. Why would we zombies start fighting before the humans of the 2 countries did? As leaders of the zombies, why choose to help humans? What right do you have to judge me? Look at yourselves. Aren't you mingling with humans just the same? However, the Lieutenant Zombie claimed that everything they did was for the sake of the zombie community, to enable zombies to live better in this world. Hearing this, Lang did not retort but slowly began to reveal his own origins. It turns out that Lang's true form was actually a crow. As a beneficial bird, its daily task was to help humans clean up corpses and trash. Although it became a corpse bird due to a virus, it had never harmed any humans. But for some reason, though it had done nothing, it became the symbol of pests, terror, and evil to the humans. Yet despite this, he still did not harbor hatred towards humans, instead lamenting the injustice of fate. He was actually envious of the humans. Why couldn't he walk like humans, becoming a higher being with consciousness and intelligence? However, reality is often cruel. As a corpse bird, he ultimately met his end at the hands of human gunfire. Just as he was on his last breath, suddenly a strange guy appeared. It was none other than our protagonist, Zombie. He rescued Lang from the ruins. I didn't expect you to survive in this chaos, without your lower body and wings too. He held Lang in his hands. From today onwards, you'll be called Lang. And you must remember, hatred and destruction solve nothing. We need to learn to coexist peacefully with humans. The scene returns to the present with Lang continuing to persuade. The facts prove that our plan is greater. Abandon those foolish ideas of yours. It seems we can't agree. Violet and Lanchi finally caught up. At this moment, Xiao was growing impatient. Agui, why are you even talking to them? This is not your territory. Don't think we are pushovers. Just as a fight was about to break out, Lang suddenly began to release steam. Then, to the astonished gazes of Violet and Lanchi, he slowly transformed into a handsome man. It turns out that ever since Zombie learned of Lang's dream to become human, he had used the power of bloodline to initiate Lang's transformation. The newly transformed Lang had a strong presence. I have no intentions of negotiating with you either. Lanchi and Violet were shocked. Weren't you a dog? How did you turn into this? A bird without wings trying to disguise as a human. Lang had no words for his opponent and just stared at him with disdain. Just because you changed your look, what are you so arrogant about? As he spoke, Xiao began to gather strength in both hands. Accompanied by a loud noise, a pillar of fire shot straight at Lang. Be careful. Don't try to withstand this guy's flames directly. As soon as her words fell, Lang blew a breath towards the flames in front of him. The next second, the blazing fire was blown into the sky. Seeing that they couldn't be of any help, Lanchi and Violet could only stay out of the way. Let's leave this to them and go find the president. As they were speaking, Xiao suddenly flew in front of Lang. But before he could strike, Lang punched him in the stomach. Seeing this, everyone showed expressions of disbelief at Lang's speed. Immediately after, the powerful force sent him flying hundreds of meters away. How can the zombies from Country A be so strong? However, before he could ponder further, Lang suddenly reeled back his claw. Then he sliced the building in front of him into countless pieces with a swift motion. The residual force even sent the surrounding zombies flying. Seeing this, Agui was stunned in place, simply because Xiao had been knocked down back into his original form without even withstanding a single move, lying on the ground incapacitated. Damn, this guy's power is too terrifying. Can we really defeat him? Meanwhile, Lang was still extinguishing the flames. All zombies of Country B, listen up. Let's drive these 2 foreign zombies out. Saying that, he threw countless daggers at Lang, but not a single hair on Lang was cut. At this moment, Agui quickly bent down to gather strength, then lunged at Lang with a dagger. However, accompanied by a loud bang, Agui's dagger instantly broke. I can't even break his defense. Meanwhile, Lanchi and Violet finally found the president. Sensing someone chasing from behind, the masked zombie hurriedly ran outside. Agui then ordered the zombie legion, block them. Countless zombies surrounded them from all directions. However, just then, Fur suddenly appeared among them. Accompanied by a series of low growls, Fur's arms instantly extended hundreds of meters. With a loud bang, numerous buildings instantly turned to rubble. Immediately after, Fur transformed into a terrifying kaiju-sized monster. Seeing this, Violet's jaw almost dropped. What the hell is this? Fur stomped a building into rubble. At this moment, Agui completely panicked. My god, is this an ancient aberrant species? Fur stood tall, higher than any high-rise in the city. The ones who kidnapped the president also saw the towering Fur, a legendary-level aberrant species. The masked zombie then handed the president to his partner. Take this guy to the boss. I must stay here to hold them off. Go start up the consciousness enhancement device. Facing such a behemoth, I'm not sure I can win. I have to use all my strength, or else our zombies from Country B might all end end up buried here. On the other side, Agui was grinding his teeth. Damn, there are still monsters from ancient times in this era. Just then, Alang swished onto Fur's body. Facing such a terrifying duo, the zombies of Country B immediately felt like they were facing a great enemy. On the other side, the man hurried to the headquarters. Boss, there's trouble. However, before he could finish, the boss already knew. I've seen it all. So, what about this president from Country A? The boss was very annoyed at the question. Just kill him directly. Why did you bring him here? But the subordinate urgently dashed away. Agui and the others are in danger. I need to go help them. He approached a device, ready to activate the consciousness enhancement device. But if this thing is turned up too high, there could be adverse effects. After thinking it over, he still set the consciousness enhancement's energy to the maximum. Instantly, all the zombies of Country B that were present became wildly ferocious. I didn't expect this kind of trump card, a combination with human technology. But in the end, they are all still weaklings. As his words fell, Fur readily swung his arm at them. Fur delivered a great force upon the zombie legion of Country B, and they were instantly annihilated. This force was so strong that the city was reduced to rubble, and countless zombies were flung away from the wind pressure. Everyone was shocked at this display of strength. Seeing this, Agui was uncontrollably furious, then rushed up to Alang, but was easily caught by him. Before he could react, he was violently smashed into the ground. On the other side, Ashi also charged at Fur recklessly. Seeing this, his partner turned the consciousness up to the maximum. As the energy continuously stimulated Ashi's brain, the next second, Ashi also transformed into a monster hundreds of meters tall. Seeing the zombie that had suddenly transformed, Fur paused. Could it be that you are my kin? But before he could finish, Ashi had already rushed towards him. Meanwhile, Alang was completely silent, while Agui appeared in front of him swinging his fist. If you're so powerful, why choose to help humans? Shouldn't you stand on the same side as us? Hearing this, Alang also clenched his fists. Sorry, we only follow the boss's orders. Then he punched Agui in the face, knocking him into the air. We just want the continuation of our species. What did we do wrong? The scene switches back to Fur and Ashi, and amidst the thunderous roars, we don't welcome you here. Get out now. But Fur said indifferently, if you don't hand over the president now, I really will go on a rampage. Despite Ashi's great effort, Fur was not budging even an inch. Fur grabbed Ashi by the neck. At this moment, Lanchi and Violet, watching from a distance, were stunned. No way. However, just then, a blood-red energy began to gather in Fur's hand. Accompanied by a loud bang, the energy blast sent Ashi flying. Fur lifted Ashi again. I can't believe you have such power, yet you choose to be human lapdogs. Why not just wipe out humanity and create a planet only for zombies? Fur didn't argue. Instead, he slowly revealed his own origins. It turns out that a long time ago, there were many alien family zombies. As alien zombies, they not only had their own territories, but also lived isolated from the world. Although they were ugly, they never thought about harming humans. But suddenly one day, countless mecha warriors descended from the sky, bringing with them powerful high-tech weapons. Just because of the phrase, those who are not of our kind have different hearts, all the alien species were exterminated. To avoid human pursuit, Fur's mother hid him, then still a child, in a cave. At that time, Fur was terrified. He couldn't understand why humans wanted to eradicate them completely. It wasn't until he saw his parents die at the hands of humans that he swore never to trust humans again. He must avenge his parents and kill all the humans. But just then, a human suddenly discovered him behind the cave. Just as young Fur was about to die there, suddenly, with a bang, the human turned into a pile of scrap metal. The one who saved Fur was our protagonist, Zombie. Witnessing this scene, was stunned. He hadn't expected the zombie before him to be so powerful. In less than 2 seconds, all the humans were completely destroyed by Zombie. Just then, the commander on the spaceship hurriedly ordered, turn on all weapons. As soon as his words ended, countless missiles were fired towards Zombie. However, the missiles had only gotten halfway when Zombie suddenly appeared in front of the battleship. The next second, all the missiles were obliterated by the giant tidal wave raised by Zombie. As for those battleships, they were no match for the terrifying tidal wave. At this critical moment, the main ship on the other side of Earth hurriedly launched an electromagnetic railgun ray. Accompanied by a loud bang, a golden beam of light shot rapidly towards Zombie. In just a moment, the terrifying ray blasted a huge hole in Earth. However, as the dust gradually settled, Zombie was completely unharmed. Seeing this scene, humans were astounded. Not even their strongest mechanical warrior could stop him. As soon as it appeared, Zombie punched it into scrap metal. Even the command battleship far in outer space was completely destroyed by Zombie at this moment. Fur never expected that a fellow creature could be so terrifying, capable of single-handedly destroying a human civilization, including all life on Earth. This great war even split the original continent into two, creating what are now countries A and B. However, after doing all this, Zombie suddenly felt very empty. Looking at the world, now silent as death, he began to regret. Suddenly, Fur crawled out of the rubble, but what he saw was Zombie's loneliest moment. Zombie got dressed, and just as he was about to leave, he suddenly spotted Alang under the rubble. All of this was witnessed by Fur. Thus, when Zombie took Alang under his wing, Fur hurriedly followed, bare-bottomed. From that moment, Zombie decided that instead of destroying civilizations at the drop of a hat, he might as well well try to coexist peacefully with humans. After all I've said, you finally understand? He flung Ashi away. Seeing this, Lanchi and Violet were dumbfounded, feeling that the situation was quickly spiraling out of control. Fallen on the ground, Ashi angrily roared, "Everything you just said is nonsense. There can't possibly be such powerful zombies in this world." However, just as they were locked in an intractable argument, Zombie was still in the office of the fake president. When the fake president used his special abilities to steal Zombie's memories, he immediately broke into a cold sweat, especially when he saw Zombie single-handedly destroying a previous civilization. He couldn't help but cough out a mouthful of fresh blood. This sudden turn of events left the sisters next door in disbelief. What's going on? What exactly did you see? Why are you so scared? But at this moment, Chui was near unconsciousness, only managing to say intermittently, "After he wiped out our ancestors," before he completely passed out. Hearing this, the sisters were momentarily stunned. "What do you mean? Speak clearly." After saying this, they hurried over from next door. After they left the room, Zombie finally came to his senses. Looking at the empty room, Zombie wondered, "Where's the president? Did I fall asleep just now?" "You could have finished your sentence before fainting." With the interference gone, Zombie finally received a call from the department head. "I've finally reached you. There's been a big incident. The president has been kidnapped." "Wasn't the president just here?" "Nonsense. The president was kidnapped half an hour ago. Hurry up and chase after him." Zombie immediately launched himself outside, zooming through the sky. On the other side, after being taken to the emergency room, the Chui never came out again. "Can you hurry up? We are still waiting for his response." "Sorry. He may never be able to speak again because he has went into a vegetative state." Hearing this, the sisters were dumbfounded on the spot. The scene shifts back to Ashi, who couldn't help but curse angrily. "If there really are such powerful zombies in this world, why are we still living such hard lives? I've given you a chance. Don't blame me for being ruthless now. Do you think we're afraid of you? Come on. If you want the president, you'll have to step over my dead body." As soon as his words fell, all the zombies of Country B went into a frenzy. At this moment, Lanchi, who was watching from the side, was stunned, seeing that they wouldn't listen, for no longer held back. Immediately after, he gathered a blood-red orb of light in the air. Feeling that terrifying aura, Agui was instantly stunned on the spot, and Lanchi and Violet desperately shouted, "Stop! Stop now! Don't fight anymore!" Just as Ashi thought he was doomed, a hand suddenly appeared out of nowhere. The next second, the forming orb of light was frozen in place. Seeing this, Agui was in disbelief. Indeed, the newcomer was none other than our protagonist, Zombie. When Ashi clearly saw the person before him, he was also shocked, as he felt an overwhelming dread from the bottom of his heart. At this moment, Zombie slowly raised his hand. "Stop!" The ordinary zombies, unaware of what was happening, had already madly rushed towards Fur. However, as they neared Ashi, they were suddenly struck by such an imposing aura that they trembled all over, and Ashi himself couldn't stop the cold sweat as he felt a terrifying pressure emanating from Zombie. Just then, Zombie suddenly turned back to look at the group of ordinary zombies below. Unexpectedly, just a glance was enough to frighten all the zombies into kneeling. The zombies even collectively cried out to Zombie, "Long live our king!" This scene baffled Lanchi standing by. Why did it suddenly get quiet? Now you have met him. At this moment, Ashi was beyond shocked. He could never have imagined that the person before him was of his own kind, and seemingly even the progenitor of all zombies. "Where is the human president?" "In the underground level," Ashi stammered in his response. After Zombie left, Agui collapsed in relief. That was terrifying. Facing two zombie bosses didn't feel as oppressive as him. The scene shifts to the basement, where the boss is pointing a handgun at the president. "I will never show mercy to my enemies. Rest in peace." "Wait, you must be the leader of Country B's rebel group. You've made quite a name for yourself. Do you think a few sweet words will spare you?" "Die." "Wait, I have ancient human technological data. Do you not want it?" Hearing this, the boss was momentarily stunned, then quickly pulled off the president's hood. "You better explain yourself quickly. If you don't satisfy me, I'll make sure your death is particularly gruesome. The reason why my visit became particularly more important is because your leader wants to get ancient human technological data from me. With this knowledge, you can even take down Country B by yourself. You think I'm stupid? All this nonsense, just to stall for time?" Just as she was about to pull the trigger, several zombies suddenly rushed in and pinned her to the ground. "What are you doing? I am your leader. Are you trying to rebel?" However, before she could finish speaking, Zombie suddenly appeared in front of her. The boss was infuriated with her zombie subordinates. "Why are you stopping me?" But just then, she realized Zombie was looming over her. "Just who are you?" "I didn't expect the zombie leader of the B region to be a human girl." "Interesting. While I have no interest in the politics of Country B, you are not allowed to kill this man while I am here." Hearing this, the boss was stunned. She hadn't expected this person before her to also be a zombie. "What does it have to do with you?" "Chief Zombie, you finally made it." The boss then started to bark orders at her zombie subordinates. "Let go of me. If we don't kill him now, we'll never get another chance." But hearing this, the two zombies showed no reaction at all, not even bothering to glance at her. Seeing this, the boss was dumbfounded. Could it be that the consciousness enhancement device isn't working? Zombie suddenly turned to the two zombies. "Let her go after we leave. We must be civilized zombies. No random killing." Just like that, the assassination plan of Country B's zombie legion completely completely failed. Soon, Lanchi and Violet came forward. "Mr. President, are you alright? You nearly scared us to death." The president laughed. "Don't worry, I'm fine. Who would have thought that just going to the bathroom would lead to such an event? Let's just consider it a tour." Zombie was in the back wondering how the president appeared there even though they were chatting before he zoned out, while Lanchi and Violet were left speechless. Afterwards, Zombie took the president and Lanchi and her group back to the hotel. Once they had all left, Lang said to the remaining zombies, "You're very lucky." Agui only scoffed at Lang's comment in a cold sweat, while Fur was threading through the city in his gigantic form. Thus, after this little incident, the president's final day of the visit was about to end. Due to this unexpected event, Zombie took no chances and even brought out Fur and Lang. A young boy nearby, seeing them, pointed and shouted, "Those doggies are so cute." Meanwhile, on the other side, due to the failure of their mission, the twin sisters were terrified, uncertain of the punishment they would face next. Quickly, a month passed by without notice. At a special training site, Lanchi, holding a sword, was ready to transform. Facing her was Violet, who also possessed the power of bloodline. Under Violet's guidance, Lanchi quickly mastered the technique of transformation. Feeling the change in her opponent, Violet quickly assumed an attack stance. At this moment, the onlooking Dawn was speechless at the intensity of the battle. The combatants were fighting all around the arena in blinding speeds. However, at this moment, Lanchi excitedly shouted, "This feeling is just too awesome." No sooner had her words faded than Lanchi and Violet crashed into each other again. This time, the two were evenly matched, but just then, Violet suddenly used her long legs to deliver a high kick, instantly sending Lanchi flying. However, just when Violet thought she had won the fight, Lanchi suddenly counterattacked with a handstand kick, striking Violet right under the chin. Seeing this, Dawn hurriedly shouted, "Stop fighting, we've already collected all the data." But at that moment, the two had completely lost their reason and clashed together again with a bang, fighting fiercely, fist to flesh. After trading countless blows, they finally separated for a moment. Both understood that mere close combat could not determine a winner. Thus, they each picked up their weapons, ready to unleash their ultimate moves to end the fight. Accompanied by a loud boom, two skyscrapers outside began to sway dangerously. Seeing that the situation was about to spiral out of control, Dawn urgently yelled, "Release the sedative." As soon as her words fell, a large amount of white mist began to release around the training area. But at that moment, Violet and Lanchi, blinded by rage, seemed unaffected by the ordinary sedatives. Suddenly, each holding a broken blade, they charged at each other. Seeing this, Dawn was shocked at their resilience. They clashed once more with a loud bang, but the smoke cleared and revealed both of them suddenly reverted from their transformed states. It turned out that they were both too exhausted to maintain their transformed forms any longer. At this moment, Dawn started to report the findings. "Your strength in transformed state should be about 20 times your normal strength. This is way more than what I am capable of. It seems that this is related to our original strength." Hearing this, both were momentarily stunned. "We didn't expect our strength to increase so much after transforming. Just now, you two pierced each other's hearts with weapons, but you were able to regenerate even though your transformations were already over. It seems your bodies have undergone changes." At this, Lanchi took the data to look at it herself. "So are we humans or monsters now?" "We are certainly humans. We have consciousness. We have living bodies, not like those mindless zombies." "Dawn, you better hurry up and research a device that can control our emotions. Now that the conference is coming, I don't want to lose my sanity and kill everyone present." So, after his visit to Country B, Zombie finally had a few days of downtime. But just as he was about to enjoy a big egg meal, Violet suddenly showed up. "The president has an urgent matter and wants to see you. Come with me now." Meanwhile, on the other side, Professor Jamie, who had been missing for several days, reappeared. At that moment, in a certain underground laboratory, Professor Jamie looked at his scientific achievements with great joy. Nearby, the ancient person was silently mixing a special metal. Seeing this, the green-haired subordinate curiously came over. "Aren't you a mecha designer? Why have you started doing biological work? You don't know anything. This is liquid metal, nanotechnology. How could I possibly make the mechs I want with those crappy metals from Earth? This liquid metal can not only move in any space, but also transform into various shapes according to your thoughts." Hearing this, the green-haired subordinate was dumbfounded. "This thing is too exaggerated. No wonder your ancient technology developed so rapidly." Although ancient technology was advanced, it wasn't omnipotent. Because technology was too advanced, everything was handled by AI, which made our generation live like overgrown babies. However, even after we reached the pinnacle of technology, we could never defeat him. Is Zombie really that terrifying? How did you guys even make him? Hearing this, the ancient person had an ominous look. Zombie is not a product of our era. According to our research at the time, Zombie might have evolved from the original humans. You can understand it this way. Zombie has lived on Earth for much longer than we can imagine. Are you saying there were other civilizations before yours? Of course. Let me educate you about our history. Actually, in ancient times, we all started from the earliest agricultural civilizations. But then, one day, a zombie outbreak occurred, and a farmer turned into a zombie. As time went on, like you, fought those zombies with the most basic weapons. But later, we took a different path. You chose to develop your your physical combat limits, while we continually research technological innovations. After thousands of years of development, our technology finally made a qualitative leap. However, during the rapid development of technology, we suddenly discovered an earth-shattering secret. The reason people turn into zombies is because the virus has always been hidden in human genes. So, it's not external factors that turn people into zombies, but rather, zombies have existed since ancient times. And most importantly, that zombie called zombie has lived through who knows how many civilizations. Based on our speculation at the time, zombie might have evolved from the earliest humans, which is why his strength is so incredibly great. Later, we discovered in human genes that human civilization has lasted for at least 6 generations or more, and it's possible that these civilizations were all destroyed by zombie. So zombie is much more ancient than we think. Actually, at the time, we thought the same as you. Fearing that zombie would destroy civilization, we crazily advanced our technology. But even after pushing technology to its limits, it ultimately was destroyed by him. So, in the final moments of our civilization, we buried fertilized human embryos underground, hoping that future humans could have a chance to deal with him. Are you saying that our generation is all synthesized from fertilized eggs? Hearing this, the green-haired subordinate was speechless. Actually, we also cultivated hundreds of men and women back then, letting them freely reproduce. Moreover, it's been thousands of years since then, and the genes have already changed. Otherwise, we wouldn't have geniuses with high intelligence like you. Alright, I don't want to hear any more of this nonsense. Come take a look at my research. As he spoke, he displayed his research results in front of them. At this, the green-haired subordinate couldn't help but remark, "Is this our clone zombie? Looks a bit underwhelming. There's no helping it. We're short on time. This is all I could make with zombies' genes. I haven't endowed it with consciousness yet." Hearing this, the ancient person quickly took out some nanometal. "Just inject this into him, and we'll have a mechanical version of zombie. This experimental body now possesses the strongest metal in the universe, coupled with an undying body made from zombies' genes. Then it's almost no different from the real zombie. Although we've replicated a zombie that looks exactly like the original, have you considered that zombies' greatest ideal is to coexist peacefully with humans? What if the one we create shares the same thoughts as zombie, and the first thing he does upon waking up is to wipe us out? This consciousness can't just be given out lightly. Since we can't give it zombies' current consciousness, how about we endow it with the mentality of the zombie from our era? Did you know the psyche of zombie from your time? What if he decides to work with the present zombie? Don't worry, although I don't know what zombie was thinking back then. At that time, he was notorious for slaughtering humans on sight. Hearing this, the green-haired subordinate felt a chill down his spine. Who cares? It's already made, so let's just give it a try. The scene shifts to a bay in H City where a number of aircraft carriers were docked. Zombie, looking at the scenery before him, suddenly paused. "Violet, why did you bring me here? Didn't you say the president wanted to see me?" However, before he could finish, he saw an aircraft carrier suddenly stop in front of him. The president aboard the carrier shouted to Zombie, "Chief Zombie, you finally made it," and gave Zombie a big hug. "Thank you for saving me last time. Without you, our country would have been in danger. To express my gratitude, I've prepared a special gift for you. If needed, Violet and Lanchi are also at your disposal to choose from, but I think you might like this more." The president pointed ahead. "I want to give you a naval fleet. How about that? Are you happy? Here are 4 aircraft carriers and more than 60 other warships. From now on, half of Country A's population will be under your protection." Hearing this, Zombie was amazed at what was presented to him. Violet wore a jealous look on her face. "What's with that expression? You should know that apart from the department head, no other academy president has ever had control over naval forces." The Navy aboard the aircraft carrier shouted in unison to Zombie, "Greetings, Chief Zombie," and a celebration soon erupted for Zombie's promotion. Meanwhile, the rebel boss of Country B was actually planning to join forces with the Blood Queen. Their first plan was to use the exchange meeting to stir up conflict. The boss, piloting a warship, addressed the Blood Queen. "I didn't invite you here to be disrespected. Mind your status." However, before she could finish, the Blood Queen behind her scoffed disdainfully. "Don't get worked up, my queen. We can discuss things amicably, so why have you asked us to come here? In a few days, there will be an exchange meeting between Country A and Country B, where they will compete at sea, and your task is to sneak into enemy lines and make them fire at each other." "Of course we can." Lanling nervously smiled with greed. "How much can you offer?" 3,000 tons of gold. Hearing this number, Lanling's eyes lit up with excitement. However, the Blood Queen remained unimpressed. Seeing this, Lanling quickly tried to persuade her. "My queen, I know you disdain such mundane things, but we borrowed at a high interest rate of 40% from Blackie. It would take a millennia to repay that through regular work." Hearing this, the Blood Queen walked towards the boss. Ah Shao stepped between the Blood Queen and the boss. "What do you want? Stay 5 meters away from our boss. Are you afraid I might eat your leader?" The Blood Queen scoffed. Just as Ah Shao wanted to say something else, the boss behind him spoke up. "Let her come." The Blood Queen approached the boss. "Listen, I don't care what you want to do, but in this world, there's only one person I can't beat. Everyone else is no match for me. If you want me to do something for you, the price will be charged separately." "No problem. As long as you can successfully get them to fight each other, then it's a deal." Meanwhile, Meanwhile, on the other side, Country A and Country B are preparing for this exchange meeting. Inside a TV studio, two hosts excitedly start the broadcast. Hello, viewers. We will be broadcasting this exchange meeting live. Since the emergence of zombies, we have greatly developed technology and military strength. Despite being separated by the sea, we are still one race, which is why we organize this exchange every 4 years. We have chosen an unclaimed island at sea as the venue for this exchange. Given the importance of this exchange meeting, our studio and field reporters will maintain a 24-hour live broadcast to provide commentary. Currently, all participants from both countries have arrived at the island for the exchange meeting. Since the official events start tomorrow, today we have organized a volleyball match to entertain everyone. As the hosts conclude their opening remarks, the area erupts with enthusiastic applause and cheers. At that moment, Lanchi sighs disdainfully. Though it's just an exhibition match, the twin sisters from Country B are taking it very seriously, determined to win. Seeing the beauties at the beach, Zombie could not help but contemplate. Violet got her legs back. The former chief approached. It seems the Biological Society did a good job with Violet's prosthetic limbs. As the referee blows the whistle to start, Lanchi serves the ball. She tosses the volleyball into the air, and immediately, Violet jumps up high to spike the ball. Accompanied by a loud bang, the 40 kilograms volleyball swiftly heads toward the twin sisters. Due to its speed, they could just barely react to save the ball. Seeing such aggression from the other team, the sisters decided to match the intensity and started to power up for a counterattack. The friendly exhibition match became an intense death match. But then, Zombie was just enjoying the show from the sidelines when he unexpectedly got hit. Just then, two new figures arrived from the Country B fleet at the event. Zombie, who was in the audience, kept getting hit by stray volleyballs. The twin sisters and Lanchi were constantly bickering, leaving the referee speechless. It's always like this. If they start fighting, the exchange might have to start early. Just then, a white-haired girl took off her sunglasses. Butterfly, be careful not to let him spot you. It turns out the tattooed lady had been secretly observing Zombie. Suddenly hearing this, the tattooed lady quickly turned around. Don't worry, our encounters with him were centuries ago. He couldn't possibly remember me. Look at him. In his first form he's an idiot, but I can't understand why he becomes so powerful when he transforms. We've been undercover in Country B for so long. I never expected to run into him here, and it's my first time seeing him in person. Now is not the time to reveal ourselves. The painful memories still linger to this day. The despair he brought us, that suffocating fear and oppression, especially the pain of being far from home, I still can't forget it. Although it's been a long time, thinking about it still hurts. Hearing this, the burly man immediately clenched his fists, but the tattooed lady stopped him. Calm down. We're not here to challenge him one-on-one. Rash actions will only alert him. She turned to the white-haired girl and instructed, you keep a close watch on Zombie here. But remember, our main goal now is to find out his true strength. Don't act against him without certain assurance. The scene shifts back to Professor Jamie's laboratory. The ancient person was holding a data report, finally finished. Though it seems like engineering is still where my expertise is. I'm a bit curious. What exactly was human civilization like? The ones that existed before you? I'm not too clear myself. Where my civilization left legacies and artifacts for you, the previous ones did not leave us with anything. We had to start from the ground up. Days passed uneventfully like this. At this time, several aircraft carriers were cruising on the water. Above these aircraft carriers, there were helicopters following along. The host inside the helicopter spoke to the camera. Dear viewers, the exchange meeting between the two countries is about to start. I will be broadcasting the entire event live for you. At this moment, inside the control room of the aircraft carrier, a zombie stepped forward calling out to the ship commander. The commander then turned around and revealed himself to be Zombie fixing his tie. The fleet formed by Zombie officially set sail. Just a few months ago, when Zombie took over the aircraft carrier fleet, he immediately replaced all the Navy personnel with his own zombie subordinates. After a period of training, the zombies proficiently mastered various skills. They not only operated fighter jets for ground support, but even handling aircraft carriers was no problem for them. Country B's people would have never imagined that the weapons they developed to fight zombies would now have zombies operating them. Inside the command room of the aircraft carrier, Violet was seen staring blankly ahead. At this moment, a zombie stepped forward. Academy President Violet, here is your appointment letter. You have been assigned to our fleet by request of Chief Zombie. The zombie presented Violet's appointment letter and even new attire. Meanwhile, the situation with Lanchi was similar. She was also assigned to one of Zombie's warships. A zombie holding a uniform approached her. Academy President Lanchi, this is your military uniform. But Lanchi only scoffed, commenting that Academy Presidents are not required to have a uniform. Thus, the warships led by Zombie took the lead. At this time, a reporter in the helicopter spoke to the camera. We have turned off all satellite communications and navigation systems for the fleets. This is to test the cooperation and adaptability of the Academy Presidents. The teams participating in this exchange include Zombie's 2nd Naval Fleet of Country A, Department Head Chen's 1st Naval Fleet of Country A, and finally, the Explosive Sausage's 3rd Fleet of Country A. These are all the teams from Country A participating in the event. Next up is Country B's first fleet led by the twin sisters, the second Navy fleet formed by General Xinhua, and finally, the third Navy fleet led by General Hu. This exchange meeting can truly be described as a gathering of heroes. Unfortunately, all fleets have declined interviews on the grounds of protecting military secrets. Fortunately, the captain of Country A's second fleet is quite amiable. Captain, which fleet do you think has a greater advantage? I think everyone would be better off staying peaceful, so we can finish up and go home to eat. Hearing this, the audience ridiculed, "Zombie is such a fool." To avoid embarrassment, the reporter then interviewed Violet. "What do you think are the strengths of your fleet, and how confident are you about this competition?" Violet was dismissive. "As long as our captain doesn't sink the aircraft carrier, we'll be fine." Beside her, Lanchi also expressed nervously, "I have a bad feeling about this." Meanwhile, at Country B's first fleet, what's the point in capturing islands? The last zombie killing contest was much more straightforward. The third fleet seems to have two newcomers who, I heard, had been working hard for a long time and were only recently promoted exceptionally. It's curious what's so special about them. Just then, the big bearded man on the third fleet suddenly sniffed the air. Butterfly, seeing this, quickly asked, "Taishan, what's the matter?" "Nothing much, just that a troublesome fellow has come aboard." This troublesome person was none other than the Blood Queen, who had come to stir up trouble. The scene shifts back to the exchange match, where the tense atmosphere and fierce competition continued unabated. The second fleet of Country B was nearing the island when they suddenly opened fire on the explosive sausage fleet of Country A. This action caused the people on board to panic, but then they realized that it was only paint. Still, this was considered losing a destroyer that gave Country A -3 points. The department head saw the situation with the stainless steel chief by his side. Why are they not fighting back? They are still too far. The reporters were covering all of this in real time. Besides capturing the island, scoring the most points is also a condition for winning. Hearing this, the civilians watching the broadcast all went wild with excitement. "I want you to fire everything we have." Then the explosive sausage commander commanded the ship to turn right. Just then, multiple shots were missing into the water. As this was happening, the green-haired subordinate was looking on the water with binoculars. "What's going on? It's the human army?" The two fleets were battling each other intensely, even shouting insults and threats to one another. The stainless steel chief looked to the department head. "Should we go help? What are you panicking about? We won't go over there. The first to land gets 40 points. We can sneak past them while they fight each other. It's called stealing the chicken." To this, the stainless steel chief was surprised at the sneaky tactic of the department head. The green-haired subordinate was frozen, looking onto the battlefield of the water. "We're almost out of ammunition. If you want to catch the thief, catch their leader." The explosive sausage commander suddenly jumped out the window, flipping in the sky. The enemy commander saw this and was confused at the unidentified flying object. Then suddenly, the explosive sausage commander ripped all of his clothes by flexing, revealing his muscular bare body. Feel the essence of sausage muscle body. The enemy fleet was horrified, while the other onlookers felt like their eyeballs have been violated. From the reporters to the other fleet and all of the audience, the enemy commander angrily struck a pose, and then herself jumped out to meet the explosive sausage commander. "You damn pervert." The enemy commander landed a stiff kick at the explosive sausage commander's face as he was still posing. The audience became alive once more at the action. Meanwhile, the first fleet of Country B noticed the first fleet of Country A's movements. They are planning to steal the chicken. I'll send over people to stop them. Both of the second-in-commands had the same idea, but the commanders knew it was too late. Thus, the Country B first fleet charged full speed ahead. Just then, the green-haired subordinate had burst into a room. "Human armies are headed out direction." It was Professor Jamie who he was reporting to. Professor Jamie went to the window to confirm it and saw the two first fleets coming straight towards the island. The two control rooms were fired up and trying to race each other. "You think you can race boats with me? You think we'd lose to a boat race?" Professor Jamie cursed loudly. Then the green-haired subordinate asked if their location was exposed. "That's impossible. This is an unclaimed island with no value whatsoever." The scene shifts to a few months ago. The Prime Minister of Country B and the President of Country A were conversing with T. "Where should we hold the exchange meet this time?" "I don't want it in Country A, with all the mess you made last time." "If that's the case, I don't want it in Country B as well. Let's choose this place, an ownerless island. Whoever wins this time will get to own it." Going back to the present with the furious Professor Jamie. "Are you done?" The ancient person looked like a mummy with how hard he was working. "I need a bit more time with the programming. There's also an arm that still needs to be installed. The subject of this work would be the yet-to-be-activated zombie clone." The broadcaster then started to introduce the second fleet of Country B's arrival to the area. "There's going to be a great show now." But at that moment, he realized that Country A's second fleet was nowhere to be found. Somewhere in an unknown frozen region, Violet was shivering. "Why the hell did you bring us here? We were about to hit an iceberg." Lanchi was furious at the first mate's answer. Zombie could not say anything as he was completely lost. Just then, they hit an iceberg. Lanchi looked out of the ship. "I can see penguins. Where did you take us?" Zombie was even more shocked. Zombie's second fleet of Country A was all the way on the other side of the planet, right next to the South Pole. Lanchi and Violet started barking questions at Zombie, to which he was just dumbfounded. We can't even use satellite mapping to find where we are. Zombie spoke through the intercom. Why don't we just forfeit from the competition? But Violet was incredulous to this. Meanwhile, back at the competition, the fierce battle between the commanders was still ongoing. The enemy commander had still not recovered from her attack when the explosive sausage commander posed one more time right in front of her. Seeing what was in front of her, she was horrified once more. Professor Jamie was still looking on at the two ships heading into the island. Ladies and gentlemen, it seems that the two countries' fleets are now making a beeline for the island. Professor Jamie was furious at the situation. Stop programming and help us. Don't you still have a lot of zombie specimens? Look through the trash for nanomaterial. You can probably make use of it. As he was saying that, the green-haired subordinate complied. I found it. Professor Jamie quickly swiped it from his hands. He entered a room full of incomplete zombies. You damnable human army, trying to play me a fool, but I am not the prey here. Meanwhile, on a different ship with the Blood Queen, Lan Ling was looking onto the battlefield. They've begun fighting. This is our chance, my queen. Open fire. With a loud bang, a shell was shot from the warship. This loud noise was noticed by the three individuals with unknown origins. Taishan raised his arm. At the same time, a large rock formation was raised from the sea, blocking the fire artillery shell from hitting. A real artillery shell? Those country A bastards want to play for real. Change the ammunition. Open fire with real shells. However, the Blood Queen and Lan Ling were dumbfounded. Queen, there seems to be someone powerful on that ship. Taishan walked over to the commander. Drive the ship over there. The commander was furious. I am the highest commander here. You follow what I say. But before he could finish, Taishan grabbed the commander's face with his large hands and lifted him up. Taishan gripped strongly on the commander's head, which made the commander very weak. How are you so strong? Who are you people? Just then, Lan Ling started to panic. Your Majesty, we're about to is the other boat. We can't let them find out that we are not from country A's fleet. Simultaneously, the Blood Queen and the tattooed woman ordered to ram each other's boat to bits. The two boats were at full speed towards each other. The broadcaster was excited at this event, calling it a kiss on the vast ocean. Meanwhile, Zombie and his first mate were just fishing on an iceberg. Panic started to ensue on both sides, and before the two ships hit, the Blood Queen and Taishan suddenly charged towards each other as well. But it was the Blood Queen who landed the first blow with a strong kick, knocking Taishan up high. But it took no time for Taishan to recover, and he landed strongly on the Blood Queen's boat, tipping it forwards with his strength. Who the hell is this guy? Lan Ling was panicked as he was stuck to the floor due to the force of the ship going upward. The Blood Queen charged her hand with a swirling energy, then a whirlpool manifested between the two boats. But as she was doing that, Taishan conjured multiple rock formations from under the water. The Blood Queen was cautious as Taishan clapped his hands together. Then suddenly the rock formations revealed a large stone arm, reaching for the Blood Queen, ultimately restraining her in the sharp rocks. The broadcaster was amazed by the display of power, while the audience could only say, wow at the scene. But just then, the broadcaster started to check for the names of the combatants. Taishan was listed, but there was no record of the Blood Queen for country A. Meanwhile, the race was still ongoing when the former chief reported, there's something on the island. To this, the department head looked with his binoculars and was stunned. Multiple large zombies were roaming around the island. Come at me, you muscleheads. Professor Jamie was finally ready for battle, while Zombie finally caught a fish. Seeing the large zombies, the stainless steel chief was dumbfounded. Don't tell me this is still part of the exchange meet. The department head ordered the chief to turn the ship around, which was shocking to him. But just then, a large zombie lifted a huge rock and threw it down on the Country B warship with a loud bang. The chiefs of Country A were shocked. Their ship exploded. The reporter was also baffled. What's happening? Why did Country B's warship explode? You dare to attack me with this bunch of fools? Go to hell. Realizing what was happening, the department head quickly shouted, counterattack. The leaders of both countries wouldn't damage their own equipment. There's enemy activity on the island. Meanwhile, Zombie looked around. Where are Violet and Lanchi? It turns out they didn't want to lose the match, so they had secretly sailed the ship back. Damn it. Just when I gained great power and was thinking of avenging past humiliations, that idiot Zombie took us to Antarctica. Violet was teary-eyed while she ranted, Captain, we won't make it without the flagship. Shut up. Can't you figure something out? Even if you have to row by hand, get us back. Thus, the aircraft carrier has now turned into a human-powered boat, slowly being rowed northward by the zombies' efforts. The scene shifts back to Professor Jamie's side, where the ancient person excitedly shouts, success. I've done it. Hearing this, the green-haired subordinate hurriedly approached. Just don't let it wake up here. Don't worry, I've already dumped it and the equipment into the ocean. Meanwhile, in a bay in Country B, Ah Xiao and Agui were on patrol. I wonder how that outsourced job is going. Don't worry, they're probably fighting by now. As they were talking, a rectangular mechanical pod washed up onto the beach. Seeing this, Ah Xiao and Agui were stunned. What is that thing? However, before they could think further, a mechanical hand tore the metal door open, revealing a menacingly glowing red eye. A mechanical zombie emerged from the pod. It was the ferocious version of zombie that Professor Jamie had recreated using mechanical zombies' genes. Feeling the presence of the other, Ah Xiao and Agui were trembling in fear. Just then, the mechanical mechanical zombie seemed to have noticed them and quickly walked towards them. At this moment, the ancient person monitoring from the island excitedly shouted, "Go on, let them see your great power." But just when Ah Xiao and Agui thought they were doomed, mechanical zombie suddenly embraced them. "I'm so happy to see you're still alive." This action stunned Ah Xiao. Professor Jamie and the ancient person on the island were petrified. Mechanical zombie then clung to Ah Xiao's leg, crying, "I've finally found living kin. I don't have to live alone anymore." Professor Jamie, infuriated, stomped his foot. "You failed. Don't get so worked up. There must be some kind of error somewhere." Mechanical zombie held Ah Xiao's hand. "Hello, my name is Zombie. I'm glad to see you're still alive, so I won't have to spend time reviving you." Agui stepped forward. "I just scanned it with the enhanced consciousness device, and it definitely is a zombie. That's weird. Why doesn't it look like us? And it seems much more advanced. It doesn't matter how I look. Sometimes I don't even know what I'll turn into myself." Just then, the masked zombie shouted from a distance, "Stop chatting. You too. The boss's outsourcing plan worked. We need to get out of here quickly." Ah Xiao waved to mechanical zombie and advised him, "All right, we have to go now. This isn't our turf, so don't go wandering around." Then he and Agui left the bay by plane. Watching the plane in the sky, mechanical zombie was in a good mood. However, when he entered the city, he suddenly became angry. "Humans," saying this with disdain and malice, he fiercely punched the ground. Instantly, his punch split the city in two. Countless humans were thrown into the air. Seeing this, Ah Xiao and Agui were dumbfounded, as the city was literally lifted into the air by mechanical zombie. Seeing this, the three scientists were all speechless. Mechanical zombie lifted himself up as the debris rained behind him. Meanwhile, as Lanchi's and Violet's ships were on their way to the competition, they noticed something in the distance. A cityscape was turned on its side. This shocked both Lanchi and Violet. The scene shifts back to the competition, where the Blood Queen is held restrained by the rocks. "In this world, the only worthy opponent for me is Zombie. Just who are you?" Butterfly smirked. "Take a guess." But the Blood Queen was scornful. "You think you can restrain me with this ability?" And suddenly, she freed herself from the rocks with sheer force. "She's stronger than I imagined. Who are you all, anyway?" The Blood Queen walked up to the strangers. Butterfly wanted to order Taishan to attack, but was stopped. "Now is not the time to compete over who is more powerful. We don't have intentions to fight you. We just want to talk to your master." The Blood Queen sneered. "What are you talking about? Vampires no longer exist in this time period. Could it be you are the only vampire left behind from that time? Based on the timeline, she should have disappeared long ago. Even if her master used a cultivation chamber, she shouldn't have this much power. The person over there speaking seems to know of me. She possesses a genetic factor that grants her immortality. We are from an ancient civilization. Our purpose in coming here is to investigate Zombie's true strength. Please tell us where your creator and master is now." "You keep talking nonsense. I don't mingle nicely with humans, but the burly man over there has ignited my fighting spirit." Butterfly was taken aback at the Blood Queen's response. Then Taishan put himself in between her and the Blood Queen. But just then, all of them sensed something odd, and just then, they saw the city that was turned over. "What is that?" Just then, the broadcasters were reporting the happenings on the ship, but they also witnessed the overturned city. Mechanical Zombie was not finished. He jumped high in the sky like an arrow. Meanwhile, the plane of Country B's rebel forces were busy maneuvering through the city. Everyone was panicking inside, but at that moment, Ah Xiao and Agui noticed a figure flying up into the sky. Upon stabilizing, Mechanical Zombie entered his second form. With a buildup of power, the next second, the city below was shattered into pieces under his strike. The boss, still on the plane, was instantly shocked. However, before they could ponder further, Mechanical Zombie suddenly pulled at the air, creating a massive gust that dragged them towards the ground, causing them to nearly crash. In panic, Ah Xiao and the others hurriedly jumped out of the plane. The subordinates were scrambling trying to protect their boss. The heavy winds were actually forming a ball of energy. From kilometers away, Violet and Lanchi witnessed the events, when suddenly a blinding ball of energy erupted. As the dust slowly settled, the area around Mechanical Zombie had turned to ashes. Such a terrifying explosion also drew the attention of those at the exchange meet. At that moment, the burly man spoke up. "It's Zombie. I sensed his presence. That strike just now flattened Guadalcanal, and at least 30 million humans were wiped out." Simultaneously, the television hastily interrupted with a news flash. "The largest landmass island on Earth and Country B mysteriously disappeared 20 minutes ago." Hearing this, everyone was in disbelief. What happened? The scene returns to Guadalcanal, where the boss, protected by the masked zombie, had narrowly escaped with her life. When they saw the scene before them, they were also startled. "What's going on here?" Ah Xiao saw Mechanical Zombie in the middle of the crater. "What are you doing? Humans deserve to die." Hearing this, Ah Xiao was petrified on the spot. "It's strange. I feel like there is still one human who hasn't died." Mechanical Zombie sniffed the air. Seeing this, the masked zombie quickly covered the boss's mouth, and Ah Xiao also waved his hands frantically. "You must be mistaken. It's my scent you smell, because I've been around humans for a long time." However, upon hearing this, Mechanical Zombie suddenly gestured towards him. The next second, he had Ah Xiao by the throat. "You spend time with humans?" At this moment, Ah Xiao was terrified. "Aren't we brothers?" Mechanical Zombie coldly responded. "I don't like zombies that mix with humans. After killing you, I can create the kind of zombies I like. Seeing this, Agui was stunned. His personality has changed. How has he become so terrifying now? To save his life, Xiao hastily declared that he would never associate with humans. In the southwest direction, there is a city with a population of 70 million. As soon as he finished speaking, mechanical zombie Boom took off from the spot and flew rapidly towards the southwest. After the mechanical zombie left, Xiao still couldn't help but tremble. Just then, the broadcaster arrived in a helicopter. The boss saw the helicopter land on the other side. Our goal is to coexist with humans. We must not let him act recklessly. However, Xiao retorted, "Boss, are you joking? With our little strength, how can we stop him? I reckon in less than half an hour, the humans in this world will be slaughtered clean." At this moment, the journalist who descended from the plane was also baffled. Why are there still zombies here? Upon seeing this, the boss suddenly leaped in front of the camera and shouted, "Listen, a terrifying guy has appeared here, and he is slaughtering humans massively. Those who see this live stream, hurry to the shelters. There might still be a chance for survival." However, the audience, hearing this, thought it was a prank and remained unmoved. The scene switched to the center of a city in the southwest, where a girl was live streaming her dance on a hillside, instantly attracting a frenzy of donations from 100,000 viewers. "I told you the exchange meeting wasn't worth watching. A beautiful woman's live stream is the real deal." However, just as the host was energetically promoting products, the mechanical zombie suddenly fell from the sky, landing with a big crash. The powerful wind immediately blew away the few people broadcasting live. "What is this thing?" The female host collapsed in terror. Before she could even beg for mercy, she was blown into mush by an explosive shot from the mechanical zombie. Seeing this, the hosts were stunned, thinking to themselves, could everything said in the news just now be true? However, before he could ponder further, the mechanical zombie grabbed him and slowly walked to the edge of a cliff. All these scenes were broadcast live. Suddenly, the mechanical zombie raised his hand and snapped his fingers. The next second, a terrifying dark energy condensed in his hand. This scene that was fully broadcast live via smartphone. At this moment, Blackie in H City saw this scene and was shocked, as the move used by the mechanical zombie was actually Blackie's own ability. Meanwhile, Go beside him was cautious. He is the king. At this moment, the entire world was watching this live broadcast. Just then, in the live broadcast, the mechanical zombie raised his hand, and with a loud bang, countless black substances spread throughout the entire city. Those that came into contact with the black substance would disintegrate. Soon, half of the human population in the city was reduced to ashes. At that moment, mechanical zombie clenched his hand again. Instantly, an invisible force exploded at the city center. With the rise of a mushroom cloud, this city of 30 million vanished in an instant. At this moment, humans in a city from another province were stunned. This must be fake. Someone is pulling a prank. However, only the boss who had experienced the extinction firsthand knew that everything that had just happened was real. The scene shifted back to the competition, where Taishan said to the Blood Queen, "Let's pause for now. You are no match for me at this moment. Don't ask for trouble. We need to stop Zombie first, or he will kill all the humans." At that moment, Lan Ling shouted in horror as he arrived, "Your Majesty, there is someone destroying human cities. It must be Zombie. What do you say? Do you want to join us?" With Zombie in his current state, after he finishes off the humans, it will soon be your turn. After pondering for a moment, the Blood Queen agreed to Taishan's request. Meanwhile, an announcement came from the helicopter. "Emergency notice. A terrifying monster is rampaging and slaughtering humans on the mainland of Country B." After careful consideration by the presidents of both countries, the exchange meeting is temporarily cancelled. Upon hearing this notice, Violet and Lanchi hurriedly instructed the zombies to prepare the helicopter. They wanted to meet this monster. As for the Blood Queen and her group, they had already flown to Country B ahead of schedule. At this moment, Lan Ling on the plane curiously asked, "Why does Zombie hate humans so much?" "Because we killed his family." On the other side, after destroying the city, mechanical zombie swooshed back into the sky, and at that moment, the live broadcast was completely interrupted. After the official announcement that everything that had just happened was real, the people of Country B were now in a panic, and the instigators of all this, the ancient human and the green-haired subordinate, excitedly hugged each other. The green-haired subordinate curiously asked, "Wasn't your goal a better future for humans? Why are you helping us now? What do you know?" The ancient human scoffed, "It seems it's also time to let you know my real purpose." Saying this, he started a global live broadcast. "Viewers from around the world, hello, I am the ancient human you've heard about in the rumors. I will show you a clip from our era. This zombie named Zombie, he destroyed our civilization, and not just once. It is also because of him that our human development has always been abruptly interrupted. However, the most terrifying thing is that this zombie is still alive in the world today. Therefore, I have developed a creature that can compete with him, which is the mechanical zombie you are currently seeing." Upon hearing this, everyone was greatly shocked. "Don't worry, everyone, I have already buried the continuation of humanity underground. Millions of years from now, we humans will still be the rulers of this planet. Anyway, the civilization collapses we experienced back then, you will inevitably experience them sooner or later. For the development of humanity, in these final moments, take the time to say goodbye to your family." As soon as these words were spoken, everyone everyone went mad, rushing towards their homes. At this moment, Zombie in the far Antarctic seemed to sense something and looked in the direction of Country B. It turns out that just now, since the mechanical zombies' live broadcast of destroying a city, various incidents of vandalism started occurring around the world, and social order completely collapsed at this moment. There were still a few who believed that the people in power would save them. Just then, the Blood Queen and her group finally arrived at the scene, along with Violet and Lanchi. The mechanical zombie was surrounded by Country B, who had dispatched thousands of generals to subdue him. However, when they arrived at the scene, they were terrified by what they saw, for the thousands of superhumans had already perished at the hands of the mechanical zombie. Suddenly, dozens of armed helicopters flew overhead. It turned out that all the major generals of Country B had arrived here. At this moment, the people watching the live broadcast outside were excited. Great! With so many generals going into battle, we finally don't have to hide anymore. However, the Blood Queen and her group at the scene didn't think so. This was simply because this zombie they encountered now was completely different from before. Just then, the mechanical zombie suddenly whipped up a whirlwind in the center of the area, and those who were slightly weaker were immediately blown away. When the storm in the center gradually subsided, the mechanical zombie had transformed into his third form. He's just bluffing. Let's go together. And all the major generals of Country B charged towards the mechanical zombie. As one of them was about to reach mechanical zombie, he suddenly turned his head and glanced at him. The next second, the space around that person began to shatter, and with a squish, that major general was killed on the spot. Those who followed closely behind also met the same fate. Before long, all the major generals of Country B were annihilated. At this moment, the people watching the live broadcast outside were stunned. The Blood Queen suddenly shouted loudly, "Run! We are no match for him." But just as she finished speaking, her chest was mysteriously pierced. Violet next to her was also attacked by mechanical zombie. Fortunately, Violet quickly transformed, broke through the space, and drew her long sword, preparing for a desperate fight. However, as soon as she charged close to mechanical zombie, she was punched by him, shattering her transformation and sending her flying back severely injured. Seeing this, Lanchi also hurriedly transformed and attacked mechanical zombie, but the result was the same. They couldn't get close and were blown away by the force of the impact. Lanchi was reverted to her original form by mechanical zombie. At this moment, Blackie and H-City also exclaimed in surprise, "How come this guy's aura is exactly like the king's? It's the king's fourth form. Now that the king is not here, Blackie, you make a decision. Should we stop him?" Blackie replied helplessly, "If he really is the king, then we should follow his decision. After all, destroying civilization is not new to us." But then, Ah Lang stood up in opposition. "We disagree. Take a closer look. Does that guy look like our king? He's nothing more than someone who took the king's genes and changed his skin. Do you know how much effort our king has put into achieving peaceful coexistence with humans? Our king is nothing like this iron skin monster." The scene shifts back to mechanical zombie. At this moment, no one present could withstand even one of his moves. "This is boring. I even switched forms to play with you. I didn't expect you to be so weak. Even in my first form I could easily crush you. What a bore. Alright, the game ends here. Once I've killed all the humans, I'll come back to play with you." Saying this, mechanical zombie flew off toward another city. At this moment, zombie in the far Antarctic also sensed something, but the next second, he leisurely started fishing again. Just like that, under mechanical zombie's frenzied slaughter, in 30 minutes, thousands of cities were destroyed, and his next target was H-City, which zombie had founded himself. "You want the destruction of the king's city?" Ah Lang tried to convince the others. "If you won't go, me and Fur will." But as soon as mechanical zombie arrived here, he witnessed Fur of the ancient bloodline. At this moment, Ah Lang hurried forward. "Your Majesty, this is your city. Have you forgotten? Who are you? I don't recognize you. As a zombie mixing with humans, you might as well be destroyed together." Mechanical zombie coldly responded. Hearing this, Ah Lang was momentarily stunned. "Since you are not the king, then we won't be polite." Saying this, Ah Lang flashed in front of mechanical zombie. However, with just a roar from mechanical zombie, Ah Lang was blown away. Just then, a loud boom came from a tall building nearby. It was our protagonist, Zombie, who had finally returned. Seeing this, mechanical zombie instantly became interested. At this moment, Zombie came to Ah Lang and said, "Don't worry, I'm here. Go evacuate the humans in the city. Leave this place to me." However, mechanical zombie sensed the presence of the original, so he ordered Blackie, "Blackie, I know you're here. Go kill everyone here." Hearing this, Blackie was stunned. How come there are two kings all of a sudden? At that moment, Go reminded him, "Blackie, our lives are in your hands now." Seeing that Blackie did not react, it was Zombie that shouted again, "Hurry and evacuate the people." Feeling this familiar oppressive presence, Blackie immediately understood. That's right, he is the real king. Come with me to evacuate the humans in the city. Seeing this, mechanical zombie instantly became furious and swiftly dashed toward the human shelter. But with a boom, everyone found themselves unharmed. It turned out that at the critical moment, Zombie had stood in front of them. Just then, Zombie grabbed mechanical zombie's face, smashing mechanical zombie into the ground, then kicked it fiercely, sending it flying, crashing through a building and out on the other side. Before mechanical zombie could land, Zombie flashed in front of it again. In his second form, he punched mechanical mechanical zombie again. Seeing this, everyone was astonished. It turns out that punch from zombie had sent mechanical zombie flying into outer space. However, the beaten mechanical zombie was not only not angry but actually excited. Nice. It feels like I'm fighting myself. Meanwhile, on Blackie's side, they were evacuating the humans from H City. But just then, someone pointed at zombie and shouted, "Isn't he the bodyguard of the president of country A? And also the captain of the second ship at this exchange meeting?" Hearing this, a reporter on the helicopter immediately reported live, "Dear viewers, at this moment, a hero from country A is dueling with that monster." This remark shocked Blackie. "Global broadcast? Aren't we exposing that we are zombies?" Just then, mechanical zombie in outer space suddenly started descending rapidly. Seeing this, zombie also hurriedly sprinted, and before mechanical zombie even landed, zombie had already flashed behind it. Zombie and mechanical zombie each threw a punch. Instantly, both were blown away by the other's fist. After separating, the two gathered strength again. Without any fancy moves, they threw another punch at each other. With a boom, the entire H City was instantly blasted with great pressure. The worst off was Varmint, just being blown away with the wind. Fortunately, humans had already evacuated in time and were not harmed. On the other side, the stainless steel chief was with the department head. "Now that zombie is fighting that monster, what should we do now?" The department head pointed at the island and shouted, "There's something wrong with that island. Take it down." However, at this moment, the ancient humans and the green-haired subordinate on the island were still unaware. Viewers watching the live broadcast suddenly shouted, "I remember this person. He really was the bodyguard next to the president back then. But why has he changed his appearance now?" It turns out, to defeat mechanical zombie, zombie had transformed into his third form. In front of him was mechanical zombie with a hole blown away from his torso. The people watching the live broadcast cheered. "No matter who he is, as long as he helps us fight the monster, he is a hero to us all." Zombie then addressed mechanical zombie. "You said you were just like me, but you are far too inexperienced." Just then, mechanical zombie suddenly fired a nuclear missile at him. Zombie merely raised his hand and redirected the nuclear missile away. Accompanied by a boom, an island nation was instantly leveled. At this moment, people were stunned. He swatted away a nuclear missile with his hand. Is this even something a human can do? However, zombie remained calm in the face of this. Just then, mechanical zombie suddenly transformed into his next form and quickly flickered in the air, appearing right in front of zombie. With the power of its next form, mechanical zombie seemed to be on par with zombie. Suddenly, as mechanical zombie threw a punch, it extended a finger. Seeing this, zombie was momentarily stunned. It transformed once more into its fourth form. However, before he could react, energy began to gather on mechanical zombie's hand. The next second, half of zombie's body was blown apart by this energy. Meanwhile, the ancient human and the green-haired subordinate on the island excitedly shouted, "Before his head can regrow, make him disappear into thin air." No sooner had they spoken than a terrifying ray shot out from mechanical zombie's arm. As the dust slowly cleared, zombie had been blasted into nothingness by this horrific ray. His body has been vaporized. The refugees were terrified. "We did it. Let him show off. Now he can't transform into a new form in time," the ancient human said proudly. At this moment, a green cell in the air suddenly began to divide. Through continuous division and fusion, the genes began to slowly reassemble. Shortly thereafter, a skeleton materialized out of thin air. "What's going on?" As he was surprised, zombie's flesh and blood regrew. "What the heck is this?" The onlookers were dumbfounded too. Is he really still human? Just like that, after being blown to bits, zombie revived once again and even transformed into his fourth form. The viewers of the live broadcast immediately recognized, "Isn't this person's face that of the zombie the ancient humans talked about?" Upon hearing this news, everyone was shocked, especially since the ancient humans had said that it was he who destroyed the last civilization. "It's over, it's over. Both sides are monsters. Why is the fate of us humans so tragic?" On the other side, upon learning that zombie had been exposed, Violet and Lanchi prepared to head to the small island to capture Professor Jamie. The scene switches back to zombie. Enraged, zombie, without any superfluous words, flashed in front of mechanical zombie, and before mechanical zombie could react, zombie landed a punch on him. Instantly, endless firelight erupted between them, and mechanical zombie was blasted into the sky. In an instant, mechanical zombie grazed past the moon and then directly pierced through Mars and finally came to a stop after crashing into the massive Saturn, even shifting Saturn's orbit due to the impact. At this moment, people were dumbfounded. Just then, zombie on Earth exerted his power and flew to Saturn. Upon seeing mechanical zombie, zombie swung another fierce punch, crashing onto the face of the planet. Mechanical zombie finally came to his senses and hastily tried escaping towards the outskirts of Saturn. Seeing this, zombie immediately circled to the opposite direction, but when he encountered mechanical zombie again, he found that it was just an afterimage. This move left zombie stunned. Where did this guy suddenly run off to? At this moment, mechanical zombie had already returned to Earth, but before he could catch his breath, zombie was already on his tail. Knowing hiding was futile, mechanical zombie suddenly threw a punch towards the ground. The next second, the generals who had been crushed into mush instantly came back. Although their condition was somewhat different, rather than being resurrected, it was more like they had been refined into puppets by mechanical zombie. Zombie on the other side suddenly waved his hand. The next second, the remaining cells in the air began to divide. Before long, the previously killed residents turned into zombies. At this moment, the reporter was beyond shocked, completely stupefied. Looking at the dense army of zombies, people couldn't help but scream. Seeing this, people were dumbfounded. How did my many aunts and uncles become zombies? However, Zombie's next action left Violet and Lanchi utterly incredulous. He simply raised his hand and waved at the zombie army. In the next second, all the ordinary zombies instantly entered their second form. This move left Lanchi and Violet speechless. We worked hard for our second form, and these zombies got it just like that. Just then, Zombie suddenly raised his hand and pointed, and immediately countless figures fell from the sky. In just a few moments, the generals summoned by Mechanical Zombie were all torn apart by the zombie army. Seeing his trick foiled, Mechanical Zombie scornfully taunted, "Is that all?" Saying this, he rushed forward and exchanged a punch with Zombie. Instantly, the impact force blasted the whole city. Violet and Lanchi knew that if they continued to fight like this, civilization might get destroyed again. So, they immediately took a plane to the suspicious island they had visited before. Professor Jamie, noticing the anomaly, urgently shouted, "Are you still watching the show? The human army is about to land on the island." Hearing this, the ancient human was momentarily stunned. "I said retreat." It turns out, the department head, leading various presidents, had already arrived on the island first. Seeing this, Professor Jamie hurriedly burned all the research materials, then prepared to escape the island on a helicopter. But when the pilot was ready to take off, he found that the plane wouldn't budge. It turns out, just as they were preparing to take off, Lanchi hurried over and grabbed the helicopter's wheels. This action prevented the helicopter from taking flight. "Weren't you fighting on the front lines? How did you end up here?" Professor Jamie exclaimed. However, before he could finish his sentence, Lanchi violently threw the helicopter away. Just like that, Professor Jamie and his two companions were captured again. At that moment, Violet grabbed an ancient human and demanded, "Tell me quickly, how can we stop Mechanical Zombie? If we don't get them to stop soon, the civilization of this world will be destroyed once again." But no matter how Violet pressed him, the ancient human refused to reveal the method. Lanchi suddenly spoke up, "Maybe I have a way to make him talk." Saying this, she walked up to the ancient human, waved her hand, and a strand of the zombie virus instantly invaded the ancient human's body. It didn't take long for Lanchi to completely control the ancient human's brain. "Can you end this battle?" "There is. Inside the box is a button that will make the nanomaterial in Mechanical Zombie's blood disappear. Without it, he cannot hold his form." Violet understood and took the device. As the fierce battle was ongoing, Violet pushed the button, but to their surprise, nothing happened. "My nanomechanics were all designed perfectly. This cannot be." Just then, a surge of energy was released by Mechanical Zombie, blasting the surrounding with immense pressure. But Zombie remained unfazed. As the dust settled, it revealed a new form. It was Mechanical Zombie's fifth form. "Even without a container, I can still live." No one else could move due to the ominous aura of the new form. At that moment, Mechanical Zombie suddenly spoke. "Original Zombie, how about it? Do you want to change too?" But upon hearing this, Zombie made no movement. Instead, it was the reporter standing between them who stuttered, "How come we ended up in the middle?" Just then, the zombie army nearby suddenly erupted into chaos and rushed towards Mechanical Zombie. Mechanical Zombie merely said the word scram, and the next second, the space where the zombie army was compressed, and soon all the zombies turned to dust. At this moment, Blackie, watching from a distance, was stunned. How is this guy's aura becoming more and more like the king's? He hurriedly shouted to Zombie, "Your Majesty, stop fighting. If this continues, the entire world's civilization will be destroyed again." However, at this moment, Zombie couldn't hear Blackie's words. He slowly raised his right hand, then covered his face. Seeing this, Violet and Lanchi were shocked, because at this moment, Zombie had once again transformed into a new appearance, Zombie's fifth form. Just then, the department head and the Stainless Steel Academy chief looked up at the sky in horror. For some reason, the previously clear sky had turned blood red. As a dazzling beam of light hit Zombie, the next second, a scarlet liquid began to spread out slowly from him. In mere moments, the entire earth was completely enveloped in blood. At this moment, a general from Country B, far out at sea, screamed in horror, "This blood! It's all blood!" Even more terrifying was that the blood started to flow towards the sun at some point. Soon, not only the sun, but also Saturn and the moon were stained red. People on Earth were dumbfounded. What exactly is going on? Even Mechanical Zombie said in surprise, "Interesting, I haven't even seen this form myself." As the surrounding dust slowly settled, the chilling aura of Zombie made everyone around take a sharp breath, especially the reporter and the white-haired girl, who were right in the center of the battlefield, suddenly fell to their knees with a thud, loudly begging for mercy. However, Zombie paid them no heed, only quietly watching Mechanical Zombie not far away. Mechanical Zombie wore a smug smile. "Can you explain why I don't have this form? If you want me to disappear, there should be a reason. The reason is simple. After destroying the previous iron-skinned human civilization, I developed this myself. Not bad, not bad. Worthy of being my original form, but I can still hold my own." Mechanical Zombie then accelerated towards Zombie. "No, you can't." But just as he was about to reach his original form, Mechanical Zombie suddenly froze. Zombie slowly raised his right hand, and an unprecedented sense of oppression instantly subdued Mechanical Zombie. Before Mechanical Zombie could react, Zombie's palm began to loom infinitely large before his eyes. As the camera zoomed out, before long, the entire Earth seemed to be bound by some sort of law. Violet and Lanchi on the island were dumbfounded. What exactly is going on? It turns out, at this moment, the immensely vast Earth was already grasped in Zombie's hand. As for those humans still on Earth, they suddenly felt their bodies twisted together. But before they could cry out for help, Zombie's right hand suddenly tightened its grip. With a resounding crash, the entire world instantly quieted. However, as everyone regained their senses, they realized that what had just happened seemed like an illusion. But when they turned their gazes to the center of the scene, Mechanical Zombie was already grasped in Zombie's hand. This scene left Violet stunned at a distance. What exactly did Zombie do just now? Weren't we supposed to be annihilated? The scene shifts back to Zombie, only to see that the lower half of Mechanical Zombie's body had already been destroyed. Despite this, Mechanical Zombie had not died. Instead, he even praised, "Worthy of being my original form. Impressive, impressive." Just then, Mechanical Zombie suddenly spoke up. "Actually, I can feel that deep down, you still kind of hate humans." Hearing this, Zombie was momentarily stunned. "So you were never under control? I could have been Mr. Nice Guy inside your body, but you had to share me with others." Upon hearing this, Lanchi and Violet looked on in surprise. "I was originally just a strand of bloodline within you, and I never thought about escaping. When you shared me with Dawn and others, you must have anticipated that something like today would happen. Humans are inherently greedy, and when they acquire great power, they become even crazier." Then appeared Violet, then Lanchi. "Think about it. Which of these things happened without your permission? You knew well the strength of your own genes, yet you allowed them to compete for it. So, without your permission, who could control me? You guys didn't really think that bald guy could command me. I'm merely a strand of gene in your body. When I gained freedom, the first thing I did was to fulfill my duty. Look at this world full of ruins. Are you sure all this was done by me? If not for your permission, how could I have been born? Thus, the true culprit behind all this is you. It's that trace of hatred towards humans deep inside you. As for me, I was merely following your thoughts, acting according to your will." Listening to Mechanical Zombie's account, Lanchi and Violet were stunned, and the humans watching the live broadcast were completely bewildered. Then Zombie finally spoke. "You've said so much, but what exactly do you mean?" "It's simple. I think you yourself should be aware. By now I have slaughtered billions of the global population. The humans now only fear you, and they might even plot against you behind your back. Rather than that, it might be better to kill them all and end it." But before he could finish, Zombie sternly refused. "Do you really think humans will be grateful to you? What can you do now, apart from turning them all into zombies?" After listening, Zombie paused for a moment. "I can bring them all back to life." Upon hearing this, Mechanical Zombie's eyes widened in disbelief. Before he could react, Zombie suddenly ran his finger across his own chest and pulled out his own heart. This action stunned Violet and others on the spot. What is he doing? After Zombie extracted his heart and held it over his head, he squeezed it forcefully, and the heart instantly turned into countless specks of blood that scattered in all directions. Soon, this blood flew to every corner of the earth. With the help of Zombie's blood, the humans who had been killed by Mechanical Zombie were quickly revived. Seeing this, Violet and the others were completely dumbfounded. "No way, can it really work like that?" At this moment, the generals of Country B were dumbfounded. What just happened? Weren't we dead? And the people who witnessed this miracle were even more astounded. The most distressed were Professor Jamie and his group, who after all their efforts ended up with nothing. The scene shifts back to Zombie. He was seen questioning Mechanical Zombie. "How about that? Are you satisfied now?" After Mechanical Zombie helplessly said, "I give up," it slowly dissipated into the air. Seeing this, Lanchi and Violet were also stunned. Is the battle finally over? At that moment, Zombie suddenly waved his hand, absorbing Mechanical Zombie's genes back into his body. "You can relax now." Just like that, the battle between Zombie and Mechanical Zombie finally came to an end. On the other side, the department head and his subordinate also arrived on the island. Seeing this, Violet quickly shouted, "You guys keep an eye on Professor Jamie and his team." As soon as she finished speaking, she and Lanchi dashed towards where Zombie was. Originally, it was thought to be a conspiracy by the ancient humans against Zombie, but it turned out to be a seed of hatred towards humans and Zombie's heart acting up. Perhaps out of guilt, Zombie ultimately chose to save all humanity, and when Mechanical Zombie disappeared, so did the hostility towards humans in Zombie's heart. The resentment completely evaporated. 2 hours later, Lanchi and Violet finally arrived at the scene, but when they saw Zombie in front of them, they were stunned. At that moment, Zombie had reverted to his original form. Seeing Zombie standing there motionless, Violet and Lanchi thought he was dead. After all, he had crushed his own heart with his hands. How could he still be alive? Just when Lanchi and Violet thought Zombie was completely gone, he suddenly opened his chest and said, "It's okay, the heart will grow back." Seeing this, Violet and Lanchi were speechless. They thought to themselves, how could this guy always be so infuriating? They then yelled at Zombie, "Can't you finish the fight quicker? Look at the destruction you've caused." Just then, Zombie suddenly noticed some fine particles in his hand. Violet quickly stepped forward. These seemed to be nanomachines developed by the ancient people. It seems these little things quite like me, so I'll keep them for now. They might be useful later. Thus, as the great battle passed, the world welcomed a brief period of peace. However, zombies' power had now been fully exposed to the world. What path should humanity take next? Meanwhile, in H City, which zombie governed, since many buildings had been destroyed, all the residents were working overtime to rebuild their homes. However, the first thing they did was to hang up Varmin again. At this moment, on a private plane, the president is staring blankly at the newspaper in his hand. Just then, Violet and Lanchi walk in. "Mr. President, you called us here for something?" The president was reading a newspaper that labeled Zombie as a menace. "Where is Zombie now?" Upon hearing this, Violet is momentarily stunned. "We don't know. He hasn't come to work for a long time since that incident." At this moment, the president suddenly slams the newspaper on the table and sighs. If things continue to develop like this, society might face problems. The scene switches back to Professor Jamie, where at this moment, the three of them are being escorted to another prison. Look outside the window. It turns out there was a large crowd of people waving flags in protest, and they were claiming that Professor Jamie was innocent, that he was their savior, the hope of humanity. Seeing this scene, the green-haired subordinate was dumbfounded. Professor Jamie was also helpless, surprised to find himself suddenly seen as the good guy. It seems Mechanical Zombie was right. Humans always fear those things they can't control. Although Zombie rescued them in their time of crisis, humans didn't feel much gratitude. Instead, they were terrified by Zombie's formidable power. However, there are also some fanatical extremists who worship Zombie's strength, believing he is a god, the deity who will lead them to the ultimate evolution. At this moment, the whole world was in disarray. On one side, the innocent are worshipping the villain, the criminals are worshipping the hero. If this continues, the entire world's order will collapse. However, amidst the human chaos, our protagonist Zombie was leisurely lying at home playing video games. But just as he was getting into it, a discordant voice suddenly interrupted him. Blackie awkwardly pushed open the door. "My king, there seems to be something wrong with human society right now." To this, Zombie was unconcerned, instead asking Blackie if he wanted to join him for a game. "My king, I'll pass on the game. Also, there are two guys outside begging to see you." At this moment, inside the hall, Ah Xiao and Agui were visibly nervous. Just as they were about to drink some tea to ease the awkward atmosphere, Zombie suddenly pushed the door open and asked, "Who's looking for me?" "It's you two. What brings you here?" "We have met the king. We ask for your blessing." After saving the world, Zombie was feared and rejected, becoming the world's public enemy. In response, countries A and B passed the Zombie Management Act to control the fear. They not only used nanometal to transform the moon into a super prison, but also established the Special Act Enforcement Bureau SAEB, planning to imprison Zombie for life on the moon. For the capture of Zombie, the two countries sent out their elite forces, deploying numerous military aircrafts and mobilizing dozens of tanks to encircle H City. At that moment, on the rooftop of a building, Agui holding a telescope said, "It looks like they've brought all their top-level combat forces here. The surrounding army is growing." Hearing this, Ah Xiao clenched her teeth and said, "Due to human fear and discrimination, all zombies with consciousness were forced to relocate to H City. Luckily, we decisively sided with the king back then. Otherwise, we might have been gone long ago." Originally, since the end of the Great War, the world fell into chaos. Ah Xiao and the others sought out Zombie, sided with him, and settled down on a rooftop in H City. They lived a peaceful zombie life. At this time, Ashi looked at Big Sis and said, "Based on the current real estate prices in H City, Ah Xiao is right. We probably couldn't even afford this rooftop. If Big Sis were to end up sleeping under bridges like those Blood Tribe people, that would be too embarrassing." Hearing this, Big Sis heavily set down her cup and said in a low voice, "Exactly. Humans are ostracizing ordinary zombies now, but they are too scared to lay a hand on Zombie because of his power. It might actually be better to choose like we did." However, just then, Agui said in a panic, "Big Sis, something seems wrong." At that moment, countless club presidents and generals gathered outside H City, shouting, "We must capture Zombie today no matter what." Seeing this, Big Sis and the others had a stern look. Do they want to completely wipe out human civilization? Their brains must have been kicked by a mule to actually be serious. But as she spoke, Violet bent down to gather strength and dashed towards H City. Simultaneously, as the department head announced the start of the operation, everyone sprang into action. Fur and Ah Lang wanted to step forward to stop Violet, but were held back by the department head and the others. As Violet sped unhindered towards Zombie's residence, suddenly, a cannonball blocked her path. Immediately after, Dawn appeared in front of Violet with a smile and said, "Violet, let me remind you who saved this world. If you want to capture Zombie, you'll have to get past me first." Under Dawn's intensive fire, Violet could only keep dodging. "Stop it right now." But Dawn continued attacking relentlessly. Seeing this, Violet didn't hold back either and instantly rushed toward Dawn, shattering her weapon. The two clashed fiercely in midair, exchanging blows. With a powerful strike from Violet, they were sent flying apart. "Dawn, this concerns the survival of human civilization. I don't have time to tangle with you here." Hearing this, Dawn smirked and said coldly, "That's just ridiculous." As she finished speaking, two figures sped towards her. Dawn had just turned her head, and before she could react, she was smashed into the building. When the dust settled, she found that the one who had attacked her was Zombie's underling, Ago. At the same time, the chief and the Stainless Steel Academy chief also appeared before her. Dawn, stop resisting. We don't want unnecessary casualties. Meanwhile, on the other side, Lang was captured by the twin sisters and Aegon, while Fur was trapped in a nanometal cage by Zhang Lanqi and the explosive sausage commander. With this, the first phase of the battle was completed. All the boss-level zombies under Zombie were subdued. At that moment, Lang roared, "I can't believe you guys would actually betray the king." Blackie adjusted his tie and said calmly, "The world is constantly on the brink of war. Only by cooperating with the Act can we fulfill the king's wishes." Unexpectedly, even Blackie had betrayed Zombie, standing on the side of humanity. Meanwhile, Zombie, the male protagonist, was not worried at all and was leisurely lying at home playing video games. Should I just start over from the top? It turned out that all this was a script directed by Zombie aimed at calming people's panic. Months before the Zombie Management Act was implemented, Violet had specifically retaught them the plot to avoid major mistakes by Blackie and others. When I rush towards the building, Lang will appear on my left and Fur will come in from my right. When I'm about to reach the building, Dawn will appear. You'll then be contained by Blackie and others. Don't forget your lines. Meanwhile, on the other side, the chief and Zhang Lanqi were responsible for testing the strength of the prison materials. As Zhang Lanqi issued a standard attack command to Zombie, he clenched his fist and charged up, then blasted a punch forward. Accompanied by a thunderous sound, everyone in the room was instantly blown away, and the powerful punch even split the earth down the middle. When Violet got up and saw that Zombie had destroyed all the test materials with just one punch, she and Zhang Lanqi's faces were filled with shock. At that time, Zombie straightened his clothes and said, "It seems you've completely mastered the ancient people's nanometal. This impact feeling is really good. Using these sturdy materials to bind me will surely eliminate humanity's fear of me." Hearing this, the department head and Dawn were immediately stunned, while Violet instantly exploded. "Who are you kidding? That didn't stop anything at all." At this moment, the department head walked over and reminded, "The video from just now must not leak out. Not only will it not eliminate humanity's fear, it will only spark even greater panic." Upon hearing this, Zombie immediately replied, "The hardness of these materials is fine, as long as we pile them up to 1,000 kilometers, and the size of the moon is just right. At the same time, my underlings will cooperate with you. We can definitely change humanity's perception of zombies." Hearing this, Violet looked towards Blackie and the others. They were holding a banner of love and peace, making a star shape, looking like they were fully immersed in their middle school phase. After completing the primary phase of the script's battle goals, Violet immediately reported the battlefield situation, stating, "This time, to imprison Zombie and exile him to the moon, the combined technological achievements of both countries and ancient human have been brought together. A special grade A containment device has been created for Zombie, whose hardness has already been verified in actual combat and used to imprison a few dissenters. The implementation of this act will be the first step for humanity and zombies to coexist." At this time, Zombie looked at the reported footage, showing a smile of satisfaction. "I didn't expect Blackie and the others to have such good acting skills. Their gloating expressions look so real." Then, Zombie began organizing his books and packing, preparing for a series of follow-up actions to improve his image. "Once I'm successfully captured, everything will get better." However, just as Zombie finished packing his essentials, eager to welcome his imprisonment, the situation changed. The members of the N group who had sacrificed in the battle between Zombie and the clones were unaware of the developments, while Country B began to stir trouble. They believed that Country A's approach was too cowardly, and since humanity had mastered such powerful technology, there was no need to coexist with zombies anymore. Country B sent helicopters directly to Zombie's H City Hall. At this moment, Varmint was hung on the rooftop, shouting aggrievedly, "I'm about to be sun-dried into a mummy. When are you going to take me down?" However, just at that moment, a general from Country B suddenly aimed at a direction and fired a shell forward. With a loud bang, the building where Varmint was hanging was instantly hit by the shell, and Varmint was liberated from the pole. But the moment he landed, he suddenly panicked. "I didn't mean to break free. Sorry, my king. It was the cannon fire that knocked me down." After saying that, Varmint suddenly saw Blackie and Ago being interviewed by humans. In front of the cameras, they stated, "We will definitely stand with humanity and assist in apprehending Zombie." Hearing this, Varmint was instantly furious, his veins bulging. "You guys actually betrayed the king." Meanwhile, Violet, upon seeing that the people of Country B had fired without authorization, instantly became enraged. "I said there was no need to shoot. Are you people from Country B brain dead?" Seeing this, Dawn quickly whispered, "Hey, the camera is still live." Hearing this, Violet immediately forced herself to control her emotions. This operation should ideally use peaceful means, signifying that Zombie is not an enemy of humanity, marking a complete 180-degree change in attitude. At this time, the walls of Zombie's residence had been shattered by the recent cannon fire. Seems like Violet's side isn't having an easy time either. After saying this, he opened a can of cola. Luckily, it was just a minor accident and it won't affect the plan. But just as he finished speaking, a military aircraft nearby suddenly exploded. It turned out that Varmint had struck the military aircrafts approaching the area. Seeing this, Zombie immediately sensed trouble, his can of cola crushed in his hand. At this moment, Varmint destroyed all the military aircrafts approaching Zombie's residence. Realizing that this attack was from Varmint, Blackie and the others immediately took the reporters and jumped to a distant location. Just then, a figure smashed towards them. Violet looked closely and realized it was the same country B general who had just acted foolishly. He was now frothing at the mouth, his eyes rolled back, completely unconscious. Seeing this, Ago said to Blackie, "Varmint is really going at it. Does the king have some special arrangement for him? Don't act rashly. The king must have his deep reasons for doing this." However, what they didn't know was that Zombie was also panicking at the time. He had forgotten to tell Varmint the script because Varmint had been hung up for too long and was completely unaware of the plan. At that moment, Varmint placed his hand on the saw, instantly fusing his blood into the chain, and said, "We agreed to lead the zombies to prosperity together. Why betray the king? If so, I'll just kill them all. It's all these humans' fault." Seeing Varmint ready to use his ultimate move in desperation, Blackie quickly warned Violet, "Not good. Varmint is going all out." However, no sooner had he spoken than a series of explosions echoed through the sky as all the planes burst apart. Just then, a figure swooshed appeared below the containment pod. To prevent the situation from worsening, Zombie decisively took action. He lifted the containment pod and slammed it down hard on Varmint. Varmint, still unclear about the situation, was smashed into the ground by Zombie. With a boom, everything around was instantly blown away. As the dust settled, Zombie's figure emerged. At this moment, he had already activated his second form. As everyone saw Zombie's form and trembled in fear, Zombie calmly said, "What are you waiting for? Come and arrest me." Thus, the mission to enforce Zombie Management Act was a success. Zombie was then temporarily detained at the SIAB Special Bureau headquarters. To reduce misunderstandings about zombies, Blackie, representing the zombies, held a press conference at the headquarters. "We will always stand on the side of humanity and welcome supervision from every creature worldwide. The law will be the cage that restrains zombie, and peace and tranquility are the common wishes of zombies and humans." After speaking, he refused any questions and turned to walk into the headquarters. Meanwhile, Zombie was leisurely strolling inside the headquarters. When Blackie and the others saw him, they immediately knelt down with a thump. "Mercy, my king. I had no choice but to disrespect you just now." Hearing this, Zombie waved his hand a bit too vigorously and the inferior handcuffs instantly broke. He casually said, "It's fine. How was my performance? Did I manage to appear harmless and friendly?" Hearing this, Dawn with a helpless face said, "Does it look very friendly? Take a look for yourself. This is your so-called friendliness." As she finished speaking, the scene of Zombie subduing Varmint replayed on the screen. At that moment, Zombie was stepping on Varmint, a sinister smile on his face. Opposite him, some timid soldiers had already fainted in fear, even frothing at the mouth. "Tell me, how many people do you think will believe you were captured after seeing the scene?" Hearing this, Zombie looked embarrassed. "It was just a little mishap in a rush. I think it shouldn't be a big problem." At this moment, Violet spoke up. "The original performance of this act was meant to show that we could control you and give humanity hope to continue living, but the oppression you project is just too strong. Anyway, we've somehow made it through the first step. Next is the segment on the moon. We'll use the moon prison as a stage to create a large-scale reality show, showcasing your unknown benevolent side." At this time, Blackie approached with a flattering expression and said, "Don't worry, my king. I've already mobilized all my underlings to support you, and we've also assembled a strong PR team, guaranteed to not have a single hater." Hearing this, Ago expressed some doubt. "It's hard to please everyone. How can you achieve 0 haters?" "You don't need to worry about that. My team is professional." "Blackie, you really need to stop that. I'm going to kill someone face." Just then, Violet brushed her disheveled hair behind her ear, stating, "As a guard, I will also accompany Zombie to the prison." Her action instantly stirred the hearts of Blackie and Ago, but Zombie, the simpleton, extended his hand and said, "Please take care of me." Seeing this, Violet took Zombie's hand and said, "Fear comes from the unknown. Once people get to know you, they'll realize you're just like us." However, before she could finish, Zombie picked up his suitcase and flung her. With a resounding boom, Violet soared into the sky, and in the blink of an eye, she landed on the moon. "We've arrived. It's been a long time since I've seen such a spectacle since the fall of ancient civilization. It's really nostalgic." In front of them stood a giant prison built from nanometal, emanating an awe-inspiring majesty. When Zombie turned to look at Violet, he saw her waving him over. Realizing that sound couldn't travel in a vacuum, he scurried over to her. Just after Violet thoughtfully put headphones on him, she immediately burst out angrily, "Are you sick? Dragging me to the moon? Were you trying to kill me? We have moon landing spacecraft prepared. Isn't this more convenient? If you want, I can take you back." Hearing this, Violet was startled. "No need for that trouble. You might as well just kill me." While the two were bickering, a moon spacecraft raced toward them. "They're coming." "Who's coming?" "Your prison mates. Don't worry, your fellow inmates are very friendly. All of them are talented communicators." Meanwhile, as Zombie entered the prison to be detained, the entire moon prison immediately activated its first-level defense system. The ancient person, seeing them, mockingly said, "You really think nanometal can keep zombie locked up? Your brains must be waterlogged. According to my calculations, a 1,000-kilometer thick layer of nanometal can only hold him for 9 hours and 17 minutes. That was based on calculations from our civilization's era. But now, he's gotten stronger." At that moment, the president of country calmly said, "We never intended to control zombie. The moon prison plan was his own suggestion." Hearing this, the ancient person's face showed disbelief. "We're just using this plan to validate ancient technology like space travel and planetary transformation, which we've now mastered. If zombie goes out of control, the moon prison will give us enough time to board a spaceship." Then, the prime minister of country B interjected, "No matter what, I never want to see that idiot again in my life. We will take humanity's seed to the stars and say goodbye to that monster once and for all." Hearing this, the ancient person burst into laughter. "So you're planning to run away? But have you ever thought, why didn't we, with the technology to relocate to other planets, run away, but instead chose to stay and be exterminated?" These words left everyone momentarily stunned. Then, the ancient person slowly began to recount the events of the past. At that time, humans had already planned to flee from zombie and escape to another star system. However, just as their fleet was about to exit the solar system and never see the monster zombie again, celebrating with cheers, everyone thought they could leave smoothly. However, the fleet was hit by an unknown gravitational field. Suddenly, a huge object made of countless crystals appeared. The force between those crystals seemed to envelop the entire solar system. Any fleet that tried to leave the solar system would be destroyed by the gravitational field. In just an instant, their fleet suffered heavy losses, and at that moment, the people on the warships suddenly discovered a figure appearing at the edge of the solar system. With his appearance, the entire fleet was wiped out in an instant. The ground command center only heard the creature say, "Outer perimeter patrol of heavenly prison completed. Zombies' current anomalies are unrelated to this breakout. All derived filth has been conveniently cleaned up." After hearing the ancient person's words, everyone fell into silence. Meanwhile, a building in H City suddenly exploded. After the dust settled, Butterfly and Nia respectfully said, "Greetings to the divine messenger." And the man sitting in front of them was the creature that destroyed the fleet in the ancient person's recollections. The divine messenger Vero. "Zombie has already fled this planet. Divine messenger, we have accidentally discovered a companion left behind here who understands zombie's condition the best. He has been with zombie for thousands of years." The companion they referred to was the Blood Queen Little Red. "Who are you calling a companion, you lunatics? I have no time for your nonsense." Saying this, she instantly broke free from the stone bindings. However, just as she landed, the ground suddenly turned into a blood pool, and countless hands emerged from the pool, grasping her tightly. Vero looked at the queen playfully and said, "Lower being, it seems you have been away from civilization too long. There are some things I need to help you remember." In an instant, the Blood Queen was knocked back dozens of meters and then fell to the ground, immediately spewing a mouthful of old blood. "For instance, as a thought deity, you should show proper respects to divine messengers." In order to survive, Little Red had led Vero and others to the Beyonders Academy. At that moment, Butterfly said to Vero, "Divine messenger, the place mentioned by this companion is just ahead. Are you looking for information on zombie? The Academy has his records. But let me remind you, the people inside possess the highest combat capabilities of modern civilization. I advise you to plan carefully." "Shut up. A mind that doesn't even know where its host is has no right to tell me what to do." Meanwhile, inside the Academy's gymnasium, the stainless steel Academy chief swiftly made 2 exquisite platters with his blade. It turned out they were holding a celebration for zombies' departure from Earth. "Finally, we no longer have to live in constant fear." However, the chief couldn't bear it and said with a complicated expression, "Although zombie is a zombie, he has never harmed humans. On the contrary, he even helped us capture Professor Jamie, so our city didn't have to erect high walls against the zombie tide anymore. Holding this celebration now just doesn't feel right. We know that, after all, zombie had no malice towards humans, but every time I interacted with him, I would have nightmares. Since he left, I feel incredibly relaxed, and even my previous mental fatigue has improved. We can only hope that the president's plan goes smoothly." However, at that moment, a large amount of smoke suddenly rose inside the gymnasium. Sensing danger, the chief quickly turned around and pulled out his Italian cannon. "Who's there? Come out, you sneaky coward." No sooner had he spoken than Vero, with an evil grin, emerged from the smoke. He lightly placed his hand on the muzzle of the chief's cannon, and in a snap, the Italian cannon was instantly shattered. "Is this the place you call the strongest human force? Pathetically weak. These guys aren't even worth being called filth." Just then, the stainless steel Academy chief swung his steel blade in an attempt to attack, but as soon as the blade touched Vero, it instantly shattered. Vero merely turned his head and glared at the stainless steel Academy chief, who was then thrown back and smashed heavily onto the floor. The Iron Club president was dumbfounded. This can't be real. This is too absurd. At the same time, he was shocked to see that the gymnasium's floor began oozing a large amount of red liquid. In the blink of an eye, the red liquid had covered the entire venue. Then, the balloons in the air began to burn, turning into flaming skulls that flew towards him. Just then, the chief suddenly suddenly stood up. Boring tricks. Don't underestimate humans, he shouted loudly, and his body began to change. The next second, he transformed into a giant robot built with nanotechnology. The Iron Club president was incredulous at the sight. Then, the chief turned to the Stainless Steel Academy chief and said, "How long are you planning to play dead? Stop being lazy and get up. Can I lie down for a while?" As the Stainless Steel Academy chief spoke, his body also transformed. A giant tiger-shaped robot suddenly appeared. It turned out that the Stainless Steel Academy chief had also integrated nanotechnology. "Then let's do this together. A good chance to test this nanoalloy body." The Iron Club president on the side, helplessly complaining, "These two guys stole nanotechnology. How come they didn't call me?" At this moment, the Stainless Steel Academy chief's tiger-shaped robot began to gather energy, and simultaneously, the chief's giant robot also started to power up. Then, the two launched their attacks together. With a loud noise, the two energy forces merged and rushed towards Vero. However, Vero merely lifted his hand and stopped their attack. He sneered, "It's been 1,000 years, and you still haven't changed." Saying this, he pinched with 2 fingers, and instantly, a giant hand emerged from the ground, grabbing the Stainless Steel Academy chief and crushing his nanoalloy in an instant. Then, he violently flung the Stainless Steel Academy chief towards the chief, sending alloy fragments flying everywhere. The impact shattered the chief's nanotechnology-enhanced body as well, leaving him kneeling powerlessly in front of Vero. At this time, Butterfly stepped forward to remind him, "Divine Messenger, they are not the civilization whose entire fleet you destroyed back then. Today's civilization mainly develops individual combat strength. That doesn't matter. They are just filth bred in a cage. It's normal for Zombie to wipe them out." Hearing the mention of Zombie, the Iron Club president mustered the courage to step forward and asked, "Who exactly are you? Do you know Zombie? You could say that. Zombie is the one we exiled and sealed here. Now that we have returned, it is to completely resolve him and erase you filth as well." Just then, Butterfly pointed ahead and shouted, "Divine Messenger, that guy is running away." It turned out that the chief was attempting to escape to get help while the Iron Club president was talking with Vero. However, Vero slowly raised his arm and sneered, "Your little schemes can't escape my palm." As he spoke, a cloud of smoke rose behind the chief. A giant red hand suddenly emerged from the smoke and quickly reached for him. Then, Vero squeezed fiercely, and the chief was caught by the giant hand and immediately pressed to the ground. After dealing with the chief and the Iron Club president, Vero turned to look at the Blood Queen. "Lower species, you better hope there really is information about Zombie here, or you'll face the consequences." Hearing this, the Blood Queen muttered to herself in frustration, "Damn, I knew these guys were weak, but I didn't expect them to be this weak, not even lasting around. Looks like escaping in the chaos won't work. I need to think of another way." Just then, Butterfly excitedly ran over and said, "I found it. I found information about Zombie." Relieved, the Blood Queen smiled. However, when Vero saw the so-called information, he was speechless. It turned out that Butterfly had found the variety show script of Zombie being taken to the moon. Then, they immediately turned on the TV and began to watch the live broadcast. "Welcome everyone to the grand variety show Zombie. This Zombie, we will be broadcasting Zombie's every move on the moon globally. It is reported that 8,000 super criminals have been incarcerated in the moon prison. These criminals, long confined in various prisons, are ignorant of the outside world and are likely to clash with Zombie. However, the Zombie spokesperson Blackie stated that even under these extreme circumstances, Zombie will continue to coexist peacefully with humans." However, as everyone watched the live broadcast in confusion, the screen suddenly filled with comments smearing Zombie. It turned out that Butterfly had deliberately posted these negative comments to please Vero. Hearing this, Vero was instantly enraged, his veins bulging as he spoke. "What's the use of doing these meaningless things? You idiot, don't interrupt my thinking. Zombie, I want to see what you are really up to." Meanwhile, in the moon prison, Zombie was casually lining up for food, saying, "I'm planning to take this opportunity to get in some good fitness and relaxation. Could you please give me some extra eggs?" At that moment, Violet, acting as the overall director, was instructing the crew through a walkie-talkie. "Didn't you see Zombie's makeup is smeared? Hurry up and touch it up." Immediately, the makeup team rushed forward to touch up Zombie's makeup, and the camera quickly switched to other characters. At this time, Vero stared at the TV screen, silent, his face full of doubt. This is impossible. That demon who could destroy the world at will, how could he possibly care about human opinion? How could someone who would rather kill all humans possibly want to coexist peacefully with them? He frowned, muttering to himself, could it be that thousands of years of imprisonment, loneliness, and solitude have driven him mad? Something feels off. Suddenly, as if he had realized something, his eyes lit up. "I understand. Zombie must be studying these impurities, trying to uncover the secrets of the human soul to break the source of our divine civilization's power. His ultimate goal is to break through the barriers we've constructed, willing to destroy civilizations generation after generation, all part of a plan spanning thousands of years. Zombie is terrifying and cunning, truly worthy of being our archenemy. Now that I've discovered it, how could I let you succeed? Let's send a greeting first." Saying this, he slapped the couch hard, his consciousness rapidly traveling towards the moon, directly entering the body of a heavyweight criminal. Moments later, this criminal criminal stormed out of his room angrily. When he saw Zombie casually live streaming and eating eggs, he slammed the table and then slowly sat down opposite Zombie. Long time no see, Zombie. Meanwhile, when Blackie and the others learned that nothing had happened on the moon for 3 days, they immediately popped champagne to celebrate. Great, just great. No one has clashed with the king for 3 days. The public opinion on Earth is also very positive, and the plan seems to be going even smoother than we thought. At this moment, all the troublemaking prisoners had calmed down. Unbeknownst to them, this was because Violet had educated these prisoners in advance to prevent them from clashing with Zombie. However, just then, a soldier ran over in a panic and reported, "There's an emergency with Zombie." At that moment, Vero confronted Zombie. "Do you remember us?" Hearing this, Zombie looked up in confusion. "Who are you?" Hearing this, Vero was so angry he almost crushed his molars. Then he snorted coldly, "Stop pretending. Let's see how weak you really are." Saying this, he made the controlled criminal move. The criminal's right arm muscles quickly swelled, and then he swung a punch towards Zombie. With a loud boom, the criminal's punch instantly shattered the wall behind Zombie. However, Zombie easily blocked the attack with a pair of chopsticks. But just then, a top-level alarm sounded in the prison. The system judged that Zombie showed violent tendencies, immediately locked all the prison doors, and initiated a 3-minute countdown to self-destruct. Seeing this, all the prisoners in the prison were dumbfounded. What? It's self-destructing now? Watching Zombie, now targeted by all of humanity's laser weapons, Vero smiled mockingly and said, "Trying to protect humanity, yet seen as an anomaly. Zombie, this is the result of your peaceful coexistence with humans. In their eyes, you will always be the existence that terrifies them. This fear will make them repeat history, and to eliminate you, they will reenact the destruction of civilizations." However, at that moment, Zombie suddenly laughed, speaking in a relaxed tone. Is this what Violet meant by a prison brawl? Before his imprisonment, Violet had specifically instructed him, stay calm in unexpected situations and don't act impulsively. But Zombie, the simpleton, interpreted staying calm as showing off his form. So the next second, he activated his third form. Seeing this, Blackie and the others in front of the screen panicked, exclaiming, "It's over. The king is going to fight the humans. Quickly release Varmint. Prepare for war with the humans." Meanwhile, in the control room, Violet also panicked. "Turn off that stupid self-destruct system. Are they trying to infuriate Zombie completely?" Just then, Zombie slowly walked towards the serious criminal. Vero, controlling the criminal, prepared to battle him. However, just by looking at Zombie, the criminal was instantly terrified out of his wits. He felt as insignificant as an ant in Zombie's hand, and his fear immediately brought his consciousness back to clarity. As Zombie placed his hand on the prisoner's shoulder, Vero's strand of consciousness instantly dissipated from the prisoner's body. Vero's consciousness was forced out of the serious criminal by Zombie, and the criminal immediately regained control of his body. Terrified, he screamed and fled the scene. Seeing this, Vero looked at Zombie in disbelief. Can such a thing happen? Merely by inducing fear, you freed that man from my control? At this moment, Zombie turned his head to look at Vero's strand of consciousness and coldly said, "I advise you to behave yourself, insect." Before his voice even fell, he raised his hand and slapped towards the consciousness. Instantly, a force burst from the moon and sped toward Earth. This sudden action shocked everyone, including the Blood Queen. With a boom, Vero raised his hand and forcefully caught this pressure. However, Nia and others nearby painfully knelt on the ground, trembling. After resolving all this, Zombie resumed his dumbfounded demeanor as if nothing had happened. The prison's alarm was also deactivated, and he muttered to himself, "Violet was right. This method really works well." Meanwhile, on Earth, Vero looked down at his palm and said, "Indeed, this devil has not weakened at all. But why? Despite being provoked, does he still not want to turn against humans? Could it be that he wants to gather these ants as followers, trying to tamper with the authority of us, the god representatives? He must not be allowed to continue." Immediately, Vero ordered Nia and others to stay on Earth and try their best to undermine human trust in Zombie, while he himself headed to the moon, planning to hold off Zombie until reinforcements arrived. Watching Vero leave, the Blood Queen said with a surprised face, "He just left like that? Looks like I don't need to escape. The target of Divine Messenger is Zombie. Why would he keep accompanying us on Earth? You attack the Beyonders Academy, and soon there will be actions from the human side. And those underlings of Zombie, they are not easy to deal with." Thinking that Vero would definitely be defeated by Zombie, and she herself was in need of some underlings, the Blood Queen arrogantly said to Nia and others, "How about I spare your lives? Why don't you three submit to me?" However, Nia responded with a sneer, "You might want to go check the place where the battle happened. See what you find there." Confused, the Blood Queen still headed towards the gymnasium. When she arrived, she found that the buildings previously destroyed were slowly repairing themselves, and the supposedly dead the Iron Club president and the Stainless Steel Academy chief were standing up again. Nia said indifferently, "With Vero's arrival on Earth, our powers were completely unleashed. The authority of divine civilization's power not only restores damage caused by battles, but can even turn lost lives into reality through imaginative projections. So even if this human civilization was destroyed, they wouldn't realize they were attacked. We even fight using gods imagined in our minds, like Taishan, who is a projection imagined by Butterfly. And you, Blood Queen, are also a spirit born from our people's imagination. Hearing this, the Blood Queen was incredulous. How can I possibly be imagined by you idiots? Seeing her disbelief, Nia didn't bother to argue further, simply using her powers and said coldly, in that case, to prevent you from informing humans, let's settle this here. Meanwhile, outside the Beyonders Academy, a female broadcaster saved by Zombie was taking photos. To thank Zombie for saving her life, they decided to promote Zombie's show. However, strangely, they didn't notice the anomaly on the ground. A huge hand slowly emerged from the ground, grabbing the photographer's ankle. This sudden change scared the photographer. Turning his head, they finally noticed a mysterious large pit had appeared behind them, and someone was climbing out of it. Am I seeing things? There definitely wasn't a giant pit here just now. While everyone was confused, the chief climbed out of the pit and said to them, please, take me to the Special Law Bureau in Guangzhou Province. Meanwhile, as a red light flashed, Vero instantly appeared above the moon. He reminisced about their past, back when they were forced to flee their homeland. They found the strongest power in the vast sea of stars. With their ability to turn imaginative projections into reality, they created countless gods and thus established a divine civilization that walked with gods. Now, seeing Zombie trying to coexist peacefully with humans and using such power to imprison himself on Earth, Vero scoffed, thinking all this was just a facade by Zombie. Let's see your terrifying side. He then used his powers to control another serious criminal again. At this time, Zombie happily went to the washroom. Seeing everyone politely lining up, he said contentedly, everyone is so well-mannered. However, just then, a prisoner controlled by Vero suddenly appeared in front of him, trying to grab Zombie with both hands. Zombie, without hesitation, slapped him. Get to the back of the line. You have no manners. Everyone is waiting to wash up in the morning. What are you trying to pull? The slapped prisoner immediately came to his senses, apologized repeatedly to Zombie, and thus was freed from Vero's control. Vero, watching from a distance, gritted his teeth and muttered, just wait, I'll soon expose your true face. Zombie's daily life was very regular. Over the next week, he actively exercised, enriched himself, and often participated in sports, competing with the prisoners. Vero did not give up, persistently creating various troubles for Zombie every day. Under his control, several prisoners suddenly rushed towards Zombie. However, the next second, Zombie merely sprinted and knocked these people over. Later, Zombie went to the gym and began his daily fitness routine. Vero, unwilling to give up, again controlled several prisoners, planning to continue ambushing Zombie. However, when these prisoners saw Zombie effortlessly lifting a 10,000-pound barbell, they were instantly petrified, their faces filled with shock, fear, and stupor. No matter how Vero commanded, these prisoners were unmoved. They were completely terrified by Zombie's immense strength. Yet, Zombie was oblivious to this. He naively thought the prisoners were all very friendly, even happily saying, no matter what sport we play, there's always someone to join me. I made quite a few new friends today. It was indeed a peaceful and fulfilling day. Shouldn't Zombie be showing his violent and terrifying side? He's been attacked so many times. It shouldn't be like this at all. Meanwhile, Violet received a satellite communication from Dawn. President Violet, we've received intelligence that someone is looking for trouble with Zombie. Has anything unusual happened at the Moon Prison recently? Lately, some serious criminals have indeed disappeared. Anyone who dares to trouble Zombie must have a death wish. After hanging up the phone, Dawn said to the department head, I told you we don't need to worry about Zombie. We can't be complacent. It's absolutely true that the chief was attacked. At this moment, many senior executives are gathered at the headquarters. The chief is lying on an operating table, undergoing bodily repairs. At this time, Zhang Lanqi comes over to ask, how's it going at the Beyonders Academy? The explosive sausage commander has already taken people there to investigate, and so far, there has been no unusual news. Meanwhile, at the Beyonders Academy, the explosive sausage commander and the investigative team arrive at the gymnasium. The gymnasium has completely returned to its previous state. The stainless steel academy chief and the Iron Club president look around in confusion, while the explosive sausage commander starts inspecting the area, then pinches the Iron Club president's face. Puzzled, this feels fine too. There's no sign of having been beaten. Seeing this, the Iron Club president awkwardly scratches his head. Explosive sausage commander, don't make fun of me. I wasn't beaten up by anyone. The explosive sausage commander doesn't say much more and immediately reports the situation back to headquarters. No signs of an attack were found at the academy. Did you guys make a mistake? Maybe the chief went out to play and hurt himself? While the explosive sausage commander was still joking, a dark shadow flashed overhead. The shadow deftly passed through the explosive sausage commander's body and landed directly in front of him. However, the department head was completely unaware, still reporting the situation here. Is that guy blind? He can't even see after being beaten up like this. It's useless. I've already integrated your mind into my illusion. Here, no matter what you do, people outside won't notice. You could even kill him, and it would be the same. You are clearly one of our kin, no matter who your master is. I really don't understand why you are resisting us. The Blood Queen angrily replied, stop spouting nonsense. I am not some imagined person, nor do I have a master. Hearing this, Taishan said to Butterfly, this lowly fellow won't listen to reason. Let me break her bones before we we talk any further." The Blood Queen sneered. "Big guy, last time I was careless and you got the better of me, but this time I'll crush you to dust." As soon as she finished speaking, Taishan instantly dragged the queen out of the gymnasium, and then the two began a fierce clash in the air. Taishan punched the queen toward the ground, then quickly accelerated and dived down. With a tremendous sound, a mushroom cloud rose over the academy. The powerful shockwave caused Nia's illusion to crack. Just as the explosive sausage commander was about to leave, he suddenly sensed something and stopped in his tracks. At this moment, Nia hurriedly stabilized the illusion to prevent the outside world from noticing any abnormalities. "We've wasted too much time. The illusion can hardly hold. I'll elevate the illusion to the highest level to cover for you, Taishan." However, no sooner had she spoken than Taishan was struck by a punch from the Blood Queen, sent flying through several buildings in the blink of an eye, and finally collapsed in front of Butterfly. The Blood Queen sneered. "Thinking you can take me down? That's simply arrogant." Butterfly rolled up her sleeves, revealing an arm covered in runes, and said coldly, "You're completely unreasonable. Let me remind you of the true form of a spirit." As the runes on Butterfly's arm gradually faded, Taishan's body began to disintegrate, turning into countless stones that floated into the air. Butterfly closed her eyes and chanted softly, "By the power of imagination, I command the earth to overturn, mountains to roar, lava forges the body, ridges break the heavens. Descend, my deity." The next second, Taishan's form suddenly changed. He transformed into a giant made of mountainous matter. "This is the complete form of our divine civilization spirits. Without a master, you absolutely cannot." Before Butterfly could finish speaking, the Blood Queen rushed up towards her, sneering, "You sure talk a lot." At the same time, Taishan threw a punch towards the Blood Queen. She immediately counterattacked with a punch, and with a boom, the Blood Queen was sent flying by the blow, her arm instantly broken. As Taishan's next punch was about to land, the Blood Queen quickly regenerated her broken arm, dodged the blow sideways, and with both hands grabbed Taishan's arm to leverage herself, flipping back towards Butterfly. As she approached, countless spikes suddenly grew from Taishan's back. He fiercely punched the ground, and Butterfly activated the skilled blossom of the Earth's core. Caught off guard, the Blood Queen was impaled by the ground spikes. At this moment, Taishan transformed again, turning into a mountain covered with numerous spikes, firmly trapping the Blood Queen within it. Butterfly coldly said, "Don't think that just because you can regenerate, you can escape. These spikes will absorb your divine power until you dissolve into a pool of blood. It's not too late to beg for mercy now, or else complete annihilation awaits you." However, upon hearing this, the Blood Queen merely smirked. The next second, her body began to melt, as if her divine power had been exhausted. Butterfly watched this scene, puzzled. Just then, standing by, Nia sensed something was wrong and hurriedly warned, "Butterfly, be careful." As soon as she finished speaking, a line of blood suddenly appeared on Butterfly's neck. It turned out that the Blood Queen had instantaneously appeared behind Butterfly, not only escaping her bonds, but also severely wounding her when she was off guard. With a snap, Butterfly's body heavily fell to the ground, her condition unclear. The Blood Queen sneered, "You so-called divine messengers, always babbling about godliness. It turns out you can be hurt and bleed too." At that moment, Nia rushed to Butterfly's side and activated temporal reversal to treat her injuries. "You were too careless. If I had been even a moment later, you would have been dead. Who would have thought that she, a wild god without even a master, would possess such power? Now is not the time for that. Without a master, she can't sustain her power for long. Let's take her down together." As Nia fully released her power and chanted a spell, the next second, a humanoid creature appeared. This was Nia's spirit in its complete form, Turbulent Illusion. The Blood Queen looked surprised, while at that moment, Butterfly called forth Taishan again. Taishan quickly transformed into a mountainous form and began to gather power. Seeing this scene, people on a passing airplane were instantly dumbfounded. "What is that?" Butterfly, noticing this, immediately had her spirit unleash its power. In an instant, the Dream of Tsin was activated, and an invisible energy instantly enveloped the entire area. When the people on the airplane looked at the ground again, the scene had returned to what it was before. The passengers confusedly discussed, "Did we all just see things?" Meanwhile, Nia's spirit extended her claw toward the Blood Queen. Her body instantly became ethereal and was pulled into another dimension of illusion. When the Blood Queen opened her eyes, she found that Butterfly, Nia, and their spirits had all disappeared. Just as she was confused, Taishan suddenly emerged from the illusion and punched her. The Blood Queen flew like a cannonball for tens of thousands of meters, smashing into the distance. However, just as Butterfly and Nia thought this attack would leave nothing but ashes of the Blood Queen, she reappeared in front of them, completely unscathed. How is this possible? How can a spirit without a master withstand such a blow? How powerful was she before? Nia was also puzzled. When we saw her before, her aura was already very weak, and after spending nearly 1,000 years on Earth, she should have disappeared by now. At this moment, Nia's spirit spoke up. "I sensed an unknown energy within her, which is maintaining her life. Fortunately, she can't fully utilize that energy yet, or we would all be dead here." Just then, a green light suddenly appeared on the Blood Queen's chest. She abruptly opened her eyes, and in an instant, the sky changed color, the sea turned blood red, and several blood tornadoes appeared beside her. Following that, blood rain began to fall from the sky, and time seemed to stop at that moment. Then, a blood vortex foamed above the Blood Queen's head. The raindrops quickly solidified into spike shapes, suspended in the air. The Blood Queen sneered coldly, "Since you like to hide and seek in illusions, let me send you off to death." At this time, Nia and Butterfly haven't figured out the situation yet and are stunned by the scene. The Blood Queen raises her hand, and the blood rain quickly gathers behind her. With a wave of her hand, the blood rain turns into sharp spikes that rush towards Nia and Butterfly. Seeing this, Nia's spirit senses danger, while Taishan quickly moves to protect Butterfly and Nia. He rapidly gathers energy in his hands and strikes forcefully at the Blood Queen. In an instant, that energy transforms into a giant rock, speeding towards the Blood Queen. At the same time, the Blood Queen shouts loudly, concentrating all her divine power to confront the rock head-on. Just as the blood spike struck Butterfly and Nia, Nia's spirit urgently maxes out that's in Dream Realm, but ultimately, it still can't withstand the barrage of blood spikes, and her spirit is pierced by numerous spikes. As the energies of the Blood Queen and Taishan collide fiercely, the powerful impact instantly breaks the illusion, causing countless rocks to fly through the real world. This sudden scene throws the city into panic, as numerous rocks crash into the city, causing chaos. Taishan collapses weakly to his knees. At this moment, Nia quickly uses her daily retrospective ability, barely pulling herself and Butterfly back from near death. However, because the Blood Queen's strike was too powerful, Nia's spirit almost exhausts all its divine power, struggling to maintain its own existence. But fortunately, as long as Nia, the surrogate god who provides her power, remains unharmed, she will soon recover. Butterfly looked at the weakened Taishan, puzzled. How can a spirit without even a master unleash such a powerful attack? What a joke! Nia looked up at the still dominant Blood Queen in the sky and slowly said she was desperate in her fight against Taishan. In that strike, the Blood Queen had burned through all her reserves. At this moment, she made a gesture that even a pig would understand and coldly said, "This time, I won." As soon as her voice fell, her figure completely vanished into the air. However, just then, a figure swiftly charged towards Nia and Butterfly. They saw the explosive sausage commander, bare-chested, falling towards them, his cannon and robust physique startling the sisters into panic. "So, it was all you're doing. Come and feel the warmth of humanity," shouted the explosive sausage commander as he charged forward. Just as Nia and Butterfly were at a loss, Taishan appeared just in time, stepping in front of them. Nia then realized that the illusion had been broken. "Don't get entangled with this guy. Let's get out of here quickly. Who wants to tangle with him? I just want him to disappear." Following that, Butterfly commanded Taishan to strike with all his might. Heeding her command, Taishan charged forward and immediately engaged in close combat with the explosive sausage commander. As Taishan's fist hit the explosive sausage commander's face, the explosive sausage commander seized the opportunity to grab his arm and quickly locked him in, while shouting, "Strike now." A red light suddenly lit up in the distant sky. It was Dawn activating the zombie form, pulling the laser cannon. With an evil grin, "This thing is really thrilling." With that, the laser cannon fired, heading straight for Nia and Butterfly. Instantly, the top of the building exploded violently. When the dust settled, Taishan intervened in the nick of time, saving them. However, this time they found themselves surrounded by Dawn, the explosive sausage commander, and a host of other executives. The department head shouted, "You're being arrested for endangering human safety. Surrender now." Seeing these people, now enhanced by ancient technology and much stronger than before, Nia was puzzled. "Why are you so much stronger than during the previous military exercise?" Little Red burned herself to ashes just to draw their attention here. Why would she do that? Just then, a green gene sequence slowly emerged in the sky, and soon after, the Blood Queen's figure recondensed. She sneered and said, "Who did you say turned to ashes? It was just a powerful move, nothing to fuss about. How is this possible? How can a spirit without a host regenerate after dispersing?" The Blood Queen scoffed. "What nonsense about a host? I told you I don't need one. I'm the Blood Queen who has battled with zombie for 1,000 years. Despite her tough talk, she secretly felt elated. Using zombies' genes to show off is really damn satisfying. I definitely need to get more from him later. Meanwhile, in the Moon Prison, the large variety show Mr. Zombie, Run Convict, was being broadcast globally. The participants were all heavy-duty penal laborers. These prisoners were not only trained by Violet into a ballet squad, but a global audience voting segment was also initiated. At this moment, Zombie, with his explosive street dance, successfully advanced to the next round, triggering cheers from the audience. Above the prison, Vero, hovering with a declaration of war in his hand, had a grim expression. "How dare you ignore me?" It turned out he had been controlling the prisoners to attack Zombie day and night, but not only did it fail to provoke Zombie's anger, it instead led Zombie to play house with the prisoners, thoroughly enjoying himself. Vero sneered helplessly. "Since those guys are useless, it seems I must take matters into my own hands." Meanwhile, after advancing, an excited Zombie asked Violet, "How did I perform?" The audience reacted very well. "Even if we exclude the votes spammed by Blackie and the others, you are still at the top of the leaderboard. Humanity's overall perception of you has improved quite a bit. It's all worth the rehearsals. It seems my dream of enjoying retirement requirement will soon be realized. However, just as Zombie was about to go on stage, the host announced the start of the first round of challenges. He suddenly stopped, his gaze fixed on the ceiling, his fists slightly clenched. At that moment, he sensed the impending threat from Vero. Violet patted his shoulder. "Don't dawdle, you'll be eliminated if you don't go on now. Take care of your own business. I'll handle everything outside." As Zombie went on stage, Violet's expression immediately turned serious. Meanwhile, outside the prison, Vero formed countless skulls out of energy, launching a fierce attack towards the moon prison. Just as the skulls were about to strike, Violet suddenly appeared and charged towards these skull energies. She executed a 360-degree blade slash, swiftly shattering all the skull energy. Vero, seeing this, was puzzled. "How is that possible?" Violet looked at him and coldly said, "It seems that Dawn was talking about you on the phone earlier." Vero, unimpressed, scoffed. "You dare to swing your blade at a god's messenger? Ridiculous." However, Violet instantly threw her long sword, aiming it straight at Vero. Caught off guard, Vero barely dodged, the blade almost striking his head. Violet slowly removed her mask, coldly stating, "God or devil, whoever you are, you will not disrupt this plan." As her white mask gradually appeared on her face, her tone became even more resolute. "For the sake of our generation's survival, I will not back down." At that moment, Violet was ready to fight to the death. However, Vero shouted, "Naive." He then smirked, "Well, since you're going to die anyway, let me show you the combat style of our divine civilization." His head began to transform as he chanted coldly, "I imagine the blood moon as a mirror, reflecting the fears of mankind." Violet was utterly shocked. Vero's entire body also began to change, and in the blink of an eye, he transformed into a supergiant monster. This was Vero's mythical form, Blood Moon Reflection. Meanwhile, after the Blood Queen used all her divine power to defeat Nia and Butterfly, the department head and others arrived, surrounding them. They successfully captured Butterfly and escorted her to the Special Law Bureau. Blackie arrived promptly and saw Butterfly beaten and bruised, but still defiant. "If you want to kill me, go ahead. I won't say a word." The explosive sausage commander sneered at her and disdainfully said, "What's the use of being stubborn?" Then, Blackie asked the department head, "Is she the one who led the attack on the Beyonders Academy? Don't underestimate her. Our elite forces barely managed to break through her defenses. The strong man she summoned has been dealt with, and the other one with white hair has escaped and is being pursued by Zhang Wanqi, who is cooperating with the Blood Queen." Hearing this, Blackie's hands suddenly sprouted black particles, his expression stern, looking utterly determined to reclaim his pride. He gritted his teeth and said, "To avoid unnecessary panic among humans, we zombies usually refrain from fighting, but interrogation, I can still be of help." Butterfly defiantly responded, "Go ahead then. No matter what methods you use, I won't give in." At that moment, Dawn adjusted the documents in her hands and said coldly, "There's no need for your help, Blackie. She has already confessed everything." Blackie was stunned. "You're taking this act too far. If she's already confessed everything, who are you putting on this tough act for? Isn't it standard procedure to remain defiant after being captured to gather intelligence? We even consulted a lot of your books on this." Hearing this, Dawn said, "What kind of nonsense has she been reading?" She handed the documents to Blackie. "Take a look at this. These are some of the confessions she made." Blackie took the documents and became increasingly shocked as he read, "Divine civilization, summoning gods to fight using imagination. Their purpose here is to cleanse the world. Are you aiming to exterminate humanity? Originally, we intended to let you perish in ignorance, as mere mortals can't resist the gods' gift of destruction." Dawn, scoffing, replied, "The gods you speak of, are they stronger than Zombie? Your zombie is already being dealt with by our divine messenger." Butterfly pointed towards the moon monitor and said, "As for the outcome, you can see for yourselves." The department head quickly contacted the lunar base to confirm the situation, while Dawn turned on the monitor. However, on the screen, Zombie was adeptly cooking chili fried eggs, showing no signs of stress. Moments later, the department head received a message that no anomalies had been detected at the moon prison. "That Vero you mentioned, hasn't he already been dealt with by Zombie?" "Impossible. Our divine messenger is very powerful." At that moment, Blackie looked towards the moon, his expression grave. "She's telling the truth. The battle has already started there." He pointed towards the moon. "Look up there, on the moon." Meanwhile, on the moon, Violet and the transformed Vero were engaged in fierce combat. Amidst Vero's relentless assaults, Violet could only keep dodging. Suddenly, Vero, protruding from the monster's head, taunted, "A servant infected with zombies virus? Mediocre at best, barely as strong as a lesser spirit. But against absolute power, your strength is truly laughable." Violet became more terrified as the battle raged on. What kind of creature is this? Its strength is terrifying. Despite her cutting-edge nanotechnology equipment, Violet was unable to sever the monster summoned by Vero. She started to devise a strategy, but the urgent situation clouded her thoughts. Just then, Dawn's voice came through the earpiece. "Violet, don't tangle with that monster." Violet, while dodging, replied frustratedly, "Easy for you to say. Haven't you seen me running? But I can't shake it off. You need to find a way to distance yourself. The moon defense system has locked onto it, and as soon as you get far enough away, we can attack. So, you need to get out of there fast. It looks like I have to try that move." She murmured, then decided to fully activate Zombie's genes. Although forcing Zombie's genes to multiply in her body might be overwhelming, if it only lasted a few seconds, it should be enough to create distance. As Violet completed Zombie's genetic enhancement, her appearance changed again, becoming more zombie-like. Vero, seeing this, growled, "So you were not infected by the virus after all, but carry Zombie's genes inside you." Then, he condensed an energy orb in his hands, his expression stern. "Initially, I wanted to let you disappear painlessly, but since you've chosen to dance with that devil, that changes everything." Vero chanted softly, "I envision the blood moon as a mirror, stealing fire to form ice, moonlight illuminating the heavens." The next second, the monster began absorbing solar energy, storing it in its mouth, and forming a shining point, then violently shooting it towards the moon. With a massive explosion, the moon was struck. Violet, stepping on shattered rocks, did not retreat, charging at Vero. "I won't let you succeed." However, as soon as she touched the brilliant light, she felt completely overpowered and was instantly blown away by the powerful blast. Meanwhile, on Earth, people watched in shock as nearly 1/6 of the moon was destroyed. The special agency detected that the moon prison's defense systems had all been breached. Hearing this, Dawn anxiously called out to Violet, worried about her safety. Just then, Go and Fur hurried over, seemingly bearing urgent news. "Blackie, what exactly happened?" "I just detected an energy blast that penetrated a 1,000-kilometer thick nanometal wall, reaching the center of the moon prison." Blackie, however, remained calm and reassured everyone. "What's the rush? Look, the moon hasn't been completely destroyed." At that moment, people inside the moon prison could see that outside was a sea of fire. Surprisingly, the prison remained intact. As the dust settled, people were shocked to find Zombie, in his third form, already outside holding the severely injured Violet. "Be careful, he's very strong." Hearing this, Zombie gently set her down and calmly said, "Leave this to me. Go and rest. This kid, I'll handle him." As soon as he finished speaking, Zombie's hair instantly grew longer, and he abruptly entered his fourth form. Seeing this, Violet dared not even breathe, completely astounded. Seeing Zombie's arrival, Vero was instantly reminded of the past several millennia. Back then, they were forced to leave their home because of Zombie's existence, beginning a long journey through the stars. During this endless voyage, they witnessed countless cosmic wonders and acquired the ability to project imagination into reality, which became the foundation of the Divine Era civilization. Now, in Vero's view, the power of the Divine Era civilization had far surpassed what Zombie could comprehend. Thinking this, Vero raised his arm, his guardian releasing even more searing energy, beginning to roast the moon. "Zombie, didn't you want to lock yourself up in this moon prison, then burn to ash inside it?" At this moment, humans saw flames raging on the moon, each one terrified. "The alien civilization really has attacked us." In just a few seconds, the moon's surface was scorched by the intense heat, with large fragments falling toward Earth. Vero swung his hand, and his guardian unleashed even more terrifying high-temperature energy, spreading toward the center of the moon prison. Inside the prison, everything was instantly ignited, and the prisoners screamed in panic. "It's all over now. We would have been better off being sentenced to death right from the start." However, Violet did not give up. She grabbed a camera and calmly commanded, "Keep the live feed going. Activate all surrounding satellite cameras and direct them at Zombie. I want the whole world to see how Zombie fights for humanity." Simultaneously, Earth's news anchors received instructions and reported globally, "A major crisis is upon us. Zombie is facing a powerful invader alone. An epic battle is about to unfold." Just then, Zombie charged toward that energy. In an instant, Vero's terrifying energy was effortlessly dissolved by him. Zombie's speed did not decrease. In a blink of an eye, he pierced through Vero's moon beast, speeding directly towards Vero. Vero didn't even have a chance to react before Zombie appeared behind him. Vero felt a sharp pain in his chest. At the same time, the moon beast's body was penetrated. He looked down, only to see that his heart had been plucked out by Zombie. He turned to look at Zombie, who was holding his heart indifferently, staring coldly at him. "A devil is always a devil. No matter how much time passes, you can't change your bloodthirsty nature." Zombie, hearing this, casually tossed the heart back, saying indifferently, "Here, have it back." Vero quickly directed the moon beast to block him. However, as soon as the moon beast approached, it was again directly pierced through the head by Zombie. The next second, Zombie appeared in front of Vero, and without any mercy, covered his mouth with one hand, and with a powerful swing, slammed Vero harshly onto the moon surface. Meanwhile, in a mountain area of Country B, within the secret base of the human escape plan, a super spaceship capable of housing 30,000 people in space stood quietly. The imprisoned ancient human sneered, "Although it's a futile struggle, I don't mind helping you enhance this backward technology a bit." Professor Jamie, holding a vial of medicine, said, "This drug allows humans to sleep in space and maintain vital signs. Although it's not close to immortality, it's enough." On the other side, the presidents of the two countries were celebrating. "As long as we can escape from here, it doesn't matter if we release these lunatics who almost destroyed the world. Yes, as long as we haven't fallen out with Zombie, humanity is still very safe. Moreover, Zombie is currently only filming a variety show on the moon, not causing any trouble. We have plenty of time to crack the prisons outside the solar system." But just then, the twin sisters hurried over. "Not good." The astronaut astronomical station just issued a warning. They've observed an ammonia flash associated with star destruction, and it was caused by zombie with his bare hands. Hearing this, the president of Country B was silent for a moment, then suddenly rushed out. Don't stop me. I'm leaving the solar system now. I can't stay in this broken place for another day. Meanwhile, in outer space, Vero's guardian was once again pierced by zombie, his head drooping, and Vero lay motionless on the ground. Zombie slowly let his long hair revert to its dopey, adorable form. Looking at the dying Vero on the ground, he apologetically said, "Sorry, I'm in a hurry, so I went a bit overboard." After speaking, Zombie turned around, preparing to return to the moon prison to continue rehearsing the show. But just then, Vero weakly called out to him, "Zombie." Hearing this, Zombie curiously turned back. Gasping for breath, Vero said, "In the annals of the divine era, I've seen countless accounts of your power. Over thousands of years, I've seen your strength countless times, your combat style, your forms. We've conducted countless studies, but the moment I truly faced you, I realized you are even more terrifying than the most exaggerated records." At this time, Vero's heart began to slowly regenerate and then started beating vigorously again. Seeing this, Zombie muttered in resignation, "Aren't you planning to run away?" As he spoke, he noticed that materials on the moon's surface were gathering into the air, and then this energy, along with Vero himself, merged into the moon beast. Confused, Zombie watched this scene, and the next second, Vero merged with the moon beast, transforming into a terrifying monster with 6 arms and 7 eyes, resembling a hellish Asura. "I came here to hunt you." Meanwhile, at the Special Law Bureau on Earth, Blackie and others watched the monitor screens helplessly. After Zombie revealed the news of the invaders, panic spread across the world. Butterfly scoffed, "This really helped us a lot. The Divine Messenger ordered us to cause chaos, and now it seems I don't need to take action personally anymore. The fear brought by the coming of the gods is enough to make this fragile civilization collapse instantly." However, humans on Earth reacted differently. Some panicked and madly stockpiled resources. Others were happy about the social chaos. Finally, no need to work like a slave anymore. Suddenly, an emergency broadcast appeared on the big screen in the square. Just now, Zombie resolved the alien invasion with one punch. The battle lasted 2 minutes and 27 seconds, and peace has been restored to the world. Hearing the broadcast, everyone stood frozen, the atmosphere quiet. "It's over already? What the heck? Was that supposed to be the apocalypse? That was way too short. Hey, let's go for barbecue. Boss, hurry up and open up. I need to catch a rocket back to work immediately." Watching society return to normal in an instant, Butterfly looked incredulous. "Your civilization are too fickle." Dawn, holding her chin, laughed mockingly. "With Zombie around, Earth occasionally faces world-destroying apocalypses. We're used to it. What kind of big scene haven't we seen? That Divine Messenger can't really be that weak, can he?" At that moment, a goat chimed in, "The real situation is still unclear. Now the cameras on the moon are all broken, and all you can see is red." Hearing this, Blackie's expression turned serious. "The battle seems not over yet. There's a very dangerous aura appearing on the moon now. That aura even feels more dangerous than what the Great King usually gives me." Meanwhile, up on the moon, Vero raised his palm towards the sun, and strands of energy began to converge in his hand. Simultaneously, the temperature of the entire sky behind him suddenly soared. As he chanted softly, the scorching power gradually took shape. The next second, Vero slowly drew a terrifyingly fiery bone sword from the sun. He sneered, "Zombie, this blade is forged from the surface temperature of the sun at 6,000 degrees. It's hot enough to melt any material into drifting ions. No matter how strong your genes are, you cannot withstand such heat." With that, he swung the bone sword, charging towards Zombie. Zombie instantly switched to his second form, ready to battle. However, Vero appeared in front of him in the next second, and a diagonal slash directly hit his chest. Zombie revealed a mocking smile. "Now it's getting somewhat interesting, not bad." As his voice fell, he instantly switched to his third form. Vero paused for a moment, then his 6 arms simultaneously grabbed Zombie's body. Then, he used the bone sword to instantly sever Zombie's limbs. However, in the blink of an eye, Zombie's limbs regenerated. Before Zombie could fully recover, Vero leaped into the sky, thousands of meters high, swinging his bone sword to deliver a fatal blow. Just then, Zombie instantly switched to his fourth form, appearing right behind Vero. He swung his fist and slammed it hard on Vero's face. Vero, thrown off balance, was grabbed by Zombie, who forcibly pulled him back, and with the other hand brutally tore off one of his arms. In just a few breaths, Vero's 6 arms were reduced to 2. Seeing Zombie's ferocity, Vero panicked and tried desperately to create distance. However, no matter how much he tried to escape, Zombie followed closely, relentlessly pursuing him. Zombie landed a heavy punch on Vero's face, sending him flying towards Earth like a cannonball. As he passed through the atmosphere, Vero's body ignited in fierce flames, ultimately crashing into the ocean, instantly raising a wave thousands of meters high. Simultaneously, an emergency broadcast came on the big screen. Zombie's battle with the invaders is not over yet. The conflict has now reached Earth. Everyone fend for themselves. At this moment, a kilometer-high tsunami is sweeping towards human cities. Vero slowly stands up from the ocean, begins chanting a spell, and suddenly, a huge tornado appears around him. him. Zombie, watching the super typhoon emerge on Earth, narrows his eyes as if remembering something. I see. I finally remember who you are. As soon as he speaks, Vero, holding his bone sword, gathers energy and fiercely swings it downwards. The terrifying sword energy instantly splits the sea, heading straight for Zombie. Zombie easily dodges with a sidestep. However, the moon behind him isn't as agile. With a loud noise, the moon takes the sword strike and is instantly split in half. Zombie, seeing his beloved moon damaged again, furrows his brows. Meanwhile, Vero, standing on Earth, raises his sword again to chant, "Thousand faces of the moon." Hell ascends. The next second, a giant eye covered with numerous mouths and tentacles slowly rises from the sea, heading straight for the moon with the intent to devour it. Seeing this, Zombie quickly charges at Vero, and the two engage in fierce close combat in the air. With a violent clash, Vero is knocked back onto a rock. The arms that Zombie had torn off instantly regrew. "Bring out your real strength," Vero sneers, swinging his bone blade at Zombie. "With your current power, you can't shatter my mythic form merged with the moon beast, and my bone blade, forged from celestial fire, can completely suppress your regenerative abilities. My abilities, honed over thousands of years, were born to counter you. With your current form, you cannot defeat me." With that, he swings his bone blade rapidly at Zombie, each strike more fierce than the last. Throughout the long years of our cosmic travels, our divine era civilization has mastered power enough to rival yours. Having said that, Vero commanded the thousand-faced blood moon to start devouring everything. In an instant, half of the moon's surface began to disintegrate, and Vero's thousand-faced blood moon's tentacles quickly extended towards Zombie, instantly binding his limbs and pulling him towards that massive eye. Zombie landed on the surface of the giant eye, quickly sinking down, and with a blink of an eye, he was dragged into the inner space of the thousand-faced blood moon. Vero also entered this space. "Zombie, welcome to the heart of my spirit, the thousand-faced blood moon space. Here, your abilities will be further suppressed. This domain, formed from the desires and greed of all humanity on a planet, grants me the power to seize and dominate. No one has ever left here alive. Zombie, you didn't look like this when you destroyed us. Come on, show me that you symbolize death and hatred." Meanwhile, the thousand-faced blood moon voraciously devoured the moon's surface, with massive chunks breaking off and scattering. In just moments, nearly half of the moon had been destroyed. This scene completely shocked the people on Earth. Just then, a new emergency broadcast appeared on the big screen. "The world is currently experiencing the destructive impact of moon meteorites. Please do not go outside unnecessarily and try to stay at home to ensure your safety." Moon fragments turned into meteorites, falling towards the Earth's surface. In Guangzhou province, under the command of the department head, interception devices successfully blocked the attack of large meteorites. Meanwhile, H City also managed to maintain safety under the protection of Ago and others. "We can just barely save the cities, but if those two big shots keep fighting like this, the whole world will be completely doomed." At that moment, a loud noise suddenly came from near the moon prison. The entire ground was lifted up, and an emergency alarm echoed throughout the prison. "Emergency! Multiple prison escapes detected at the moon prison. Please initiate immediate capture actions. Do you see me wanting to escape? Please, just lock me up again. Where are the guards? Come and arrest me." Meanwhile, the situation for Violet and the reporters outside the prison became even more dangerous. "Ladies and gentlemen, the moon has been completely destroyed. Although we are still alive, we're not far from death." However, Violet still persisted, believing that Zombie would quickly defeat the enemy. But as the prison gradually approached the thousand-faced blood moon, its suction power kept increasing, and all the prisoners panicked. Just as Violet and the others couldn't hold on and were about to be sucked into the blood moon, accompanied by a thunderous noise, Zombie burst out from the space of the thousand-faced blood moon. He punched through the giant eye of the blood moon, then grabbed Violet and the others by the collar, pulling each of them to safety. At this moment, Zombie's body was covered with several fiery wounds, which were still burning. At this time, the surface of the blood moon began to move, and Vero's body reformed. "Fighting me and still having time to care about others? Next, pay the price for your arrogance." Zombie casually threw Violet and the others aside, turned to Vero with impatience, and said, "Annoying, stop the endless nagging. You wanted to see what I was like back then? Since you want to see, I'll satisfy you." The stones on the moon's surface began to slowly rise. Then, under Violet's astonished gaze, Zombie's hair tips gradually turned white, and his appearance changed. He transformed directly into Zombie's fifth mechanical form. The nearby host and her companion were initially stunned, then their eyes widened, and they couldn't help but shout, "Oh my, isn't this the monster that almost destroyed humanity before?" A few months ago, in the depths of the cosmic void, a giant city stood atop the head of a massive monster, and in a grand building in this city, Vero knelt on one knee, facing the high throne. "Divine Messenger Vero, petitioning the throne. Vero, you destroyed a native planet with over 100 billion lives, devouring their souls to advance your spirit. Is this true?" "Yes, Your Eminence. I devoured the fear and despair of 100 billion lives and spent hundreds of years completely assimilating their souls, allowing my spirit thousand-faced blood moon to undergo metamorphosis. To be able to defeat Zombie, I also spent thousands of years studying all his records and honing my combat skills against him. Now, I have the power to contend with Zombie. Good, since you are so confident, then I permit you to act as our vanguard and seek revenge against Zombie. Hearing this, Vero solemnly promised to fulfill this heavy responsibility. However, reality harshly taught him a lesson. At this moment, he found himself grasped by the neck by Zombie. His eyes were filled with shock and disbelief. You don't need to look so surprised at me. I have always been the nightmare of your divine era civilization. If it weren't so, you wouldn't have fled this world with your tails between your legs thousands of years ago. Don't be too pleased with yourself. The power of the divine era civilization has long since been transformed. Moreover, I still have many abilities to counter you that I haven't used yet. As he spoke, Vero's body began to expand rapidly, visible to the naked eye, and even the sea of blood in the thousand-faced blood moon began to boil. Seeing this, Violet quickly warned Zombie, "Be careful, he's going to self-destruct." Zombie chuckled and then squeezed harder, instantly crushing Vero's neck. Then, he fiercely punched the thousand-faced blood moon below him. With a deafening noise, the terrifying punch instantly penetrated the thousand-faced blood moon, leaving humans on Earth terrified by the spectacle. However, unexpectedly, Vero, whose head had been crushed, was still not dead. His body began to slowly merge into the thousand-faced blood moon, seeming to completely integrate with it. In an instant, Vero reformed numerous bodies. Zombie, I have long merged my life with my spirit. As long as the thousand-faced blood moon exists, I can revive infinitely. You cannot kill me. Hearing this, Zombie showed a gratified smile. That's perfect. Since you souls who caused my little brother's death and then fled have returned, let me relive the joy of destroying your civilization back then. Vero's expression froze, suddenly remembering something. The records in the books are correct. What you care about most are still those little brothers. Even your current form was born after your subordinates were executed by us back then. That means you absolutely cannot kill me, because when you attacked me earlier, I had already used the thousand-faced blood moon to control that woman who challenged me, linking her consciousness with my spirit in a bond that cannot be broken. Her body contains your genes, right? She must be one of your underlings too, isn't she? Hearing this, Zombie's gaze instantly turned cold. He slowly clenched his fist and said, "So, you resort to threatening me with my friend. It seems destroying your civilization didn't teach you a lesson." As soon as he finished speaking, he casually threw a punch, instantly pulverizing Vero's clones in front of him. However, the next second, another clone of Vero appeared behind Zombie, his tone playful. "A friend? Huh, that makes it even more interesting. It seems you really care about these subordinates. I'm looking forward to your next choice." Saying that, Vero commanded the thousand-faced blood moon to crash towards Earth. Seeing this apocalyptic scene, people on Earth were instantly thrown into chaos, scattering in all directions. "Come on, Zombie, kill me, and you can save that pitiful civilization below." But the moment the thousand-faced blood moon is destroyed, your friend's consciousness will drown in the despair and fear of tens of billions of lost souls. Even your genes won't be able to regenerate her. At this moment, the thousand-faced blood moon rapidly approached Earth, entering the atmosphere. "Stop pretending, Zombie. You're the devil who destroyed our civilization for the sake of a mere brother. How could you ever truly care about humans?" Before he could finish, in the blink of an eye, Zombie appeared in front of the approaching thousand-faced blood moon. With a smile on his face, he tightened his fist, readying himself to strike, aiming directly on its eye. With a deafening crash, the thousand-faced blood moon, along with Violet and the others, was shattered into pieces. Seeing this, Vero grinned wickedly and said, "Zombie, your friend was killed by your own hand. What will you destroy this time for revenge?" However, Zombie's fifth form had two appearances. One was for destructive warfare, and the other was existed for creation and survival. Seeing this, Vero's eyes widened in disbelief. Zombie slowly closed his eyes, his hand reaching forward to grasp a streak of light. The next second, from the shattered remnants of the blood moon, countless points of light began to gather, gradually forming a vague figure. As the points of light became clearer, Violet and others appeared unharmed before Vero. "This is impossible." Vero's body broke into countless fragments, scattering, unable to coalesce again. His millennia of plans, powers, and spiritual manipulations all destroyed by Zombie. As the battle between Zombie and Vero concluded, the global catastrophe finally came to an end. Not only was Violet and others revived by Zombie, but the once shattered moon was also restored by him. When Zombie once again demonstrated his divine powers in front of humanity, this time it did not cause any panic or disturbance. Everyone seemed to have gotten used to it and quickly returned to normal life. The 3-week-long Prison Idols show also ended successfully, with Zombie undeniably emerging as a national idol. Inside the headquarters of the Special Law Bureau, everyone was celebrating the perfect success of the Zombie Idol plan. The clips and images of Zombie fighting for humanity completely changed people's perceptions of zombies. If it weren't for Vero's appearance, our plan wouldn't have been so effective. Thanks for the selfless contribution of your god. Hearing this, Butterfly responded with a look of resignation. "Don't talk to me. I just want to be alone right now." Amid the relaxed atmosphere, the department head walked in holding a stack of documents, his tone serious. "We just received news from Country B. They've officially extended an invitation to Zombie through diplomatic channels. Due to the former Prime Minister absconding with a large amount amount of money along with the elite class. The entire country is in chaos. They hope Zombie can serve as a special envoy to help restore order. Queen Elizabeth extended an invitation to Zombie, hoping he would go to Country B to become the new Prime Minister. Hearing this, Blackie expressed his confusion. Country B has always been actively clearing out zombies, right? How come they suddenly pulled this stunt? In fact, our president just said that if your king is willing, he can immediately resign and leave the position to Zombie. This sudden contrast left Go and the others baffled. Are humans really accepting our king that thoroughly? Actually, it's because the power Zombie has shown is just too formidable. The whole world was in turmoil recently, but whether it's reviving the dead or restoring the moon with a wave of his hand, all these actions made humans realize that it's completely impossible to oppose Zombie. Now, humans worldwide have mentally given up and started idolizing Zombie. This must also be fulfilling the king's wish for peaceful coexistence with humans. At that moment, the department head asked, "By the way, where's Zombie now?" Violet had some side effects from being revived this time, and Zombie is trying to help her recover. Meanwhile, at a certain sea area, a warship was moored, and Violet suddenly accelerated forward, with attacks continuously falling around her. It turned out that Zombie, having activated his third form, was giving Violet special training. While launching attacks, Zombie instructed, "Violet, try again. Strengthen your body to the fullest during combat, and try to balance the mental power of those billion people in your consciousness." Hearing this, Violet halted, then activated Zombie's genetic power. As she continuously unlocked her genes, her physical and mental states gradually became more stable. Suddenly, a third eye opened on her forehead, and the next second, several weapons rapidly formed around her body, and she quickly charged at Zombie. In just a blink, she was in front of Zombie, slashing down with her sword. Zombie, while dodging, said, "That's still not enough. You need to further unlock the power in my genes to strengthen your body, so it can withstand your current mental power." Upon hearing this, Violet began to fully unlock Zombie's genes. However, the next second, her mask suddenly cracked, and her expression turned painful. "It looks like it's going to fail again." No sooner had he spoken than Violet suddenly burst out with a powerful energy and started slashing wildly at Zombie. When she leaped up and swung her sword down again, Zombie caught the blade barehanded. Losing control of your mental powers and mindlessly attacking, it seems we have to stop for today. With that, Zombie forcefully crushed the blade in his hand, then in the blink of an eye, switched to his fourth form and struck Violet on the head with a karate chop, smashing her into the water. Sometime later, inside the headquarters of the Special Law Bureau, Zombie walked in carrying Violet and said, "Today's treatment is over. Dawn, please take care of her injuries." Shortly thereafter, in the medical room, Dawn was drying Violet's hair and asked, "It seems it failed again today?" "Just like before, as soon as I start to enhance Zombie's genes throughout my body starts to collapse and can't contain the mental power at all." Zombie then explained to everyone, "When I revived Violet, the mental power of those hundreds of billions of people that Vero left behind also merged into Violet's consciousness, and currently, they can't be separated. If she can't strengthen her body to the level of a boss-level zombie, she will eventually be blown apart by this mental power, and it might even blow up the earth into a donut." After hearing Zombie's explanation, the department head and the chief deeply bowed to Violet. "Please try a little harder. Keep going. For the safety of humanity, we beg you." Violet, upon hearing this, was speechless. "Are you even speaking human? I'm getting thrashed by Zombie every day. Why don't you try it?" Just then, Zombie suddenly thought of a method. If physical strengthening isn't working, why not try the ancient psychic control methods of the Divine Era civilization? I've seen their training methods before, though it's been so long I barely remember. Saying this, he actually opened his head and pulled out his brain. "I can use my own brain to create a dream realm and then take you back to that era to learn." Everyone looked at Zombie in disbelief. Zombie, puzzled, asked, "Is there something wrong with this idea? This is a brain. Can you really just take it out like that?" Meanwhile, in the palace of the Divine Era civilization, Mia, who was on the run, contacted the Divine Throne through communication. "Lord of the Divine Throne, Butterfly has been captured, and I am being hunted everywhere. Please help us." At that moment, Prince Kai, who occupied the second throne, asked coldly, "Why are you reporting this? Where is Vero?" Divine Messenger Vero has been defeated by Zombie, and his remnants are scattered across the solar system. Here are the battle records I've compiled. Prince Kai interrupted with a sneer, thinking that just by reading some data, one can stand against Zombie is simply courting death. Just then, a figure appeared on another throne. It seems Zombie is still the same. Whenever necessary, he can manifest even stronger forms. At this point, Mia timidly asked, "Lord, based on my observations over this period, Zombie does indeed want to coexist peacefully with humans. Is he really still a threat to the entire realm? After all this, you still say he wants to coexist peacefully with human civilization?" As he spoke, he looked towards the central throne. "Zombie, what about us, the ones you abandoned?" This seat was the supreme throne of the Divine Era civilization, Zombie's position. Meanwhile, Zombie, to numb his brain, actually started pouring alcohol directly into his own brain. "Go, hurry up. 2 more bottles should be enough." Watching Zombie pouring alcohol into his own brain, Violet was dumbfounded. "I've lived to see it all. I've seen people drink, but pouring alcohol alcohol into their own brain is a first. Well, there are many things I no longer remember clearly. The memories of the Divine Era civilization are too ancient, but after drinking too much, the memories and the dreams become clearer. As soon as he finished speaking, Zombie's memories actually appeared before everyone. To think we can actually see your dream. Do you usually broadcast your dreams like this? Of course not. I usually drink milk and do some gentle exercises before sleeping to ensure I don't dream and sleep till morning. After waking up, I found out that I seem to have blown up a volcano because there was one time I got too drunk. Hearing this, Dawn immediately wanted to retreat. Feels like it's going to be dangerous. Is it still okay if I leave now? The department head firmly held her down. You stay right here. We're here to record relevant information. As Zombie poured another bottle of alcohol into his brain, it started bubbling up with many alcohol bubbles. Each bubble represents a memory. This is the memory of celebrating birthdays with my little brothers. This is when Varmint got drunk and caused trouble and I taught him a harsh lesson. This is the memory of accidentally sinking a continent during a fight. Listening to Zombie's narration, Violet and the others started sweating profusely. It seems we've seen something incredible. Zombie won't wipe us out too, right? Just then, Zombie excitedly shouted, "Found it! It's a memory from the Divine Era civilization." Hearing this, everyone immediately gathered around, only to see a world of apocalyptic wasteland. Zombies appeared everywhere, and to survive, humans built shelters with high walls. Unlike today in ancient civilizations, the humans of that time were not physically strong, nor did they have advanced technology, but their mental strength was extraordinarily powerful. Moreover, there were many people born with the ability to use supernatural powers. However, that era also had many mindless but exceptionally powerful zombie kings. Under the attacks of these zombie kings, many shelters were destroyed, so humans at the time concentrated their elite forces and formed hero teams specifically to eliminate these threatening zombie kings. And Zombie's memories started from meeting one of these teams. A white-haired boy was desperately fleeing, pursued by a zombie king. "Can you guys run faster? I told you the Tyrannosaur zombie king is strong, yet you insisted on going to its territory to search for treasure." Below him, 3 humans were also running for their lives. "This is all your fault, Prophet. Didn't you say there was treasure in the research facility? But why was there a zombie with a brain problem instead?" At that moment, the white-haired boy pointed to the side, his face showing shock. Zombie, panting heavily, caught up with them. "Why didn't you bring me along while escaping? Where's the zombie you were talking about? Why is this zombie running away with us?" At that moment, the Tyrannosaur zombie king began to form a glowing ball of light in its mouth. The white-haired boy sensed something bad and urgently shouted, "Gomling, behind you!" Before he finished speaking, the Tyrannosaur zombie king fired its most powerful attack, its mouth blast. As Gomling turned around, her face immediately showed a look of despair. With a loud explosion, the entire street was instantly overturned by the Tyrannosaur zombie king's attack, and dust flew everywhere. The other 2 were immediately blown away by the shockwave. Just as everyone thought Gomling was doomed, a loud crash was heard. The zombie king's attack was blocked by something. As the dust cleared, an unexpected figure appeared. It was Zombie, standing in front of Gomling, blocking all of the attack's force for her. Seeing this, everyone looked on in disbelief. This zombie was actually saving people. This really brings back memories. Violet, watching Zombie's intoxicated expression, sighed inwardly. So Zombie had human friends in other eras too. Suddenly, Zombie became serious. "This zombie king I remember now. He was a super tough guy. The zombies from that era were really strong. I was just one of the hundreds of unremarkable zombie kings." Upon hearing this, the Major and the others were immediately startled. "Doesn't that mean there are hundreds of zombies? What kind of hell is this? People from that era had it so tough. The time has been set. The dream might as well start from here." Dawn asked with confusion, "Hasn't it already started playing? What else are you going to do?" "Our goal is for Violet to learn the method of controlling mental power from the Divine Era civilization. How could she possibly learn just by watching a video? And dreams definitely need to be immersive." Saying this, Zombie plunged his hand into the memory bubbles of the Divine Era civilization. As a dazzling light flashed, Violet's consciousness instantly entered the dream. The scene in front of her started to enlarge, and then she landed right behind Zombie. "What's going on? I just entered the dream like this." Zombie turned and said, "Now is not the time to be dazed. I have already replaced myself in the dream, in your role as a passerby who helps with special abilities." Just then, the Tyrannosaur zombie king let out a deafening roar. "When I cooperated with this team back then, we were battered and bruised just to barely defeat it. Don't underestimate it." After saying this, Zombie rushed toward the approaching Tyrannosaur zombie king, while the white-haired boy instructed his team, "I'll block it. You guys seize the opportunity to attack. Forget about that zombie. Let's deal with the Tyrannosaur zombie king first." Just as everyone prepared to attack, Zombie was about to land a punch on the Tyrannosaur zombie king, saying, "Let's clash again, old opponent." With just one punch, the Tyrannosaur zombie king shattered into pieces. Seeing this, everyone was stunned, and even Zombie was taken aback. "Where's the powerful enemy I remember?" At this moment, the white-haired boy and others was on full alert. Defeating the Tyrannosaur zombie king with a single punch? Just what kind of monster is he? Looking at his fist, Zombie was puzzled. "This doesn't feel right. How did it shatter so easily? I remember remember this big guy back then? We barely managed to take it down with all our might." Just then, Violet stepped forward. "Perhaps it's not just the passage of time, but also your genes and form have long surpassed that era. Your strength now is no longer the zombie of the past." "No, not really. While I've been exercising and eating regularly, unleashing greater power inevitably transforms me into a new form. Naturally, my personality changes a little too, but in this current state, my power isn't much different from back then." At this moment, Ganling, terrified, crawled for help. Violet noticed this, but in the next moment, the white-haired boy grabbed Ganling. Violet signaled to Zombie to look back, where his companions from the past were hurriedly escaping from him, leaving Zombie speechless. Soon after, the white-haired boy and the others stopped in their tracks, struggling to catch their breath. "Let's stop here. That monster didn't follow us. What the hell was that?" An S-rank Tyrannosaur zombie king was obliterated with one punch. His power has already surpassed any zombie king in the records. Ganling recalled the scene just now, hesitatingly said, "But he really meant no harm. He saved me and blocked the Tyrannosaur zombie king's attack." At this moment, the pink-haired girl waved her hand impatiently. "Whatever, regardless of why he saved us. Let's not go looking for him. Let's rest here for the night and continue the mission tomorrow." "Alright, let's set up camp first. Everyone get moving." However, the white-haired boy soon realized he was the only one setting up the camp. "I'm so tired. I don't want to move at all. I'm going to upload today's battle log. I really can't stand up." At the same time, Zombie and Violet were hiding in the bushes nearby, watching them. They all seemed like interesting people. I couldn't join the team because I lacked experience fighting alongside them, but it's okay. Their mission is to rescue the nearby Fortress 9 and subdue the Burning Flame Zombie King, who destroyed 3 cities. I must take this opportunity to help them and let them know I'm a friend. Just don't go too hard and scare them off again. At this moment, the Prophet sensed something. "Who's there?" Zombie and Violet immediately crouched in the bushes, barely moving, staying still to blend into the shadows. The Prophet told the white-haired boy that he sensed something moving, and the white-haired boy dropped the wood he was holding. Suddenly, fiery ashes filled the air. As he saw the leaves burning, he quickly warned the others. "It's the Burning Flame Zombie King. Everyone, be careful." The white-haired boy gritted his teeth. "Damn it, we ran into it when we're out of energy." At that moment, a massive dark figure appeared in front of them. It was their target, the Blazing Flame Zombie King. The Blazing Flame Zombie King roared skyward, flames engulfing the surrounding area as he simultaneously launched a massive fireball at the group. Seeing this, the pink-haired girl quickly raised her hand to use her wind-based abilities, conjuring a javelin. The javelin generated a whirlwind that instantly blocked the Zombie King's fireball. The Blazing Flame Zombie King laughed heartily. "You can actually catch my attack. Seems like you're not too bad." However, just as he finished speaking, several beams of light shot out from the flames, heading straight toward him. Taking advantage of the moment the Zombie King was distracted, the white-haired boy swiftly flew into the air to prepare for a sneak attack. Meanwhile, the Blazing Flame Zombie King gathered energy in his hand and effortlessly neutralized all attacks. Seeing the Blazing Flame Zombie King's formidable power, Ganling's face tensed. "It doesn't hurt him? You're too weak. With just this level of strength, you thought you could subdue me?" After saying this, the Blazing Flame Zombie King let out a roar, and terrifying flames swept around again. "This guy is really strong, but we have already completed the covering task." At this moment, Whitehair raised his leg high in the air, then fiercely slashed down towards the Zombie King below. Accompanied by a loud noise, he struck heavily on the Blazing Flame Zombie King's shoulder, instantly causing the ground to collapse and debris to fly. However, the next second, Whitehair was shocked to find that not only was the Blazing Flame Zombie King unharmed, but he also reached out to try to grab his foot. Seeing this, Whitehair quickly jumped back, widening the distance from the Blazing Flame Zombie King. Just as everyone was shocked by the ineffectiveness of their attacks, the Blazing Flame Zombie King suddenly gathered a terrifying fireball, smirking as he said, "With just this level of strength, you dare to challenge me? Let me turn you all into ashes." Just then, Zombie suddenly teleported in front of the Blazing Flame Zombie King. This is the perfect time to strike. The Blazing Flame Zombie King was taken aback by Zombie's sudden appearance. "Get lost, you little thing." However, Zombie ignored him, just controlled his force and gently tapped on the Zombie King's body, muttering to himself, "This level of force should be okay, right?" Seeing Zombie's sudden appearance, all team members were shocked. Has this zombie been following us all along? At this moment, Zombie was still hoping that the Blazing Flame Zombie King would be stronger so that he could smoothly join the team through the fight. However, he didn't expect that the body of the Zombie King he had just tapped would start to crack, and with a loud boom, the Blazing Flame Zombie King's body exploded, shattering into countless pieces. The team members were stunned by this scene, and then all knelt before Zombie in unison, pleading, "Zombie boss, spare our lives. We have not offended you." Seeing this, Zombie was speechless. "I just wanted to be your companion." Soon after, the white-haired boy is carefully hiding beside a building. Suddenly, a giant foot stomps down behind him. It turns out to be a zombified being, their target for this expedition, the Tusked Zombie King. As Whitehair gives the command to move, in an instant, two figures swiftly appear above the Tusked Zombie King. The Prophet and the pink-haired girl conjure their abilities with lightning speed and launch an attack attack on the tusked zombie king. Before he could react, the tusked zombie king was struck and firmly bound by the prophet's beams of light. Seeing this, the white-haired boy pulls out his lightsaber and rushes towards the tusked zombie king, raising his sword to strike. But the sharp blade fails to inflict significant damage on the tusked zombie king. As the white-haired boy lands and turns around, the tusked zombie king has already let out an angry roar, stomping the ground fiercely, instantly breaking free from the light beams. It charges at the white-haired boy with astonishing speed, shocking him. Just in the nick of time, Violet in her second form steps in front of the white-haired boy and coldly says, "Leave this guy to me." Violet reaches for the sword at her waist and slashes at the tusked zombie king. The moment the blade contacts the tusks, there is a loud explosion. Dust fills the street and the sky is obscured. As the dust clears, Violet is violently thrown back dozens of meters by the brute strength of the tusked zombie king. Such terrifying brute force. The strength of these zombie kings, each one is not weaker than zombies' underlings. Is this the true power of the ancient zombie kings? The white-haired boy seizes the opportunity to fly into the air, and the pink-haired girl also quickly moves to the side of him. Then, the two launch their strongest strike at the tusked zombie king. With a bang, the tusked zombie king's head was instantly pierced through by the combined efforts of the two, losing its vitality in the blink of an eye. Afterward, the white-haired boy and the pink-haired girl landed behind Violet. "Thanks to you, we finally completed the mission. You could actually withstand the zombie king head-on. Having you join the team was definitely the right choice. But such incredible physical abilities, why haven't we heard of them before? This is a bit strange." Violet smiled faintly and casually replied, "Maybe it's because abilities like mine are quite rare." Just then, the prophet suddenly changed his expression, sensing something, and immediately warned, "Be careful on the right." As soon as he finished speaking, another tusked zombie king violently smashed through a building and charged out of the ruins. Seeing this, everyone quickly scattered to evade. However, unexpectedly, after charging around for a bit, this zombie king suddenly screeched to a halt, lifted its head, and sniffed the air. Seeing this, everyone became vigilant. "Damn it, it found us. What a sharp sense of smell. It's a twin zombie king." No wonder the teams that came before lost contact. However, the previous battle had drained everyone's strength considerably, making this new zombie king a formidable challenge. While everyone hesitated, the white-haired boy stepped forward and said firmly, "I'll hold it off. With my speed, maybe I can buy you some time to escape." He urged his companions to leave quickly. However, as the white-haired boy was desperately persuading everyone to retreat, zombies suddenly dropped from the sky, landing directly in front of the tusked zombie king. He casually pressed against the zombie king's tusks, forcing it to a halt, then raised his hand to punch, preparing to deliver a merciless blow. Prophet and the pink-haired girl were about to warn the white-haired boy to be careful, but the next second, the zombie king's head had already been shattered by Zombie's punch. Seeing this, Violet inwardly sighed. With this guy around, it seems there's no need to worry about the mission failing. It's hard to know whether they should feel reassured or worried. After completing the mission, the white-haired boy and the others brought Zombie and Violet back to the Human Ability Users Association. Congratulations to Team 23 for completing the subjugation mission. Personnel confirmed: S-Class Ability User Prince Kai, S-Class Ability User Alia, A-Class Ability User Prophet, and B-Class Ability User Gamling. Thank you for your contributions to human civilization. Thus, Zombie and Violet successfully infiltrated the Ability Users Association. After bidding farewell to Prince Kai and the others, Zombie walked down the street in high spirits. Violet quietly asked, "Although I've fought alongside your former teammates, I still haven't learned how to use mental power to release abilities like they do. In battle, I still rely on physical strength. In this era, your type of ability is classified as a strength-based ability. That's why I had you follow them to the Ability Users Association. This place is the largest refuge for humans in the wasteland, where all the research and assessments of ability users' mental powers are conducted." Hearing this, Violet looked around and noticed that people on the street were looking at Zombie with curiosity. She immediately reminded him, "Zombie, is it really okay for you to walk in so openly? When you went to the academy, you had to disguise yourself with a zombie mask." Zombie laughed heartily, recalling the past. "During the era of the Divine Era civilization, I indeed had no experience interacting with humans. I remember being treated as an invading zombie, which really caused a lot of trouble, and I almost got torched. Fortunately, Prince Kai and the others vouched for me with their lives, and that's how I gained the acceptance of humans." After being identified as a zombie class ability user, our adventure began, with the goal of subduing the source of the zombie tide. Ultimately, we defeated the primeval demon that caused the apocalypse and became heroes who saved the world. Those companions are trustworthy, so I can entrust all human-related matters to them in this era. Don't worry, leave the rest to them. But the next second, Zombie was taken into custody. It turned out that when the refuge's higher-ups found out about Zombie's powerful presence wandering the streets, they nearly had a heart attack. Not knowing whether he was friend or foe, they had no choice but to have Prince Kai and the others temporarily detain Zombie. It seems your feat of instantly killing the the zombie king not only didn't help you establish trust as a comrade in arms, but instead scared the humans. I didn't want it this way either. Who knew those zombie kings would shatter upon touch? There's no other way. This round is ruined. Let's start over and make another memory for you to learn. This time, starting from after you met Prince Kai and the others. Saying this, Zombie prepared to exit the dream and return to the reality of his vision. However, when he opened his eyes, he found himself still trapped in the dream. He suddenly stood up, striking a rooster's stance and shouting, "Wake up!" But the surrounding scene remained unchanged. Violet, seeing this, asked with a face full of incredulity, "What are you doing? Acting like a fool." Zombie scratched his cheek and said with a bitter smile, "Well, Violet, it seems there's a little problem. I can't seem to wake up." Hearing this, Violet was instantly shocked. "A little problem? We're trapped in a dream thousands of years in the past, and you call that a little problem?" Meanwhile, in the real world, the department head looked at Zombie's brain and said, "Ever since Zombie started dreaming, he and Violet have both disappeared. Is this normal?" Dawn beside him answered, "Since this is Zombie's memory, I feel like anything could happen. Are these strange patterns appearing on Zombie's brain also normal?" As the patterns grows bigger, a massive spatial rift opened in the sky above the city, swallowing the people in the city, including Dawn and the others. "We're being sucked in too. Is this normal?" the department head said indifferently as Dawn cried out for help. In an instant, the entire H city was sucked into Zombie's dream world, alerting the nearby zombies. Meanwhile, the reporters tried to use their cell phones to inquire what had happened, but the signal was interrupted, and even the road they had taken to enter H city had turned into a cave. Just as everyone was still confused about what was happening, a rustling sound came from inside the cave, followed by a group of zombies suddenly rushing out and pouncing towards them. Weren't the zombies in H city supposed to be friendly towards humans? Something doesn't seem right here. Just when they thought they were doomed, suddenly Ago descended from the sky, landing behind them. The zombies, seeing this, were immediately startled and stopped. The king said to ensure the safety of every human. With that, Ago reached into a crack in the ground, lifted the entire road, and then slammed it down onto the horde of zombies, destroying both the cave and the zombies. After doing all this, Ago gave a thumbs up to the reporters. "I've handled things here. The people attacked by the wild zombies have been rescued, and I've also sealed off the entrance to the outside. Now I've surrounded the entire city with boulders. There should be no way in anymore. How are things on your side?" Meanwhile, Dawn was firing a Gatling gun into the air, turning the bird-like zombie attackers into a sieve in moments. "Why have so many hostile zombies suddenly appeared after the crack opened? Can someone tell me what's going on?" "It's probably because we poured too much alcohol into the king's brain, causing the entire H city to be sucked into his dream world, which has now turned into a massive pit. Moreover, the king's dream world is no different from the real world, so don't die here." Hearing this, Dawn, while dodging attacks from birds, anxiously asked, "Then how can we resolve this crisis? We need to find Zombie here and get him to wake up on his own." Meanwhile, on the other side of H city, due to H city's sudden appearance in the wasteland world, the surrounding zombie hordes were disturbed, and a massive zombie tide was crazily surging towards H city. Facing the zombie tide trying to break through the boulder defense line, the department head directly activated his golden right hand, instantly repelling the first wave of attacks. At that moment, a little zombie hiding in its mother's arms asked, "Mom, are we going to be eaten by the zombies?" Hearing this, a human uncle nearby, with a face full of confusion, said, "Aren't you zombies too?" As the zombie tide continued to attack, the department head's defense line gradually began to falter, and a few zombies broke through the line, chasing after zombies' subordinates all over the place. Seeing this, the department head, feeling helpless, said to his zombie subordinates, "You're zombies too. Can't you talk to these invading zombies?" "It won't work. The zombies in our world have been educated and trained by the king for hundreds of years. They are rational and no different from humans. In the era before the king established order, apart from those royal zombies, the ordinary zombies were just mindless creatures." Just as the department head was unsure of what to do, Ago confidently said, "Don't worry, Aegon and I both come from the divine era civilization. We are quite clear about the rules of this era." With that, Ago directly inserted his hand into his own chest. In an instant, his bones began to grow rapidly. In a split second, he activated his second form, his whole body covered with bones, like armor. Then, he let out a deep roar towards the front, his voice trembling in all directions. "Come on, you beasts." Meanwhile, at the rear of the zombie tide, an alien zombie king let out a sky-shattering roar. Aegon quickly came to Dawn's side and said, "Indeed, this zombie horde is being driven by a zombie king. If Ago can defeat that zombie king in a one-on-one fight, he can become the new leader of this zombie horde." Dawn, looking worried, said, "Can he handle it alone? I heard from Zombie that the zombie kings of this era are very powerful." At that moment, a human face appeared on Ago's chest, calmly saying, "Don't worry, it's just subduing a zombie king. When I was at the Ability Users Association, I did this kind of work a lot." Meanwhile, Zombie was still anxiously scratching his head in the dream. What to do? Humans can be very scary. What if they torture me? Just then, a cold voice came. "Are you the strange zombie friendly to humans mentioned in the report?" It was a woman in military uniform walking towards Zombie. She was Greta, the security officer in charge of interrogating Zombie. But when Zombie saw Greta's appearance clearly, his face lit up with excitement. Great, it's one of our own. He hurriedly shouted at her, "Ah, go, let me out. I remember you have a high position in the association. Later, help me arrange a nice place to stay, and also help solve Violet's learning issues." However, the next second, Greta suddenly burst out in rage. "Who the hell are you? Coming up to me like we're familiar. And who allowed you to call me by my nickname? Are you tired of living?" Violet, watching this scene, muttered Ago's name under her breath, sizing up Greta. The next second, her worldview collapsed. "You're telling me this is Ago?" Meanwhile, inside a grand building, the chairman of the Ability Users Association, Zolai, was delivering a passionate speech on stage. It turned out they had captured a 6-armed zombie king. This zombie king had destroyed 3 refuges, causing thousands of ordinary people to be displaced, and had also killed 17 ability users. To gild his son Zos's resume, Zolai decided to let Zos execute the zombie king publicly. Zos drew the sword from his waist, first posing in a manner he thought very cool, then swung his sword at the zombie king. Initially, the crowd shouted excitedly, but the next second, everyone was baffled. Zos's sword only left a shallow scratch on the zombie king, not even cutting through its hair. Yet, he continued strutting around the zombie king, slashing away, thinking he looked very stylish. Watching this cringeworthy display, Prince Kai and Alia were speechless. The council just loves putting on these pointless shows. Half of the ability users had been sacrificed just to capture this zombie king alive. The association says these are necessary to boost morale. There's no help for it. We heroic teams just keep fighting, but those hereditary old masters have a lot more to consider. Under Zos's ticklish attacks, the zombie king felt deeply humiliated. It roared angrily, instantly breaking free from its restraints. Then, it extended its 6 claws towards Zos's head. Just as Zos looked bewildered, Greta promptly appeared, blocking Zombie King's attack. However, not willing to give up, the Zombie King swung its fist to attack again. Greta, fearless, exchanged rapid blows with the Zombie King. Then, the Zombie King brought its 4 fists together and used the oil hammer crown-topping skill on Greta. Seeing this, Greta threw her sword aside and used her psychic ability to levitate. The Zombie King hadn't even reacted before it was levitated into the air. Meanwhile, Greta's sword suddenly appeared above the Zombie King's head, then swiftly shot down. Accompanied by several sounds of blades slicing, the Zombie King's body was instantly cut into countless pieces. When the sword returned to Greta's hand, the Zombie King's dismembered body fell at her feet. The 6-armed Zombie King was successfully executed. The audience erupted in excited cheers upon witnessing this scene. Violet, seeing this, couldn't help but ask, how could such a beautiful girl turn into the appearance of Ago after zombification? What exactly did you do to her? Ago chose her current form after being executed by humans. Zos, quite displeased, stood up and shouted, "What a bunch of useless fools. Can't even secure a cage properly. Now find me another execution subject." Saying this, he pointed his finger at Zombie. "That one called Zombie. I now sentence you to death on behalf of the association." Zos's subordinates immediately prepared to capture the bewildered zombie. Prince Kai and his companions immediately expressed their dissatisfaction. "We only asked the association to review Zombie's safety. Besides, he helped us subdue the Zombie King. Even if he's a bit odd, it doesn't warrant a death sentence, does it?" Greta also chimed in, "I have personally reviewed him, and although Zombie's behavior is indeed strange, he is not aggressive." But Zos didn't listen to them at all, and drew his sword to Zombie's neck, sneering, "A zombie that helps humans? If he lets me kill him obediently, then I'll believe he's not aggressive." Just then, Zos's father, the chairman of the association, stepped in to agree. If he resists, then let the security officer execute him. Hearing this, Greta was annoyed, but could only remain helplessly silent. Prince Kai and the others shouted frantically, "What kind of twisted logic is this? Let's go file an appeal. Zombie, you must hold on." But as soon as they finished speaking, Zos had already swung his sword at Zombie. However, the next second, Zos was slapped across the face and fell to the ground, landing flat on his back. Prince Kai and the others were stunned at this scene. "It's over. Strange. Why did the Zombie King turn to ash with just a touch from me? But this guy could withstand it." However, before Zombie could figure it out, a large number of ability users charged at Zombie, who instinctively reacted, sending the ability users above the execution ground flying away. After easily dealing with all the attacking ability users, his face lit up with excitement, and he then activated his second form. As expected, only zombies get mysteriously slain by me. Human ability users are normal. They don't shatter on touch. Seeing the ability users charging at him again, Zombie became even more excited. Now I can finally go all out. However, just as Zombie was about to show off his skills, Prince Kai and others suddenly stood in front of him, loudly scolding the ability users. "You idiots! Do you want to be killed by Zombie?" At the same time, Greta roared, exerting her authority to push back the surrounding ability users. "Haven't you noticed? Even when attacked, Zombie hasn't killed a single person. This is enough to prove his friendliness. As the association's security officer, I urge the chairman to reconsider the verdict on Zombie." Faced with Greta's forceful attitude, Zolai eventually conceded, ordering his injured son Zos to be carried away for treatment. He then announced, "Since the security officer vouches for him, Zombie, you will join Prince Kai's team. Zombie and Violet felt grateful for finally successfully joining the squad. At the same time, Zolai issued an order for Prince Kai's squad to head north for a dead zone subjugation mission. Upon hearing this, Prince Kai and his team were instantly shocked. The north? That's practically a death sentence. Zombie explained to Violet, the origin of the zombie tide in this realm is in the north, guarded by 12 powerful zombie kings known as lords. It's a forbidden zone where humans cannot tread. I didn't expect this mission to come so soon. Meanwhile, on the other side, Go grabbed the neck of the alien zombie king and then violently threw it away, piercing through mountains in its path. However, before the zombie king could get up, the next second, a mountain fell towards him. With a boom, the entire mountain directly crushed the alien zombie king beneath it. Aegon, seeing this, couldn't help but comment, Go's fighting style is still as straightforward and brutal. Suddenly, Aegon sensed another powerful enemy nearby. A spatial rift opened behind Go, and a giant eye appeared, delivering a deep voice, successfully challenging a lord alone. Now you are the new lord of this dead zone. Come with me to meet the origin. Meanwhile, Zombie and the others were dispatched by the Ability Users Association to a fortress at the border of the dead zone. The area north of the fortress is the dead zone, a forbidden zone belonging to the zombie realm, inaccessible to humans. The Ability Users Association had launched multiple subjugation missions into the dead zone, but each had ended with heavy casualties. At this moment, Greta threw her sword, suddenly unleashing her abilities on the zombie horde below. Instantly, all the zombies were enveloped within her power range. As Greta clenched her fist, the ground began to compress the zombies with a deep, echoing rumble. Soon, a huge sphere appeared before her, encapsulating most of the zombies. After completing all this, Greta stylishly retracted her sword. Seeing this, the surrounding ability users burst into cheers, truly worthy of being the security officer of the association, absolutely powerful. However, Prophet standing nearby furrowed his brows, looking somewhat worried. Such a powerful strike, yet it failed to clear the zombies in this area. It seems that the ordinary zombies in the dead zone are far stronger than those outside, so how terrifying must the zombie kings be? Everyone, be mentally prepared. Ganling, holding a will, said resignedly, I've already written mine in advance. Just then, Greta approached them, stating calmly, my ability has a range of 30 kilometers. During this period, I will be stationed here. Within my ability range, I will fully support you. Hearing this, Prince Kai and the others were moved to tears, even going so far as to ask for a big hug. However, Zoes displayed a sly expression on the side. You all are getting moved too early. The extra order I gave you is to protect them into the dead zone. What you're doing is meaningless, because they will soon be eaten by zombies, leaving nothing behind. After that, he made a provocative face at the group. Seeing this, everyone was instantly furious, and stormed up to Zoes, giving him a warm welcome with their fists. You know we're being sent to our deaths, and you still come to provoke us. You're really brave. Greta, seeing this, pretended to see nothing and simply said coldly, just leave him alive. Otherwise, it would be difficult to explain to the association when I get back. Soon after, Zoes was beaten into a pulp, lifted onto a stretcher, and once again left the group's sight in this manner. However, Prince Kai couldn't feel happy at all, murmuring softly, I'm sorry. It was my decision to take Zombie to the association that has endangered everyone. Don't think like that. It has nothing to do with Zombie. Even without him, the association would find another reason to send us to the dead zone. That's right. Those squads that achieved consecutive successes in subduing zombie kings were invariably sent by the association into the dead zone. There were also rumors that this was because the higher-ups in the association feared the emergence of heroes with prestige and power that could threaten their position of control. Although Prince Kai knew what they said was true, at that moment he simply refused to resign himself to fate. Entering the dead zone, eliminating the source of the zombie tide, that will solve everything. As long as we are strong enough, we can definitely do it. Meanwhile, Zombie and Violet arrived inside the fortress of the dead zone. Boss, I'm buying this house, Zombie said, handing over a bag of cash to a nervous-looking bald owner. After Violet explained that Zombie was a human wearing a mask, the owner dared to take the money bag and carefully began to count it. The money's right, the house is yours now. As soon as the owner finished speaking, the next second, Zombie actually picked up the house along with its foundation and moved it. This move left both Violet and the owner stunned. Not long after, in the commercial street of the fortress, Zombie carrying the newly purchased house suddenly appeared from the sky, scaring the people below into screaming. Not only are there hot springs nearby, but also various snacks. We can live comfortably here now. Violet caught up and asked puzzledly, you're not really planning to settle down here, are you? Zombie responded calmly, this kind of large-scale task requires a lot of time to gather information and prepare materials. Initially, we stayed here for 3 months gathering intelligence, even took on a task to find a missing cat, worked as street cleaners, and even as security guards watching the door. It was a painfully joyous time. Saying this, Zombie pulled Violet to the dining table and placed thick textbooks in front of her. These are the ability textbooks obtained from the association. You also need a comfortable environment to study properly. Don't worry, I've been drinking Red Bull coffee every day recently. I should be waking up soon. Zombie said this and and jumped down from a height, preparing to go buy ingredients to make omelet rice. Zombie, we've been eating eggs for a week now. Can we change it up? Zombie replied without turning back. Whoever cooks calls the shots. However, just as Zombie landed, he suddenly sensed a dangerous aura. He instantly activated his third form and dodged an attack from Prince Kai. Seeing Zombie instantly change forms, Prince Kai was shocked. Zombie, with a look of resignation, said, "What a hassle. You don't want to eat omelet rice either?" Prince Kai didn't respond, but as he landed, his body split into several afterimages and coldly said, "Changing forms to enhance combat ability? Try this move." After saying that, he kicked towards Zombie. However, Zombie casually blocked his attack. Seeing this, Prince Kai quickly backed off, as expected, very strong. Again, he supported himself with his hands and suddenly exerted force, aiming his feet towards Zombie. Yet, Zombie easily jumped, dodging his attack, and quipped, "You don't want omelet rice. How about fried rice instead? And remember, this is a residential area. Keep your strength in check." Despite this, Prince Kai didn't stop, accelerating again and kicking towards Zombie, still easily dodged. "Even at my fastest, I can't touch you. Zombie, you are terrifyingly strong." He ceased his attacks, looked up at Zombie seriously, and said, "So, I have a request. I hope you can agree." Zombie looked at him, raising an eyebrow. Zombie mistakenly thought Prince Kai wanted him to show his full strength in a sparring match. Back then, it was after a hearty fight with Prince Kai that he truly earned his respect. The next second, Zombie instantly switched to his fifth form. "So that's it. Let's have a hearty fight then." Saying this, he grabbed Prince Kai's face. "Let's change to a place with no disturbances first." Prince Kai was shocked, not even having time to react. The next second, Zombie had taken him to the outskirts of the fortress. Without waiting for Prince Kai to explain, Zombie launched a punch. "Prince Kai, I'm about to get serious." Seeing this, Prince Kai was instantly petrified and quickly shouted, "I didn't want to spar. I just wanted to verify your strength and ask for advice on how to become stronger." Hearing this, Zombie quickly adjusted the direction of his punch. The force of the punch swept past, instantly pulverizing the mountain behind him. Prince Kai, who narrowly escaped the calamity, felt his heart pounding wildly, dripping with cold sweat. At this moment, Zombie reverted back to his silly form, apologizing with an innocent face. "Oops, my bad. So, you wanted to ask me how to become stronger?" Zombie was puzzled. Prince Kai was once the strongest ability user before awakening his mind, capable of rivaling top-tier zombie kings like Go, a terribly proud fellow. Why would he ask me for advice now? Zombie pondered for a moment and mused. Could it be because my appearance in this memory prevented him from gaining the proper growth experiences? Thinking this, Zombie patted Prince Kai on the shoulder, smiling. "Leave it to me. Since I'm free anyway, let's make up for the training you missed right now." Saying that, he pointed to a distant mountain peak. "See that zombie over there? Go take him down, and you'll naturally get stronger." Prince Kai followed his gaze and saw a zombie wearing a Batman mask standing on the mountain peak, one of the 12 great zombie kings guarding the Dead Zone. Seeing this, Prince Kai tensed up. The Moon-Eater Zombie King, one of the lords of the Dead Zone. Why is he so close to the fortress? Meanwhile, Violet, in the hot springs below Zombie's house, was self-learning how to master mental powers. Sitting on the couch, she sipped her milk tea while looking at the book Zombie had prepared for her. However, she couldn't understand the content at all. Something about different psychic wave fluctuations producing different abilities that required observing and training with water waves. "This is too complicated. It's easier to just use a sword," Violet complained, but decided to try the methods described in the book. She removed her leg mechanical devices and walked to the pool. "This feels so good. It's been a long time since I've been this relaxed since coming to this world. Zombie really found me a great place to train." Saying this, she started trying to vibrate the water with her mental power as the tutorial suggested. However, no matter how focused she was, the water's surface remained undisturbed, showing no reaction at all. After several failures, Violet resolved to focus once more and finally, ripples formed on the water. Drops of water slowly began to rise from the surface, hovering in the air. Seeing this, Violet excitedly shouted, "I knew it. I also have a talent for abilities." Just when she thought she had succeeded, a hand suddenly lifted Violet's hand, turning out to be Alia, who had somehow slipped in as well. "You're getting a bit too happy. Those were just my psychic waves." At the same time, Ganling, who was wearing a bath towel, screamed in surprise, and only then did Violet realize that the two had somehow entered without her noticing. Ganling picked up 2 books from the table and said, "Aren't these the textbooks given to newcomers at the association? Why are you reading these?" Hearing this, Alia looked at Violet. "With your impressive performance all along the way, were you not using mental powers?" Then, she stepped closer, looking into Violet's eyes. "You've been deceiving us. How suspicious. What's your scheme in getting close to us? Spill it." Violet, flustered, began to explain, "I don't have any talent for abilities, so I—" But before she could finish, Ganling interrupted. "How can you not have talent? We've all felt how incredibly strong your mental power is, Sister Violet." Just then, Ganling suddenly noticed Violet's legs. "Sister Violet, what happened to your legs?" "These are my modified prosthetic limbs. I took off the casing because I'm bathing." Under their persistent questioning, Violet finally revealed how her parents turned into zombies and bit her leg, and how she had to amputate her legs herself. After hearing her story, story. Alia and Ganling were shocked. However, Violet comforted them nonchalantly. You don't need to look so shocked. Dealing with zombies, such incidents are inevitable. Besides, I've gotten used to it over time. Hearing this, Alia showed a sign of relief, then raised her hand to show Violet. To learn abilities, you need to meet two conditions. One is mental power, the other is self-perception. Abilities are essentially about influencing the external world by imagining a stronger version of oneself. So, Violet, can I ask why your heart refuses to let yourself become stronger? Hearing this, Violet fell into deep thought. Am I the one rejecting a stronger version of myself? Have all my attempts to control zombies' genes been failing because I can't accept that version of myself? Just then, Alia suddenly noticed something and shouted in a direction. Who's there? As soon as she spoke, the steam in the room began to condense into ice, and soon the entire pool rapidly froze over, the ice layer advancing quickly towards them. With a boom, the entire hot spring turned into a giant crystal of ice. However, after the dust settled, Violet and the others were enveloped in a blaze of fire. It turned out Alia had activated her ability Flame Armor in a critical moment. Be careful, everyone. This is a zombie using elemental powers. This oppressive feeling is even stronger than a regular zombie king. As soon as she finished speaking, the ice crystal started to crackle. Before long, a female zombie king emerged slowly from the crystal. One of the 12 great lords, the Cold Spectre Zombie King. Not bad reaction time, but it will only make your pain worse. Hearing this, Violet drew her sword and charged forward without hesitation. Stop talking nonsense and die. However, the Cold Spectre Zombie King seemed utterly unbothered by the attack. I hope you can make this fun for me. Come on, struggle amusingly. Having said that, a massive ice crystal suddenly shot up from where Violet and her companions were standing. Meanwhile, outside the fortress walls, another zombie king was slaughtering the human ability users. Cold Spectre is making too much noise. Really annoying. Uncontrollable types like that really disgust me. It seems I need to sneak in there and eliminate these bothersome humans. As he spoke, he launched another slaughter on the ability users. Seeing this, the severely injured prophet hurriedly hid. Such powerful force. I didn't detect him before he attacked. Is this the power of the legendary lords of the dead zone? At that moment, under his perception, not only were there 3 powerful zombie lords near the fortress, but a massive zombie horde was also gathering. Just then, the zombie king outside the walls suddenly launched a fierce attack on the walls. With a boom, the fortress's walls were instantly blasted open, creating a huge breach. Below the walls, thousands of zombies had already gathered into a tide, beginning to surge towards the fortress. At the same time, on the other side, the Moon-Eater Zombie King let out an angry roar. However, the next second, he was knocked to the ground by Zombie wielding a log. Following that, Zombie instantly teleported behind him and locked his throat with his arm, firmly restraining him. I told you not to move. If I accidentally touch you, you'd be gone in an instant. You know, Prince Kai, I've got him restrained. You come and continue to beat him. Seeing this, Prince Kai was speechless. What kind of training is this? However, Zombie thought Prince Kai was afraid and seriously said, overcoming powerful enemies is a faster way to grow stronger than doing push-ups. Here's what we'll do. If you still feel it's dangerous, I'll try to break his limbs by myself. Then you beat him up. After you grow a bit, his limbs would have healed. We can gradually increase the difficulty. If not, I'll just break them a few more times. Hearing Zombie's words, Moon-Eater Zombie King went berserk, breaking free from Zombie's hold. Damn humans, you dare treat a lord like this. Since it's come to this, I have no choice. Prince Kai immediately tensed up, thinking the Zombie King was preparing for a desperate final blow. But unexpectedly, the next second, Moon-Eater Zombie King just lay down on the ground. Zombie and Prince Kai were baffled, showing the belly. Isn't that a dog's specialty? What is this guy doing? The Moon-Eater Zombie King said helplessly, please stop eating me. I confess everything you want to know. Just finish it quickly, okay? Following that, they learned from Moon-Eater Zombie King that he appeared here because the Root had assembled all the lords to launch a preemptive strike against humanity. Hearing about all lords attacking the fortress shocked Prince Kai, and Zombie also recalled. Indeed, such an event was supposed to happen, but this was supposed to happen many years from now. As Prince Kai questioned why the Root would do this, Moon-Eater Zombie King revealed the reason. The Root said that a consciousness that should not exist has come to this world, so it commanded us to attack at all costs to find an entity named Zombie. Hearing this, Zombie was taken aback. So this has something to do with me? Meanwhile, the border fortress with its damaged walls fell into crisis. Run away! The zombie tide has broken through. This caused a great panic for the people inside, and the entire city descended into chaos, filled with cries of agony and pleas for help. Just then, a little girl accidentally fell. Watching the zombies lunge at her with bared teeth, she thought she was doomed and closed her eyes in fear. But the next second, it suddenly quieted down around her. When she opened her eyes again, she found that the zombies and rocks were floating in the air. Security officer Greta had arrived and used her psychic ability to lift all the zombies into the air. She suddenly clenched her palms, and the floating debris and zombies moved in a single direction. Everything then converged into a singular point. All of the debris and zombies were now getting crushed into itself with a great force. Just when Greta thought she had dealt with all the zombies, she suddenly gasped in surprise. The debris were all cut in half, and then the zombie king who had split the wall earlier appeared before her. Humans are really annoying. The task was almost over. Why did you have to show up now? With that, the zombie king launched an attack on Greta. Seeing this, Greta drew her sword and pointed it towards her enemy, her energy overflowing from the weapon. The zombie king's attack was halted mid-air. What is this? I can't move. It's not over yet. Take a look around you. Above the zombie king's head, numerous swords and blades were hovering. You're the one who broke the wall, right, bastard? With that, Greta clenched her hand, unleashing all the weapons on his opponent. Pay for the lives lost in this disaster with your death. But even that didn't kill him. Greta heard the zombie king muttering over and over, annoying ability. Its previous form was tearing away, revealing his true form. Let me tear you to shreds. Smoke had been released from its body and formed into countless dark blades. It stretched out far and wide, slashing the city all over, causing more destruction. This was the power of the Blade Zombie King. Under the continuous destruction by the Blade Zombie King, Greta needed to retreat. But then, she noticed a wound on her arm, corpse poison, and it was already starting to spread. The association confirmed years ago that zombie kings are tough opponents. And now, multiple zombie kings have arrived. And now we're in big trouble. Keep running. It's a massive zombie tide led by a zombie king. We're all screwed. Hearing this, Greta commanded, don't panic. I'm still here. I'll hold back the Blade Corpse King. All association psychics, support the fortress garrison with all your might. Hold the line. But just then, a voice came from our communicator. The fortress is doomed. Everyone protect me and evacuate now. Taking advantage of his father being the president of the association, this guy chose to flee at this critical moment and even issued a command for a full retreat. Drive faster. Listening to the continuous messages of psychics retreating through the communicator, Greta was visibly furious. But just then, the Blade Zombie King launched another attack on her. Damn it. Even if I'm the only one left, I will not retreat. With that, she fully unleashed her psychic powers, parrying the attack and once again immobilizing the Blade Zombie King. However, just as she swung her sword again to finish off the Blade Zombie King, the corpse poison suddenly acted up. She dropped her weapon and fell to her knees. The poison, it's spreading faster. You can't run now, can you? Damn it. I'm even losing the strength to control his movements. My toxin will dissolve your muscles and nerves, and you will soon lose the ability to move. Using your psychic ability will only accelerate the poison's effects. If you still have the strength, then run away. I won't even chase you, because I hate trouble. The root says that as long as I kill enough people, I'll find that guy who likes to hang around with humans. So my task is just to kill everyone in the fortress. I'm too lazy to waste my time on you. Do you understand? Help me. Where's the security officer? Someone save us. Goodbye, you troublesome human. Am I going to die? Am I ultimately unable to protect everyone in the city? No, I hear it. Someone is still calling me to keep fighting. They still need my protection. I am the security officer who protects humans. How can I fall here? Greta unleashed her power, blasting the Blade Zombie King away. To be corroded to this extent and still be able to move? This woman is really troublesome. After Greta unleashed her powers again, the toxin spread further. She fell to the ground, vomiting a large amount of blood. My muscles, they're melting. Looking at her gradually zombifying hand, she directly grabbed her own neck. What does it matter? I'll just use my psychic abilities to control my body. Just then, her blood exploded from her back, like wings made of blood. I'll kill all you damn zombies. I'll kill them all. Her body was twisted, but her weapon was still overflowing with energy. Her energy was enough to push away the Blade Zombie King. Why stand up? Why must you obstruct me? Why increase my workload? I hate doing extra work. Since you want to die so badly, I'll grant your wish. Why do you force me to fight seriously? You talk too much. I'm here to kill you. Greta also unleashed a powerful psychic energy, and the two charged at each other, Greta attacking from above. Such a level of slashing has no effect on me. Hearing this, Greta once again channeled her psychic ability, and instantly, numerous blades hovered above the Blade Zombie King's head. But facing the swiftly approaching blades, he completely ignored them, opening his mouth and biting towards Greta. At that moment, Greta cracked a smile. The next second, a building suddenly fell from the sky, smashing onto the Blade Zombie King. Just as Greta thought this strike could finish him off, the next second, the building was instantly shattered by slashes. You fight like a madman, but this has piqued my interest, so I'll be fighting you earnestly. Hearing this, Greta charged at the Blade Zombie King with her sword. However, just as the two were about to collide, a green light rapidly approached from a distance. The Blade Zombie King thought it was another of Greta's psychic powers, while Greta thought it was reinforcements for the Blade Zombie King. It was zombie carrying Prince Kai and the subdued Moon Eater Zombie King, sprinting happily, preparing for landing. Zombie smashed through the city wall and crashed into the Blade Zombie King. Seeing this, Greta was momentarily stunned in place. Then she quickly regained her senses. Zombie? Prince Kai? What are you holding? Ah, it's Greta. He started looking her over from left to right. It seems the zombie tide came earlier. Greta, you've been infected with the corpse poison, haven't you? Are you having a fated duel with the Blade Zombie King to protect the fortress? That battle must have been quite spectacular. Although I don't understand what you're talking about. The Blade Zombie King, you just crushed him, and there's no fortress to protect anymore. What? I'm sorry. Later, they started to mobilize the medical team due to the crack in the wall. Quick, move the wounded before the zombie tide notices the vulnerability. Save as many as you can. Be be careful, Prince Kai. That place might collapse at any moment. However, he told the medic to not worry about him and continued to search. Thank goodness. I knew you would be okay. He found the severely injured prophet buried under the rubble. Luckily, I dodged getting hit in a vital spot, so I'm not dead yet. How about you guys? Are you all okay? It's okay. It's just, zombie accidentally destroyed the fortress during the battle. This loss will be charged to our team. Since you're okay, let's quickly think of what to do next. Upon hearing this, the prophet was mortified. Rescue team, I urgently need your help. Please bury me back. Death would solve everything. Meanwhile, on the other side, Zombie couldn't help but apologize for the results of his actions. The most important human border fortress is gone. I fought desperately, and yet, I couldn't protect anything. I might as well finish myself. It's only half destroyed, right? Maybe it can still be fixed. Just then, with a boom, a pillar of ice shot up into the sky. There's still a battle going on over there. It seems to be in Violet's direction, and this move, it looks quite familiar. Isn't this ice mist ability from that troublesome cool zombie king? We had a hard time dealing with her back then. Bad news. Violet is in trouble. We need reinforcements quickly. He then turned to look at Greta, who had just finished fighting, was out of combat power, wanted to disappear because the fortress was destroyed, and then at Prince Kai, who was exhausted from fighting the Moon Eater zombie king all night, as well as the prophet, who was mentally and physically injured and could die at any moment. Since everyone is injured, I guess I should go and check it out myself. After all, that zombie king is the enemy Violet is least adept at dealing with. Hearing this, the prophet immediately clung to Zombie's legs, and Prince Kai and the others hastily blocked his path. Zombie, calm down for a moment. I'll send someone to support right now. Besides, Alia and Ganling are also over there. They can be trusted to handle it. Really? Is that okay? Hearing this, the three of them simultaneously said, it's totally fine. Meanwhile, on the other side, Violet and her two companions had escaped the cold specter zombie king. We're going to die. Aren't you the heroes who specialize in hunting zombie kings? Why are you so skilled at running away? We were halfway through the hot springs, completely drenched. Fighting like that is too disadvantageous, and the cape doesn't keep warm at all. I'm about to freeze to death. Projectiles of ice were coming towards them as they ran. Be careful, the enemy is catching up. It's underneath us. As soon as she finished speaking, an ice pillar burst from the ground, heading straight for Violet. Fortunately, Violet reacted quickly, blocking the cold specter zombie king's sneak attack. The cold zombie king was somewhat impressed. You react quite fast. Although you're human, you reek of a familiar scent. Could you be related to the Root's target? I'll be taking your head for a proper interrogation. Hearing this, Violet turned around and swiftly swung her sword, but the cold specter zombie king easily dodged it. At the same time, Ganling took the opportunity to fire her charged particle cannon. Don't think about harming Sister Violet. However, the cold specter zombie king easily dodged the particle cannon and lunged at Ganling. The little one is indeed courageous. Then I'll take care of you first. No, I'll be the one taking care of you first. You damned bastard. Alia launched a supremely powerful fire punch at the cold specter zombie king. However, after delivering that punch, Alia was disappointed. It turned out that her punch had only destroyed a clone of the cold specter zombie king. She clearly saw my surprise attack. As Violet rushed over to join them, be careful, that thing is still around somewhere. This ice is harder than steel, and she can move through it at will. It takes too long to charge up an attack to break through the ice, and it won't even hit her. And if we manage to melt the ice, she'll just freeze it again. At this rate, we might freeze to death without even touching the enemy. The cold specter zombie king instantly froze the entire area, trapping Violet and her group inside. Although we are trapped here, I can hear the sound of others fighting in the distance. I believe Zombie and the others will come to support us soon. What use is it if Zombie comes? We are facing a zombie king in her own domain. They all possess fragments of the Root's power, a supreme existence that can dominate other zombies. Even if Zombie is strong, he can't overcome these zombie kings. The gap between their ranks are far too great. Hearing this, Violet thought of Zombie's true power. I don't know what gap you're talking about, but it definitely does not apply to Zombie. An enemy like this, who only scurry around, probably couldn't even take one punch from Zombie. As they were talking, a shadow moved under the solid ice at their feet. She's here, below you, Ganling. But just as she finished speaking, the solid ice under Ganling suddenly bulged, and the cold specter zombie king grabbed her and dragged her up into the air. This useless one is mine now. Remember to collect her corpse. At the same time, Violet quickly followed and slashed the solid ice connecting to the cold specter zombie king into countless pieces. That's right, just like that. Come and save this useless brat. But suddenly, Alia appeared behind her. Ganling is not a useless brat. She's a very important partner, so get your hands off her. Alia unleashed powerful flames that swirled around them. Because of this, Violet had to retreat from the intense flames. Alia, Ganling, are you two okay? As the flames dissipated, Alia was seen successfully rescuing Ganling, but her abdomen had been pierced by the ice spikes of the cold specter zombie king. Alia, how could this happen? I'm not really sure. Hang in there, we'll find some help. It's all my fault for being so useless. If I had been more careful just now. Then, Alia raised her hand to wipe the tears from her face. Fool, how can you blame yourself? Her kind of attack, none of the three of us could completely avoid. And just now, if I had been captured, wouldn't you have risked your life to save me? I just did what you would have done. Don't blame yourself. After hearing Hearing Alia's comforting words, Ganling gradually calmed down. Just then, Violet suddenly noticed the ice that Alia had evaporated was beginning to reform. It's unfortunate that you didn't die. Brute force attacks aren't really my thing. It's a good thing I've already turned all the underground water of the city into ice. Now, enjoy the time you have left. With that, countless ice crystals rose around them, encasing them in a giant dome of ice. I will enjoy your pain in this gorgeous ice cage. Come at me. Feel the despair. Numerous ice spikes shot down from above towards Violet and the others. Violet instantly activated her zombie form. Bring it on, damn it. Ganling, make sure Alia is safe. In the blink of an eye, she had split those ice spikes in two and charged rapidly towards the Cold Spectre Zombie King. However, this just excited the Cold Spectre Zombie King. What an interesting power. You truly do have something that the Root is looking for. It seems like I'll need to take your head. Violet managed to block the attack, but she was still getting pushed back, crashing back to where she came from. I can't even get close. Will you be okay? I'll be fine. Just be careful. You too. If I forcefully activated the second zombie form, a full-powered strike might allow me to break through, but after that, I'll completely lose my mobility. Find somewhere to hide quickly. All we can do is wait for Zombie to arrive. You really trust Zombie a lot. It's good to have someone you can trust with your life. I also believe that Prince Kai and the Prophet will come to our rescue, but that's exactly why we shouldn't just hide and wait for rescue. Let's fight with all our strength and look for a chance to win. Only then do I deserve their trust as well. Trust is never just a one-sided dependency, don't you think so? Hearing the word dependency, Violet fell into thought. Since when have I become dependent on Zombie? Have I lost myself? A younger Violet was lying in a hospital bed in thought. Beside her bed is a photo of her happy family. She stared blankly in front of her, looking at her amputated legs. Across from her, an 18-year-old Dr. Jamie can overhear the nurses from outside. She had to kill her parents who turned into zombies and then used a kitchen knife to slowly amputate her own legs bitten by her zombie parents, crawling all the way to the Academy's rescue point by sheer will. This girl is just too pitiful. Is it you who wants to use my newly developed mechanical prosthetic limbs? I must warn you, the installation process involves severing each nerve and then electrifying them. It will be painful. Are you sure you want to? I accept. I need strength. I need the power to completely eradicate zombies. At that moment, Violet, reflecting on her younger self with a determined gaze, I remember now. This is the original me, having everything taken away by zombies, enduring pain and striving to become stronger to prevent the same tragedy from happening again. This is why I can't use zombies' power to fully awaken my abilities. That's right, because your heart is filled with hatred for zombies, and you cannot deceive your own heart. Meanwhile, back in reality, Alia landed a punch on the Cold Spectre Zombie King with Ganling hitting her beam of energy, but it was just another clone. We missed her true self again. Ganling, are you okay? I'm fine. This guy appears and disappears unpredictably. If only the Prophet were here, I'll try to force her out. Violet, you assist Ganling for now. But Violet continued to stand there in a daze. Violet, is something wrong? Just then, the ground under her feet started to crack. Seeing this, Alia and Ganling quickly warned her to watch out. An ice spike suddenly burst from below, piercing Violet's body, lifting her high in the sky. Her heart was pierced through her body. The Cold Spectre Zombie King materialized, holding the heart. I didn't expect to kill you so easily. It seems that the cold and fear have rendered you immobile. But Alia suddenly appeared and punched her in the face. However, she activated another decoy and escaped again. Ganling, get Violet down and cover me. I'm going to kill her. Damn it. It seems I still need to control my emotions in battle. I was too careless just now and actually got hit. Sister Violet, I'll get you down right away. It's a fatal injury, but as long as I zombify, then I could. It's useless. You've already recognized the hatred in your heart, and now you can no longer use zombies' power. We're the only ones who can save you now. We, like you, are filled with hatred and anger. As she spoke, her appearance began to distort, transforming into a monster. Give your body to us. Let us take revenge on the entire world together. Let everyone suffer the same pain we do. I see. So you are the monster manifested from the billions of souls trapped on the Thousand Faces moon that was massacred by Vero. Why were you willing to serve your enemy Vero as dogs before, and now you are constantly messing around my consciousness? There was nothing we could do. Lord Vero was too powerful. Our entire civilization could not fight him. What's wrong with bowing to the strong? Aren't you also relying on your enemy, Zombie, for power? Without Zombie's power, you would have easily died to this Zombie King. Just accept our psychic power and willingly become our puppet for revenge against the world. At the same time, Alia once again unleashed a powerful flame ability. Seeing this, Ganling couldn't help but start to worry for her. You're even burning your own flesh and blood. Too bad you'll turn into ashes before my ice melts. Meanwhile, Ganling suddenly felt psychic fluctuations under her feet. She looked at Violet in disbelief. What is this aura? As the ice on Violet's chest had burst, the next second, Violet activated a completely new form. The scattering ice crystals had stopped midair. Violet, with her newfound powers, had stopped time. Violet stepped on the floating ice, rapidly advancing towards the Cold Spectre Zombie King. So this the ability generated by the psychic force of billions of people? Although it doesn't have the destructive power to manipulate the sun like Vero could, this suits my fighting style better. How is this possible? You accepted all the psychic energy. Why couldn't couldn't we control your body? I really should thank you. Thanks to you divisive spirits, I was able to remember the original purpose of my fight. My reason for eradicating zombies isn't for revenge, but to prevent tragedies like mine from happening again. Zombie and I are comrades with a common dream, and my trust in Zombie has never been because of his strength, but because of his kindness. This revelation allowed me to suppress your control. Zombie, no matter what he is or becomes in the future, I am willing to accept his power. With that, Violet unlocked the second-tier power of Zombie's genes and transformed again. You spirits, after the powerful body after zombification, you are only fit to submit under the power of Zombie. With the powerful body of zombification, and now her newly enhanced mind, she was able to crush the Thousand Faces moon in her hands. Watching Violet steadily approaching, the cold specter Zombie King was in disbelief. What's happening? How is she completely different from before? This could be dangerous. Should I just try to escape? But in the blink of an eye, her arm was cut off. Wait, was I attacked just now? When did that even happen? Did Sister Violet awaken a speed ability like Prince Kai? She's so fast. I didn't feel the air being torn by high-speed movement. What she awakened seems to be a higher tier ability than speed. It's just an increase in speed. It's useless in my domain. Then, she unleashed her domain to its maximum power, and in an instant, numerous ice spikes shot towards her from all directions. Meaningless resistance. As her words fell, time had stopped once again. Then, Violet, dragging her sword, slowly walked towards the cold specter Zombie King through the multitude of frozen ice spikes. The cold specter Zombie King frozen in time stop. Violet slowly raised her sword, pointing it at the enemy. The body of the cold specter Zombie King was instantly divided into countless pieces. Just like that, her body was scattered along the ground. What on earth is happening? How did I get cut again? How did she manage to do it? Violet stood over her opponent. Kneel before me, weakling. In that moment, Violet shattered the cold specter Zombie King's ice domain into pieces. The cold specter Zombie King could only watch in shock. Sister Violet is so strong. She easily shattered the barrier. Violet stood strong, watching the ice domain fall to pieces. Zombie, are you watching? I have successfully mastered this psychic power. Meanwhile, outside the barrier, not bad. It seems that Violet no longer needs my help, don't you think? At this moment, Prince Kai and Greta, who were holding onto his legs to stop him from smashing the building that he was holding up. That's right, Violet has already won. Zombie, you should put the building down. As the battle ended, cleanup operations inside the fortress began quickly. Greta used her powers to clear the rubble from the battle area. You guys should rest. The rescue team will be here soon. At this time, Violet, having reverted from her transformation, stood next to Zombie and whispered, so that's how Greta turned into a zombie. But why doesn't her form look like a goo? She's actually quite pretty, because she's still alive, just infected with a zombie gene, much like your zombie form. But to humans, she's already a zombie now, and that's going to cause a lot of trouble. Are you guys okay? Yes, we're fine. Is there anything I can do for you? No, we'll just leave now. She may have saved us, but the zombie poison might act up. I've heard of events like that happening before. No matter what these people think, I am willing to believe in you and your companions. Why are you talking about such things suddenly? Because I went through a second stage of zombification. I could clearly feel a huge change in my personality, and I even said some pretty cringeworthy things. But no matter how my personality appeared, my will was not affected at all. I am still myself. So I believe, no matter what you become, you will always be the zombie I know. Why are you staring at me like that? Did I say something wrong? I just thought of something. We came to this memory world to learn new abilities because you couldn't progress your zombification. Now that we've succeeded, I'll give you some practical training here to test where your limits are. After all, we don't have to worry about causing damage here. But zombie, there is no need for any practical training anymore. Meanwhile, off to the side, the Moon Eater Zombie King tossed a handful of dust at the cold specter Zombie King. Stop playing dead. Wake up. You surrendered to humans? You are a disgrace to zombies. The root will not let you off. What do you know? If I dared to resist, I would end up like the Blade Zombie King, scattered to the winds. That Zombie King can annihilate all zombies with a flick of his wrist. What are you saying? Erasing all zombies at will? That's right. Although he has taken a form we have never seen before, that zombie who is with humans is undoubtedly the root of all zombies, our Supreme Lord. But that doesn't make sense. Did the Lord send us here just to get beaten up by him? The Lord must have his reasons. We just need to follow his orders. Since you've mastered psychic power, there's no need for us to stay here anymore. Let's head back. What will happen to Alia and the others afterward? After the fortress defense war, the humans launched a counterattack, breaking through the dead zone and successfully defeated the root of the zombie tide. After that, I don't want to remember anymore. What's going on? Why don't I want to remember this part of my past? What exactly happened later? After we defeated the root, we found it was impossible to completely eliminate. And then what? My head hurts, like something is growing inside. I devoured the root and sealed it in my memory through amnesia. As long as I don't recall it, it can never be reborn. But now, the seal is about to be released. Meanwhile, at the core of the dead zone, this area was inaccessible to humans. This was due to the terrifying zombie tide that can engulf all life. Not only that, but it was also guarded by powerful zombie kings. Any creature that intrudes here will be exterminated on the spot. A group of zombies were marching forward, led by a bigger zombie that put a hat on. And these people people were none other than zombies' followers who were sucked into the memory world. Everyone, what you are seeing now is the forbidden area of the dead zone from thousands of years ago. Make sure to follow me closely and don't get separated. The birds and zombies over there are so big. I wonder if they eat eggs like us. However, Dawn could only look around and worry. They were surrounded by fierce-looking dead zone zombies. Dawn then looked to their group, and the difference between these zombies were big. Is it really okay for us to be here like this? Pretending to be part of the zombie tide was a good idea, but you look so different from the zombies here. Not to mention that there are quite a few humans with us too. Don't worry, in this era, zombies all respect strength. Battle between zombie kings are one-on-one duels, not a group attack. A go is strong enough to do whatever he wants. Other zombie kings will not be able to question him at all. Meanwhile, a go had already put a zombie king under the ground. Stop acting tough. From now on, we will be colleagues. From now on, your subordinates are under my command, and your territory will be mine. Do you understand? However, his opponent stayed silent. Don't make me say it twice. And finally, the zombie king agreed. See, this is the iron rule set by the root. No zombie dares to violate it. To set rules for zombies all over the world. It seems this root you speak of is very powerful. Of course, that battle with the root was the closest the king ever came to death. That year, the king and his companions entered the dead zone, defeated one lord after another, and finally challenged the root. Zombie charged at his opponent, the enigmatic root, which held a sinister smile. At first, the king was overwhelmed by the root. His companions fought desperately, buying enough time for the king to regenerate. They attacked simultaneously and blasted the root away. Finally, the king returned to the battle in a more powerful form. As their battle continued, the king kept reviving and dying repeatedly, and during the fight, he continuously evolved, developing a stronger form after another. That battle lasted for 7 days and 7 nights. The dead zone, serving as the battlefield, was also completely erased from the face of the earth. By the end of the battle, the severely wounded king didn't even have the strength to regenerate. It could be said that they only barely won. The root is even more terrifying than the mechanical zombie created by the ancients. So zombie finally eradicated the root? No, the root cannot be eliminated. The king only said that he locked it away. Where did zombie lock it up? I forgot. Of course. After all, it was such a long time ago. How could you forget something like that? Just then, the ground beneath Dawn started to crack. What's going on? Of course zombie can't remember. How could he dare to recall me? Where is that voice coming from? I am his most terrifying memory. Red mist started to come out of the giant cracks in the ground. What's going on here? Just what is that? The red mist turned into blood, coalescing into a giant form of blood and stone. Zombie couldn't truly destroy me, so he used his own brain as a cage to seal me in this memory world. And when he recalls me, that is the moment of my revival. So my body transformed on its own by instinct, as expected of the root's presence. What's going on? Zombie, what is that thing? This giant is just that guy's taste for mischief. The real trouble will emerge soon. Violet, while it hasn't fully manifested yet, call everyone here to run as fast as they can. Run as far as you can. The farther, the better. Finally, the root finished manifesting its form. I won't be using that big body. Let's get straight to the point. Violet, go quickly. Don't worry about me. Before they could even react, Zombie was directly hit, leaving behind only an arm. Violet could only watch and scream for Zombie and worry. Zombie was taken towards high in the sky, until Zombie was finally ready to fight again, now in his third form. Bring it on. The battle continued all across the world, clashing in different continents. This was not a fragment of Zombie's memory. This was the real root inside his head. So this is the power of the root. This isn't far enough. This distance is still too dangerous for them. Do you still have time to worry about such things? Zombie, when you sealed me in your memory, you should have known that the moment I escaped, it will be my turn to control your brain. Despite Zombie's struggles, resisting the root was futile. Zombie, this conflict of ours that has spanned over thousands of years. As the root gradually merged with Zombie's body, mysterious patterns began to appear on him, and his appearance started to change. Finally, it seems I have won after all. Zombie, now corrupted by the root, stood in the sky. The sky above became filled with dark clouds and thunder roared. The root has disappeared. Did Zombie win this battle? But his current form, why does it have a menacing aura? Is this his stronger battle form? I've never seen this form either. Unlike the dangerous aura of the fifth form, this presence felt more like pure death. Good evening, everyone. It's good to see many familiar faces. It's a rare occasion for everyone to gather, and yet I didn't prepare any gifts. Instead, I hope you can accept this little gift instead. The prophet, using his foresight, understood the situation. He is not Zombie. Everyone get away. Just then, the root flicked his fingers. An extreme force blasted the city walls to rubble. Are you kidding me? Just a flick of the finger, and it's this powerful? Below them was a massive trench in the ground that was the result of the flick. The strongest human fortress, now completely obliterated. However, the root noticed his arm was acting up. You haven't been completely devoured yet. Huh? That's so like you. Zombie, you don't have to worry so much. I'm not going to do anything bad. I'll only be destroying this memory world, and then going back to the real world. Just then, Violet suddenly appeared behind the root. Give back Zombie's body right now. I'll definitely return him. You'll only have to wait a little while. Only about 100 billion years. So I have to fight something that even Zombie could not defeat. We have to end it here. This guy can't get away. Aren't these the companions who followed Zombie back then? The The root effortlessly dodged their attacks. Then let's use you to celebrate my rebirth. We missed completely. However, Alia's flames were deflected from the root's air pressure. The flames are coming too fast. I can't dodge it. Don't just stand there, move it. Instead, multiple mountains shattered because of the root's attack. Although severely injured, they managed to save their own lives. You two actually survived. That's really great. Then let me send you another one. You brats really love sneak attacks. Aren't you brave enough to fight me head on? That doesn't matter. As long as I defeat you. You almost hit me. Did this guy get faster? But the root noticed something. The prophet was hiding in the distance. By utilizing his foresight, he could give commands to Prince Kai by predicting the root's movements, to be able to foresee my actions. It's not bad at all, but this is just petty tricks made by weaklings. It's over. The root threw Prince Kai to the ground, knocking him out in one go, following it up with a kick to his face. Unfortunately, you are just fragments of memory. Killing you won't be any fun. However, you seem to be the real deal. The root was able to shatter Violet's time stop, and she was grabbed by the throat. You carry Zombie's aura. Are you a toy that he made? Violet coughed up a large amount of blood. Alia and Greta were too injured on the side, and Prince Kai was knocked out on the ground. Is this the result of directly confronting Zombie? There is no chance of victory at all. Let go of Sister Violet, you bastard. Hearing this, the root looked in Ganling's direction. I remember you. If you had enough time to prepare, you would be the most destructive among all of them, right? Back then, they all desperately bought you time. How about I give you that chance? Do you want to try it? Maybe you can really kill me. Hearing this, Ganling dropped her staff and began to gather energy. You said it, and you can't take it back now. That attack power that destroyed the fortress. I can do that too. While Ganling was powering up, the root did not interfere but looked on with anticipation. Very good. It's not bad. You didn't disappoint me, kid. This attack, it can definitely do it. Ganling grasped her staff with both hands. It can save everyone. It's quite an impressive aura. But, with just a finger, the root stopped the attack in its tracks. Is that it? Can it be a little stronger? At this moment, in the earlier years of Ganling, she was being bullied in an alley. The children told her that her mother was at fault for getting bitten and still giving birth to her, which resulted in Ganling not being able to control her psychic abilities. You keep breaking things. If you continue like this, you'll be executed just like your mother. I won't do it again. Please just let me go this time. You aren't in a position to make requests now. Ganling pleaded more, but the bullies had enough of her excuses. You too. Teach her a lesson she won't forget. Stop acting like the victim, you monster. You can just die. The bullies continued to beat on her, while Ganling could only continue to beg. This is dangerous. Ganling's psychic ability manifested out of her control, shooting out in between the bullies, but they only got even more furious. How dare you fight back? I'll beat you to death. Because of this uncontrollable power, I've been labeled as a monster. There were many times that I wished to not have this power, that it would have been better if I was never born, but only now, for the first time, that I wish for my power to be even stronger. Ganling unleashed her psychic ability to the maximum output. Stronger. Even if it burns my life away. Deliver the strongest attack. There's only one thing that matters right now. Defeat him at all cost, to end the calamity of this world. I'll make you wipe that smile off your face. The ball of energy grew to an incredible size, surging with electricity. Ganling managed to push him back. Is it really possible? Ganling continued her attack, but her body was starting to crack. Interesting. It feels a little stronger now. However, it means I should get serious now too. The ball of energy that was pushing onto the root, it now was being pushed backwards. The root had a sinister look as he slowly walked towards Ganling. How can this be? Is it so strange? You're using your own life to fuel your psychic abilities. It's an attack that risks your life. You can't be thinking that your desperate action is enough to bridge the gap between us, right? No, we can't lose. If we lose now, everyone will die. Everyone important to me will perish. I'm such a useless person. I just want to protect everyone. Just this once. Her psychic output started to fizzle out. Burning out already? It seems like that fun was short-lived. But the root noticed something behind Ganling. It was Agan, holding Ganling, assisting her attack by unleashing his own energy. Don't give up. This was enough to blast through the root's hold. It can't be. The beam continued to the horizon and exploded into a gigantic blast of green energy. As the smoke cleared, Ganling dropped her staff and fell towards Agan. That was the same ability as mine. Just who are you? Agan pondered on how to answer. Back in the past, a younger Ganling finally finished her project. It's not bad. It seems like I'm pretty good at this. From now on, I'll call you Agan, and you are my first friend here. Let's learn to control our ability together and become great heroes that can protect everyone. In the present, Agan could only smile with sincerity. It seems like you did everything you can to protect everyone. Meanwhile, the others arrived to the battlefield. How did it turn out like this? Is that Agan? During the final battle, she completely burned her body. The king managed to condense a body with psychic abilities. Her new form was modeled after a doll that she made, a form that better represents her self-image. Someone strong and confident, someone that can protect other people and themselves. Ganling and Agan are the same being. This delighted the root. Finally, it's the real deal. Get ready, Dawn. We're the only ones who can support them. So, it has arrived. Black steam started emanating from his body, quickly repairing his injuries and torn clothes. You are all from the real world, aren't you? It's finally time for a proper battle. As expected from the root of the zombie tide that fought our king, if he destroys this memory world, he'll also appear back in the real world. Agon slowly put down Ganling, gently wiped the dirt from her face. He won't be making it to the real world. Hello, could you take care of this child? You don't need to ask. You can leave the injured to me. Thank you, brother prophet. Hearing this, the prophet wondered if Agon had known him, but dismissed the idea to prioritize helping the injured. Let's all go together. I've been waiting a long time for a fight. I hope you are stronger than the fragments of memories. Cut the crap. That's more like it. I like your directness. The two exchanged hundreds of punches. The entire battlefield was blown apart by the force of their punches. However, just as Ago swung another punch, the root suddenly dodged downward and then came up with an uppercut right through Ago's head. There's something missing. Your head isn't your weak spot. Huh? Who would place their weak spot in such an obvious place? As expected of a creation personally nurtured by zombie. I'll just have to smash your entire body then. Suddenly, a barrel of a Gatling gun appeared right at the root's head. I'll be smashing you first. An enhanced Gatling gun? Now this is exciting. However, the root managed to grab Dawn's Gatling gun and he started to spin her around. I'll be taking away your weapon. Suddenly, the department head appeared behind Dawn and caught her. Even more new equipment? What can you do with it? I'll be giving you a taste of it. The department head unleashed his particle cannon, splitting a mountain underneath them, directly hitting the root. Not bad. The power is about the same as the little girl from earlier, but it's still futile. It's not over yet. Agon heavily crashed down on the root, causing a massive earthquake, but as the dust settled, Agon was hit with a surprise attack. This is exciting now that everyone is here. Agon was blasted away towards a mountain in the distance. That attack didn't even hurt him. Just then, Ago launched another attack. Don't rush, little guy. It's your turn next. The root kicked with all his might, but Ago was able to catch him. I've got you. You caught me? What can you possibly do in your current state? But then, the root noticed the debris around him had stopped. Ago opened his eye, unleashing his ability. His body started to disintegrate, forming around the root. Damn it, I fell for the trap. Then, two massive stone hands heavily clasped the root. Ago's real body stood atop the stone hands. I told you, I've got you. Good job, Ago. Maximum output. Take this, you bastard. Agon unleashed his full power, piercing through the giant stone hands, even continuing towards outer space. Meanwhile, in the real world, H City has suddenly vanished, and the crack in the sky continued to widen. Blackie stood in front of the crack, his palms suddenly bursting with a massive amount of black material. With a fierce wave forward, the black material instantly formed a hand that reached towards the crack. But just as it was about to reach the crack, the black hand was instantly destroyed, the force carrying all the way through the material, tearing apart Blackie's arm in an instant. I still can't get close. That rift definitely comes from the king's power, but it gives me a very strange feeling. What is the king doing? If this continues, the surrounding cities might also get sucked in. Don't you understand, Alang? This must be the king's way of destroying humanity. Hurry up and let me out. I'll be the vanguard. That is the end of days. The prophecy has come true. We failed to kill Zombie, and now the end of days will be born within him. The entire universe will be reduced to ashes. The dust settled to reveal the crumbling stone hands, and the root falling from the sky. I was injured by that. Zombie's body isn't as useful as I thought. If we can deliver a few more attacks like that, we might be able to completely destroy him. Alright, I can still hold him down. Ridiculous. You think you can restrain me? I am the root of all zombies. You are just small fry that was granted power by Zombie. You think you can contend with me? Your arrogance is truly infuriating. Kneel before me. Feel the presence of the apocalypse. The next second, the root covered the sky with a menacing aura. How strong is this guy? Looks like it'll take a greater effort. That doesn't matter at all. Meanwhile, on the other side, the Moon Eater Zombie King and the Ice Spectre Zombie King were shivering, feeling the oppressive might of the root. The boss is fighting above. Are we really okay just hiding here? This, you don't understand. Let me share a life lesson with you. If you don't understand something, it's best to just hide. This way, your life will be a lot easier. Plus, the bald guy before, and now the one above, their presences are undoubtedly that of the root, but their attitudes towards humans are completely opposite. So, before we understand the root's profound intentions, it's best for small fries like us to not get involved. Otherwise, we won't even know how we died. But it feels like the root is reclaiming my power. What can we do in an inevitable situation? Relax. Look at me. I'm disappearing too, right? This means our boss is preparing to end the world. Nothing we do now will make any difference. Just lie down and accept our faith. Look, aren't there so many us being reclaimed? What's there to worry about? And so, the power of all of the zombie kings converged towards the root. Prophet, the fight isn't over yet. Please help heal these two as well. I'm not a dedicated medic. Keeping them alive is already my limit. There's no way we can keep fighting. What is that? The mountains in the distance. They're moving. Nonsense. Isn't the whole world shaking right now? Hurry up and prioritize helping the injured. You have to look. It seems like I should have treated you first if you keep acting like this. But then, the prophet saw what Prince Kai was pointing out. No, that is definitely not a mountain. It's a zombie tide. The kind that could devour the whole world. Are you kidding me? Even if every human in our world turned into a zombie, there wouldn't be this many, right? Fortunately, this is Zombie's memory. If this zombie tide appeared in the real world, the whole world would be flattened instantly. It makes no difference. We have to stop the zombie tide. If we can't hold them back, human civilization here will be destroyed, and once the memory world collapses, reality will be next. If the zombie tide reaches the real world, the casualties will be unimaginable. The problem is we're too busy with handling the root. That zombie tide will only grow stronger and eventually devour everything. The menacing aura of the root loomed in the distance as the zombie tide continued to march forward. I'll leave zombie in your hands now. As for the zombie tide, we'll be the ones to handle it. The ancient's gauntlet, doesn't that control your body once you use it? That is too dangerous to keep. It's okay, at least for now. My will and that of the ancients are aligned in eliminating zombies. How about it? Dawn, want to join me in dealing with the zombie tide? Of course, you can count me in. I'll go. Can you help me find my Gatling gun? I don't know where the root threw it away. Rest assured, I already prepared for you. Alright, thanks a lot. Then we'll leave the zombie tide to you guys. We'll go and deal with the root. Don't worry about us. You two need to be more careful. Hearing these warm words, Agon could only smile in delight. And so, the two charged forward to face their opponent. Hey, department head, do you really think those two can defeat zombie? It's hard to imagine that anyone can beat that guy, especially this zombie who harbors malice towards humans. They can definitely win. The reason we can win is because that thing is not zombie. He is just occupying his body, and so, he is not invincible. Meanwhile, the psychics inside the fortress were busy repairing the destroyed walls. The breach is almost repaired. You can now start retreating here. Roger. We were not able to hold them off for long, but the situation is different now. An incredible group of people just arrived. Now the tides of this battle has turned to our favor. It seems like we now have a fighting chance. The department head unleashed a giant sword towards the zombie tide, disrupting their position. Before such power, the psychic's morale has greatly improved. We will definitely protect this world. I've almost got this side handled. Keep it up, everyone else. As his words fell, time stopped once again, and the numerous giant swords were suspended in midair. In this state, Violet is the only one that can move, and she took a big swing at her target, the root. However, in this time stop, the root was able to frown. This trick of yours is useless against me. Die, you ant. And with that, Violet's time stop was once again shattered by the root. Violet crash landed, leaving a massive crater. A bunch of annoying flies. You just keep on coming. This is so annoying. Ago kept manipulating the debris to restrain the root once again. As expected of the king's body, it's difficult to keep him at bay. The root suddenly appeared in front of him in a flash. Grabbing Ago's arms, the root pulled it off with such force. At the same time, he had to dodge a barrage of bullets. Fighting us while wearing that face, you can't even regenerate anymore. It's just as Violet had said. You can't fully control Zombie's body. Having his body doesn't mean you can use it. Hearing this, the root pierced Dawn's body in frustration. You sure do talk a lot for a fly. It seems like every single one of you likes to dance with death. Since you want to die so badly, I'll grant your wishes. Agon appeared to catch Ago and Dawn. You want to kill us? You see, that won't come easily. Agon unleashed multiple blasts of energy, and the root could only try to avoid these attacks. Here's another one, just for you. Not bad. Then I'll give you the honor of dying first. The root swiped his hand with a great force, cutting Agon in half. I'm here now. Agon, hold him down for a moment. I'll gather a big one just for him. You damn small fries. Stop talking amongst yourselves. But before he could finish, Violet once again activated her time stop, swinging her sword right for his neck. However, her blade could not reach its target. Damn it, just a little bit more. You've missed your chance. Insects, it's time to end this. A fierce blood mist erupted from the root, forming a massive hurricane in the air. Under the assault of the blood mist, Agon and the others were all slammed back to the ground. When the dust settled, both Agon and Ago's second forms had been dispelled. He is too strong. We're no match for him at all. Although we didn't finish him in one strike, we've already succeeded. You were able to get his arm? I wanted his head, but an arm is good enough. So, how is it? My taunt earlier really worked. Made him panic and slip up, didn't it? I bet he's super pissed right now. At that moment, the root stood in the air with a dark expression on his face. To think I'd be hurt by toys that I created myself. It seems like Zombie's body isn't as strong as I thought. Let's charge again. I'll blow him away in one go. Don't push yourself. Even with Zombie's genes, your body is at its limit. One mistake and we'll be killed instantly. After losing an arm, there's no doubt that he is weaker than before. Just a little longer and he'll be done for. Ignorant ants. You think I actually care about this useless body? I was merely playing with Zombie's power, but it seems like he wasn't anything special. Since that is the case, let me show you my true form. I am the root of all zombies, formless, shadowless, undying, and eternal. His true form is a being that could match the king evenly. We need to be careful. But just then, Zombie's body spoke, trying to come and go as you please. That's quite rude, you know? It's just a broken arm. I can give you two in its place. How about that? It's rare for you to come out and play, so let's keep having fun. Just stay obediently inside my body. How can this be? Why can't I get out of this body? Too devious. Absolutely devious. Zombie, that schemer, is just too cunning. The root was about to abandon the physical body to fight in his true form. Unexpectedly, Zombie's consciousness suddenly regained control of the body and instantly materialized two new arms to pull the root back. Trying to come and go as you please? How rude of you. Pulled back into the body, the root was completely stunned. What's going on? Why can't I leave this body? Seeing this, Agon and Ago were instantly reminded of the past. It was 1,000 years ago, right after the mechanical civilization had been destroyed. Zombie had already awakened his sixth form and successfully resurrected Agon Agon and Ago to test their combat strength. Zombie, in his fourth form, gave them a complete thrashing, euphemistically calling it a special resurrection ceremony for the two of them. Battered and bruised, Agon and Ago were speechless. While they were happy to be revived, they felt like this method of celebration was a bit too much. How are you two so much weaker than I remember? Did something go wrong during the resurrection? Zombie, use your brain, will you? We've been dead for thousands of years. Isn't it possible you've just gotten stronger during this time? That guy next to us was supposed to be a top-tier zombie king in our era, and now you've easily sliced him up and hung him on the wall. Do you newcomers have any manners? Who are you to call him zombie? Let me teach you some respect. You will call him king. With your current strength, you should be able to easily defeat the root, right? It's not a matter of being able to defeat him or not. The most troublesome thing about that guy is that he has no physical form. He's just a concept, fundamentally unkillable. Hitting him is like trying to beat up snot that's been stewed in boiling water. It's disgusting, but I've now thought of a way to completely solve him. This is the best method I've come up with in thousands of years. With that, Zombie pulled out a pre-prepared root elimination plan. First, I'll find a way to let the root enter my body and trap him. Then, you guys will go up and defeat the root, who now has a physical form. Finally, we'll have a party to celebrate. That's my entire plan. What do you think? Aren't you impressed by my world-shaking intellect? Zombie, I mean, King, haven't you noticed a problem with your plan? What? How could my perfect plan have any problems? You must be nitpicking. Your first step is a problem itself. After you give your body to the root, we couldn't win even if we gave our lives. Your body plus the root. How are we supposed to beat that? Oh, is that what you're talking about? Don't worry about it. I don't remember where I sealed the root anyway, so I have plenty of time to train you guys properly. By then, you'll definitely be able to defeat the root. Returning to the present. King, when you said the time was right, you didn't mean right now, did you? Yes. Isn't it obvious? It's going exactly according to my plan. You could have given us a heads up. It's been over 1,000 years. Who remembers that? My memory is bad enough, but I didn't expect you two to be even more forgetful. At the same time, the root covered his own mouth, so you let me control your body on purpose, and you've been plotting this for thousands of years. It wasn't that long, really. After I sealed you, a lot of things happened in the Age of Gods, and I was quite busy back then, so I basically forgot about you. It wasn't until I awakened a new form and revived Agon and Ago that I remembered it was about time to deal with you. I just forgot where I sealed you and was too lazy to look, so it got postponed. It wasn't until I helped Violet train in the memory world that I discovered I had thrown you into my memories. It was an unexpected bonus, you could say. Zombie, it's time to remind you of the terror of the apocalypse. With that, the root's body instantly turned black. How did you suddenly get angry while we were just chatting? Agon, Ago, you two hurry up and take care of him. It'll be a hassle if he escapes into the real world. King, please stop speaking. If you provoke him any further, it'll be me and Ago who get beaten up. What are you talking about? You guys were fighting so passionately just now. Shut up, Zombie. Since you want to use this body to control me, then I'll take complete control of it. Don't think I'll ever give it back. I'll make you watch everything you care about be destroyed. With that, the root swung a powerful punch at Violet and the others. The earth trembled, and a fissure spread towards them. At this critical moment, Violet suddenly discovered that her blood was glowing green, and then a hand began to materialize. The next second, Zombie, in his third form, appeared to block the root's attack with just one hand. How is this possible? It's easy to just use your genes to create another body. This way, it's much more convenient to beat you up. With that, the new zombie body accelerated and charged at the root, both hitting each other in the face. Is that all you got? Your punch doesn't hurt at all. With that, they began to trade blows, and the entire ground started to shake violently. With a loud bang, Zombie and his opponent crashed their way onto the surface. As the dust slowly settled, Zombie was seen with one arm torn off, his body impaled by the root's hand. Damn it, it's this kind of battle again. No matter how much damage I inflict, no matter how many times I shatter him, he can quickly recover. He's unkillable, and each time, he comes back in a stronger form. Thousands of years have passed. Zombie, and your annoying fighting style hasn't changed one bit. With a loud bang that shattered a mountain peak, half of Zombie's body was instantly obliterated by the root, leaving him motionless. Zombie, go on, revive again. At this level, I'm not afraid of you at all. If this keeps up, I will definitely kill you. Don't say that. I've actually improved myself as well. What do you think? You've never seen this form of mine back in the day, have you? Now, Zombie has unleashed his most destructive fifth form. Before the root could even react, Zombie was already to his side. He kicked him straight up into the air. The immense force sent him flying sky high, where he crashed into a suddenly appearing wall with a loud bang. As cracks appeared on the wall, the root saw a glimpse of the real world through the gaps. Is this the boundary of Zombie's memory? This damn cage prevents me from reaching the true world outside. We're in the middle of a fight. Can you be a little more serious? A fight? Don't be ridiculous. Did you really think I couldn't feel it? I may have occupied your body, but your flesh is constantly devouring my power. It won't be long before my consciousness is digested by you. The root laughed maniacally. I must have been crazy to think I could possess a monster like you. Don't be so down. You're very powerful, so it'll take quite some time to digest you. Besides, it's rare to find an opponent I can fight with my full strength in the fifth form. Just keep fighting with me. The root laughed in anger. Zombie, you're celebrating a bit too early. Even if I can't beat you, I won't let you have an easy time. Watch closely, I'm going to make the whole world burn with me. At the same time, in the real world, a wound appeared on Zombie's brain. A line of blood trickled down from it, dripping next to a soldier who was watching the rift. Just as the soldier wondered who was injured, red arcs of electricity suddenly appeared on the droplet. Then, a wave of energy began to spread outwards, engulfing the city in an instant. The rift above, absorbing this energy, instantly changed from green to red, pooling in outer space, like a scarlet eye staring down at humanity. Just as the soldiers were watching this scene in shock, a sneaky figure peeked out from behind a wall. "Private, what are you doing over there?" But the captain broke out in a cold sweat. The soldier had mutated, merging with countless other humans. The captain hurriedly called the Special Affairs Bureau for support, but the captain was terrified by the response. At that moment, Ah Mao and Ah Lang suddenly became violent, bursting out of the Special Affairs Bureau headquarters. Heeding the king's will, we will utterly destroy this world. A similar event was happening elsewhere. What's wrong with you two? You were fine just a moment ago. Boss, run. We're about to lose control. We have a strong urge to attack humans. At the same time, the Blood Queen was also affected. Staring at the rift, she felt her bloodlust growing stronger, and her two weaker subordinates were also gradually going berserk. Zombie, as we devour each other, our powers are also merging. I don't need to escape. Just leaking a little of this power is enough to trigger a world-ending zombie tide. Even if you devour me, all you'll get is a desolate wasteland where humans and zombies are locked in an endless war. The Root cackled. Zombie, this battle is ultimately. However, his words were cut short as he was struck by a force, and his entire body began to distort. Zombie had activated his sixth form. The Root, you have crossed the line now. You have successfully angered me. Meanwhile, in the real world, fighter jets intercepted Ah Mao and Ah Lang. Helpless, the commander could only order all jets to unleash their full payload without reserve. But as soon as he gave the order, all the jets in the sky were destroyed by Ah Lang. Just then, several black iron chains suddenly appeared around him. In an instant, he was restrained by the black chains. Even the transformed giant Ah Mao had also been restrained by chains. You too, calm down. How could the king possibly order the destruction of humanity? There's no way something that good would happen. If we get it wrong, we'll definitely be sliced up and hung up by the king again. At the same time, the mutated zombie was finally taken down. Looking at the fused zombie before him, the explosive sausage commander and his team were filled with shock. So, this is the monster that caused this incident? How much did Zombie have to drink to cause such a mess? This monster is a fusion of the king's power and another powerful force. It will cause zombies to go into a collective frenzy. That's right, the zombies in H City are now showing varying levels of aggression. If this monster's power continues to spread, the war between humans and zombies will break out again. Blackie, I can see you're also affected by this monster. You should leave quickly. Leave this to us humans to handle. This monster's rank is very high. I'm afraid you're still no match for him. You're right, human combat power has never been a match for zombies. But don't forget, for the past 1,000 years, it's been you guys who have been suppressed by the academy. After speaking, he instantly disappeared, reappearing in front of the mutated zombie, landing a punch on it. Green blood instantly burned his skin, but he fearlessly continued to swing his fists wildly. I may not be able to beat a zombie alone, but what about 1,000, 10,000, or 100,000 of me? In the time bought by people sacrificing their lives one after another, there will always be those who continuously research, study, and find a way to fight until it is completely resolved. Don't you dare underestimate humans. It's a bit of a hassle, but if it really requires so many sacrifices to resolve, then my purpose in being left here by the king is lost. A pair of ink black wings spread out from Blackie's back. No choice. I'll have to get serious for a change. After speaking, Blackie flashed and instantly appeared above the mutated zombie's head. Fall down, you pitiful soul. Countless streams of black energy erupted from within the mutated zombie's body. Amazing. Truly worthy of being Zombie's trusted subordinate. By the time the chief and Lanchi arrived, a large hole had already been blown through the mutated zombie's head by Blackie. It was as dead as could be. Just then, Blackie suddenly noticed something and looked up into the sky. What is this strange feeling? It feels like something has been watching us. This feeling came from deep into outer space. Meanwhile, in the dream world, the Root was trapped in a spatial distortion. The Root's body twisted, completely powerless against this force. Just as its body was about to shatter, he quickly begged Zombie for mercy. Zombie, wait, don't you want your own body anymore? It's fine. I'll easily recover my entire body. Hearing this, the Root actively burst his body into a blood mist and rushed towards Zombie to fight to the death. However, before he could get close, he was blocked by an invisible force. Still trying to fight me? You're walking right into a trap. The blood mist that the Root had turned into gradually condensed in his palm. I won't waste a single bit of your body. I will recover everything. Not a single bit will be wasted. With that, Zombie let out a burp, instantly switched to his first form, and landed on a rock not far from Violet and the others. Zombie had ominously paused for a moment. Perfectly done. The Root is quite the supplement. I feel like I've gotten even stronger. Everyone's jaws dropped at the sight. No one thought that Zombie would actually eat the Root. And at the same time, in some void-like universe of the Divine Era civilization, inside a city within a force field, the zombie tide on Earth is a ripple effect from the fusion. It seems the Root has also been completely devoured by Zombie. He's one step closer closer to completely destroying the plane. I hope there's still time for everything. This was the second seat of the Divine Era civilization, Prince Kai. Zombie sat down on the ground and started fiddling around. He then revealed that had created several dolls that looked exactly like him. Then, Zombie began to show off these dolls, which were just as quirky as him. Some were perched on his shoulders giving him a massage. Some were using a rolling pin for a foot rub and manicure. Not bad, simply perfect. They can act on their own without possession. This ability is just too convenient. I'll just enhance them with some nanomachines later, and they'll be practically invincible. Seeing his cringeworthy display, everyone was stunned into silence. By the way, Zombie, you swallow that possessive guy. Are you sure you're really okay? Another fight would really kill people. It's fine. Aren't I perfectly fine now? I don't know why, but I just found it very delicious and accidentally swallowed it. Anyway, the result is pretty good. Look, aren't these little guys very well behaved and sensible? I not only got this super convenient ability, but I've also recovered quite a few memories. The ancients once said that before our era, you had destroyed, experienced 6 civilizations. Currently, we only know about the ancient technological civilization and the Divine Era's psychic civilization. Have you remembered civilizations from even earlier? That's right, I do remember a bit. I remember that before the Divine Era civilization, I had a big fight with a super strong guy and was shattered into pieces. When Prince Kai and the others found me, it was right after I had just revived. At that time, Zombie was in a blank state, having lost all his memories and powers, and had to slowly recover them. Come on, I'll take you to that era to see. Our battle back then even shattered space-time. King, no need. It's fine to do this kind of thing once. We'd rather not casually look at your memories. What are you talking about? I'm sharing these memories because I find them interesting. Challenging the route with Prince Kai and the others. Isn't that a wonderful memory? If it weren't for what happened later, wouldn't we have become even better friends? Forget it. Since you're not interested, let's go back now. However, before Zombie could finish his sentence, his nose twitched, and he let out a world-shaking sneeze. In an instant, the sky of the memory world shattered. Meanwhile, Blackie, looking at the sky, was pondering something strange. That feeling just now seemed to come from outside the solar system, like something is rapidly approaching. Just then, the fused zombie at his feet suddenly revived again. As expected of a species influenced by the king's genes, it seems I need to put in more effort. However, a figure suddenly appeared behind him. That figure's foot pointed at the fused zombie's body, and in an instant, the fused zombie's body was sliced in two. Who are you? You can't kill it like that. Blasting it to pieces will only make it spread faster. However, the person completely ignored Blackie and casually took out a game controller-like device. You don't need to remind me. I know how troublesome Zombie's power is. It turns out the newcomer was none other than the second seat of the Divine Era civilization, Prince Kai. Activate the relic of the initial era. In an instant, the fused zombie he had sliced began to rapidly recover, but this time a health bar had appeared. See, it's useless, isn't it? You, whoever you are just making things worse. However, Prince Kai's legs were glowing with golden light, and he instantly appeared in front of the fused zombie. Don't worry, all of this will end soon. With that, Prince Kai kicked the fused zombie. In an instant, its flesh and blood began to pixelate and disintegrate. Seeing this, Blackie and the others were instantly stunned. Who on earth is this guy? To be able to instantly eliminate a monster tainted with the king's power from this world. Just as he was puzzled, Prince Kai landed in front of everyone. You don't need to guess my origin. I am the second seat of the Divine Era civilization, Prince Kai. To prevent the disaster Zombie will cause next, I must erase him along with your entire planet. Hearing this, everyone was shocked. The crisis has already been resolved. Why is he still scaring people here? What I just eliminated was merely a prelude. The real disaster is about to begin. As he finished speaking, all the humans who were swallowed into the memory space fell from the sky. Seeing this, Blackie was instantly dumbfounded. What the hell? Why did so many humans suddenly fall down? With that, he instantly went all out, spreading his wings to their maximum, and in an instant, enveloped all the falling citizens. Just as the reporter was dizzy and disoriented, Blackie gritted his teeth and shouted, "Great, now I shouldn't be blamed by the king." However, seeing this, Prince Kai clenched his fists. It's just as the prophet predicted. Zombie has finally absorbed the power of the root, a being of the same rank as himself, and has developed an allergic reaction. Later on, Zombie was confined to an isolated island, inside a building riddled with holes. Zombie, looking sickly, let out another sneeze. Violet, who had come to deliver food, was relieved to see that he managed to stop the sneeze. Close call. Good thing he held it back. The tsunami from the last sneeze flooded all the surrounding islands. If these few sneezes had been directed at the city center, the consequences would be unimaginable. The doctor said you need to eat light for now, so just stick to porridge for a while. This is too bland. Can I at least get an egg? With a loud bang, Blackie rushed in carrying large and small bags. I've brought all the medicine that might be useful. You've never been sick before, so let's start with 1,000 times the dosage and see how it goes. You guys are overreacting. It's just a stuffy nose. I'll be fine after a few days of rest. Suddenly, Zombie started to feel a sneeze coming in. Seeing him like this, Violet and Blackie quickly gestured for Zombie to sneeze upwards. Zombie took a deep breath in, and with a loud bang, Zombie's sneeze shot into space, crashing straight into Mars, instantly splitting the planet in half, and a satellite captured that a big chunk of Mars was blown off. The entire Special Affairs Bureau headquarters fell into a panic. The Earth's orbit was now slightly deviated, and Mars will disintegrate within 72 hours. Thank goodness. As long as it didn't hit the sun, everything is fine. Just then, with a loud bang, two figures suddenly crashed through the glass. Don't worry, it's us. Close call. We were almost sneezed to death by the king. My time stop didn't even last 2 seconds. It's just too terrifying. You should be glad you made it back in one piece. Look at those guys. It's only been a day since Zombie got sick, and Mao and Lang, who are helping with the checkup, have been shattered more than 50 times in one day. The one with the chainsaw still hasn't recovered. They still haven't recovered? A sick king is too terrifying. It's just an allergy, isn't it? Why is it so terrifying? This is just the beginning. It will only get worse from here. Zombie has absolute control over his body's genes. Drunkenness, dreaming, illness, fainting, none of these would happen unless he willed it. The only exception is when he absorbs and assimilates a being of the same rank as himself. Then, his immune system will have a reaction similar to an allergy, causing him to sneeze. But sneezing uses one's full strength. A normal person's sneeze produces an airflow equivalent to a typhoon. When the same thing happens to the ridiculously strong zombie, it will destroy everything we hold dear. What's even more terrifying is that this condition will last for 2 weeks. By then, forget the solar system, even the entire plane might be. However, before he could finish his sentence, Agon landed a punch on his face. So that's the reason why, back in the Divine Era, after the root disappeared, you insisted on slaughtering all the zombies, which ended up angering the king and triggering the apocalypse. I heard even Ago was killed by you. Prince Kai, you're just an idiot. Under the combined assault of Agon and Ago, Prince Kai let them vent their emotions, stating that he truly had no other choice at the time. It's been thousands of years, and this Prince Kai is still alive. You mentioned earlier that to stop Zombie, you needed to destroy our civilization. What did you mean by that? I meant we'll erase the world, not destroy. But before that, I want to try the best solution one more time. Just as everyone was wondering what solution he was talking about, yellow arcs of electricity began to flash around Prince Kai's body. I'll try to directly suppress Zombie. The next second, he transformed into a bolt of lightning and shot out, instantly heading towards Zombie's location. At this moment, Zombie, who was drinking porridge, sensed something approaching. The moment he turned his head, Prince Kai had already arrived in the room and launched an attack on him. Recognizing the newcomer as Prince Kai, Zombie was overjoyed. Prince Kai, it's been so long. Zombie once again needed to sneeze. With a loud bang, Zombie managed to block Prince Kai's attack, and he was instantly sent flying into outer space by Zombie's sneeze. How embarrassing to be sent flying so far by a single sneeze. It seems it won't be that easy. With that, Prince Kai once again took out the relic of the initial era. He was instantly clad in a full set of legendary equipment. In his hand, he held the max level holy sword. On his head, the max stat all-knowing crown. On his body, the savior hero's cape. And around his neck, the max resistance divine blessing necklace. He raised the holy sword in his hand. Zombie, try to block this attack. With that, he swung a beam of light towards the earth. However, a figure instantly broke through his full-powered strike, just as Prince Kai was stunned by this. Not bad. You've gotten quite a bit stronger over the thousands of years. If I hadn't blocked that strike, you would have probably pierced right through the earth. Come on, bring out that mental projection of yours and let me have a good fight. Hearing this, Prince Kai knew that if he couldn't defeat Zombie in one blow, continuing the fight would only provoke him into even stronger forms. Thinking this, he once again took out the relic of the initial era, preparing to use its power to erase Zombie along with everything else. Interesting, this thing looks a bit familiar. However, just as he finished speaking, his nose suddenly twitched. Zombie, wait, don't sneeze in this form. But the next second, with a loud bang, Zombie let out a world-shaking sneeze that shot straight into the sun. Cracks immediately began to appear around the sun. As the cracks continued to spread, the sun also lost its original light. It's over now, let it all be destroyed. At this moment, Prince Kai was furiously tapping on the relic. Seriously, you don't even give me a chance to explain. Please, let this world disappear. At the same time as the sun exploded, the earth began to disappear into fragments of light. In an instant, the earth dissipated like data. The next second, the people of Earth appeared in another dimension. What the hell? Where did Prince Kai send me? Zombie turned his head and found that the reporter who had just returned to the real world from the memory space was also here. Looking at all the people from Earth around, Zombie was also at a loss. Blackie, you got transported here too? Yes, King, that guy's attack method is really bizarre. How did we inexplicably end up here? Do you have any idea? Just as Zombie was awkwardly trying to explain, a huge stone monolith suddenly appeared out of thin air in front of everyone. With a beep, a light shone from the top of the monolith. Violation detected. Player, please resume normal attire as soon as possible. Dawn, seeing this, kicked the explosive sausage commander. What are you doing all of a sudden? Sorry, the commotion was too big, and I accidentally switched to combat mode. Just then, a person wrapped in a gray robe appeared above. Welcome, everyone, to the game world. We have used the holy relic to digitize the entire Earth and integrated it into this virtual space constructed from information. Here, Zombie's abnormal state will also be digitized, allowing us to successfully avoid the world-ending crisis caused by his allergy. Hearing this, Zombie tried sniffing and forcefully inhaled, and found that his allergic reaction was indeed indeed gone. This person's voice sounds so familiar. To digitize an entire planet, the Divine Era civilization can even do something like this. It's simply incredible. What's the big deal? We've even been inside Zombie's brain. What kind of setting can't we accept now? I'm very sorry, everyone, because it was so sudden. Prince Kai didn't have time to explain to you all. Now, I will give you a detailed explanation. However, Zombie suddenly grabbed the hood and pulled it down. The newcomer was none other than Alia. Seeing a familiar face, Zombie got too excited and forcefully pulled the entire cloak off, unintentionally. After seeing Alia's current attire, Zombie was instantly blushing and embarrassed. Wow, I'm sorry. I just wanted to take off your hood. I didn't know your fashion style had changed to this. Alia, it's been so long, but your fashion sense has really changed a lot. It's not like that. Listen to my explanation. I just had to bind the game world's mascot data image to control the holy relic with Prince Kai. This is a default outfit that can't be changed at all. While she was explaining, the crowd had surrounded her from all sides. This game must be kidding. As soon as she finished speaking, several more people were teleported over. What is this place? Zombie, what are you up to again? I've finally found you. King, allow me to continue my explanation. This game's players are not individuals but entire civilizations. As Prince Kai digitized the Earth, all intelligent life on Earth will come here. There are 8 billion humans and zombies on Earth. How can this platform possibly hold them all? Please give all of humanity an explanation. How can we leave here? Do we have to wait until the king recovers? Everyone, don't worry. I will explain everything to you now. Because this is a game world, everything must be achieved through gaming. In this game login hall, you can choose to enter various game instances to earn points. These points can be exchanged for living space, food, equipment, and you can even redeem the entire Earth. If you clear this game, you can, like Prince Kai, return to reality with the powers you've gained in the game. Hearing that one could obtain the power that Prince Kai used to defeat the fused zombie in the game, the explosive sausage commander walked towards Alia without hesitation. Before Alia could finish her explanation, he directly clicked on a game. In an instant, his body began to digitize and disappeared from everyone's sight. Seeing this, Dawn immediately asked what had happened. Don't worry, he just entered a game instance. Not long after, the explosive sausage commander was teleported, entering a chicken dinner battlefield game instance. Looking at his half-empty health bar, he immediately guessed it was because of his previous injured state. But it's okay, lack of health can be compensated with gaming skills. But just as he was speeding in one direction, a huge figure suddenly appeared before him. A level 68 steel giant launched an attack on him. As a level 1 rookie, he didn't even have time to react before he was taken offline. In the blink of an eye, he was teleported back to the game lobby. Looking at the explosive sausage commander presenting his rear end to her, Dawn covered her face and quickly turned away. With the explosive sausage commander's game failure, the system prompted a deduction of points. Due to insufficient points, a portion of the civilization's living space was repossessed. Current number of civilization players, 6. Total game world population, 143.2 billion. Besides the Earth civilization, there are several old players who have joined this game world long ago. Compared to them, you will need various enhancements within the game, so you must be extremely cautious when choosing a game. Seeing that even a department-level combat force was easily defeated, everyone was at a loss. If this platform is completely lost, what will happen to us? Hearing this, Alia became troubled, then bowed deeply to the crowd. I'm sorry, everyone. This is the best solution we could think of. We have no other choice. Hearing this, everyone immediately guessed the outcome. It meant they cannot lose or their civilization will perish. Alia, can I play this game too? You probably can. Since you are here, it means you have been judged as a member of Earth. That's right. With Zombie in the game, nothing is a problem. Quick, this Kingdom Glory requires a team of 5. A few more people come with me. Hearing this, Varmint and the others instinctively took a step back, then directly pushed Blackie forward as a shield. How can a game with the king not include Blackie? Although I don't know what we're doing, count me in for a fight. With Zombie, we're sure to win. We'll join too. With the 5-person team assembled, Zombie directly pressed the teleport button. As Zombie watched his body being disassembled and teleported with novelty, Alia looked at him worriedly. Good luck, Zombie. You can do it. Don't worry. With me on the job, nothing is a problem. As Zombie and his team disappeared from the game lobby, the next second they were teleported into the Kingdom Glory game instance. Their names and levels instantly appeared above their heads. While the Blood Queen was looking around, Dawn suddenly realized that Zombie had not been teleported with them. So, after a brief discussion, they decided to find Zombie first before making any other plans. At the same time, on the other side, Zombie, who had been separated from Blackie, was also looking for them. But what was different was that, at this moment, what appeared above Zombie's head was not his own name. He was labeled as a level 1 wild monster zombie. As the Kingdom Glory game instance began, a large number of armored soldiers launched an attack on them. The Blood Queen, seeing a fight, was the first to charge forward. A bunch of weaklings dare to challenge this queen? All of you, kneel before me. With that, the blood in her hand instantly transformed into a blood blade. With a swoosh, it pierced through all the soldiers in an instant. Not only were the surrounding trees cut in half, but even a distant mountain was shaved into a bald peak. She ended the battle with a single blow. I've cleared the bottom. The one on the mountaintop is all yours. At this moment, the chief transformed and began to gather energy, directly locking onto the energy crystal on the mountaintop. Then, he fired a charged particle cannon at the crystal. With a loud bang, the energy crystal was directly hit and gradually dissipated into the air. I have completely cleared it now. Seeing how weak the enemies were, the Blood Queen couldn't help but complain. The enemies in this game are too weak. It's less interesting than fighting Lanchi. At this time, Blackie was lost in thought. The game rules state that Kingdom Glory is a versus game. The enemy and we are distributed at opposite ends of the map and will continuously send out soldiers to attack each other. We lead our soldiers forward, destroy the defense towers along the way, and demolish the enemy's kingdom castle to win and earn points. Be careful, this game probably has another civilization participating. The ones we just defeated were likely just in-game soldiers. The real enemies haven't appeared yet. I've complained over 10,000 times and still no response. Where the hell did this broken game send the king? What's there to be afraid of? We don't even need Zombie to deal with these guys. I can handle it all by myself, and I have that the chief supporting me from the sky. His strength is not bad either. And to prevent the enemy from backdooring, Dawn is guarding our base. As for this damn game, whatever trouble it has, we'll just crush it. With that, the queen summoned her soldiers. My minions. Charge. Who are you calling minions? You woman, you're getting ahead of yourself. Did you see that? 13? A new player has appeared in this game world. Yeah, and they're a bunch of rookies. Players can't revive in this instance. Rashly exposing themselves and mindlessly splitting their forces, they are doomed to lose. I don't think so. The attack just now wasn't enhanced by the game, yet it was already at the level of a level 20 player. They must be the top powerhouses from their original world. As he finished, a female mage in the team started loading a skill. Stop guessing. Whether they are strong or rookies, we'll know once we test them. With a snap of the female mage's fingers, a circuit of energy surged towards the group. The slight tremor from underground instantly alerted the queen and Blackie. The moment the vines attacked, the Blood Queen directly punched the ground, while Blackie and the chief quickly flew into the air. At this time, a pixelated female mage condensed above the queen. No matter how powerful you were in your original world, in this world, only the game rules are supreme. Now, let me teach you a good lesson. With that, she cast another skill, and countless vines drilled out from the ground again. In an instant, the entire canyon rumbled loudly. Sister Giorgio is being too reckless. Isn't our long-range tactic wasted? 13 replied through the voice call. They're just a bunch of rookies anyway. We'll just crush them in one go. A quick and decisive battle. If you guys think it's fine, then it's fine. Big T, you can stop farming monsters. Get the buff from the monsters and come for a team fight. Xiao AI, I have a bit of a problem here. Our jungle has been stolen. So what if it's stolen? Xiao AI replied. The opponent is a level 1 newbie. We can still win even with fewer jungle resources. You misunderstood my meaning. It's not about the jungle resources. Our entire jungle has been taken, plot and all, and is now flying in the sky. This is great. I picked up a big treasure as soon as I arrived. Any creature in this forest, once it dies, a new one will appear immediately, and there's no limit. If I bring this self-growing meat forest back, humans won't have to worry about food anymore. I've been drinking porridge ever since I got sick, and now I can finally change my diet. However, just as Zombie was fantasizing, something had swooshed towards him. A giant axe suddenly appeared in front of him, knocking away his meat skewer. Seeing this, Zombie dropped the jungle and chased after the meat skewer. I hate wasting food the most. If I pick it up and dust it off, it should still be edible. However, as Zombie was picking up the skewer, a figure appeared behind him. Although I don't know when this new species appeared, the system shows it's just a wild level 1 monster. It can't possibly be my opponent. You guys fight first. I'll join you after I farm this little monster. The guild civilization is a place where their names are their employee numbers, and they had thrown their entire civilization into the game world long ago. As an excellent risk controller, his duty was to hunt profitable creatures in various instances, also known as jungling. For this, he had put all his weapon and skill attribute points into improving his jungling efficiency. No matter if his side was in a team fight or in a desperate situation, nothing could affect his passion for jungling. In other words, he was the king of the jungle, and so he would never allow anyone to steal his precious jungle, except the king of the jungle's judgment. With a loud bang, the monsters in the jungle were instantly killed by this blow, and kill notifications kept popping up. But strangely, there was no message about killing a zombie monster. Zombie had already jumped 100 meters into the air. What's with the players in this wilderness? Why do they just start attacking without saying anything? I get it. This must be a battle royale game. In that case, then I won't hold back. With that, Zombie clenched his fist and dived towards the jungler. The jungler quickly activated his defense that reduced monster damage by 80%. With a loud bang, the two collided, and the jungler was instantly sent flying away by Zombie's punch. This impact feels great. It's even harder than the ancient's iron shells. But as soon as he finished speaking, countless iron chains shot towards him, instantly binding one of his feet and then one of his hands. Before Zombie could react, the jungler pulled hard, and Zombie was suddenly pulled off balance. The jungler used the momentum to instantly appear above Zombie, swinging his fist down at him. Seeing this, Zombie quickly stabilized himself. Come on, this is what makes it interesting. With a series of loud bangs, the jungler threw hundreds of punches, but all were easily dodged by Zombie. and he counter-kicked the jungler in the chin, then dodged another incoming punch, quickly circling behind the jungler. "You can't hit me! You can't hit me!" The jungler, being toyed with by a monster for the first time, was furious. He suddenly turned and threw another punch at Zombie. Seeing this, Zombie also threw a punch, colliding at the middle. However, Zombie's force was far greater, and the jungler was blasted away. He was sent tumbling far away, stopping only after hitting a rock. He was stunned. What kind of level 1 monster was this? This is too hard to fight. The players here are so strong. The game Prince Kai found is quite interesting. In that case, I'll get a little serious too. This guy actually has a second phase. Come on, are you ready? Let's have a good fight. With that, Zombie charged forward. However, the next second, he suddenly showed an abnormality. He had an allergic reaction again, and his body not only became slow but also started to lag. What's going on? Why can't this guy move all of a sudden? I get it. This must be some unique monster mechanic. The bald form is this guy's strongest battle form. After being attacked by me, he started to weaken and grow hair. After getting tired, he can't move. This is the first time I've seen such a special monster. I'll claim your head. Die before my axe. However, just as the giant axe was about to hit Zombie, he suddenly gritted his teeth and used all his strength. The next second, he turned into a stream of light and shot out. The jungler was caught off guard and sent flying, and the giant axe instantly shattered. This sudden turn of events also caught Zombie off guard. He only stopped after hitting a rock, completely dizzy. What the hell? First, I couldn't move even with all my strength, and then suddenly I could move again, making me overshoot. This is even worse than my previous sneezing. Forget it. I'll finish the fight first. Come on, I'll change into another form and play with you. What's going on now? At this moment, the jungler's body was turning into data and gradually disappearing. He had died from Zombie's unintentional attack. Meanwhile, on the other side, under the control of the enemy mage, a large number of vines suddenly drilled out from underground, launching a barrage of attacks on them. The chief, while dodging the vines, transformed his hand into a high-energy cannon. After condensing the energy to the maximum, he then pulled the trigger and fired a volley of high-energy cannonballs at the vines. However, just as he repelled the vines in front of him, a vine suddenly appeared behind him, just as he thought he was done for. The next second, the Blood Queen directly picked him up by the waist and kicked the vine away. Amazing! Something I could barely repel with my full strength. She kicked away with just 1 foot. You weakling, be more careful next time. I don't like saving humans. Got it? With that, she threw the chief away. You think you can defeat me with such attacks? You really think I'm a pushover? With that, she flew up and kicked the vine. The vine shattered into countless pieces and rained down on the mage. The mage, seeing this, calmly raised her hand. With just a clap, a spatial barrier appeared, blocking the falling vines. Then, she looked at the Blood Queen with a playful expression. Weaklings who only rely on brute force can't win. If you surrender now, I might even add you as a friend after this. Otherwise, I'll have to teach you newbies a good lesson. With that, she cast another skill, and countless vines drilled out from the ground again. Hearing that the opponent dared to look down on her, the Blood Queen was now furious. Just as she was about to strike again, a black shadow quickly weaved through the vines, instantly cutting them. Then, Blackie's figure slowly emerged. What a boastful claim, to make us surrender. It seems you're not the one with the upper hand right now, are you? I think you guys have misunderstood something. This is a game world woven from data. Here, combat doesn't cause fatigue or pain, and there's no such thing as a one-hit kill. The outcome of a game is determined by the values of attack, defense, magic, and remaining health. Your flashy fighting styles from before are all judged by the system as normal attacks, no different from a child's punch, and the game mechanics will significantly weaken the damage of normal attacks. Your attacks from before were like a tickle, while my attacks can deal a lot of damage to you. Hearing this, the chief looked at his health bar and was stunned. He hadn't expected that just being grazed would nearly get him eliminated. Because you can't feel pain in the game, you think you're fine. If you get hit by me a few more times, you'll be judged as dead because your health has run out. What's more, as the team's controller, my job is not to defeat you, but to trap you here. Just as Blackie and the others were shocked by this, the other members of the enemy team began to move. Now the encirclement is complete. Next, let us harvest these newbies. But just then, one of them suddenly noticed that their jungler's health was rapidly decreasing. Could it be that the opponent's 5 players have split into a 3-2 push? Big T has been ganked by the other 2. 13. You open a portal and take Uncle K to support. Sister Jojo and I will be fine here. Hearing this, 13 also agreed. Then, he opened the teleportation panel and directly grabbed the uncle with the sword. Uncle K, get ready. We're going to support Big T now. With that, 13 instantly activated the skill airdrop, and in the blink of an eye, they appeared in the jungle. But just as they landed, they heard the system notification that their jungler had been eliminated, so they started looking around for low health enemies, completely ignoring Zombie who was wandering in the jungle. Strange, there are no enemies here, only this dumb looking monster. Are you looking for that big guy from before? Hearing this, the 2 were instantly stunned. This monster can talk? Maybe he knows something. Yes, it seems our luck is pretty good. What a joke. How can a monster talk? At the same time, the recovered 13 equipped his gun. Be careful. These guys are not all newbies. This guy can even use this guy's skills, but both of their attacks were easily dodged by Zombie. This guy actually dodged it. He's definitely not simple. Again with the attacking on sight, it seems this is an indeed a battle royale game where you have to kill all the players. I'm an expert at games. Even without instructions, it can't stump me. But facing the two who were attacking again, Zombie was in a dilemma. Fighting will trigger that allergy state again, which would really ruin my mood, and I prefer strategy games. With my intelligence, I'm best at commanding and managing. With a crack, countless small zombies suddenly burst out of the ground. All units, attack. What the hell are these things? Where did they come from? Then, the two began to fight with the group of small zombies. But eventually, the support on the other side received a distress signal. How did Uncle K and the others just get there and start calling for help? The support then equipped her hoverboard. Sister Gio, that side should be the opponent's main force. I'll go for a team fight. You hold them off for now. With that, the support flew towards the jungle without waiting for the mage's reply. What the hell? Weren't we supposed to be encircling them? How did I suddenly end up alone? Seeing this, the Blood Queen and her team were looking at her like she was prey. Next, it's our turn to teach you a good lesson, right? As the support was on her way, she kept sending messages to her teammates but received no reply. What are those guys doing? Could it be that the battle is too intense for them to reply? Thinking this, she consumed energy to accelerate again, wanting to reach the jungle as soon as possible to find an opportunity to enter the battlefield. However, when she arrived at the jungle, she was stunned. The jungle, which was once full of forests, now had a building in it. Below, a group of small zombies were working in an orderly fashion. They were cutting wood and making stone bricks, and continuously transporting them to a high platform under construction. And at the top of the high platform, a level 1 zombie monster sat on a throne. Her two teammates were standing obediently by his side, looking at the zombie with a serious expression, chin in hand, and then at her two teammates, who were beaten black and blue and didn't dare to breathe. The support was instantly stunned. What on earth are these two guys doing? At this moment, Zombie was outwardly pretending to be deep in thought, but inwardly he was overjoyed. The root's power is really useful, especially for playing city building games. First, I'll use enthusiasm and sincerity to win over the enemies and turn them into my friends. After all, more friends mean more paths. Then, with everyone's concerted efforts, we'll build our dream home together. I have decided I will carefully build my territory here and crush all who dare to invade. Just then, he noticed the support in the air. Do either of you two know how to fly? Hearing this, the two quickly shook their heads no. Seeing this, the support knew that her teammates were completely under this monster's control and were beyond saving. Although I don't know what happened, this game has definitely gone wrong, and so she turned and flew back, preparing to help the mage. However, a building began to float and she noticed she was enveloped in a shadow. The support turned around to check and was instantly terrified by the scene. Why is this jungle throwing people? Then, with a loud crash, the support was smashed directly into the ground. It was Zombie who had activated his third form and directly thrown the high platform. Seems like my aim is pretty good. A direct hit. Meanwhile, on the other side, the mage had been forced back to her own castle. Just as the Blood Queen launched another attack on her, several vines quickly launched a sneak attack from behind, but the next second, they were all repelled by the chief's high-energy cannon. Well done, human. You can trust me with your back. Just charge forward. With that, the queen quickly landed on a large black hand. Hey, underling, let's continue with the same move as before. Who are you calling underling? Do you even know your place? This time, you'd better be able to crush the opponent in one hit, or I'll make you pay. With that, Blackie controlled the large hand and threw the queen out, instantly passing through several vines and speeding towards the enemy mage. The mage, seeing this, quickly used her skill, wrapping the queen in a gigantic tangle of vines to stop her momentum. Countless vines continued forward to block the path, and at the critical moment, the mage quickly cast another skill. Countless vines shot up from the ground, directly pushing the queen up 100 meters into the air. Taking advantage of this gap, she quickly opened the communication panel. The three opponents are about to have the advantage. The base is almost gone. Where are you guys? At least one of you come back to support. But no one replied to her, which made her furious. The cooperation between the Blood Queen and her team was so seamless that not only could she not kill any of them, but her own health bar had been worn down by half. At that moment, Blackie and his team launched another attack. My teammates can't be reached. If I keep this up, I'll be done for two. There's only one way now. She cast a skill to block Blackie and the other's path, then used a vine to charge past them. Just as the Blood Queen thought she was trying to escape, the chief noticed the direction the mage was going was towards their kingdom's castle. Don't worry about her for now. As long as we destroy their castle, we win. With that, he controlled the giant black hand and grabbed at the castle. However, with a loud bang, his attack was blocked by the castle's protective shield. His full-powered strike only dealt 19 points of damage to the castle. Why is their castle's health so high? And all of this was part of the enemy mage's plan. The castle, like players, has a health value. You few unenhanced newbies will take a lot of time to break down the castle. As long as I take down your castle within this time, while taking damage from your defenses, I'll be fine. At this time, Blackie also realized the opponent's goal and quickly opened the panel to remind Dawn to stop her. Seeing the rapidly approaching vines, Dawn transformed into a zombie loli and started firing her Gatling gun wildly. However, facing Dawn's attack, the mage prepared to tank it. As long as I charge through with their castle's health, I can finish it in one move. However, just as she was about to reach the castle, a building suddenly flew through through the air, along with her 2 teammates. She didn't even have time to react before she was smashed into the ground, being eliminated along with her 2 teammates. Seeing this, Blackie and his team were stunned on the spot. This commotion must be zombies doing, right? As expected of the king, he's so reliable at critical moments. Just then, a cracking sound came from beside the high platform, and sounds of coughing came from inside the protective shield, and then the enemy support stumbled out from inside. My god, what the hell was that level 1 monster? This game is impossible to play. With that, she directly clicked the surrender button. The system notified that Zombie's team was victorious. Thank goodness, I can finally go home now. Hey, flying girl, wanna be my underling? But as soon as he finished speaking, he realized something was wrong, and his body also began to dissipate into data. When he reappeared, he had followed the support back to the guild civilization's login hall. Looking at the unfamiliar environment, Zombie was completely baffled, while the support was terrified by the monster that had followed her. At the same time, in the Earth civilization's login hall, as more and more people poured in, the living space was packed to the brim. To accommodate more people, Abgan used his ability to create a protective shield around the living space, while the explosive sausage commander led people to form a human barrier around the shield. But even so, people were still being squeezed out. The department head would catch the falling people and then directly hand them over to Ago, who used his psychic ability to keep them suspended in the air. Amao activated his 3rd form and flew in the air, acting as another platform for the humans. However, as more and more people poured in, this was not a long-term solution and couldn't last much longer. I told you there were too many humans and we should have killed more. Now look at this. Just then, the system suddenly announced the victory of the human civilization. A successful challenge against a higher level opponent plus a first win bonus totaled 2,457 points. Stop calculating. Exchange all the points for living space as much as possible. We can't hold on any longer. Hearing this, Ali exchanged all the points for living space. In an instant, the land under their feet began to expand rapidly, growing to several times its original size in just a breath, and people no longer had to be so crowded. Just then, Blackie and his team were also teleported out of the game. The Blood Queen shouted excitedly, "We're back already? I haven't had enough fighting yet." But Blackie remained silent. Winning one game can get us such a large piece of land. This game is quite generous. If we win a few more times, it won't be too hard to redeem the entire Earth, because you need a lot of space. I temporarily rented these lands for you at the lowest price. 1,000 square kilometers only costs 1 point, but the usage period is only 1 day. Hearing this, the Blood Queen and her team were stunned. We fought tooth and nail for so long, and it's only enough for 1 day? Tell me honestly, did you, the crooked merchant, take a cut? Give me back my points. To the side, the explosive sausage commander commented. According to this, don't we have to win at least 1 game every day? What's so hard about winning 1 game? With our king here, it's no big deal. But he looked around and did not see Zombie. Blackie, where's our king? And you seem so gloomy even after winning. Varmint, calm down and listen to me. The king seems to have been abducted by another civilization. What did you say? What do you mean the king was abducted by another civilization? The scene shifts back to the guild civilization. Zombie was enjoying a late night snack, while the support next to him was completely distracted. The support asked online forums, what should I do if a monster from a game instance is brought back to the login hall? Waiting online, it's urgent. But the netizens' replies were for her to first go to the psychiatric ward. Just then, her work group sent a message. You've lost 3 times in a row. Do you know how much loss you've caused the company? At this point, Chio quickly explained that it was due to uncontrollable factors. The jungler said it was his slow jungling that dragged down the pace. And then the warrior and marksman started to change the subject. Seeing this, the support directly closed the panel. Out of sight, out of mind. What's with this monster? Why did I have to run into something like this? Could it be that this is my lucky encounter to tame a rare pet? Then she started to fantasize about herself leading Zombie and dominating the game. Then my life from now on can be described as a cheat. This tastes good. Can I have another bowl? You can have as much as you want. We're buddies. No need to be polite with me. Zombie happily replied, boss is awesome. Then I won't hold back. However, just then, the security special enforcement team had already discovered Zombie. External invasion data activity area has been locked on. Commencing cleanup operation now. Hearing this, the captain immediately ordered a cleanup operation against him, and all team members began to approach Zombie's direction. The captain came up behind a person that dressed exactly like Zombie. Then the captain took out a device and scanned. Strange, I clearly locked onto him just now. Why is this person not the one? It turns out the support had already noticed something was wrong and had led Zombie into a nearby alley. What do they mean by clearing abnormal data? You don't know anything? Since everything in the game world is composed of data, it's very troublesome to become abnormal data. The security department is the strongest force in the guild civilization used to protect its own data security. Spies from other civilizations, refugees left behind by eliminated civilizations, and rebels who want to return to reality are all classified as abnormal data. Hearing this, Zombie was stunned and immediately asked what would happen if he was caught. Once discovered by the security department, they will use system permissions to perform a data deletion, completely erasing the abnormality, leaving no trace. Hearing this, Zombie broke out in a cold sweat. For some reason, I can't be targeted. I'll use a misdirection skill to interfere with their devices first, then we'll take the opportunity to slip away. With that, the support shot a ball of red energy into the scanner. However, Zombie didn't hear her at all, only repeating the phrase completely erased, leaving no trace. But the support tried to reassure Zombie. Don't worry, everything will be fine with me. But the next second, Zombie directly picked her up, walked out of the alley to where he had just been eating, and placed the support on the table. Suddenly, Zombie picked up his stall and ran. Sorry, boss, I'll be taking this delicious egg noodle with me. And his action successfully attracted the attention of the security team, who immediately started chasing him. I told you I can't be targeted. Are you trying to get me killed? I'm a player from the Earth civilization. Once caught, I'll definitely be treated as a spy. The support was confused and asked, what are you talking about? That has nothing to do with me. While they were talking, several aircraft chased after them, unleashing a fierce barrage of fire. At the same time, the security team captain quickly rushed over. You can't escape. Obediently become my performance metric. At this moment, Zombie turned around and kicked the captain away. With a series of loud bangs, the security team's aircraft were instantly pierced by the captain, who was kicked away. However, just as Zombie landed on a rooftop with the support, thinking they wouldn't be pursued anymore, the captain used his authority to start repairing himself, and in the blink of an eye, he was back to his original state. This guy is basically unkillable. What should we do? What should we do? Should I smash the entire login hall, or try to tear space and escape? Or should I just kneel and beg for mercy? I still have so many things I haven't eaten. Just then, the support directly pulled Zombie and used a skill emergency embedding. Then she pulled Zombie and jumped down from the hole, escaping the pursuing captain. The moment they landed, she used a misdirection skill to cover both of them, and then led Zombie straight to the women's restroom. The support opened the system panel and began to quickly click on it. After entering Zombie's facial information, she soon created a guild civilization identity for Zombie and named him J4. The initial disguise is done. Next, you need to play a game with this identity to have the game world recognize your account. Looking at how skilled you are, it seems this isn't the first time you've done this, because I am also what they call abnormal data. With that, without Zombie's consent, she directly clicked the start game button. The two then turned into data and disappeared from the women's restroom, soon entering a game instance called Fall Guys. At this moment, the square was already packed with people, and in a corner of the crowd, a familiar figure was sitting on a bench. This person was none other than Vero, who had been dealt with by Zombie before. Just as Vero was complaining about why he had to play this game, a foot stomped heavily on the ground. Vero, you better behave yourself. Don't forget, it's because of the 10 billion souls you slaughtered in my mind that we were identified by the system as a separate civilization. That is to say, every single person in our civilization has a blood feud with you. Hearing this, the stainless steel chief and the Iron Club president immediately agreed. That's right, we still haven't settled the score for our brothers you killed. If you can't help us win the game, our days ahead won't be good. I'm just a remnant of a spirit. Don't blame me for what my main body did. Don't worry, I'll follow your orders. After all, I even know the system of this game, and in our civilization, you are the only boss, right? Violet and her group was known as the Violet Civilization. Meanwhile, in the game instance called Fall Guys, players would challenge several levels to gain ranking points. The first level was called Crazy Platform, where players had to dodge various obstacles on a moving platform to pass. Being hit by an obstacle and falling off the platform meant elimination, but shortly after the game started, Zombie experienced lag again, which severely affected his speed in dodging obstacles. What the hell? This game feels like it's specifically targeting me. I must have been set up. Zombie dodged and yelled as another obstacle came rushing at him. The support, running ahead, heard his complaints and was speechless. Can't you just be quiet? Our goal is to help you complete your identity disguise. Just keep a low profile and get a decent score. What nonsense are you talking about? Where I come from, I'm a gaming expert. Taking every game seriously is my pride as a player. However, the next second, as he lagged again, several more obstacles rushed at him. So annoying. How did I end up with such a weirdo? But as she finished speaking, a strange sound came from below. The next second, the entire platform tilted upwards because of Zombie's brute force. You're kidding me. The people back on Earth are waiting for me. How can I be eliminated here? Just then, Zombie suddenly exerted his strength. With a loud bang, both sides of the platform instantly tilted up and were destroyed by Zombie. The players didn't even know what happened and all fell off. At this time, Zombie, the only one left standing, received a notification. All other players have fallen off the platform. You have won the highest points for this group. This also led Zombie to a new understanding of the game, so you can play this game like this. So in the next level, a maze clearing game, while others were painstakingly searching for the exit, they suddenly found that the walls were cracking. The next second, Zombie, carrying the support, crashed through the wall and rushed past, reaching the finish line with a trail of sparks and lightning, winning in an instant. Oh yeah, this is the smart way to clear it. So many people and none of them figured out this way of playing. I'm such a gaming genius. Then came the third level, Treasure Alliance. At this moment, Zombie appeared right in front of a celebrating player. What are you doing? Are you trying to rob my treasure chest? At this moment, Zombie had already activated his second form. I'm not robbing your treasure chest. All the treasure chests here belong to me. Does anyone have any objections? Hearing this, the crowd first first paused, then burst into pig-like laughter. Is this guy crazy? He's really putting on a show. Hearing this, Zombie grinned, then directly lifted his right foot. It seems someone objects. Then let's solve the problem. With a loud bang, the game platform was once again destroyed by Zombie. Seeing Zombie's power, everyone obediently handed over their treasure chests to him, and he once again received the highest game points. Then came the fourth level, leap over obstacles. Zombie was originally walking lazily towards the finish line with his hands in his pockets, but the next second, he suddenly squatted down and plunged his hands into the ground. He instantly switched to his third form. I'm too lazy to walk. I'll just pull the finish line over here. Just as the first place player saw the finish line right in front of him and was ecstatic, the next second, he was completely stunned. Before he could even react, he was moving at instant high speeds. With a loud bang, the entire ground suddenly tilted up, and the finish line landed right at Zombie's feet. He had once again easily won the match and received the highest points. Looking at the system panel showing him at the top of the points leaderboard, Zombie danced with joy, full of anticipation for the next game. I told you to keep a low profile. Now, not only the Guild Civilization Security Department, but we've also been reported by other players. We're done for. I was just playing the game normally, wasn't I? What did I do? Normal my foot. Tell me, which normal player destroys the game scene? I forgot to tell you something before. It's because we've broken the system rules to some extent that we are called abnormal data. And abnormal data will gradually lose their humanity, eventually turning into terrifying monsters called data cadavers. And they can even infect other players around them with their abnormality. That's why they are the common target of all civilizations. I had finally settled down in the guild civilization, and now I'll probably have to run again. Losing humanity, turning into a monster, and it's contagious. Why does this sound so familiar? At the same time, in the guild civilization headquarters, the head of the security department was staring at Zombie's data. The abnormal data discovered today has been located. It is confirmed that he has infiltrated game instance D142 with the fake ID J4. The instance type is Fall Guys. The target is behaving erratically, making no attempt to conceal his abnormal actions, and is suspected to have lost his sanity, requesting permission to arrest him upon his return. However, just as the supervisor was about to approve Zombie's arrest, a red-haired highest council member, Top 2, suddenly spoke up. No need to arrange for an arrest. He won't be coming back. Recently, we and 3 other civilizations have jointly used a rare item to send a large number of high-risk anomalies into a specific instance, intending to blow them all up at once. And this instance is D142, which can accommodate a large number of players. Soon, that instance will become a battlefield where data cadavers slaughter each other. At this time, inside the game, as the 5th level began, a large number of players started to walk towards the level. But just then, Zombie suddenly stopped, sensing a familiar aura. Just as the support was puzzledly asking him why, several players in the crowd suddenly had their eyes turn red. Their joints started to crackle, and they were about to turn into terrifying monsters. This was the final level, and the players were falling from the sky and landing onto the platforms. It turns out that the scattered players were gathered for the final level. The players began to panic because any platform they landed on would soon disappear, making them fall to their doom. The players' objective is to survive as long as possible while the platforms continued to disappear, and so Zombie and the support ran as fast as they could so they could last longer in the game. Meanwhile, it turns out that Violet was also in the same game instance, and she saw Zombie in the distance. Are you going to meet up with him? No, we have to figure out how this game world works first, because according to Vero, this game world made by Prince Kai is not just for protecting the Earth. Are you talking about me? I'm still quite knowledgeable about things as an envoy of God. It turns out that thousands of years ago, Prince Kai found an ancient gamepad-like artifact from deep in outer space. He gained great power from this artifact, but he never told anyone about its existence, and so I don't believe that Prince Kai prepared for thousands of years just to run back to save the Earth. The meaning of our divine era civilization, it was always to eliminate Zombie. The Iron Club president and the Stainless Steel chief were both skeptical. Let's start with this. There are many anomalies. We can start investigating here. Just then, Violet awakened her ability, transforming into her higher form. With her mental powers perception, she found that 30% of the players had their souls deteriorating in this game instance. Their consciousness was disappearing. Strange changes also began to appear inside their body. This was exactly like transforming into a zombie. Just then, multiple players began to transform into data cadavers. The non-transformed players also began to panic, and the data cadavers began to go on a rampage. Suddenly, Vero crashed down onto a data cadaver. This thing is too noisy. Vero was stunned that the data cadaver could still rise. You're pretty strong. However, Vero stomped hard on the data cadaver, crushing the platform. Finally, the data cadaver got knocked unconscious. Boss Violet, feel free to investigate what's so special with these zombies. But no one responded to Vero. It turns out that the Iron Club president and the Stainless Steel chief were too busy fighting. Meanwhile, the data cadaver beside Vero began dissipating. The dead data cadaver was copying itself into multiple clones. In an instant, dozens of data cadavers were charging at the excited Vero. On the other side, Violet was also getting attacked, so they can copy themselves and strengthen at high speeds. speeds, but the data cadavers were no match for Violet's speed and strength. Just then, a giant fist controlled by Vero crashed out with data cadavers in its grasp. Since there's so many, I can kill as much as I want and it won't affect the investigation. The giant fist crashed down on a platform, crushing numerous enemies. However, Vero was suddenly stunned. His giant hand was stopped by a blue-haired player. Unfortunately, you can't kill these ones. I'm sorry, but everyone in this game instance is considered infected. This time, the operation will be successful. No need to apologize. Vero then crushed the player known as Wang Lao with his giant fist. However, the blue-haired player was not damaged. Your power is definitely scary. Your original civilization must have been very strong. Despite your level not being high, your original strength still came out. It turns out that this was the supreme director of the guild civilization, the top 5 and level 91, the player known as Wang Lao. Do you still want to fight me? Boss Violet, continue your investigation. I'll play with this guy for now. Meanwhile, in the Joint Operations Command Center of the guild civilization, the head of the security department was reporting the situation to the top 2. The top 5 is in battle with a strong opponent as of now. It doesn't matter, then it's his choice to perish. We and the other civilizations all sent the top 1 of their rankings. One of them was the level 94 chief disciple of the heroic civilization, and the level 91 hunter captain of the furry civilization, and the level 96 warlord of the empire civilization. No matter how strong they are, anyone in that game instance is sure to die. Meanwhile, Zombie was out of breath because Zombie and the support were too busy trying to get first place in the game. With the appearance of the first data cadaver, the players it killed were instantly infected and mutated into new cadavers. Some people wanted to quit the game, but when they clicked the exit button, there was no response, leaving the players trapped in this game instance. This was because several major civilizations, for their own purposes, had used the legendary item Plane Lock to seal the entire area. In a short time, 38% of the players had been killed by the cadavers. Soon, Mike of the Empire civilization received the news, and the number was still rising. Excellent, our plan is proceeding smoothly. Next, we just have to wait for all the players to turn into cadavers, and then we can clean them all up and complete the mission. At this time, Meng Xiaohua of the heroic civilization echoed, "That's right, only in this way can we clear all abnormal data at once." Hearing this, Mimi, the hunter captain of the furry civilization, also felt moved. All sacrifices are for the greater good of civilization. Who among us hasn't experienced the destruction of a zombie tide? Now, seeing them in the game again, we must clean them up just in case. However, as she finished speaking, she noticed something in the sky. It was Wang Lao, the top spender of the guild civilization, was fighting back and forth with Vero. I didn't expect that person to still be fighting with Wang Lao. He's quite powerful. That's a powerhouse from the newly joined Violet civilization. Intelligence shows that all members of their civilization are just souls. They probably also encountered an apocalyptic zombie tide. Then they are quite pitiful. But unfortunately, everyone here except for us will be buried here. At this time, Meng Xiaohua waved the sword in her hand. Then why don't we go and suppress him together now? Such a strong person will be even harder to deal with when he turns into a cadaver. Hearing this, the other two immediately agreed with her proposal. At this time, Vero was chasing Wang Lao everywhere with his bone whip. This guy is really strong. In such a short time, he has consumed 27 of my defensive items and 63 recovery items. But unfortunately, this amount of items is just a drop in the ocean for me, because I have more than 80,000 such items. With that, he crushed the crystal in his hand, and his injuries began to recover at a visible rate. I have more than 3,000 employees in the guild civilization. To get the salary I pay to cover their mortgages and car loans, they farm items for me in various instances day and night. This is the power of capital. Do you understand? You can't compete with me, a capitalist, because poverty limits your imagination. After listening to his nonsense, Vero grinned. Very good. Beating you will be even more satisfying. With that, he controlled his two large hands and clapped them together. However, the next second, Wang Lao appeared behind him. His speed greatly increased from the wings, and he condensed a ball with an increase in burst damage. With a loud bang, the giant hands condensed by Vero were instantly shattered. Then, a huge iron sword suddenly appeared above Vero's head. However, just as Vero used his bone whip to block the giant sword, Wang Lao clicked the panel again. In the next second, two cannonballs suddenly appeared in front of him. At a critical moment, Vero quickly escaped the blast zone. You didn't even get blown up? You're a tough one. At this time, Vero knew that he couldn't do anything to him with just the bone whip in his hand. Besides, he had just sensed that 3 very strong guys were coming this way. He would need to borrow the Thousand Faces moon from Violet to even stand a chance. Just then, a loud bang came from the end of the game, with the trophy falling to the ground. What kind of crappy game is this? I've already reached the finish line. Why aren't I getting any points? Xiao AI, what do you think is going on? Is this thing broken? Zombie, stop dragging me around. Please, just let me be bitten to death by these monsters. But Zombie noticed the incoming cadavers. He went up and grabbed a cadaver by the neck. Then with a bang, he slammed it to the ground. Does this mean I have to kill all these newly spawned monsters to clear the game instance? Hearing this, the two cadavers were scared and broke out in a sweat. But Zombie looked at the cadaver under him. To be honest, these guys are quite adorable. They remind me of the happy times I played with Mao and Lang. I can't can't bear to do it. I'll take them as my underlings. Don't be afraid. I'm not here to eliminate you. From today on, you'll be my underlings. From now on, you'll be called Huang. You'll be Akai. And as for you, what should I call you? Just as Zombie was thinking, with a whoosh, Huang, Akai, and the unnamed underling were instantly beheaded. As Zombie was still stunned, Meng Xiaohua caught her long sword and appeared behind Zombie. All the cadavers on the scene have been slain. No particularly strong individuals were found, only a foolish abnormal data. I clearly detected a huge energy source over there just now. Just then, Zombie looked at Meng Xiaohua with tears in his eyes and anger. You killed my underlings. Meng Xiaohua, seeing this, didn't take Zombie seriously at all. You'll be reunited with them soon. But as soon as she finished speaking, a huge fist appeared in front of her, and the sharp swords were instantly shattered by the fist's wind. With a loud bang, the powerful force instantly penetrated the entire map. As the dust settled, Zombie, out of anger, had activated his fourth form in the game for the first time. With a boom, the immense force of the punch affected the entire game map. On the other side, Violet saw this and immediately noticed something was wrong, because the power of Zombie's punch was already showing signs of shattering the violet moon space she had constructed. Seizing the moment while she could still control the space, she hurriedly sprinted to the other side. The only one here who can break my special ability should be Zombie. Why did he suddenly get so serious? No, I have to get as far away as possible. However, just as Violet had hidden herself, with a boom, the space she had constructed instantly shattered. The ability users and data cadavers inside were instantly blown away by the massive force of the punch, which blind fool went and provoked Zombie. Meanwhile, far on the other side, Vero felt Zombie's power and looked at Wang Lao behind him with a mocking expression. Those three over there are your companions, right? I think you should prepare to collect their bodies. How is this possible? How can a normal punch based on basic attributes have such destructive power? Who on earth is this guy? At this moment, Meng Xiaohua was on her knees, coughing violently. She had barely survived thanks to a 7-colored lotus item. Are you kidding me? This guy destroyed my life-saving immortal talisman with just one punch. Interesting. Finally, someone who can take a beating. Now I can finally have a good fight. Hearing this, Meng Xiaohua shouted, that just shattered a clone of the sword. What are you so arrogant about? Next, you'll see the true power of my sex chrysanthemum treasure sword. With that, she controlled the chrysanthemum sword and its clones, launching another assault on Zombie. However, Zombie not only casually slapped away all the sword clones, but also directly grabbed her chrysanthemum treasure sword. Just as Meng Xiaohua was stunned, Zombie pushed off with his foot, instantly appearing above her, and swung the chrysanthemum sword down. Fortunately, Meng Xiaohua reacted quickly enough to dodge. It breaks so easily, and you call this a treasure sword? The quality is terrible. Meng Xiaohua performed several tumbles to distance herself from Zombie. What kind of monster is this guy? Just as Zombie casually tossed the broken sword aside and prepared to attack Meng Xiaohua again, but a voice caught his attention. Mimi leaped and suddenly landed on Zombie's arm. Then her tail quickly wrapped around his leg. With a 360-degree spin, she actually managed to flip him to the ground. Before Zombie could get up, she charged again with her sharp claws, unleashing a flurry of scratches in his area. The entire ground immediately crumbled and broke apart. Then, she took a deep breath and released another sonic attack downwards. With a boom, the entire area was instantly turned to dust. However, just as she thought she had defeated Zombie and was boasting about her abilities, a hand suddenly appeared behind her. It seems that if a kitten is disobedient, you can grab it by the scruff of its neck to immobilize it. You really are a cat. As soon as he finished speaking, a red dot appeared on Zombie's face. It was Mike from the Empire Civilization, who had taken the opportunity to aim at Zombie and fired a charged particle cannon at him. Yet, faced with such a fierce attack, Zombie stood his ground without dodging. With a loud boom, the charged particle cannon hit Zombie squarely. However, when the dust settled, everyone saw that Zombie was standing there unharmed, having blocked the attack with just one hand. Mimi, who he had been holding, was blasted into a frizzy-haired mess and lay on the ground nearby. This abnormal data must have modified its attributes through some means. Everyone, hurry and use your strongest attacks to finish him. As soon as she finished speaking, a buzz came from the ground beneath Zombie's feet. A giant Tai Chi pattern emerged with him at the center. Meng Xiaohua had used the immortal art, the infinite sword formation, to trap him. At the same time, Mike used a special item to launch a signal. As the flare ascended, cracks began to appear in the sky, which then slowly opened to reveal outer space. A whole fleet in outer space was already aiming at Zombie. This was Mike's ultimate skill, fleet bombardment. Just then, Mimi also began to transform into a beast, becoming a giant, undying soul cat. Even if your basic attributes are high, you can't fight us when we're all using our ultimate moves, no matter how much you struggle. So many flashy tricks. This game is getting more and more interesting. But the next second, Zombie started lagging again. At this moment, Mimi used her tail to wrap around Zombie and threw him into the air. Meng Xiaohua quickly followed up, instantly activating the 10,000 swords within the infinite sword formation and began rapidly slashing at Zombie. Mike, seeing this, put down his helmet and lit a cigar. In this instance, we who have items are the strongest. It's all over. As he spoke, all the warships fired their laser weapons at Zombie. At this moment, Zombie, still lagging, was completely unable to move. move. This game is too laggy. I can't execute a perfect performance at all. In that case, I'll play a bit more directly. As Zombie's black hair gradually turned white, the next second, he directly activated his fifth form, known for its destruction. I haven't used this form for a good workout in a long time. This feeling is awesome. As Zombie uttered the word awesome, a terrifying energy was released from his body, blocking the full force attack of the warships. In an instant, the warships in outer space were all destroyed. Witnessing this, Meng Xiaohua and the others were dumbfounded. Are you kidding me? What kind of monster is this guy? The support, who hadn't seen this, was struggling to climb up a cliff, escaping the cadavers below. What's going on? I was just queuing for a casual game instance. How did it end up like this? But as soon as she got up, she was shocked by the scene before her. What the heck? Don't tell me Zombie, that little wild monster, caused this too? As the dust settled, Zombie's figure reappeared before everyone. Not bad. Let me see what other surprises you have for me. Wang Laowu, who was rushing over, immediately stopped in his tracks. Are you kidding me? Even the Empire's main fleet couldn't withstand a single blow, so the items I paid for would be even more useless? You can't revive if you die in this instance. I'd better just be an observer. It has come to this. I have no choice but to use that move. As expected of a cultivator, she has so many trump cards. But the next second, Meng Xiaohua took off running. She used a mortal escape and flew towards the plane lock, intending to exit the instance as quickly as possible. Everyone, I have to go. When I return to my sect and get my magic treasures, I'll definitely be able to deal with this monster. Seeing this, Mike and Mimi were speechless. You just wait, monster. I'll kill you next time. However, the next second, Zombie suddenly appeared and forcibly stopped her. I heard what you just said. No need for a next time. Let's have our fun today. Suddenly, Meng Xiaohua accelerated downwards. With that, he slammed Meng Xiaohua into the ground. Then Zombie grabbed her by the leg. It's been a long time since I've met someone as tough as you. Today, I'm going to have a blast. He then swung Meng Xiaohua and slammed her on the other side of the ground. Not bad. I was right about you. You're really tough. You better try to last as long as possible, Zombie said as he slammed Meng Xiaohua left and right. Just then, Zombie suddenly noticed that the experts from the other civilizations had taken the opportunity to escape into the plane lock. Your companions are really rude. How could they leave you here all alone? I'll go grab the three of them back. Mike and I will open the space portal. You watch the gate and buy us time. Damn it. If I knew this would happen, I wouldn't have set such a complicated password. Just then, Mimi saw a point of light rapidly approaching. You guys, don't run. I'm not done playing yet. You too, hurry up. That monster is catching up. At the same time, Wang Laowu and the others had also finished entering the password and immediately clicked the exit button. Just as Zombie was about to charge in, the gate of the plane lock slammed shut with a bang, and the entire plane lock dissolved into data and disappeared into the air. At this moment, Wang Laowu's heart was pounding. Thank goodness, we finally made it out alive. I thought we were done for. Just then, they were notified that 4 portals appeared around them. The game has ended. All players, please return to your respective civilizations' login hall in an orderly manner. Just as Mike was about to return to the login hall, the Emperor of the Empire Civilization's reprimand came through. Mike, you retreated without completing the mission. You should know what you'll face, right? I'll give you 3 minutes to give me a reason not to execute you as a deserter. Before Mike could explain, a voice came from the furry civilization's side. This operation was led and monitored by the guild civilization. Don't you think it's strange that all 4 of them chose to flee? To the members of the guild civilization, our losses this time were quite substantial. We need a reasonable explanation now. Our losses weren't small either, okay? I've shared the operation recording with everyone. You can see for yourselves. A highly combat effective abnormal data suddenly appeared in the instance. This kind of accident was completely unpredictable. Yeah, that monster was terrifying. His strength was completely beyond the scope of abnormal data. If we hadn't activated the plane lock at the last moment, we probably all would have died in there. Just then, an old man's voice interrupted them. This was the white-haired master of the heroic civilization. Then why wasn't my grand disciple, Meng Xiaohua, among you? Since you activated the plane lock, can any of you answer this question? Hearing this, Wang Laowu and the others broke out in a cold sweat and stammered that Meng Xiaohua voluntarily stayed behind to cover their retreat. But as soon as he finished speaking, Meng Xiaohua fell to the ground with a thud. It was Zombie who had torn open space and thrown him in. Old man, I've brought your grand disciple back. The zombie you were looking for has come along too. How did this monster follow us here? As he spoke, Zombie directly drilled in and landed right in front of them. You guys left without a word. I had a hard time finding you. Those messy numbers outside kept trying to disintegrate me. It's much more comfortable in here. Hearing that Zombie could break through the data turbulence and tear open the instance space with his physical body, the leaders of the major civilizations shouted in panic. We can't let him invade our login spaces. Close the plane lock. The white-haired master also agreed, stating that they could use the system's delete function to eliminate Zombie. Hearing this, the second in command of the guild civilization immediately pressed the delete button. Instantly, alarms blared within the plane lock. Temporary space deactivating. All internal data will now be deleted. Seeing them being so ruthless even to their own people, Zombie was instantly enraged. I came here with good intentions to say hello, thinking we could play games together often in the future, but this is your attitude. In that case, don't blame me for returning the favor. With that, Zombie Zombie threw a punch forward. Instantly, cracks appeared in space, spreading to the guild civilization's headquarters in the blink of an eye, just as the second-in-command was in shock. With a boom, the guild civilization's building instantly erupted in a violent explosion. After that incident, the leaders of the major civilizations urgently created a chat group to discuss the impending disaster. This was a huge miscalculation. Thousands of contaminated players have turned into cadavers, entrenched in the mutated instance, making them difficult to clear. This could lead to a major disaster at any moment. Yeah, and we also sacrificed 4 of our top players this time. Even if they can be barely revived, they won't be able to recover their previous strength. At this time, Wang Kai, the leader of the furry civilization, said angrily, "The most important thing now is that mysterious abnormal data." His final full power blow broke through the data void and directly damaged the login halls of our various civilizations. That kind of power is no joke. Hearing this, top 2 of the guild civilization on the side cried even harder. If you want to cry, just cry. After all, my grand disciple also fell. This feeling is understandable, as we've all lost a capable subordinate. I never thought you would cherish your subordinates so much. What I'm heartbroken about is my guild headquarters building getting smashed. That's my most important asset. I must have revenge. Also, can we change the chat group's skin to something brighter? I'm already depressed. Is this an attempt to mess with my head? Hearing this, the others were instantly dumbfounded. Top 2, doesn't your civilization have something called insurance? Shouldn't they be the ones with the headache? Top 2 fell to her knees with a thud. The insurance company is owned by me. Now I'm going to lose everything. I don't want to give anyone a single cent. Hearing this, the other leaders were speechless. So this person was also a cheapskate. We'll talk about compensation later. The top priority now is to completely eradicate that abnormal data. His existence has threatened this entire world. But the problem is how to eliminate him. Even if I pay a great price to temporarily break through to level 120, I probably can't fight that monster's natural form. Do you have any good ideas? Just then, Prince Kai suddenly appeared. The monster you're talking about is named Zombie. Under the restrictions of the game world's rules, his 5th form's attributes are about level 160. As soon as he finished speaking, the leaders of the 4 major civilizations all used their ultimate moves to surround Prince Kai. You dare to come back? Move and I don't mind relocating your head. To appear just like that, it seems we're really being looked down upon. You thief who stole the holy relic, how dare you show your face before us? I've already told you the reason long ago. I need the holy relic to fight a great disaster that threatens the world. What nonsense. What does your world have to do with us? After entering the game, we no longer care about the outside world. What if I told you that disaster is already in the game? Are you saying that monster is the zombie you spoke of? That's right, he is Zombie, a supreme being who transcends all power, an absolute natural disaster that will inevitably destroy all civilizations. I will help you fight him, because this game world is the only chance to eliminate him. Tell us how to eliminate him. If it's as you say, even if the few of us join forces with you, we probably won't be his match. After all, his strength is far superior to ours. Although I don't want to admit it, if he's level 160, the power gap between us is indeed too great. Hearing this, Prince Kai snorted. You don't have to put it that way. Don't you know about the hidden mechanics of the game world? A team of 5 skilled players can defeat a demon with 10 times their attributes. A team of 10 experienced players is enough to challenge a giant with 100 times their health. A team of 25 well-prepared players can even slay a world-destroying dragon. A team of 40 well-rehearsed players can even trample a titan underfoot. Haven't we players always been beings who overcome the strong with the weak? Now, there's no need for any of you to hold back. Hearing this, after some thought, the leaders finally put the past behind them and accepted Prince Kai. Actually, the instance didn't end after the plane lock was destroyed. That zombie should still be trapped inside. In that case, let's start the hunt. In this instance, he only has 1 life, while we have countless chances. No matter how powerful he is, if we prepare well and give it our all, taking him down is not impossible. Seeing them accept him and agree to fight Zombie together, Prince Kai smiled happily. Then thank you all. Next, let's join forces to defeat Zombie. Meanwhile, inside the destroyed guild civilization building, Zombie was being reluctantly dragged by the support. Let go of me. I don't want to go to work every day. What's the difference between that and being dead? This is all for you. The first article of the guild civilization's constitution is that everyone must contribute their surplus value, must work hard to buy a house, a car, pay taxes, and repay loans. I worked so hard to get you this fake identity. You don't want to expose yourself over something like this, do you? And I took the risk of being erased to hack into the core system and barely get you out of that mutated instance. Do you have the heart to let my efforts go to waste? But the problem is your job is 996. I won't even have time to work out or play games. You ungrateful brat. While they were talking, the supervisor quietly came up behind them. Supervisor, why did you trouble yourself to come here personally? I was just about to bring the new guy over. It's nothing. I was just passing by. Is this the new person you're bringing for an interview? Hello, boss. I'm the new guy reporting today. You can just call me Little Zombie. Just moments ago, after Zombie punched through space and left the instance with the support, Violet and the others, who were unaware of the truth, were left behind in the instance. Zombie is left with someone else. What should we do? This instance has been completely broken by Zombie. If we don't leave with him, it will be difficult to leave later. later. Let's hurry up and go. Hearing this, Violet pointed to the crack Zombie had made. It's fine. I'm not here just to investigate the secrets of the game, and I've already found a way to leave. Vero, now, give this crack your full power. Hearing this, Vero immediately transformed into his strongest form. In a short while, he created a giant fireball with flames, using the skill Steel Fire for arms. As he swung both hands down, the giant fireball instantly crashed onto the crack with a loud bang. As the crack made a sound, under the close watch of Violet and the others, the next second, it had only grown a little bit larger. Seeing this, Vero increased his power and unleashed his full strength, continuously bombarding the crack. Eventually, it became a gap wide enough for one person to pass through. Great, it really opened up. Although it's only a few dozen centimeters wide, it's more than enough. The login space and the instance of this game world, just as I thought, have other spaces between them, and there must be some secret in this space. How about that? Not bad, right? Vero, you're not that good. It took your full strength to make such a small gap. Zombie almost shattered the space with one punch. Don't provoke me. I've already given up comparing myself to Zombie. He's a terrifying monster. Okay, what's truly terrifying should be this game. According to Zombie's strength, his attack this time surprisingly didn't completely collapse the space, and this is just one instance of the entire game. Prince Kai knows Zombie very well. Zombie's sixth form and his characteristic of becoming stronger each time. He knows everything about Zombie. He went to great lengths to bring Zombie into this game, so there must be some kind of power here that can threaten Zombie. I must find out. At the same time, in the guild civilization, Zombie was taking a job exam. At this moment, he was sweating profusely, scratching his head. He couldn't answer a single question from the guild civilization. At this time, the support, who was peeking through the door, also realized this problem. Supervisor B250. He's someone I recommended internally, so he doesn't need to take the job exam, right? I almost forgot you mentioned it. The person you recommended is indeed different. Just as the support thought the supervisor was giving her special treatment, he directly called the HR department. Unexpectedly, the supervisor had HR raise the exam difficulty to the highest level and even made Zombie finish it backwards in 10 minutes. Hearing this, the support was stunned on the spot and angrily poured coffee on the supervisor's head. SB, are you targeting me again? I'm quitting today. I'm not doing this anymore. But it turned out the scene above was all in the support's imagination. Oh, supervisor, why are you so serious? Isn't the most important thing in our investment department to run instances? He's super good at running instances. Why don't you give him a practical assessment instead? Hearing this, the supervisor also thought it made sense. After all, bringing in a talent for running instances would be a great benefit to him, so he immediately agreed. At the same time, in Top 2's office, she was in a great mood after formulating the Zombie Crusade plan. Prince Kai is right. No matter how strong that monster Zombie is, now that he's trapped in the instance, as long as we keep running it, we'll eventually kill him. As for the losses he caused, I can slowly make up for them by cutting my employees' salaries by 50%. Anyway, they're already trapped by loans and will never quit. Just as she was thinking about how to exploit her employees in the future, the office door suddenly opened. Councilwoman, according to the guild's regulations, special talents require a practical test by a high-level executive. I was wondering if you had the time. I'm in a good mood today, so I'll do the test. I hope to see what kind of special talent it is. You'd better not disappoint me. But when she turned her head and saw that the person to be tested was Zombie, she was instantly stunned. No, that guy is still in the instance. I must be drunk and hallucinating. After some self-reassurance, she peeked at Zombie. Councilwoman, please go easy on me. I just came out of an instance and am just looking for a small position. Damn, this guy is real. How did he get here? After this, Zombie was taken to the training grounds for his assessment. Zombie looked at the huge field with novelty, looking left and right without a hint of nervousness. The support, on the other hand, was worried sick, hoping his upcoming assessment would go smoothly. Just then, a few familiar voices sounded from behind her. Seeing the newcomers, she was overjoyed. It was Jojo and the others who had heard that her recommended newcomer was being tested and came to support her. After all, we might become colleagues in the future. Xiao AI, the person you recommended, why does he look so familiar? No way, I think you must be mistaken. Supervisor, isn't it a bit too strict to have a council member conduct the practical test? If we're not strict, our department will be finished. It's because I was too lenient with you all that our performance has been so poor. Just then, Top 2 suddenly roared, you lot, stop chattering down there. Today, I'll show you what's what. Our department isn't a place for just any regular Joe. Seeing that she was personally conducting the test, Xiao AI and the others were also stunned. Don't be nervous, it's just a job test. As one of the guild's strongest combat forces, I will be careful in the practical test and ensure you won't be in any mortal danger. Thank you for your concern, Councilwoman. I will do my best. Then he raised his hands and cheered. Long live the Councilwoman. Seeing that her grand promises had stabilized Zombie, the panicked Top 2 finally relaxed a bit. Xiao AI, seeing her expression, was puzzled, while the jungler on the other side was staring intently at Zombie. I've definitely seen this guy somewhere. At this point, Top 2 took a step and jumped down from the high platform. Although she didn't know why Zombie was applying for a job at the company, fighting him in advance, while dangerous, also presented a certain opportunity. If she could seize the opportunity, she might be able to have a safe and controlled controlled battle without angering him, which might be the best opportunity to get rid of him. Thinking this, the moment top 2 landed, her aura was unleashed, startling Xiao AI and the others. The councilwoman seems to be taking this assessment exceptionally seriously. I am very strict with the company's assessment. Are you mentally prepared? Councilwoman, bring it on. I will definitely not disappoint you. With top 2 announcing the start of the assessment, in an instant, several figures jumped out from the side and immediately locked onto Zombie with their laser guns. Zombie was baffled by the number of people, and then with a loud bang, the entire field was turned into a sea of fire. Why did they bring the elite troops for this assessment? At this moment, Zombie, who had escaped from the sea of fire, was also confused. Why did so many people suddenly appear? Is this also part of the test? Don't worry, these are all my summons. It's a normal part of the test. Hearing this, Zombie immediately dismissed his doubts and began to ravage the elite troops, as expected of a top player to be able to summon so many summons. Next, I'll just wait for the entire security department to surround and kill him. But as soon as she finished speaking, Zombie transformed into his second form. I often encounter enemies like you in games. Since you are a summoner, I win if I defeat you. Why isn't this guy playing by the rules? But with a loud bang, Zombie directly punched down at top 2. The powerful force instantly made it hard for everyone to open their eyes. But when the dust settled, everyone was shocked to find that top 2 had blocked Zombie's blow with just one hand. I can't even move her. As expected of a high-ranking council member, she's really strong. You're not bad either. Your destructive power is simply monstrous. But this is a game world, and my skill can provide me with health points through the insurance company. Simply put, my health is tied to the insurance company. The more assets I have, the thicker my health bar is. Even a monster like you can't kill me in a short time. Now you can just wait to be surrounded and killed. Hearing this, everyone finally understood that this was not a job test at all. Just then, Zombie suddenly grabbed top 2's wrist. Councilwoman, after all you've said, I finally understand. You want me to hit even harder, right? You should have said so earlier. With that, Zombie swung his hand, instantly sending top 2 and the elite troops flying, crashing into a distant wall with a loud bang. As she spoke, Zombie instantly switched to his third form. Seriously, finding a job is really not easy. At this moment, top 2, lying on the ground in a mess, was stunned. This guy is too strong, but since this is the boss's request, I'll get a little serious too. Seeing this, top 2 hurriedly called for a stop, but it was already too late. At the same time, at top 2's insurance company press conference, because of the recent successful financing, the company's market value was showing a steady upward trend. However, just as the shareholders were cheering, the next second, as Zombie's punch landed, the insurance company's market value instantly began to fall. But at this moment, Zombie had no intention of stopping. After landing countless punches, top 2's insurance company was on the verge of bankruptcy. Top 2, whose health was tied to her assets, was being mercilessly beaten by Zombie, causing her insurance company's stock to plummet. At the same time, in the platinum exclusive ward of the merchant civilization, Wang Laowu was cursing top 2 to the heavens. It turns out that when several major civilizations were planning to delete them along with Zombie, Zombie's punch shattered the space lock, which is why they weren't data wiped along with the rest. But although he survived, due to data corruption, all his assets and items were cleared. Damn you, top 2, you've ruined me. I curse you, you witch. You will get what's coming to you. However, just as he finished speaking, he saw top 2 being rushed in. It turns out that under Zombie's series of attacks, her breathing had weakened and she was in critical condition, needing immediate surgery. And Zombie, who was still looking for a job, followed along. What's going on? Why are top 2 and Zombie here together? Did my brain get scrambled? Or did my curse actually work? It's over. I'm really going bankrupt this time. Councilwoman, you haven't said if I passed yet. I didn't perform well just now. How about you let me have another go? Hearing this, top 2 instantly spat out a mouthful of blood. No need. You've passed. Don't hit me. Please, just don't hit me. Hearing this, Zombie was thrilled. You got lucky. If the councilwoman was serious, she could crush you with a flick of her finger. I remember you were the one who recommended him for the practical assessment, right? You're fired. From now on, he's the manager of your information investment department, and you can go be an intern, you old hack. Hearing the position given to Zombie, Xiao AI was instantly shocked. A department manager is a big shot, second only to the 5 council members. The information investment department is a major department directly under the guild. Zombie, you're going to be a high-ranking official. I struggled for so long at the Beyonders Academy to become a president, and this person gives me such great power on our first meeting. Is this what it feels like to be trusted? So, to thank top 2 for her trust, Zombie immediately prepared to kowtow to her. But this kowtow hit the hospital bed, and top 2 was instantly launched into the air, crashing through the building and flying into the distance, leaving a deep crater in an open space. I'm so unlucky today. Calling top 1, come back and save me. Quick, stop calling. I've been back for a while, and the other civilizations have already called off the crusade against Zombie. But when I came back, I saw you getting beaten to a pulp by Zombie on the ground. With that, top 1 jumped down next to top 2. The moment her foot landed, a 7-colored energy radiated from under her feet. Using the skill creative mode, in an instant, a massive energy enveloped the entire city. The city walls destroyed by Zombie, and the demolished commercial buildings began to recover as soon as they touched the light. Even Wang Manhwa's injuries, and Top 2's injuries were instantly healed. Alright, now you have the strength to talk to me about that zombie. You came back and just watched me get beaten. Why didn't you help? Because I can't beat him. And before I'm defeated by zombie, the entire civilization would probably be completely destroyed because of our fight. Most importantly, I think your plan of intentionally getting beaten and then using a position to stabilize him is brilliant. What kind of logic is that? How did getting beaten become my plan? We clearly said we would go into the instance to kill him together, and now he's in our login space. What are we going to do? This monster will destroy the entire guild if he goes on a rampage. You're wrong. He's not a monster. What do you mean? Zombie has never been a monster. He is a strong person, so we must use the mindset of a strong person to understand him. Come here and I'll explain it to you slowly. Hearing this, Top 2 walked towards Top 1 with a puzzled look. Meanwhile, in the information investment department, Zombie, in his suit, was enjoying the flattery of his subordinates. Yes, if you have any orders, just say the word, manager. I even jungled with you in the wilderness. Do you remember? This is none of your business. Go make the manager an Americano. Seeing the overly enthusiastic crowd, Zombie was a bit unaccustomed. Since the councilwoman trusts me so much, I have to be serious about my work. Luckily, I have experience managing underlings. The first step is to identify the troublemakers in the team, slice them up, and hang them up. Who should I start with? Seeing him like this, the crowd was instantly scared. Xiao AI, what kind of monster did you bring back? Then I'll start by looking at everyone's performance. The main task of this department is to play game instances, right? With that, he began to rummage through a pile of instance game materials. But then, a special instance caught Zombie's attention. This one looks a bit interesting. I'll choose this one. And the instance he chose was none other than the Zombie Joint Crusade plan jointly formulated by several major civilizations. Here he comes. Varmint's identity has finally been revealed. It turns out that Varmint slowly grew up under his zombie mother's care, living in the city with a human appearance. One day, the 17-year-old Varmint, in his human form, started working at a supermarket introduced by his senior. What are you spacing out for? Hurry up and come help. Hearing this, Varmint went over to take the box from his senior's hands, but just as the senior sighed in relief, she immediately noticed the wound on Varmint's face. She then pulled him behind the counter and, while applying medicine, worriedly asked if he had been bullied again. It turns out that as a zombie, he was very afraid of humans, and because of his timidity, he was often bullied by them. Human nature is inherently evil, and bullying happens often. You look weak, so who else would they bully but you? As long as you act fierce, people won't dare to bully you, understand? Hearing this, Varmint weakly replied that he understood. A customer has arrived. You two go and greet them. At this moment, a truck had already parked outside. A person had come to pick up goods. The senior, seeing this, quickly went to the shelf to find the goods. However, as she bent down to check the product number, the store owner suddenly came up behind her and started taking pictures with his phone. Varmint had seen everything the store owner was doing. When the owner looked at him, Varmint immediately looked away and meekly said that he didn't see anything. You better keep your mouth shut. Then he had him take the driver to the warehouse to get the goods. This boss is a notorious pervert in the area. He often uses high salaries to lure college students into working for him and then makes advances on them. Your senior will probably not escape his clutches. Suddenly, a roar came from a distance. It turned out that zombies were suddenly attacking the city. As the driver leaned out to look around, Varmint had already gotten out of the car and ran straight back. But when he arrived at the supermarket, he was shocked. In front of the store, the bitten humans began to mutate, and the store owner, who was also bitten, pushed the senior to the ground. Since I'm going to die anyway, you might as well submit to me before I die. But as he finished speaking, he noticed something strange, and then his face distorted as he also mutated. The senior, seeing this, screamed. Varmint, hearing the sound, was frozen in place, conflicted. His mother had warned him thousands of times. It's not easy for us to come to the city. Don't get into conflicts with anyone, and don't let anyone know what you look like when you change, understand? It was because of this that Varmint had always endured the bullying. But now, his senior who had helped him was in danger, and he couldn't care less. His left hand instantly turned into a chainsaw, and then his appearance and hair also changed. In the blink of an eye, he had become the Varmint we are familiar with. Facing the roaring zombies, Varmint swooshed and instantly appeared behind them with his saw, and the zombies were instantly chopped into pieces, just as the mutated owner's hand reached for the senior. With a squish, his body was directly split in two. When the senior opened her eyes again, she saw Varmint dismembering the owner's body. You dare bully me? Get up and bully me again. Just then, a few zombies walked towards them. Who dares to take another step forward? Later that afternoon, after buying some slightly spoiled meat, he then walked home with a heavy heart. It turns out, centuries ago, a zombie tide suddenly broke out. To survive, humans were forced to retreat to a corner of the world, building high walls to defend against zombies and using the most primitive weapons for defense. It wasn't until one day, a military department was established that changed everything. The people in it not only possessed great power but were even more brutal than the zombies. In less than 10 years, they drove the zombies out. They not only used the captured zombies as power generators, but also auctioned them off as items, and even set up a zombie zoo for people to visit. The zombies who were lucky enough to escape formed their own clans, hiding on the outskirts of the world, surviving on disgusting discarded oil and garbage. After centuries of aimless, unconscious wandering, a female zombie gradually learned to think. She couldn't understand why humans were so powerful, why they could create a civilization, so she began to learn human ways of life and habits, eating 3 meals a day and sleeping early. Eventually, she concluded that the reason humans created civilization was because they could reproduce, so she imitated humans and wandered the streets all day, trying to attract a mate. One day, she found that she was actually pregnant. After a long 13 months, she finally gave birth to the first offspring in the zombie world and named him Varmint. However, her behavior was seen as heretical by her clan, and she was eventually cast out. I just killed my boss on the first day of work. How am I going to explain this to my mom when I get home? Soon, he returned to a dilapidated building. After standing at the door for a while, he mustered up the courage and pushed the door open. Varmint, you're back? Hurry up and sit down for dinner. The next day, due to the zombie attack in the city, the police immediately cordoned off the scene. At this moment, a red-haired girl stood in front of the ruins, lost in thought, and the senior, the only survivor of the store, did not expose Varmint during her interview, only saying that she was too scared and fainted and didn't know anything. Miss, this is the surveillance footage from that time, and in the footage, it was Varmint fighting a large A-type zombie king. Seeing this, the girl took the tablet. As Varmint waved his chainsaw, the A-type zombie king was instantly split in two by Varmint's saw. This small zombie has a very brutal personality. He not only chopped the A-type zombie king into mince but also ate the entire thing. Meanwhile, back at Varmint's home, be a good boy at school and listen to the teacher, you know? But what she got in response was a big burp from Varmint. Have you been eating something unclean lately? Hearing this, Varmint dismissed his mom's question, not wanting to tell her about the zombie king that he just ate. However, as Varmint was walking down the street, wondering what to do next, a hand suddenly landed on his shoulder. What are you thinking about? Varmint, class president. Thinking about some pretty girl? Seeing the person, Varmint instinctively tensed up, because this girl, named Fanyu, was from a bureaucratic family. Her father was the mayor of this city, and her mother was a high-ranking officer in the army. Afraid of his identity being exposed, Varmint quickly turned his head and asked what she wanted. Of course, to ask you to help me with my homework. After all, you're the best student in the whole grade. Seeing their backs, a girl said with confusion, why is Fanyu only interested in a bookworm? If being good at studying could make you knowledgeable about killing zombies, I bet you'd admire him too. You're from a military family. This nanomechanical component upgrade algorithm shouldn't be wrong. It's because a strange zombie appeared in the city yesterday. My family not only wants me to investigate but also doesn't want me to fall behind in my studies. I'm so overwhelmed I'm afraid I'll make a mistake. Hearing this, Varmint's heart skipped a beat. Then he quickly changed the subject under the pretext of explaining the problem. However, at this moment, Fanyu's attention was on Varmint's clothes. Varmint, your clothes look like... But before she could finish, a scream came from ahead. It turned out that an A380 passenger plane had encountered a flock of birds, and its engines instantly failed, causing it to fall towards the ground below. Seeing this, the citizens panicked and started screaming and running in all directions. Just as Varmint saw this and was about to run away, a woman holding a human cub suddenly fell in front of him. Startled, he instinctively prepared to transform, but a sound came from behind. It turned out the sound came from a glowing object in Fanyu's hand. With a clicking sound, nanomachines instantly covered her arm. Instantly, a full set of armor enveloped Fanyu. She squatted down and immediately assumed a sprinting posture towards the falling plane. In the blink of an eye, moving at supersonic speeds, she appeared in front of the plane. As she assumed an attacking posture, the nano armor quickly manifested a large Guan Yu-style halberd. Then, with a swoosh, the A380 passenger plane was instantly split in two by her, and the passengers on the plane fell towards the ground below. At this time, Fanyu assumed a javelin-throwing posture, then threw the halberd downwards. The halberd transformed into countless smaller ones, skewering the clothes of the passengers, which were embedded in the buildings on both sides of the street. Thus, the passengers were all hung up in confusion, instantly becoming the brightest scenery on the entire street. At this time, Fanyu and the plane just happened to fall. With a loud bang, they landed at the same time. The plane, split in two, crashed on either side of the road. Seeing the crisis averted, the citizens immediately cheered. Seeing so many people cheering for her, the confident Fanyu immediately struck a handsome pose, enjoying their adoration. At the same time, on Varmint's side, when the woman opened her eyes, she was shocked to find that Varmint had single-handedly stopped the falling plane. As he threw the plane aside, in the woman's eyes, Varmint, who was untrusting of humans, had now saved a mother and her child. When Fanyu turned her head to look this way, her view was blocked by the plane's wreckage, completely unaware of what had just happened. Then, the two of them went to school together. As the teacher was lecturing from a thick history book, Fanyu's gaze remained fixed on Varmint, while Varmint was seriously listening to the history of humanity. It turns out that this era was not destroyed by a zombie tide entirely because of one person. A long time ago, there was a young talent named Xiaoyan. At a young age, he became the chief programmer of a large company. But with the arrival of the zombie tide, everything changed. As human living space was continuously squeezed, only a continent surrounded by the sea on all four sides remained, because humanity needed strong men to defend against the zombie tied, not programmers. He, a physically weak man who only knew how to type, even lost his job. Although he knew that the program he wrote could change the future of humanity, people simply didn't believe him, so he locked himself in his room, relying on his strong will to write code day and night, improving and optimizing it over and over again. After working day and night without interruption, the once handsome young man turned into a balding, greasy middle-aged man, and he successfully designed humanity's first nuclear-powered nanomech. At the moment when human civilization was about to fall, he decisively stood up and activated the mech. Relying on the combat power of the first-generation mech, he successfully repelled the zombies and saved human civilization, thus becoming a hero in people's hearts. Although time has passed and youth is gone, his descendants have inherited his abilities, protecting the human world for generations. Meanwhile, Fanyu stared at Varmint thoughtfully. It can't be wrong. That outfit of his is that zombies. Humans clearly have powerful thermal weapons. A single cannonball can turn a zombie into mince. Why do they still need such advanced technology as mechs? You're quite smart. You're right. There is indeed an ulterior secret in this. I'll tell you the truth, and you answer a question for me, okay? After Varmint nodded, Fanyu slowly began to tell the story. A few days ago, Fanyu accidentally discovered that her father was working on something terrible. He was actually putting nanomechs on zombies. It was because only zombies could unleash the true power of the mechs. Although mechs have infinite power, humans need to consume a lot of energy to pilot them. Only zombies, with their infinite stamina, can perfectly match them. Because the family's bloodline has become less pure over the 100 years, they have never been able to figure out the final form of the ancestor mech, so he wanted to try it out with zombies. We can already eliminate zombies with our current weapons. Why do we need to research such a terrifying thing? Because we are still living in an era where we could go extinct at any time. Because there is a guy, we don't know if he's human or zombie, who can destroy us as easily as crushing an ant. He seems to have an endless life, and has existed in some corner of this world since ancient times. Eternal life? Can such a being really exist in the world? Believe it or not, this is a secret passed down in our family, and that guy seems to be called something like zombie. Okay, now it's my turn to ask you, was it you who killed the zombie king in the city center and saved a large number of citizens? Hearing this, Varmint quickly stood up and said she was mistaken, then ran out before Fanyu could react. His reaction immediately aroused Fanyu's suspicion, so in the following days, whether Varmint was showering, running, or using the toilet, Fanyu would secretly follow him. After school, Varmint didn't dare to delay and slipped out, with Fanyu close behind. This kid felt off when I saved the plane. There must be something fishy about him. Just as Varmint was nervously looking back, he suddenly bumped into someone and fell to the ground. Looking up, he saw a few hooligans blocking his way. This scene was witnessed by the pursuing Fanyu. The hooligan punched Varmint in the face. "Kid, you look like a poor ghost. No fun. What a waste of my time." With that, he kicked Varmint aside and swaggered away. What was I thinking? It must just be a coincidence with the clothes. Just as Varmint was picking up his fallen books, a hand picked one up and handed it to him. Varmint smiled and took it, repeatedly thanking the person. A good zombie is one who can control his emotions. Hearing this, Varmint was startled. As Varmint stood up and shouted, "Who are you?" Zombie, his future boss, stopped in his tracks. At this moment, he was in his second form. "Kid, remember, there's no need to get angry with those ants." With just a glance, a terrifying aura rushed towards him, making it hard for Varmint to even open his eyes. When he opened them again, the entire street was empty. Zombie was long gone. What's going on? That guy just now seemed neither human nor zombie. His aura is so scary. Am I hallucinating from too much stress lately? However, Varmint didn't know that Zombie was following him, observing his every move. Soon, Varmint arrived at the school. Seeing his appearance, the surrounding students immediately started whispering about how he got bullied again. At this moment, the yellow-haired bully who picked on Varmint was holding a physical test sheet with a smug look on his face. "Even if I can't pilot a nanomech in the future, being a mech soldier is pretty good. In this society that values force, those bookworms who only know how to study are completely useless. So what if you're good at studying? Can you study the zombies to death? With nanomechs, there's no need to invent stronger weapons." Looks like I was overthinking it. This guy has nothing to do with being bloodthirsty and cruel, but I still don't understand. The central district is the core area, and zombies are usually kept outside the city. How did a zombie appear out of nowhere? Meanwhile, Zombie was also observing Varmint from a rooftop. Just then, Blackie came over. "King, can that kid really become one of us?" At this point, Zombie had already reverted to his first form. "Whether he can or not, I don't know. Didn't you rescue a little rookie from the lab? Let's test him and find out. Let him out to play. I'll add some spice here." Saying that, Zombie slowly raised his palm. As a green light appeared, a few drops of green blood materialized out of thin air on an empty plot of land outside the campus. As the blood continued to coalesce, it soon formed a genetic sequence, and then began to form muscles, bones, and flesh. Just like that, under Zombie's control, countless zombies appeared out of thin air. Soon after, as Zombie suddenly clenched his fist and instantly activated his second form, the zombies came to life, some even being giant zombies over 10 meters tall. They climbed onto the surrounding buildings, waiting for Zombie's order to attack the humans. At this moment, Varmint, studying in the classroom, was completely unaware of the approaching danger. Meanwhile, a man in a suit and tie appeared at the the school gate. As he was freely breathing the outside air, a piece of flesh suddenly fell from his face, almost blew my cover. This should be the school Lord Blackie mentioned moments ago, back in the rooftops. I wonder what orders Lord Blackie has for me. Hearing this, Blackie threw some documents in front of him, ordering him to eat everyone in the academy, which was the very academy Varmint attended. I didn't expect my first mission to be such a sweet deal. I hate humans the most. It turned out that as a zombie, he had been subjected to all kinds of research and torture by humans since he could remember. He swore to take back everything he had lost, to eat all the humans and their descendants. Even against the strongest mech, I can escape unscathed. Why would Lord Blackie give me so many helpers? I can handle this tiny academy all by myself. Could there be some dangerous guy in there? Although I'm invincible to humans, just to be safe, I should use my brain and investigate first. So, he silently made his way to the principal's office. Meanwhile, on Varmint's side, due to his excellent grades, the Education Bureau had approved his application for an extraordinary exam. As long as he answered everything on the test paper correctly, he could enter university early. Just as he excitedly took the test paper back to his seat, thinking that finishing it would get him into university, the school's broadcast suddenly crackled to life. All students are to assemble in the indoor stadium immediately. Although Varmint was eager to finish the test, he had to put it aside and go to the stadium. At this time, the principal on the stage introduced to the students, the higher-ups have urgently arranged for a student, Maid Gigi, to come over. Due to the suddenness of the situation, we will now have student Maid Gigi introduce himself. We're already in the middle of the school year. Why is someone transferring in now? Just then, Varmint, who had been standing at the back, was pushed to the front by a group of bullies. As expected, Lord Blackie's missions are never simple, so there's another one of my kind here. It seems the school is his territory, and these humans are his food supply. Good thing I didn't rush in. That would have been rude. Adhering to the principle of harmony is precious. There's no need to fight. He decided to observe Varmint for a while. A month later, Maid Gigi found that Varmint was either studying or on his way to study, which left Maid Gigi speechless. Doesn't this guy eat? Can you eat studying for a meal? And Varmint just had a face that asked to be bullied. What kind of zombie is this? However, the yellow-haired bully and his friends came over, intending to teach this newcomer a lesson. He slapped